Quest 0 Prologue. Use asterisk elevator. I don't know what they're saying. Asterisk asterisk listen. He blinks his eyes slowly. Why yeah I understand. He nods his head. He doesn't want them to worry. Asterisk, don't asterisk, asterisk asterisk stares. Yeah I got it. Fuck, I think too long working. Wait. That doesn't sound right, right? Oh, Jesus. He looks at the corner of his computer to see the clock. 3:55 am, fuck me. He takes a deep breath and opens his eyes again. He looked around his surroundings to find everyone gone. He was so out of it, time blurred before his eyes. Shit, I am losing my mind. Working so many hours for this, why am I talking to myself? That was the sign to go home. He gets his stuff and as he walks past his friend's office, he looks out to see the Tokyo skyline. How the hell did I even get here? I majored in history, and I barely know enough Japanese to get by. Oh yeah, my friends are rich. Ah, he lets out a deep sigh. Why did we have to make a startup company in Japan of all fucking places when we're foreigners? He shakingly walks to the elevator. They said to use the elevator. I remember someone coming in to fix it. Maybe it's already fixed. He walks towards it to find the yellow tape. Odd. Did they forget to take it off? He clicks the button down. Ding. It's oddly dark. Is the power out? He took a step and plunged. Oh, I'm dreaming again. This feels nice. Peaceful, almost as if I'm falling. Peace, what I'm feeling, but I can't tell where my skin begins and where the air ends. I see stars, millions and millions of stars all around me, all a bit dirty, but beautiful nonetheless. I feel at home, I feel pluck. I found myself in the hands of a woman so beautiful that I didn't feel comfortable being in her hands. Asterisk, asterisk star. She spoke in a foreign language but I felt they were kind words, I think. She covered me in a veil, and my senses told me I was at peace, hidden from the world itself. As the peace in me increased, my mind went blank. He will not remember this event. The next vivid memory he can recall was a bitter one. It was the sight of his mother's face when she left him. Wah. Wah. I am sorry, my sweet Alcides. The path I take is one I cannot take you with. She had a beautiful, sorrowful face and eyes like a polished emerald. He could even remember the scent of her hair, a light fragrance of lilies. She leaves with tears in her eyes as they left him at the doorsteps of an orphanage on some random street in the middle of nowhere. He had cried so much he couldn't keep his eyes open, but he stayed awake long enough for someone to pick him up after a bit. The person, in particular, wore a black robe that covered their face, hiding all of their features. They came up to him and picked them up. Forgive me Aranos, but I can't let this child of hers be abandoned. That was the only time he would ever see his biological mother and the first time he would meet the one who he would call his father/mother. Ah. I have been reborn. I don't wish to waste it like I'm tired. He closes his eyes and falls asleep once more in the arms of his father/mother. His fate requires him to leave before the cycle of samsara can bleach his soul. A second lease on life that he was determined to make use of to the fullest extent. Unfortunately, the era he will be born in will strip him of an experience many in his previous world had a childhood. In exchange, he will leave his name etched in the annals of history and among the gods. Quest 0.5 Divine Intervention. Star trails litter the night sky. Polished topaz eyes scanned the sky, plucking the stars. They took one and bleached it clean before burying it in the ground, and a night phlox grew out of it. Another soul sent back. Her words were laced with boredom. Her eyes turned up to the sky again, scanning it. Scanning the sky, one star caught her eye. She immediately plucked it from the sky and held it preciously. Holding the soul in her hand, a smile grew on her face. Her topaz eyes have gained a luster to them. You will lead to great change. She covered the soul in her hand with a transparent veil. My veil will protect you from the god's eyes. The veil then slowly blends with the soul. We will meet again, star. Or would you prefer? Well, when the time comes, I will know. With a warm smile and hope in her heart, she kneels to the ground and buries the soul. It will be a bit rough, but you will meet someone very special. She will be the one to truly set and help you on your path. She buried the soul in the dirt, and from it, a green cloud-shaped flower sprung up. Farewell. Until we meet again. I hope you can make it to Elysium. Quest 1 Skies Falna. 7 years later. Time marched on and the end of an era came. Clatter. 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 There seems to be a lot of noise outside. A young boy closes the book and walks to the window to look out and sees several people on their knees crying. In the corner of his sight, he could see someone committing a crime. Given what was currently happening, it might as well be the perfect time. Fels, are you there? From the shadows, a hooded figure came out, removing its hood and revealing a skeleton. Despite having no flesh, it didn't bother their adopted son. I am here, Cirrus. They said they were standing looking at a 7-year-old child with brown hair that covers his emerald eyes in a room littered with various books, all fitted together like Tetris blocks. He had a feminine beauty to him, which is problem when the city is filled with crime at every street corner. He had grown out of his hair to hide it for both safety and personal reasons. What happened? This is the first time I've seen so many people so devastated, said Cirrus. That is because the guild had announced that the Zeus and Hera familia have failed to defeat the one-eyed black dragon, resulting in their strongest having died. They will most likely be replaced. It appears that Loki and Freya familia will make their move and take their place, Cirrus lamented. Cirrus then goes and sits back down to read his book. Sadly, yes. Fels, despite not having a face, looked hesitant to say something, but they mustered what little courage they had to tell him. I wished to tell you this earlier, Bulletin. You are my parent, Fels. He smiled at their parent, the person who took him in from the rain. Nothing will change that fact. Fels was taken aback by this. Over the years they have taken care of Cirrus. They couldn't exactly call them mom or dad, for Fels does not even know their own original gender anymore, as they have had to replace bones every now and again after a fight goes poorly for them. Nevertheless, Fels didn't pick what they wished to be called, and Cirrus left it at that, as it was Fels who should choose how they wished to be called. Cirrus' smile of affection deeply warmed their non-existent heart. You have raised me for all of my life. You clothed me and fed me, gave me knowledge and lessons. I may not see my birth mother, but I have you. I have no regret about that. This was a bit of a lie. Cirrus had plenty of time to figure out who his mother was over 7 years. After all, he saw her every time he looked in the mirror. He had inherited his mother's face, a major problem considering she died while fighting the Black Dragon. Truth be told, had it not been the fact that was reincarnated with all of his memories, he would have gone and met his biological mother. Unfortunately, Cirrus did not throw caution to the wind and remained where he was raised for his and his mother's sake of safety. You are always a smart one. If I still had my flesh, I would cry rivers. I felt bad I won't be able to speak with my mom's familia, but I guess that is how brutal Freya and Loki had to be to take over the power vacuum Hera and Zeus left. Maybe it's finally time to make my way through the world. I can't keep staying cooped up inside reading books. Remaining passive will do me no good in these trying times. Cirrus closed his book and looked at Fels and spoke with firmness in his voice. Fels. I wish to be an adventurer. Fels looked deeply into their son's eyes, the empty sockets and emerald eyes gaze intensely at one another. Is that what you truly wish? They did not want to wish their child to risk his life. To be an adventurer is to willing go into the lion's mouth. You can easily make a living working as a guild employee and live a fulfilling life? You are a smart boy. I am sure there are plenty of safe careers you can go into. Cirrus was smart by a child's standard. His previous lives memories are what allowed him to be so smart. Though maybe because he is a child again, he noticed that he has been absorbing knowledge rather fast, the perks of being reborn with a child's brain. A fulfilling life is subjective to the person, is it not, Fels? I seek to find my fulfilling life, whether it be in the dungeon or even out in the world on my terms. I see. They nod, though not happy about it. They will accept and support his choices. Then follow me. It is too soon to reveal your face and origins to a familia, so I have someone in mind. I know, I have kept myself hidden since before I could walk. He followed Fels downstairs, where Lenoa was brewing her cauldron. She was an old friend of Fels who runs a magic shop tucked away in the streets of the city. Her customers were regulars and recommended people, or by luck. How she stayed in business is something Cirrus never figured. She wore stereotypical witch's attire. Going out, Fels-sama. I am. He is of age and he wishes to be an adventurer. Hehehe. Is that so? The look to Cirrus with a wide grin. When you become rich, make sure you come by and buy some of my stuff. Lenoa also served as a parental figure for Cirrus. She took care of him far more than Fels did, as they still had a job to do despite their condition. But Fels did financially support Lenoa to cover Cirrus' expenses. On to Len, you know I will still live with you, right? Hehehe. One can never be too certain. Kids these days grow up too fast. Here. Fels handed Cirrus a cloak. Let us be off. Leaving the shop, they moved through the shadows, as many were distraught by the dreadful failure of two of Orario's strongest familia. With the news, it made it easier to enter the guild through a secret passage. At the end of the long passage of tunnels, Fels turned to him. Are you ready to meet the founder, Cirrus? I'm as ready as anyone could be. Also, is there not a secret passage closer to the shop? There is, but one cannot be too careful. Guess they didn't remain hidden for so long without being extra cautious. They placed their hands on the wall. The whole corridor glowed, and the wall opened. Fels walked through first, and Cirrus walked behind them. They walked for a while through the corridors of this secret passage. Seeing how Fels appeared, it made sense that they would have these secret ways of travel. Did you build these tunnels, Fels? Cirrus asked. I did. I had a lot of time on my hands. Neat. So are we there yet? Close. They walked for another handful of minutes before Fels opened up a door and the feeling of fresh breeze hit him. He stepped out from the secret passage and into a dark room only illuminated by 4 tall torches. Thereupon a venerated stone throne meant for one prepose and one person, one god of gods, a god king who was the first of heaven to arrive in the mortal world, Gakai, with their own 2 feet, Auranos. Cirrus felt as though he had stepped into another world as he looked up to meet Auranos's azure eyes. His whole demeanor and presence was as overwhelming as the sky is blue. That was of course because of their divinity, an aura that lets one know that the person they are talking to is a god. I can see how so many would respect and even fear him. Cirrus thought. It's like I'm staring at a little piece of the blue sky with his divinity. So far he hasn't said anything about my status as a reincarnator. Let's hope he never brings it up. Still, why did Auranos even decided to remain here? He was to the Titans to what Cronus was to the gods, a tyrant. Oh, maybe he decided to be the big brother type and watch over the gods so they don't act up? His status as a god of the sky would help him in doing this. Being one of the very first gods to descend on Gakai to aid humanity in its fight against the monsters. Eventually, he would take up the role of administrator to watch over the world and its gods from his solitary throne beneath the guild he established, keeping at bay the monsters from escaping the dungeon. In a sense he is this world's equivalent to a large security system keeping tabs on the gods. He has grown up well, Fels, but why did you bring him here? On his throne Auranos spoke with an even but overpowering tone. Fels knelt, as did Cirrus, imitating Fels. I brought him here so he could help us. He wishes to be an adventurer. And you wish for me to grant him my fauna? You know, in the many centuries of service, I do not grant that, Fels. If he wishes for power, then he can. Cirrus spoke up, cutting Fels off with a very clear and confident tone of voice. Lord Auranos. I apologize for interrupting you, but I do not seek political power. From what I read, it is utterly meaningless for a human such as I with a short lifespan to wield. I also do not wish for the power to govern. What I want is the power that will allow me to live a life I can say is full and hopefully does not affect others negatively. There will be foes that will try to overthrow this hierarchy now that Zeus and Hera no longer have the power to keep themselves on top. In the coming times, you will need as much help as you can. Fels may be powerful in their own right, but in the power vacuum that is to come soon, this will be a turbulent time filled with powerful people. He sat quietly looking down at Cirrus with his azure eyes before blinking. You speak the truth, Cirrus, your intelligence surpasses your age. Then Lord Auranos. Fels looked up at him. Yes, for the time ahead of this city, it will be embroiled in dark times. Come Cirrus Zephyr, may your strength aid us in keeping any form of peace. Cirrus walks up to Auranos, and his figure was far larger up close. Turn your back, kneel, and show me your bare back. Cirrus does just that and he feels a warm droplet fall on his back before Auranos ran his finger across his back and then he felt his body get stronger. Auranos noticed that Cirrus was a bit tense. It is done, Fels. He drew his finger back onto the armrest of the stone throne. Fels quickly gave him a piece of paper, and he placed it on Cirrus's back before giving it to him right after. So. Cirrus felt a wave of relief wash over him looking at that sheet of paper. This is my status, hey. Cirrus Zephyr. LV1. Strength, I0 Endurance, I0. Dexterity, I0 Agility, I0. Magic, I0. Dia Chrysomelos, Exosia, Adorn. Super Short Chant. Enchant Type. Anthos Adonis. Increases speed of growth. When on the border of life and death, all parameters will drastically increase. There was nothing that denoted him of being reincarnated. Though the skill he got is one he couldn't help but say was a cliché of many web novels. These seem rather powerful. He says as he carefully reads it all through. Indeed, particularly that skill of yours, a skill that increases one's growth. Said Auranos with his stoic expression. May I see? Fels said. Sure. Cirrus hands Fels the paper. Fels reads the paper as he puts his shirt back on. If they had a face Cirrus was sure it would be one of shock. It would seem your heritage has given you a blessing, Cirrus, Fels said as they burns the paper. Then my parents had these. I do not know, but given that magic is divided into 2 types, congenital and acquired magic. Then my magic is because of my ability. Yes, seeing as your mother is. Fels stopped before changing the subject. Cirrus, let us see what your magic does tomorrow. You have remembered the chant, correct? I did. Then let us go. Fels and Cirrus gave a respectful bow to Auranos before leaving, using the secret tunnels. Quest 2 Dungeon Preparation. Late at night. Cirrus. Fels spoke up. If you wish to be an adventurer you will need a weapon. Do you have any weapon in mind? Sword. Cirrus answered confidently. It shouldn't be that hard to use. He picked it for its simplicity, just swing and swing. Very well. Fels nods. By next day I will get you a adequate sword. So no staying up reading, all right. I understand Fels. Cirrus nodded, smiling happily. Fels turned and left, disappearing into the darkness. How the hell do they do that? The entire night, Cirrus couldn't help but have the biggest smile on his face as he kicked the bed in his excitement. The next day came, and Fels brought him a short sword along with some small leather armor used for pelhams. Does it fit well? Fels asked in the backyard of Lenoa's shop. It fits rather well, so am I going to start to learn about the monsters of the dungeon? Cirrus said, swinging around his sword to get a feel for it. I already read up on it and even the dungeon's first and second floor layout. Then would you like to go into the dungeon now if you have already learned it? No. I wish to learn how to swing my weapon and get used to moving in armor. I see, then tomorrow I will bring books on swordsmanship and more on monsters. Thank you, Fels. Fels left the backyard, and Cirrus continued to swing his sword. Swish. 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 Cirrus didn't stop swinging and moving. He tried many types of movements and techniques he read about and saw in anime and manga, but all failed miserably. He was littered with dirt and cuts from falling, so he stuck to simple movements, such as a simple downward and horizontal slash with minimal footwork. When night had come, Lenoa called him in to eat but found him on the ground passed out. She got a failed potion and threw it at him. The smell was so rancid that he thought Lenoa had made smelling salts as he quickly got up and rubbed his nose. He took a quick shower and ate whatever Lenoa made, which always looked worse than it tasted. The next day, Fels brought him books on swordsmanship and monsters. He resumed what he did the last day and practiced his swordsmanship in the afternoon until he passed out, and when he woke up, he would eat while reading and then go to sleep. For an entire 2 weeks, this was his routine. He refused to use any healing magic or potions, bearing through the pain until his next update before going into the dungeon. Cirrus Zephyr. LV1. Strength, I0. 34 Endurance, I0. 51. Dexterity, I0. 22 Agility, I0. 11. Magic, I0. You certainly improved, 118 points in total, Auranos said. I'm sure with this rate, you will grow quickly. MMMM. Cirrus looks at the update stats and he made a expression that got Auranos's eye. Are you not happy about this development? Auranos asked, looking at Cirrus's worried expression. I am, but seeing this, I need to be careful, I may get stronger fast, but my battle experience won't catch up. Cirrus crumbles the paper into a ball and walks up to one of the flames by Auranos and tosses it in. Then will you hold off on leveling until you build enough experience then? Cirrus stops and thinks on it for a while. I think I will. Seeing as this is something not every adventure has, I plan in taking advantage of it. On that, I will go down to the dungeon tomorrow. Cirrus was informed the significance of a level is and what most normal adventurers do, which is get a basic ability to D-rank and then do something amazing to level up. No. For Cirrus he needed to do 2 things. 1 was to get fighting experience, and 2 was to grind the hell out of the dungeon and raise his stats as much as he could or to what he felt was enough. Very well, be careful. The volatility of the city has been growing. I have heard the power struggle has already begun. Crimes have also picked up, and even more, the route me and Fels use is littered with shady people. Cirrus takes his leave, keeping Auranos's word. Walking through the city, Cirrus could feel the times changing. Just a year ago, he could walk down the street with little worry, but now he has to keep an eye out for anyone. Stop. Thief. Shut up, old man. Jesus, the crime really had gone up. Grr. Get out of here, filthy street rats. Ha ha ha. What you gonna do about it, old man? Even the children are getting in on it. Cirrus quickly went home and made sure he wasn't followed. When he got back home, he was met by an unexpected customer. Antelen, I'm back. He said, as he entered the shop. He sees a tall, beautiful elf with jade hair and eyes. Aunt? I didn't know you had a sister, Lenoa. She said, looking at Cirrus. Kia I don't. I'm letting him stay here with a colleague of mine. I see. She walks over to Cirrus and kneels. It's nice to meet you. My name is Riverial Elf. Can I ask what your name is? She said this with a motherly tone of voice and a smile. Taken aback by her words, Cirrus took a while to respond. My name is Cirrus. He shouted with a slight blush. Phew, you have a cute kid, Lenoa. She said, patting his head. I know, here. She hands Riveria a silver staff. You know the price. I know. She turns to get the staff. It was nice to meet you, Cirrus. She patted him once more before leaving. Watching her leave, it was easy for Lenoa to tell Cirrus was taken aback by the high elf. Pretty, isn't she? Lenoa said. Why yet, she has a beauty that can rival a goddess. Well, she is elven royalty or, well, now, the former. Yes, she is. Yes, see her jade hair? That's the sign of her being a high elf. Is there a difference between high elves and normal elves? Cirrus said, pulling up a chair and helping stir Lenoa's cauldron. Not that much. Aside from the hair color and a higher form of education, they're not that different from normal elves. Oh. I see. Did her beauty enamor you? Lenoa grinned. Cirrus. Who wouldn't? Quest 3 first floor. The next day Cirrus got up early and packed his bag with food, his gear all clean and maintained. It looks all good. Let's go over a quick double check. Walking down the stairs of the dungeon he could feel the gazes of many adventurers on him. He kept moving down. It's a good thing I grew out my hair to help cover my face a bit. This much hair does suck, though. How does anyone deal with long bangs? He reached the first floor just as many other adventurers went on their way further down. Gulp. Guess it's my time to see if I have the metal. He put his hand on the hilt of his sword, combed back his hair with his fingers, and began his first exploration of the dungeon. After walking for a while, he finally came across a goblin, a green plump humanoid monster with 3 small horns armed with a stick. Haa. Cirrus takes a deep breath as he draws his short sword and readies himself. Gi. Giain. The goblin came in and swung its wooden stick aimlessly at Cirrus. Cirrus moved accordingly, building up his confidence. Giain. Giaini. The goblin attacked with even more ferocity. Cirrus moved out of the way to the side as it struck a rock with its stick, breaking it. GGI. This is my chance. With a resolute conviction, he carefully slashed horizontally at the monster's neck, cutting halfway in before stopping. Shit, I hesitated. He drew the blade back out as the goblin fell to the ground. Looking down at the goblin's body, Cirrus takes a deep breath and aims his sword, and plunges it into the goblin's magic stone. Poof. He looks at the magic stone for a bit before picking it up and leaning against a wall to look at it. Ha, I can't hesitate again. He clutches it and places it in his pocket. He kept walking through the dungeon's first floor, memorizing the paths and even stairways to the second floor. He ignored it for now and focused more on the first floor. He encountered more goblins and even a kobold, and with each new encounter he faced, his confidence in his abilities strengthened. Each goblin was cut down quicker than the last, and each kobold was put down faster and faster. A while later. Ha! 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 Cirrus finds a place where other fellow novice adventurers have stayed to rest. He combed back his hair to obscure his face. Seems everyone is doing well, some scrapes here and there. Cirrus watched as many new adventurers came and went from this safe zone. When he spotted some adventurers in some far eastern clothes, they stood out like a sore thumb, but no one bothered them seeing as they had a captain. A woman in yellow and red oriental attire with black hair tied up and held by a comb. She had an aura that seemed welcoming, but when they saw her spear covered in blood, and the rest of her familia was also covered in it, warding off anyone coming near her. This is a good place to rest, everyone take 5. We will resume again, she commanded. Yes, Lady Kushida. They all said at the same time. They simply came and rested when one of their members came in right behind them, carrying all of their stuff. A young girl around Cirrus's age came in. She had short white hair covered in dirt and blood, with fox ears and a tail. Her clothes were, by contrast, compared to the others, really, really poor. The best thing she had was her shoes and supporter's bag. Poor kid, she must be their supporter, but goddamn, is she their attendant or something? Shirakusa, are you doing well? The captain asked. Why yes Lady Kushida. The Renard said, bowing before giving her some water from her bag. Thank you. She then took out a cloth and cleaned the girl named Shirakusa. Take a rest. If you are to be a samurai, you need to know when to rest. Why yes. The young Renard exclaimed. The Renard sat by her familia and began to rest. Well, it seems she's a kind noble. He noticed the Renard's eyes on him for a second before looking away. Not like we will see each other again. After resting, Cirrus resumes his exploration for a few more hours before leaving. Back at Lenoa's shop. I'm back. Cirrus said. Welcome back, Lenoa said. How was the dungeon? It was good that I got some magic stones. That is good. Are you planning on giving them to the guild tomorrow? Yup, stayed too long in the dungeon. He helps set up the table and they both start to eat and talk about the experience. Did you meet any other adventurers? She asked. A few at a rest spot on the first floor. There were even some adventures from the east. There was even a Renard with them. A Renard, hey? You should keep an eye on that one. Renards are known to possess rare magic, speaking of which. Have you used your magic yet? No, I didn't find the need to. I see, well, do you mind if you use it? It would be wise to understand one's abilities. Alright. After finishing eating, he and Lenoa go out to the backyard. Cirrus goes into the middle of the yard and stands still, holding his hands out. Exosia, adorn, dot. Pika pika. Pika pika. Pika pika. A gilded light wrapped around Cirrus revealing the enchantment. A golden, white-hooded bighorn sheep, a ram, cowl that extends down to his knees covered him and the injuries he sustained from the dungeon were healed almost immediately. What majesty! Lenoa said, amazed. This is pretty neat. Maybe I show. The magic wore off immediately as it disappeared, and Cirrus flopped to the ground. Cirrus, are you all right? Lenoa said, walking up to him and poking him. She knelt and examined him. Mind down. She checked his body again, and he was fine except for the mind down. What powerful magic! You only had it for a handful of seconds before falling to the ground. Kia-hee. She laughed as she picked him up. You certainly will be one remembered by many, maybe even more so than the Loki and Freya familias. Quest for new ruling familias. The next day. Ugh, my head. Cirrus gets up, holding his head. It aches as his body feels lethargic. Shit, what happened? He looked to find a small blue potion with a small message on it. Cirrus, drink this magic potion to help with your mind down. Lenoa. Hey, he opens it and drinks it. Gah, it tasted incredibly rancid. Cirrus then checks his body and gear. After inspecting it, he went to take a shower before heading down and meeting Lenoa. So how was your mind down, Kihi hi hi, she laughed while rocking in her chair. My headache is better, but I'm still sluggish. He says as he goes into the kitchen. That magic of yours is pretty powerful. But its efficiency is very terrible. I counted 14 seconds before you fell on your face. 14 hey. Cirrus quietly said to himself as he makes himself some eggs to eat. Was there anything else? He shouted back. Aside from how divine you looked and all of your wounds healing, nothing else. I see, well, for today I think I'll rest and go back to the dungeon tomorrow when my body isn't so heavy. Has Fells come by, he says while cooking his eggs. They said they had some business to attend to, so they'll be back in a couple of days. Well, I'll just rest for the day, Lenoa. Alright, make sure you deliver those magic stones to the guild, okay? Okay. After eating, Cirrus returns to his room and takes out the first magic stone he gained, and places it in a box. He gets his bag filled with magic stones and drops items to sell at the guild and leaves the shop. As he walks through the streets, he finds a large crowd gathered. Hey, what's going on? Oh, seems the Hera and Zeus familias have been disbanded by force. Loki and Freya's familia are now the ones in control. Said one of the adult adventurers. That sucks. Yeah, the man had a sad expression on him. Seems the times ahead are going to be rough. As the words left the man's mouth, many of the people held their heads down in silence for the end of an era. Well, time to go into the dungeon. Said ones. Yup. The crowd quickly dissipated enough for Cirrus to read the paper. Even if it's bringing peace to the city, it still leaves a bad taste. For over 1,000 years, Zeus and Hera reigned as the strongest familias in all the land. The world has had them for so long many don't know what to think about a world without them. They defeated two of the great beasts of the world, the king of the land Behemoth, and the overlord of the seas Leviathan. These creatures ravaged the world with catastrophic might and both were defeated by Zeus and Hera's children. All that remains now is the Black Dragon, the one that knocked these prestigious familia from their millennia-long pedestals and threw them out of the city like yesterday's newspaper. Let's just hope the Loki and Freya familias can fill in the gap, or else this city really will descend into chaos. As he turns he accidentally bumps into someone. Tap. Oof. Sorry. He gazes up at the tall woman. The woman was a dark elf, even with her hood covering her ears sticks out. Cirrus had to take a step or two back to see her golden eyes that weren't blocked by her large chest. No need to fret. She stretches her hand and pats Cirrus. Oh well, thanks. Are you an adventurer as well? What makes you think that? She made a slight, soft smile. Her black hair framing her beautiful face and golden eyes hidden by her hood. Don't see any elves around here that are just normal people with fauna. Well. She rummages through her head and finds that he is right. Guess you are right. I am or was an adventurer. My familia was, disbanded a while ago, they made a bet and her eyes wander off into a 1,000-yard stare. Lost. Her voice sounded hollow, nearly broken as she was on the very edge of something she could not come back from if she fell. You good or? She shakes her head and she regains some normalcy. Yes. I am leaving this city. Take care boy, this city is ripe with danger, danger that the Freya and Loki familia will have to handle. Do you have a name? Mine's is. No need for names. She begins to walk away. I doubt we will meet again. She waved goodbye. See ya kid, good luck. The dungeon is not kind place, if you are not ready you will lose something, that is my advice as a veteran adventurer. Cirrus watched as she walked away and disappear into the crowd of people. Cirrus made sure to take her advice to mind. He turned and resumed to walk to the guild. Arriving at the guild, many of the employees were working hard as an influx of adventurers was awaiting services while the trade-in guy was open. Here you go, Cirrus said, handing the guy the stuff. 1,141 Valis. The trader said, handing him the money in the bag. He gave the magic stones and drop items too. After leaving the guild, he went about returning home when he noticed from the corner of his eye a familiar shade of white. Cirrus turned to see the Renard he saw down on the first floor looking lost. Seeing her look so sad and helpless, he felt as though he was seeing a lost puppy barking out to find its owner. Ugh. Fuck me. Fine. Begrudgingly Cirrus walked over and talked to her. Hey, are you lost? She turned to meet his eyes past his bangs. Who are you, she said, nervous and scared. My name is Cirrus. What is yours? My name is Shirakusa AI, she looked at Cirrus to meet her indigo eyes. Well AI, if you are lost, I can help you. Really, she said excitedly, losing her former state of mind. Yeah, just tell me if there is any place you remember that will help you get back. I did always see a big building with a lot of holes. The Colosseum, so it's in the east of the city. Come and stick close. The city is getting more dangerous. She sticks close to Cirrus as they head towards Babel to go to the East Main Street. AI could see what Cirrus meant just on their way. They saw many people being robbed and assaulting one another. Alright, is there anything else? He asked as they were in front of the Colosseum. I remember a shop called Facilis. It has a lot of stuff. Alright, did you see the Colosseum from your right or left? I saw it from the right. Why? Then we go north to find the shop. They went north to find the shop, and after a while of searching, they finally found the shop. Here it is, she said, rushing towards it. Then you can get home from here. Yup. Thanks, she said with a smile. I'll be careful going home. See ya. Cirrus nods his head and leaves. Rushing back home, AI slammed the door open. Shirakusa, shouted one of the familia members shouted at her. Where were you? I got lost. Is Lady Kushida here? She's in with Lord Suzanu's rig. Before she can finish, she quickly runs from her. She runs through the home and opens a door, revealing Kushida and Suzanu. Shirakusa, she shouted. We were worried sick about you. I am sorry, she makes her body small in nervousness and fear. We had a day off and I wanted to explore the city. Now Kushida, Suzanu said, patting her with a big grin on his face. She's back, so there's nothing to worry about. Suzanu has on a black and red kimono with black hair as dark as thunderclouds with streaks of yellow. Lord Suzanu. Kushida said with a blush. So what brought you here with such a big smile, he said, kneeling. AI's face lit up. I made a friend today, she shouted with a bright smile. Did you know, he said, rubbing her head. What's their name? It's a boy named Cirrus. He said with a jealous and stunned look on his face. Quest 5 smudged Lucos. 9 days later. Cirrus Zephyr. LV1. Strength, C622-B700 Endurance, H173-G236. Dexterity, D555-C609 Agility, C640-B725. Magic, H198-E460. Seems my stats are pretty well, Cirrus says as he burns the paper. You have been steadily making progress, you have made it to the 4th floor, correct? Aranos said. Yes, I'm going back today as well. Do be careful, Fels said. The group Evilus has been even more active as of late. I'll be extra careful. Cirrus leaves the room of prayer, taking one of its secret entrances. As he does, he checks his short sword. Seems you are on your last legs. He checks his money to see if he can buy a new one. 24,648 Valis. I can get a good sword with this. I hope. After coming out of a secret entrance in the eastern north section of the city, Cirrus dropped off his gear at home with only his sword and money in his bag. Lenoa said that a majority of smithing familias sell their stuff from the 4th to 8th floor of Babel. Going up, Cirrus finds the 4th floor filled with extremely high-quality stuff with expensive weapons and armor. This shit hurts my heart looking at them. Cirrus went around looking for shops with cheaper options until he found one. This is rather interesting. He looks down to find a rather gaudy-looking weapon with a red tassel. He picks it up, draws it from its scabbard, and swings it. Balanced. Surprisingly, despite its odd mix of a 14-year-old idea of cool and a 16-year-old girl's emo phase appearance, it's already a cut above many other works. Swish. Sharp. He looks at the other swords and found most of them have dust on them. Seems I found a diamond in the rough. He looks at the hilt of the sword and finds a name on it. Eupheme Lucos. No Hephaestus symbol. He takes the blade and walks up to the shopkeeper. Hey, how much for the short sword? That? 4,000 valis. The guy said with a confused look on him. Cirrus puts down the money, the man quickly takes it. Can I ask where they might work? Sure, whatever you want, kid, the smith is pretty odd. He told Cirrus where their workshop was and went to go see the blacksmith. As he leaves the tower and was walking through the area around Babel, he hears a familiar voice. Cirrus. He turns to see AI coming up to him with a large bag. That's my name, AI, are you going into the dungeon? Yup, she turns to wave at her familia. The Far Eastern familia from the other day. Their resemblance to his world's Japanese attire gave Cirrus some comfort and some discomfort at how close they were. So you are the friend she made, said Kushida. I helped her get back home is all I did. He gave a slight smile. Well, we are thankful. She looks around before looking at Cirrus. Are you not also with your familia? I am the only member. Right now, I'm going to see a blacksmith. Is that so? Well, we shouldn't take up more of your time. We'll see you again. AI, let's go. Okay, bye Cirrus, she said with a bright smile, waving goodbye. Walking to the western outskirts of Orario a bit away from the free market in a rather slightly run-down area where it borders on poverty and middle class, there he found several other shops run by various other people. This is the place. He looks up to the two-story shop name in a rusty metal sign saying, Brilliant Works. Gotta shine up the fucking sign, but given the conditions of the area, it'll be smarter not to. He enters the shop and the bell rings. The shop is decorated in a very odd style. Hello? Is there anyone in? He shouted. Clang. Clang. Cirrus could hear the sounds of hammering. He slowly made his way to the sound, seeing several other weapons with various designs. He kept approaching the sound and found a woman with platinum hair kept in a ponytail with several black smudges on it, as well as her clothes and skin are littered with her handprints and the like. She wore a tank top with baggy pants. Hey! Hey! Cirrus shouted out. The smith stopped and turned to see a 7-year-old. Who are you? She said in a monotone voice with her grey dull eyes as if she were a machine. My name is Cirrus. Are you Eupheme Lucos the smith who made this short sword? Cirrus holds out the short sword and her eyes slightly widen, but not enough for Cirrus to realize at first. You came to meet me for that work. Yet? I wanted to meet the smith who made such a fine sword for a steal. She looks at him carefully with squinted eyes. You like my work even if it's different? Or, embarrassing? Well, it's a bit embarrassing, but it will still save me down in the dungeon, but all in all, it's not bad. Then, you really like my work? She said with her eyes sharpened on Cirrus. Oh yeah, it's good stuff. I was hoping you even had armor and the like. She quickly turned her head before turning back with a neutral expression on her was with a slight hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth. My name is Eupheme Lucos, a level 2 in the Hephaestus familia, she said in her monotone voice, but now with more excitement. So what can I do you for Cirrus? Quest 6 Party. A few weeks go by, and Cirrus was making good progress. His gear was far better than when he started with, and Eupheme worked hard to make them. She put her blood and sweat into them, even asking Cirrus about his thoughts. So Cirrus, clang. How far have you made it? Clang. About the 9th floor, I'm almost done fully exploring it. Clang. You told me there is no one else in your familia, right? Clang. Yeah, so far I've been able to get by being extremely careful and smart in how I fight. Yet you are still a level 1. That is right, I have been on an adventure for a while now. A while? You're 7 years old. What age did you start? Far younger than one would think. Cirrus lied as naturally as he breathed. How cruel, why don't you tell me your god's name so I can ask Lady Hephaestus to give them a good thrashing? Haha, Cirrus chuckled at her words. So, why are you asking now? Cirrus said, changing the subject. Well, I was thinking I'll come with you. I am a level 2, after all. She said in a proud monotone tone of voice. Level 2, don't you have a title? I do, Clang, it is karaoke, she said with a visibly smug grin on her face as she makes a pose. Ah cool. The fuck is that name? Isn't that Japanese for empty orchestra? Is that praise or an insult? There were many titles that Cirrus have read when he walked by some level-up paper put up by the guild or word of mouth. They were either pretty cool, which was very rarely and reserved for the strongest familias. Then there was the very, very, cringe, I'm 14 and this is deep kind of cringe. One day you will have a title as amazing as mine, Clang. Well. I guess so. I mean, what weapon do you use? Wait, a second. Clang. She quickly worked faster, hammering at the weapon before putting it into cool off. She got up and walked to the wall of weapons and picked up the spear. This is my weapon of choice. Ooh. You use the spear. You sound excited? Did you want to learn how to use a spear? I did, but I went with the sword, since it was an easier weapon for me to use. I see, then I shall teach you how to use the spear down in the dungeon. She said with a slight smile. Then where do you want to meet up tomorrow? Meet me back here. I still have my quota to make. Quota? Yes, Lady Hephaestus makes all of her smiths make stuff and sell them at Babel. Was that why this short sword you made so cheap? Mostly yes, I made it with cheap material and gave little thought to the price, still I wish you at least make yourself a better weapon. I bought it. It's mine. Besides, it'll be a waste to not use a weapon to its fullest. Humph, she looked a bit peeved. Cirrus leaves the shop and returns home. The next day, he returns to the shop. Knock, knock. Eupheme, I'm here. Cirrus says, entering the shop. I'll be down in a second. She said. Cirrus waited downstairs, checking his gear once more, his mix of leather and metal armor pieces in good condition. Hey, a shield? Maybe I should invest in learning how to use it. He picks it up but finds it uncomfortable to use and more restrictive. He puts it back on the wall. Guess no shield. After a bit, Eupheme came down in light armor and a headpiece holding her now clean hair and a four-edged pointed spear. Now shall we proceed? She said as she gets a large supporter's bag. Down in the dungeon, they went down to the 9th floor and finished exploring it before heading down to the 10th. The 10th floor is similar in structure to the previous 2 floors except it's filled with mist, making it hard to see. Euphemia helped Cirrus traverse the floor greatly. So have you gotten used to traversing this floor? Eupheme asked. A bit. This spear is pretty good. Maybe I should carry one with me. I can make you one, of course. I will take some of these as down payments. She said, picking up the magic stones she got from killing monsters. I know, but this floor, doesn't it seem a bit creepy? What do you mean? I mean, you can get away pretty easy. That is true, we should leave for today, shall we explore more tomorrow? Yeah. As they were leaving back to the surface, they met the Loki familia coming down from the 9th floor. Oh, it's you again, Cirrus, Riveria said. Ah, Riveria right? You haven't come by recently. Cirrus said. I have been busy. She said. You know her, Cirrus? Eupheme asked. She's a customer of my aunt's magic store. Oh, well, I am Eupheme Lukos, a blacksmith of the Hephaestus familia and this one's guide. Oh, one of goddess Hephaestus's blacksmiths, hey, said a blonde Palom who was slightly taller than Cirrus. You are Findium, the captain, Eupheme said, surprised. I am sorry, but can you tell us if you saw or felt something was off? Well, Cirrus here felt that this floor was creepy. Finn looked at Cirrus. Yup, this mist doesn't sit well with me. A lot of stuff can happen in it, and we won't be able to see it. I see, well, we should be going. Everyone let's go. His familia began to move on. It was nice to meet you too. He then left with his familia. I'll be sure to come by again to Leno's shop, Riveria said, walking with them. Great work getting this far, kid, said a dwarf, slapping Cirrus on his back. As they all left, Cirrus and Eupheme continued to the surface. You don't think Evilus was on or below the floor we were on, right? Cirrus asked Eupheme. I do not know, but it is fortunate for us we did not meet them. They returned to the surface, and they turned in their magic stones and drops except for Eupheme, and returned to their own separate homes. Quest 7 Monster Parade. A couple of months have passed, and Cirrus has been an adventure for 7 months now. He has steadily built his experience up with his traversal with Eupheme into the dungeon. He has even expanded his repertoire with the use of a spear. When Cirrus commissioned a spear from Eupheme, she was surprised by what he requested. What's with this design? She said, looking at an odd blueprint of a spear. It's a spear that you can take apart, so it doesn't have to take up space when you are traversing the dungeon. I can see that, but what of these other blueprints? Oh, those I thought of some ideas for weapons and thought you would have fun trying to make them. Do you not like them? No, it's hard to wrap my head around how some things will work is all, but... Her face made a grin. A smith who doesn't like a challenge isn't a noteworthy smith, to begin with. Cirrus has also improved his status further to ranks Aranos and Fels didn't think possible. Cirrus Zephyr. LV1. Strength, S998. SSS1130 Endurance, S975. SS1080. Dexterity, SS1099. X1205 Agility, SSS1143. X1240. Magic, S905. SS1010. Double and even triple S rank abilities, even an ability in X, to think there were even possible, Aranos said. Then there must be even higher ranks, right, said Cirrus. That is a highly likely guess. Cirrus, you can easily go up a level if you wish. You simply need to do a grand feat. Fels said. No, not right now. I wish to see how far my abilities can grow when I'm a level 1. So long as you are careful, even if your abilities make you into a level 2, there are still monsters that can easily kill you and even people, Fels said. Speaking of which, how are things with Evilus? Cirrus asked. The guild along with the Loki and Freya Familia are working to weaken them, Aranos said. I am sorry I am still not of use to you, Lord Aranos. It is fine. You are building up your strength. Should we require your help, we shall ask, Aranos said in a calm tone of voice. In the months Cirrus kept his ear to the ground and heard bits and pieces of the group's activities, but that was all. He still hasn't told Eupheme that he goes into the dungeon on his own. It's mostly to improve his skills and experience gained from these unfavorable encounters. Down in the dungeon's 12th floor, 2 weeks after having his status updated. Ha. Fuck, I'm tired, Cirrus said after going through a few orcs, imps, and hard armoreds, a species that resemble an armadillo. I'm getting better at switching between weapons, but the speed I use to assemble the spear needs to be faster. He swings his spear to get rid of the blood as well as his sword, he then takes out a cloth and cleans them before sheathing them. He goes to the stairway leading up to the floor and rested by it. I should buy more from those stalls. These Jagamericans are delicious. As he rested, he could hear the sounds of several clangs off in the mist. Well, I'm not smelling any iron in the... A large roar filled the floor as many adventurers began to run back up to the 11th floor. Hey, what's happening? Cirrus shouted at one of the adventurers. Some asshole riled up all the monsters and made a monster parade. They are coming. Get out while you can, kid, he said, running away. Cirrus looks out into the mist, and a thought occurred to him. Would this not count as a grand feat? Let's get started. He said with a smile on his face. He got into a sprinting form and kicked off, rushing into the mist, listening to the sounds of adventures. Faster. More. Exosia, Adorn, Serenian. A white hide like bandage covered his body's limbs and granted him a deer mask with golden antlers with a white Hago Romo giving it a divine-like appearance. The moment he used his magic, and it enveloped him, he ran faster than any arrow shot. The speed at which Cirrus ran caused the mist to be blown away by the speed, making a clear path within the mist. I see them. Cirrus throws his bag onto a nearby tree and draws his blade. With the momentum, he quickly decapitates the silverback's head using the speed to help cut it off. Go. Run, he shouted at the adventurers. All right, they followed the path he made from the stairways up and ran to get help. Now, let's see if this is enough of a grand feat. A ball of fire came at him, but Cirrus quickly moved to see the head of an infant dragon in the back of the 3 silverbacks, 9 orcs, and 6 imps. TCH. Cirrus weaved his way through the monsters, cutting their tendons as best as he could before reaching the infant dragon. He slid under with the speed and with all of his strength impaled it, cutting the bottom of its stomach until Cirrus heard a ding, the sound of a magic stone. Hey! He stabbed further, breaking the magic stone, causing the infant dragon to explode into ash. As the dragon disappeared, 3 silverbacks were coming down at Cirrus. Shit! He tossed his blade into an orc's bulging stomach and took out his spear. It was a 3-section spear, and it all came together with a single snap. With the speed he moved in his pivot, he cut deep into the 3 silverback fists, causing them to back off a bit in midair to wince in pain. Seeing this opportunity, he quickly stabbed one in the eyes and turned his spear, destroying its brain. Cirrus then removed the spear and saw that the silverback to his left had gone in for a left punch. Cirrus used his spear to block it, causing him to be sent back into the silverback to his right. Cirrus turned the spear around, so the point is facing him, and as he approached the monster, he plunged his spear from under his pits into the silverback's chest. Ding! A slight ding reverberated through the spear and Cirrus used a bit more strength to plunge it further and the beast turned to ash instantly, like the infant dragon. Tough fucker. Several other monsters swarmed Cirrus, but he simply started to swing his spear like a baton and cut his way to the weakened silverback when his spear is stopped in the stomach of an orc. You pig fuck. He then used the antlers on his head and stabbed and impaled them into the monster. And with great force and strength, using its body as a shield, runs through the other monsters before undoing the magic and he grabs his spear. Using the speed at which he threw the orc with his antlers, it crashed into the other monsters as well as unsticking his spear. Shit, I should have finished more, but hey, what can I do? He turned the spear back into 3 sections tied together with a chain and swung it around, cutting deeply into their heads before finding the orc in the pile that had his sword and throwing it once more into the weakened silverback's eye. Oh oh oh. Oh oh oh. It cried out. Cirrus sliced the last orc's legs, causing it to stumble down and with his body. Cirrus used it as a platform and turned his 3-sectioned spear back into a spear and used the butt end of the spear to dig the sword further, causing the silverback to fall back. HAAA. Ha. Tired from the fight, Cirrus walks towards the silverback and picks up his spear. He then impales it in its chest, turning its body to ash and picking up his sword. He swings it again to clean the blood before turning to the orc he used as a platform. He slowly walked over and with a stab, he impaled the orc from the back, destroying its magic stone and causing it to turn to ash as well. He looked around to find there were no more monsters. He had culled them while he was swinging his spear around. Fucking finally! He walks to his bag slowly and sits down next to it, getting a magic potion he got from Lenoa and chugging it down. Gah, tastes rancid as ever. Well, look at that. I didn't think this monster parade would be dealt with so fast. Another voice echoed through the misty floor. Quest 8 Evilus. Cirrus quickly got his bag and threw it away and hid behind one of the trees as he heard a voice. Tell me, adventurer, are you Finn? Or any of those aligned with those so-called good gods? Shit, is he with Evilus? He has to be if they caused the monster parade. I know you are there. You couldn't have gone far. He smashed a tree in anger. Fuck. Cirrus was panicking, his hands were shaking, he focused on the voice and if there was anyone else. I can only hear his footsteps. He's heavy, fuck, what level is he? Cirrus slowly draws his sword and, much like how he built his resolve when first exploring the first floor, he did so once again. This time, it was to kill another human. It's fine, he's a criminal. I'm sure he's killed many more, he killed people with that monster parade, he isn't a good person. Cirrus quietly muttered to himself, his hands gripping the handle of the sword tightly. He takes another deep breath and mutters. Exosia, adorn, Serenian, ... As he rushed out, the magic adorned him, covering his face as he rushed at the person with his sword drawn. Cling! Cling! The sound of metal clashing resonated around the area, the man stopped the attack with a massive great sword. Well! Look what we have here! A quick little bastard! With great strength, he flung Cirrus high into the air. Whoosh! Whoosh! Cirrus looks at his sword to find it slightly chipped. Below him, he could see the man's great sword. The sheer size of it makes it easy to tell as it shifts the movement of the mist so much. Cirrus stops going up and falls back to the ground. He takes out his spear and as he's falling, he spots a tree branch and uses it to change his fall as he could see the man swing his massive sword, clearing the area away of mist. Clever little dear, aren't you? He said. Now that the mist had cleared away, Cirrus could see him. A robust man with muscles that can be easily seen even under his clothes with a bald head, he is wearing plated armor in bits and pieces to not be heavy. Nice gear you have. He then readied his great sword again. I'll be sure to give it to Lady Electo. He then rushed towards Cirrus with an overhead swing. Cirrus stepped to the side as the great sword cleaved into the ground. Clunk! Cirrus quickly stabbed his leg, and he immediately grabbed the sword. Quick little shit! Cirrus punched the sword with the palm of his hand, pushing it further, cutting the man's hand before getting some distance. Ah! That fucking hurts! He removed the sword and snapped it. Kirik! Fuck! Ha ha ha! Now, what are you gonna do, you fucking palom? He raises his great sword again and charges at Cirrus, this time with a fast horizontal swing. Cirrus sees this from the corner of his eye and jumps all the while spinning his body to take out his spear, while in its 3-section state he quickly spins the section with the point and cuts him twice on his right arm before getting back some space. Gah! Fuck! What kind of weapon is that? He shouted. It's none of your fucking concern, you bald evil as fuck. Cirrus came at him this time, moving around him in a circle, confusing him. Quit running around, you annoying level 2. He swings his blade once more, but to no avail. Seeing this opening, Sirius cut him several more times and even a few more at the back of his legs before regaining more distance and returning to circle him. You annoying bastard! He swung again in anger and once again he was punished with more cuts. Do you know who the fuck I am? I am Briareus. 100 strength. I will not be humiliated. Well, sucks for you, Sirius said above him. Because you're a fucking clown. He swings again with the momentum of his swing to cut deeply into his left eye. Gray. You fucker. I bounded by reason, break my shackle, ... Realizing that he's using magic, Sirius went in again trying to cause an ignis fatuus. Seeing Sirius coming at him, Briareus impaled his great sword into the ground and tucked his most vulnerable organ inside, leaving only the mass of dense muscle to protect him. So fucking annoying. He quickly ran as fast as he could and aimed for his Achilles tendon. The cut was enough for him to fall to his knees, screaming in pain. Boom. Which resulted in an ignis fatuus. Sirius quickly made his spear into a single form and swung it until he held it like a cue stick in billiards aimed directly at his eye. Rushing in at full speed, Sirius impales the spear into his eye. His scream filled the area again before Sirius held the stick and pushed it to the side like a heavy lever that the gears are stuck. You little shit! Thud. His punch devastated Sirius. Had he punched anywhere in his torso his food would have been on Briareus. Gah! He felt his neck nearly break as he rolled onto the ground from the punch. As the sensation of small ants began to crawl up his body, adrenaline flooded his body, his mind couldn't allow him to die like that. Sirius was lucky that had Briareus been in a better position, he would have knocked Sirius's head off. Huff. Huff. Sirius was gasping for air as the attack shook him to his core. He was quickly trying to get his footing again as the pain began to slowly fade away. Come here, you little fuck. Briareus reached his hand and grabbed Sirius. Shit. He grabbed him by his leg and slammed him to the ground. Thud rumble. Gah. Breaking some of his mask off. Ha ha ha. Not so tough, you fucking rat. He let go of his food and walked over, turned him over with his foot and sat on him with his fists clenched. Sirius looks up to see his spear lodged in his eye, broken with only the blade still in. Get off me! Sirius struggled as he shouted. Fuck no! He grinned gleefully. I'm going to enjoy smashing your face in. Sirius saw his right arm retracted. He knew where they were gonna swing from, how his arm was positioned. Sirius readied himself as he came in. Swish! His fist came in as it did. Sirius turned his head to take the blow, but he grazed Sirius, chipping his mask. Both were surprised by this. Sirius took full advantage and punched his right elbow, making him get close enough for him to grab the spear's blade. Die! Sirius shouted as he ripped out the blade and stabbed him in the side of his neck, nicking an artery. Kook! Briareus's eyes widen as Sirius slices down to his thyroid. Spurt! Spurt! Blood bathed Sirius into his mask and his face. He watched as life quickly left this brute of a man and he goes limp, pinning Sirius to the ground. Huff! Huff! Grunt! Sirius slowly pushed him off him and lay on the ground, steady as a surgeon's hand. His mind, however, was racing, his senses on high alert for anything. I need to move. He got up and walked slowly to his wrists, feeling his pulse. Nothing. Sirius quickly went to grab his stuff and bail when he heard some footsteps approaching. He quickly took his spear and picked up the handle of his broken short sword. He ran a full sprint to his bag. Move. 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 You killed someone, you need to move. His thoughts immediately were that of a modern man, fear of the cops, the law bearing down on him. I need. Tap. A faint footstep on grass. His senses were heightened the experience. He turned to see a woman with orange hair before mist covered both his and her appearance. I need to run. I can't fight another member of Evil Us. With all of his speed, he quickly rushed to the 11th floor and then to the next as fast as he could until his magic almost reached a mind down. With all of his speed, he was only able to reach the 9th floor, taking the shortest path and dodging all the monsters he encountered as best as he could. Huff. 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 Keep moving. He slowly walked, carefully avoiding any sounds. He reached into his bag and pulled another magic potion out and chugged it. 3 hours later, back on the surface. After arriving back on the surface, Sirius used his bag to cover the blood. He went into an alley where no one was looking as quickly as possible and went further deeper into a dead end. He pressed some stones and a secret passage opened up. He entered and quickly closed it behind him. He dropped his bag and lay down. Huff. 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 He was breathing heavily, and exhaustion was setting in as his adrenaline wore off. The pain in his body was beginning to sting more and more. He raised his hands to find them shaking uncontrollably. He then saw a splash of blood on his palms and realized what he had done. He had taken a human life for the first time. Details of the event rushed to him, and a nauseating feeling rose in him. Barf. He vomited heavily, so much so that he turned and got on all fours as the vomit violently came out of him like Coke and Mentos. He remembered the look in his eye as he jammed his spear in. The sound and feel of it all are seared into his mind. He struggled to try and live, and right in the middle, it just ended. It didn't feel real, none of it felt real. His heart was beating faster than he had ever felt it beat before. Ba bum. 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 The pain went away again, and his body wished to vomit again, but he had nothing else left to vomit. Fuck, fuck, fuck. He slowly leaned against the wall and sat down. He shakily takes out his broken spear and looks at it. The stains of dried blood remain on it. Fuck. Fuck. He said quietly as his eyes began to water, remembering the face of the man he killed as he desperately tried to wipe the blood off. He had never killed a man. He never thought this was how he would react. He felt a sense of conflicting guilt in his heart. He knew he was going to kill him if he didn't fight back, but it didn't make taking life any easier. Despite Cirrus being reincarnated and possessing an adult mind, his body and brain are still that of a child. In that dark, dimly lit passage, Cirrus cried like a child for the first time since he could remember the face of the mother that abandoned him. Cirrus wished for a life that would not feel meaningless, but one of the amazing feats of. Tragically, in order to accomplish amazing feats, one must first experience loss. The future he predicts is approaching, and the darkest era of Orario is on the horizon, and losing innocence is the least of the horrors that await. Quest 9 Level Up. After a while of sitting in the dark, Fels found him. Listening to many adventures with their familiar he was able to find him next to a pool of vomit with puffy eyes from his crying. They touched him to find he was asleep. Oh. They pick him gently. They touch his forehead to find he is fine. Cirrus. They hold him tightly. Fels then quickly left. They picked him up and carried him back home, leaving behind his spear. They brought him back home. So how's the kid doing, Fels-sama? Lenoa said. He is fine. He used a lot of magic and he's exhausted, so a good night's rest will do well for him. What do you think happened to him? He's tougher than a majority of adventurers in this city. I do not know, but I will look into it. When he wakes, tell him to meet with his god. Will do. Fels leaves the room and disappears into the darkness. Lenoa gets a chair and sits next to Cirrus. She touches his forehead and finds it a bit warm. Stupid kid, you should have been more careful. The next day at noon, Cirrus opened his eyes. He sits up and finds himself back in his room. Was it Fels? It's most likely them. He sees his bag in the corner and that he has a new set of clean clothes. Fuck. He gets up and puts his shoes back on, but finds them to be wrecked. The bottom of the shoes was all worn down and he can stick his feet through the bottom. Shit. He finds a pair of slippers and puts them on. He heads down when he heard a familiar voice. So you up, hey, sleepyhead? Yeah. As he moves the curtain and sees Lenoa, he sees that she's angry. So, anything to tell me? Yes, can I tell you at dinner? I, have to sort things out. Sure, but if you don't, I will make you tell me. I know you will. Good, Fels told me to tell you to go meet your god. Lenoa then resumed reading her magic book. All right. Cirrus goes into the kitchen and gets a fresh drink of water and some bread. He then left through the back and made his way through the dark alleys and opened up another secret passage. After a while, Cirrus finds himself in Auranos' room of prayer. Hello Lord Auranos. Cirrus, Fels has informed me of where they found you. Do you wish to inform me of what transpired? Yes. Cirrus sits down, crossing his legs. I was exploring the 12th floor and improving my skills with the sword and spear. When I was resting by the stairway to the 11th floor, I heard some swords clashing and soon a monster parade came about. Several adventurers quickly left the floor but I decided to make this my grand feat. And that resulted in you passing out in the secret passage. No, that came from what happened after I cleared the parade. After I was done, I rested by a tree, recovering my magic with a potion. When another person came, I quickly hid, but then he yelled out if I was Finn. Auranos' eyes slightly widened. Evil us. That is what I thought as well. As I waited, he got angrier and started to smash a tree in anger and so I used my magic and fought him. With my speed he had assumed I was a level 2 and that he could easily crush me, but I was still faster. He wasn't able to get any hits in because of my frame, but he was able to break my sword. Did you get a name? Yes, his name was Briareus, and his title was 100 Strength. He was a child of Alecto. We will find him and his goddess as quickly as. You will find Briareus on the 12th floor. Cirrus, did you? Lord Auranos, before I even fought him. I made a resolve just like when I first explored the first floor and killed my first monster. It was a hard thing for me, but in the end, it was a monster that wanted to kill me when I could have easily left, and the monster would do no real harm. In this case, I also could have left, but then I would leave a monster that will go on to do more pass parades and kill more. Even before I stepped in, the death of some adventurers was already on his hands and possibly even more. Cirrus holds out his hands to show the shaking. I said when you granted me your fauna that the time ahead will be turbulent, and seeing as evil us is growing in power the longer they remain active, I threw my chip in to fight against them. Losing one's innocence is a small price to pay. Cirrus's voice cracked a bit, saying those last words. Then we must work to make sure no other children lose theirs, Aranos said in a booming voice. Come, let us update your status. Cirrus takes out a piece of paper and hands it to Aranos as he shows his back to him, and he updates his status. Aranos bites his index finger and drops it on Cirrus's back, updating his status. You have vastly improved, you may also level up. What's the rank? Aranos told him the ranks of his abilities. Cirrus Zephyr. LV1. Strength, SSS 1130. X1201 Endurance, SS 1080. XX 1305. Dexterity, X1205. XXX 1470 Agility, X1240. Y1500. Magic, SS 1010. X1265. That much, hey, maybe I could have gone further, but, for now, that will be enough. You have immunity, Hunter and Mage. You may take your time in. I choose Mage. Are you sure Hunter can only be gained at level 2, and it will help you greatly in the dungeon? I know, but, what saved me was my magic, so I wish to improve and make it more efficient. So be it. A few seconds pass and he puts the paper on Cirrus's back and hands it to him. You gained a new skill, Cirrus. Cirrus reads the paper and is surprised by the skill. Cirrus Zephyr. LV2. Strength, I0 Endurance, I0. Dexterity, I0 Agility, I0. Magic, I0 Mage, I. Diacrisomelos. Super short chant. Enchant type. Anthos Adonis. Increases speed of growth. When on the border of life and death, all parameters will drastically increase. Leonemius. Increases user's stamina and strength. Passive. Grants the user the development abilities Strong Body, Strong Defense. The strength of the effect is proportional to the user's level. Only activated when using Diacrisomelos. Well, what a useful skill. Seems you wanted a stronger body. And heart. Thought Cirrus. Well, I'm sure this will come in handy. I'll be going back home, Lord Aranos, Cirrus said, putting his shirt down and burning the paper. Cirrus. He spoke up a bit. You are but a boy. Thou the blood on your hands is something you won't lose, all you can choose is whose. Remember that. Know that you have put a stop to further innocent deaths. Cirrus takes some solace in his words. I'll try to keep that in mind. I will inform Fels when they return. Thank you. Cirrus leaves through a secret passage, leaving Aranos alone in his solitary room. A handful of minutes pass. Fels, you can come out. From the darkness, Fels emerged. The guild has received word that they found Briareus on the 12th floor. Lydia of the Hermes Familia found him and spotted a palom with a deer mask that has golden antlers. What do we do? Get Hermes to meet me. Do you wish to ally yourself with Lord Hermes, my lord? He has only served Zeus and only him for. I know, but for this city, I am sure he is more than willing to lend his aid both in the shadows and in the light, and since Cirrus has leveled up, he should get a title. As you wish, Lord Aranos. As Fels leaves, Aranos thinks to himself. Cirrus. I'm sorry you are forced to grow up so quickly. I'm sorry you must kill your fellow man. A solemn expression fell on his face that no one but the darkness and torchlight would see. Still the modern man that was reincarnated has slowly begun to die, and they slowly and eventually will no longer see themselves as a foreigner in this world but one of its people. After returning home, he starts work on dinner. Cirrus told Lenoa what happened and even his level up. She made an expression Cirrus didn't think was possible, aside from her usual calm and smug grin. She didn't pry any further and simply congratulated him on his level up. That day, Cirrus had a hard night falling asleep. Quest 10 Hermes. The next day, Cirrus gets up and gets dressed. He then gets a dagger and places it behind his back and gets his bag, and leaves to meet with Eupheme. When he was getting ready, he found his spear cleaned up, leaning against the wall. He looked at it for a bit before placing it in the bag and leaving. Another new day. When he arrived at Eupheme's workshop and showed her the sword and the spear, she quickly asked what happened. Cirrus only said he ran into some trouble down in the dungeon and had to fight his way out. Eupheme could see he didn't really wish to talk about it and left it at that. Seeing this as a good opportunity, she told him she would make him even better gear and weapons. Cirrus was obliged to help her in this, which she accepted as it was a way to lower the price and to see how he is doing. Down in the secret passages under Orario. So, is there a particular reason Auranos has asked for me? Cirrus said as he and Fels traversed the passage. There is, it's in due part to you leveling up. Oh. I thought it was about how fast I did it. No, given that it's because of a skill that increases your growth, it would be odder if it took you so long. I see. They reached the room of prayer, and Cirrus knelt. Lord Auranos, Cirrus said. Cirrus, I have called you here to inform you of some helpers of this cause of ridding Orario of Evilus. Helpers? Cirrus said, confused. Hello, hello. A voice came down the set of stairs leading up to the guild. A man with orange hair and eyes with a feathered hat came down. His divinity was as orange as his hair. Cirrus immediately dons his armor. Serenian. Whoa. Whoa. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Hermes. The god of commerce and many more things. He removed his feathered hat and placed it over his heart, bowing while extending his hand to greet Cirrus. It is nice to meet you, Lord Hermes. It's nice to meet the golden deer. Golden deer. Yes, that is what my child described to you when you left so quickly. Ah, so that was your child. I'm sorry I left. I didn't know if he had more guys around, so I left as quickly as I could. Very smart. Auranos, I'm surprised you gave your Falna to this bright kid. For the time ahead, more hands were needed. I recommend you don't trivialize him because he is only 7 years of age. He has already achieved level 2 in 6 months. S6. Hermes said, surprised, looking at Cirrus. It's nice to be working with you, sir. Cirrus extended his hand again. My name is Zephyr, the child of Auranos and the foolish sage, Fels. A grin appears on his face. Let this partnership be prosperous and beneficial. Ha 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 ha. Hermes laughed out loud as he shook Cirrus's hand. I can say the same thing. Soon after this Cirrus had to leave, as he still needed to help Eupheme out, Hermes remained down in the room. So that was your child in over 1,000 years. I can see a lot of potential in him. Hermes said. I will take care of him as best as I can, but what shall I do about his level up? Keep it to yourself for now. When he turns 8 in a couple of months from now, report it to the guild officials, Lord Hermes. Said Fels. Will do. He then took his leave. Oh, make sure you tell him to come by my familia's home to keep up appearances. I shall inform him. Walking through the streets of Orario, an orange-haired woman quickly goes to Hermes. Is your business done, sir? It is. We got an unofficial member in our familia, Lydia. He said with a nonchalant smile. Who is it? It's that golden deer you saw down in the dungeon. Turns out he's a human and a very special one that. Had. I can't wait to see. Wait, he is going with us in the dungeon, right? Mostly, but who knows, from what I've seen of him in person he's likely going to continue going in alone every now and again, but he is going to help in calling out Evilus. A large grin appeared on Lydia's face. Good. Maybe this time I can get one of them alive to get some answers. Oh, do you also want to get a drink? You read my mind, Lydia. The two went to a bar and drank until their familia came and got them. Quest 11 Evil Gathering. A few months later, in a renovated warehouse in the southeastern section of the city, several gods gathered together. So shall we begin this first Congress of Evil after the desolation of Zeus and Hera? Shouted Alecto, a goddess with hair as dark as ink and golden eyes. Here. Here, said the other evil gods. Now, the first order of business, Kakia, how goes the pleasure district? Doing fine. I just got myself more slaves from the east. As well as some more elves. Said Kakia, a rather plump goddess with red hair and eyes. I'll be sure to come by and satiate my thirst, Kakia, said Vritra with long golden hair and tan skin in black snakeskin attire, along with various tattoos on the androgynous-looking god. And you, Chernobog? Asked Alecto. I have more pressing issues to deal with than that damn Loki and her familia. Said Chernobog, a sturdy-looking man with white hair and bare with red eyes like freshly spilled blood. His clothes were that of a working man off work with a plain white shirt with brown pants held up by suspenders. They have been rather active these months. It seems they truly wish to fill the gap Zeus and Hera left after so long. Rudra, a god with hair as dark as night, kept it in a braid to keep it from touching the floor and had cold blue eyes. Freya's familia has also been giving us trouble. Tisk, said Apate, a goddess with silver hair kept in a braided bun and eyes. Her clothes were a white dress covered by a black cloak with gold decorating it. That damn lustful wench. If she didn't have that damn boar. It is fortunate for us that Knight of Knights of the Poseidon Familia is still in Melon, said Erebus, a man with black hair, 2 cadet grey locks, and grey eyes. Erebus, what is our first step to bring about more chaos, said Alecto. I heard word that one of my children was killed on the 12th floor by a palom with a mask of a deer that has golden antlers. Many of my children wish for their deaths. Ah yes. 100 strength. He was one of your strongest? No. Erebus said. Then this is a new person who is a rather powerful person who we need to keep an eye on. By that, you mean we'll deal with it while you sit back and watch, right? Chernobog said, glaring at Erebus. He is observing, said Thanatos. A clever god knows when to strike. What you say, you little toothpick? Chernobog shouted. If I'm not mistaken, you only have 30 children in your familia. All of which can be crushed into the ground by Rolf. If only you had a bright child in your familia, said Apate. TCH. Only the strong and brave are allowed in my familia, you snake. Now, said Kaikia. Let us all calm down a bit, all right. Many of the gods kept their words at bay, and they all sat back down. Say, Alecto, why was your child down on the 12th floor? Asked Vritra. From what is said in the city, he was causing monster parades. Phew, that is a plan me and Alecto are working on, said Apate. Though her child's death was an unfortunate result. So what was it? Does it have to do with riling up the monsters, said Thanatos. Yes, my child was only supposed to get them all in a frenzy and simply run, but it seems he got a bit too bloodthirsty and ended up dying, Alecto said. Well, how about we make it easier for you, said Chernobog. If we cause more trouble, then it'll be easier to make a large monster parade, he shouted. Hey, that's not a bad idea. Apate said. But, we need to really stretch their numbers thin. Right now, they have too much in numbers. Then shall we expand our operations to other cities with weaker familias? That would bolster our numbers and influence. Said Loviater, a goddess with green hair and black eyes with a rather sickly pale skin that only pops with her black attire that hides her shape. Like, say, Santorio Vega, Ethiopia, Zolingen, and Varga. Have you done research into this? Hey, Loviater, said Apate. You usually sit with your children, making poisons and whatnot. I am doing what I am best at, as are my children. Sending them into battle like the rest of you will result in nothing but death for us, so assisting you all with our poisons is the best we can offer, and this is the plan that I and my children spent time and resources on, gathering information on the familia in their respective cities. Count me in, Loviater, said Vritra. It'll be fun to take over some weak familia's city and run it. I as well, said Chernobog. I would like to give my children more experience. Then you two shall work on expanding our reach into other countries and cities. Said Alecto. The rest of us will do what we can to weaken Freya and Loki. Then it would seem this meeting is adjourned, Rudra said, getting up. Many other gods got up and left through different entrances, with their captains quickly coming to their sides. These were the first steps to their growth in Gekai, their influence reaching so far even into the guild. The era of darkness is vastly approaching. Quest 12 Change in the air. 4 months after Evilus had their meeting, crime increased from big to petty. Huff. Fuck. A couple of men were running through a dark alley in the western section of the city. Shit man. Whitehide is on our ass, said one man. They kept running, reaching an abandoned section of the city and resting in a desolate building. Why you think we lost him? Don't know, but we got these magic swords so we can. Impressive, said a voice behind them. Before they could make a move, Cirrus quickly threw 2 straight punches into the men's stomachs. Gyawa. They both fell to the ground, gasping for air. They looked to see a person about the size of a palom with his golden antlers and white attire. Sorry, but you have some questions. We need to be answered. He gave them 2 strong kicks to their chins, knocking them out. Ha! Maybe we can find some leads. I hope these 2 are in a familia. He picked them up and ran. Running quickly on the city's rooftops, many could see a small person with brown hair with wind flowing through his hair, a white mask, and golden antlers running through like a fresh breeze with some criminals on their backs. Many don't know who he is, even the guild did not know who they were, only that the person was either a high-level palom or a new rising adventurer. Many decided to simply call him the Whitehide since his mask resembled that of a deer. Back at the Hermes Familia's home. I have 2 more. They stole some magic swords from one of Hephaestus's shops, Cirrus said as his magic disappeared, leaving only his mask to remain. He hands the 2 thieves to the Hermes Familia. Oh! What luck! We nabbed ourselves some as well, Zephyr, said Lydia. Now. She then looked at them with an intense glare. Well, you know where to find me. Cirrus takes his leave and goes into a dark alley near the Familia home, disappearing quickly into the shadows. He's gone already, said Hermes, walking in. Yup, he got us some more mouths. Lydia then slapped the guy's head, waking them back up. Where am I? Huh? Let me go. Shit, it's Autolycus of the Hermes Familia. Lord Hermes, I'll be sure to give you a report when we're done, and I expect some good drinks when I come back. Will do. She then dragged the men down into the Familia's basement, where no one could hear their voices. Back in Leno's shop, Cirrus arrives from the back, and his mask evaporates into the air as he opens the back door. Ha, home at last. Creak. On to Len. I'm back. Hi, she laughed. Welcome back. Were there many today? Somewhat, most of them were petty thieves, but I found some that stole magic swords. How bold of them. I wonder why no one comes here. Probably because it is tucked away in a dark corner, besides its good security. Cirrus sits down and eats the leftovers from yesterday. You have been watching over this area, so many must avoid this place. Maybe. Are you going into the dungeon today? I am. Eupheme wanted to get more material. Very well. Take a bath before you leave. I can smell the urine from those thieves you stopped. What? Sniff. Sniff. Ah, fuck you can. After washing up, Cirrus gets everything set and leaves for the dungeon. Sorry, I'm late, Eupheme. Cirrus met her in front of Babel. No worries. She then turned her gaze over the many adventures at the plaza. Tell me, Cirrus, has the city always been this, off? Cirrus looked out, and he could see it as well. The look of uncertainty in the adventurer's eyes showed that many were level 1 and didn't dare enter the dungeon unless they knew a strong familia was near their floor. The scent of iron lingered in the air as, from afar, one could hear the screams of people getting robbed. Let's hurry and get this finished, Cirrus said. Right. As they were going down the dungeon, Cirrus met some familiar people. Ah, Cirrus, said Kushida. Cirrus, said Ai. The rest of their familia nodded their heads. Hello again, this is my party member and blacksmith Eupheme. She said, nodding her head. Cirrus, I'm here to fight some monsters, she said, patting her short sword. That's good. Have you guys been teaching her how to use a sword? Cirrus asked her familia. Lord Susano has been teaching her. Yeah, so you wanna party up with us? Ai said. Cirrus looked at Eupheme, and she nodded. Cirrus looked at Kushida, and she did as well. Sure thing, the dungeon has been getting more dangerous as of late, so being in a group is safer. Her face lit up in joy. Many adventurers who saw the excitement on her face going down the stairs to the dungeon felt a warmth in their hearts. Quest 13 Business Expansion. In the dungeon. HAAA. Swish. GI. Gain. I did it. Ai shouted after killing a goblin on her own. Keep focus, shouted Kushida. Until we are in a safe area, do not celebrate. Alright. They continued to watch as they go further down. Ai fought more and more monsters until she couldn't hold up her sword anymore. They went to the 13th floor and got the material Eupheme wanted and quickly returned to the surface. By the time they arrived, it was nighttime. We should hurry back, said Kushida. Miss, what about the magic stones, said one of the familia members. We can sell them tomorrow. It was nice to party with you, Cirrus, Eupheme. She gave a polite bow before leaving. Ai waved goodbye, and Cirrus left with Eupheme. You think they'll be customers? Eupheme said. Who knows, oh, this is where we part. Be careful, she said, walking back home. Cirrus walked westward and into an alley. He opened a secret passage and went in. Down in the room of prayer, Hermes has come to give information. So they expanded into other countries and cities, Aurano said. Yes, from what my child got from those low-ranking members, they did so 2 months ago, Hermes said as he brushes off his hat. This has gotten worse, Cirrus said. Did you get a word about which cities were targeted? Nothing, they knew nothing. He said. TCH. Lord Auranos, we must tell the Loki and Freya Familia of this. Since they infiltrated several cities and countries, we must be wary of every merchant that comes through the city gates. But to cover all of them is impossible at the moment, Fel said. Then we could work to find where they went. Said, Hermes. Auranos, may my familia travel to and from Orario to investigate. I will allow it, Cirrus. Can I ask of you to help in this endeavor as well? I can, but I have one request. And that is for me to fight the Goliath and level up. It shocked Hermes to hear this. Do you intend to fight the Goliath all on your own? I didn't think you reached the 17th floor so quickly. It took a while, but with how the Loki and Freya familias and your familia were able to keep Evilus mostly in check, I was able to go so far. I shall update your status and from there I shall see, Aranos said. Walking up the stairs, Cirrus removed his shirt to show his clean torso. Even the most veteran of adventurers have scars on their bodies, even more so for rookie adventurers. Hermes, at first sight of this adventurer, realized how amazing of a find Aranos found. He would even dare to say he found a hero from the age before gods descended upon the world. Cirrus Zephyr. LV2. Strength, S998. SSS1140 Endurance, X1210. XXX1400. Dexterity, XX1374. Y1511 Agility, XXX1470. YY1620. Magic, YY1660. YYY1730 Mage, I. Yes, they are more than enough, Aranos said, giving Cirrus the paper, and he quickly burns it. 3 days later. 16th floor of the dungeon. You sure wish to come, said Cirrus, looking at Hermes. Very much so. Besides, I have you and Fels to protect me. Hermes said in disguise. Cirrus, I will not interfere, but should you be in mortal danger then? If I'm in mortal danger, then let me face it, after all this is my choice to fight alone and having here is already enough to make sure I impress you, Cirrus said, giving Fels a smile as he walks into the room called the Big Wall of Grief. Say Fels, where did you find this kid? Lord Hermes, I found him abandoned, that is all I can say. I see. Hermes knew what Fels said was true, or at least half of it was. This piqued his curiosity even more. Well, let's see how the child Aranos gave his Falna to impress this god. Walking through the room, Cirrus turns to the marble wall, and he hears and feels a tremor. Thump. 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 Crack. From the wall, he could see grey skin with black-filled eyes. Its massive figure immediately intimidated Cirrus from a size standpoint. Cirrus takes out his spear and assembled it into a single piece. His grip was tight as he swung it around and got into a stance. A gold and white circle appears behind Cirrus like a halo with a ram's head in the center of complex magic inscriptions. Exousia, Adorn, Erymanthian, Dot. Quest 14 Cirrus and Goliath. As a gold and white circle appears behind Cirrus like a halo, a white shaggy and wild-looking hide came out of the magic circle enveloping Cirrus, forming a boar head on his left shoulder with tusks. As the hide settled, it turned from a pure white to a rather dirty brown and black coloration, giving it a rather unhygienic look to it as though Cirrus was dragged through the mud for days. Now let's see what you can do, said Hermes looking at Cirrus. As the Goliath emerged from the wall, Cirrus quickly threw his spear, barely impaling it enough for half of the point to be on its left shoulder. Groo-oo-oo-oo-oo. The Goliath bellowed in pain as it went in for a sweep with its right. Cirrus easily jumped over it and drew his sword and charged at the Goliath's legs. Groo-oo-oo-oo-oo-oo-oo-oo. It embedded its right foot into the stone ground and kicked up several chunks of earth at Cirrus. Shing! 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 Easily cutting through all the chunks, he catches something from his leftmost peripheral, a grey wall coming at him. Shit! Smack! Crash! The full blunt force sent Cirrus reeling back and crashing into the wall. Cirrus! Shouted Fels. Fels looked at the ground and saw 2 lines torn into the ground leading up to the spot Cirrus crashed. That stung like hell. A voice came from the smoke and rubble. As he walked through the smoke, they could see him injured with blood coming from his head with some dust on his shoulder. He got into a stance with his sword as the boar's head shifted and moved up to his head. He kicked off from the ground, charging with even more strength, and he jumped, jumping over 7 meters completely and reaching the Goliath's eye. He impaled it deep within its eye, and the Goliath turned its head upwards in pain. Go deeper. Smack. Pushing down on the sword using the flat of his foot, he brutally pushed it in, causing the Goliath to fall on its back. Cirrus quickly went and grabbed his spear and removed it from the Goliath's left shoulder and swung it again with greater force. Swish. Slash. Making a deep cut into its shoulder. Groo-oo-oo-oo-oo-oo-oo-oo. The Goliath bellowed again, slowly moving its left and right arm. Cirrus, seeing this, spun his spear with even more speed and force. With the centrifugal force, he swung it with great force, cutting the Goliath's hands. Groo-oo-oo-oo-oo-oo-oo-oo-oo-oo-oo-oo. Spurt. Shit. Blood burst from Cirrus's arms. The power he used was too much for his arms to handle properly. He quickly undid his magic and his magic circle appeared behind him again. Exousia, Adorn, Dot. From the shabby and wild-looking armor came a much more refined and elegant armor that covered him like a mantle with a ram hood coming over his head. The wounds on Cirrus began to heal immediately, as they did. Cirrus undid his magic once more, leaving him as when he first came into the dungeon. That magic, it borders on divine armor, Hermes said. Even with the mage development ability, it still drains a massive amount of magic, Fels said. His other variations are much better in magic efficiency. I still remember when he was testing it, he immediately fell flat on his face. Now they see him don his shabby armor once more and he once again swings down on the Goliath's chest and its body turned to ash, all that was left from it were some of its teeth. Cirrus stands there for a while before disengaging his armor again and walking towards Fels and Hermes. Alright, let's go. Cirrus Zephyr. LV2. Strength, SSS 1140. X1220 Endurance, XXX 1400. YY 1605. Dexterity, Y1511. 1547 Agility, YY 1620. 1680. Magic, YYY 1730. Z1800 Mage, I. Cirrus Zephyr. LV3. Strength, I0 Endurance, I0. Dexterity, I0 Agility, I0. Magic, I0 Mage, H. Immunity, I. Quest 15 outside Orario Melon. After leveling up from Auranos, Cirrus packed his stuff to travel outside of Orario. Seeing as he never had to leave the city before, he asked Hermes for some necessities since, from his past life's knowledge, Hermes is the god of travelers. What would you recommend, Lord Hermes? Cirrus asked. Well, you need to pack at least 3 sets of clothes, preferably something that can hide dirt and stains so no white. 6 pair of underwear, trust me you will thank me later. About 4 to 14k of valise for all around expenses, and some. Won't all of this bog us down with its weight? Like this sounds heavy to carry around. Well yes, if you and everyone in my familia didn't have a fauna. Heck, you can carry a good amount with ease. Still, what of the space? What you wanna mid-max you traveling? Hey. Guess the gods know what mid-maxing is, hey. Can you explain to me what mid-maxing is? Cirrus said to hide the fact he was from another world. Well, of course. Zeus said during one of his matches with Athena. I wonder what kind of games Zeus and Athena played. After everything was set, Cirrus went and informed Lenoa that he would be gone for a while. Meeting up at the Hermes Familia's home, they placed anything of importance to Loki's Familia, seeing as they would be gone and they couldn't afford to let any of their information slip into Evilus. Finn made sure of that. They, the Hermes Familia, decided to first head to Melon and inform the Poseidon and Njord Familia as that will be the first destination before truly heading out. So this us Melon hey? Cirrus said looking around the port town that is the closest settlement to Orario. The scent of fish was strong in the air. Why is the smell of fish so strong? I know it's a port town but still. I feel you. Lydia said. But you get used to it. Say, she turned and looked down at Cirrus. She was riding on a horse while he was walking besides her. Why aren't you on a horse? I don't know how to ride, I told Lord Hermes that he didn't tell you. Yet, probably forgot while he was drinking and hooking up with girls in the entrainment district. I would have invited you, Lydia. Hermes turned to look at the two. But it slipped my mind. Haha. He said smiling brightly without a care in the world. I'll hold you to it. Say, what do you say I teach you how to ride a horse? Really? Cirrus said surprised. Won't you be with Lord Hermes meeting Lord Poseidon? Nah, he can handle it. I know the old sailor and fisherman for years. Hermes assured him. I will be fine. Besides, even if you can run faster than a horse you can't match their stamina yet. Then I'll take you up on the offer. They rode a bit more into town before stopping at an inn that they would be staying. Hermes left to go meet Poseidon so the rest of the familia had free time until he returned. Just like what Lydia said, she was teaching Cirrus how to ride a horse. Easy now, she said. I am. Instead, you are the one making me nervous, Cirrus said with sweat dripping from him. Good. Now go around the block a few times slowly. All right, I'll be next to you. Slowly riding a horse through the fishing city of Melon with Lydia helping him, Cirrus was getting used to riding a horse. Clop. 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 The small little movements the horse makes and bumps on the road. That's it, slow and steady. Lydia instructed. Relax your grip, you are a bit tense. I'll try. This reminds me when I first started to learn how to drive a car. Returning to the inn, they spot Hermes and another god, one with hair like light green hair with tan skin and blue eyes with a rather athletic build that fit his long black coat. Next to this god was a man with light purple hair with tan skin with a Hawaiian shirt, yet they could see a few scars on his chest. Even with a scared face he was still handsome, if anything the scars added to it. Ah, there you are. Lydia. Zephyr. I like you to meet Poseidon and his captain Lance. Lydia helps Cirrus get off and they meet one of the gods who helps bring order to the world and his captain, one who matched blades with Zeus and Hera's Familia and the only level 7 still alive in the world. It is good to meet you, Autolycus, Lance said as he held out his hand with a rather high refinement that gave them the impression of an old noble wandering knight. Of course, they knew he was called Knight of Knights for a reason. It's nice to meet you too. Lydia nonchalantly shakes his hand with a big smile. And your little adventurer? What is your name? My name is Zephyr, but most in the city call me Whitehide. Bahahaha. Poseidon laughed out loud. I'm not Artemis or any good with land animals, but do they not know you're a boy? As far as they know from the ground, I might as well be a 400-foot tall minotaur with pink horns and silver wings. Ah, so you're an agile one, hey. Poseidon glanced Cirrus up and down. Do you wish to have a spar with Lance here? It'll be a good experience. I would accept the offer, but we are busy at the moment with a job, Cirrus says as he looks at Hermes. Hermes himself was sweating a bit. Ahem, so about that. We will stay here for a few days. Poseidon has some merchant friends coming in a few days, so we can find where some of Evelus has gone. So it seems you accept the spar. Poseidon said with a smile on his face. Fuck. Out on an open area near the docks, there was a crowd gathering to see Lance fight. Are you sure you do not wish to use a weapon or put on armor? Cirrus said. I am sure. Now show me how well they taught you, young adventure. He said with a gentle and warm smile. Cirrus could see around him how much they like and respect Lance. Even Cirrus didn't really fight him from how nice he seemed. So be it. Cirrus drew his sword and got into a stance, holding his sword as if he was going for a lunge. Lance quickly picked up that Cirrus knows how to swing a sword and slightly upped his defenses. His instincts told him to be wary. Impressive. That stance tells me you know what you're doing. But it's really rough, textbook rough. Lance thought. Thank you. Cirrus knew compared to him, his swordsmanship might as well be him playing around with a sharp and pointy stick. I'm glad my effort caught your eye now. A magic circle appeared behind Cirrus, which surprised everyone except for Hermes. Let's get this spar on a roll. Exosia, Adorn, Serenian. A level 2 mage. Lance said, surprised and shocked. As the armor enveloped Cirrus, Poseidon could see why they called him Whitehide. His mask looked like one, but its appearance made him think of a sacred animal. Lance! Poseidon shouted. Don't let your guard down. That is too late. At Lance's peripherals, he sees a white mask and golden antlers. Swiss. Well, you're faster than one would expect, Lance said as he caught Cirrus in mid-swing, grabbing it with his fingers. But are you really a level 2? He then flung Cirrus from his blade, and he regained his balance landing back on the ground. It was foolish to think I can end this so quickly, Cirrus says taking out his spear and assembling it into a single piece. It was I who didn't take you seriously, but now. He gets the short sword and gets into his own stance, holding upright with one arm. This feeling, it's like I'm facing a younger Althea, he even resembles a bit of her captain. The short sword in his hand seems like a dagger but too many. It looked like a long sword, even to Cirrus. That's how far he compared Lance's skills to himself. This was someone who truly mastered the blade, one who was given the title of Knight of Knights for a clear and obvious reason. Quest 16 Knight of Knights. The audience was on edge, waiting for one of them to make the first move when Hermes shouted. Fight on! Like the drop of a coin hitting the ground, Cirrus went first, quickly closing the distance right before Lance makes a simple slash making Cirrus jump back a bit. You're faster than a level 2, maybe even a speed of a high level 3. He's intuitive, far too good for me to do reckless shit, but maybe. Before Cirrus knew it was Lance who attacked next, his speed quickly closed the gap, and with a split second to react as Lance kicked him in his stomach, Cirrus reacted by jumping back as fast as he could. Disengage. Crash. Being sent flying through a home, Cirrus was regaining his breath and composure. Shit. Shit. That fucking hurts. He quickly got up and found a pot lid. If only I can parry like Link. He leaves it there and walked out. Walking out with the pot lid covering his face. It surprised many Cirrus could get back up. You're very durable as well. I don't know whether that's good or sad a child such as you experienced so much pain, Lance said. It's the first one, Exosia, Adorn, Erymanthian, ... Another set of armor wrapped around Cirrus as he charged at Lance again. Cirrus swung his spear again, using the centrifugal force that Lance found to be rather impressive, far more than Cirrus's swordsmanship. Wanting to see what he could do, Lance decided he would block the attack and got into a stance. I know this is just a spar, but what other chances could one get matching their strength and skill against one who could be said as this world's strongest mortal? A slight grin appeared on Cirrus as he got into a range of Lance. Block this! As he swung the spear once more, he placed his body weight into it, using even gravity to bolster the strike. As he swung it from the bottom, the muscles in Cirrus's body bulged as he swung with all of his might. Clang! Clang! The attack reverberated through the area and buildings, smoke covered it from the swing. As the smoke died down, they could see Cirrus's arms bleeding, barely holding his spear. When they looked at Lance, they found he was pushed back a considerable amount with only the handle of Sirius's sword remaining and a slight cut on his shoulder. Damn, it wasn't enough. Lance touched his wound and looked around. You did very well. If not for the quality of this blade, I would have a much bigger cut on me. He then picked up a stick and walked towards Sirius. Disengage, he jumped back, covering his face with his hand as the armor evaporated. Exosia, adorn, dot. As Sirius was equipping his armor, Lance, from a few feet away, simply swung the stick at Sirius and a sword slash struck him. Gah! Sending him flying even further through multiple buildings. Laying on the ground, Sirius's mind thought of one thing. Fuck, people like him must be terrifying when angered. But that sword slash was cool as hell. He then passed out cold as his magic disappears, leaving behind a rather bloody Sirius. Lydia and the others quickly rushed toward Sirius while Hermes met up with Poseidon. That child of yours is incredibly impressive. But why have we not heard of him? That is because he is being kept secret, his strength is being nurtured to help deal with evil us, having a piece like him who can move unrestricted will be extremely beneficial. I see. I will make a sure word of him doesn't escape, Melon. Walking up to them, Lance bows. I am sorry, Lord Hermes, if I may have harmed your child. No, it's quite all right. He will be fine. I see, would you be staying at the Snapper's Inn? We will, why? I wish to give him a replacement for the sword I broke. Is that so? How very generous of you. Hey Lance, what do you think of that child? Asked Poseidon. I think he's a very powerful high level 3, he has worked to polish his skills, his spearmanship, in particular, is incredibly polished, the way he swung his spear was nothing I have ever seen, the amount of force that came into that attack was enough to easily cut down a level 4 if they are not prepared. What do you think, Hermes? Is my boy right? I agree with him on his thoughts, but you should know that he only barely made it to level 3 just a few days ago. It shocked Poseidon and Lance to hear this. What kind of monster did you find, Hermes? So my feeling wasn't wrong. But with his level and age, he's more of a monster than Althea, he has no sickness holding him back and all the time in the world to grow and learn, a true genuine monster on the likes this world has never seen. A smile appeared on Lance's face. Lord Hermes, how long are you staying in Melon? Hey, just until those merchants Poseidon mentions come, why? May I ask of you to let me train Zephyr? You wish to train the boy, shouted Poseidon. Yes, I can see a lot of potential in him and for the time ahead, Orario will need a powerful protector. A smile appeared on Hermes' face. Of course. Quest 17 Night's Training. When Sirius next woke up, he looked up at a wooden ceiling. He looked to find the room only had Hermes. Hermes, Sirius spoke up. Hermes woke up. You're awake. It's been a few hours since the Night of Nights knocked the daylights out of you. Ugh. Sirius tried to stand up. Yeah, my whole body is in pain. Is there anyone else here? They're all sleeping here. Hermes hands Sirius a sword. What's this? Sirius goes and holds it. It's a replacement from the one Lance broke during your spar. Ah, fuck, she's gonna kick my ass for breaking it. Sirius gets out of bed, and his magic circle appears. Exosia, adorn, dot. The armor quickly heals Sirius and as soon as it healed all major injuries, he quickly disengaged it. It always is a sight to see you don that armor. Shame you have to put it away so fast. Well, maybe you will. I found another interesting detail about it. Oh? Did you now? Yup. Sirius then walked out of the room. Wait, you are not gonna tell me. You have sharp eyes and yet you didn't see any major lacerations on my body, did you? Sirius said, leaving the room. Laceration. Remembering the slash Lance sent at Sirius, Sirius himself had no actual cuts in him, just bruising. Well, seems that magic of yours is very special indeed. Leaving the room as well, Hermes joined Sirius in a late-night snack. Oh, by the way, Night of Nights is going to train you while we're in Melon, Hermes said, as he takes a bite of the food provided by the inn. What? The next day. Seems you're all healed up, Lance said as he sits on a box. You held back enough for that, so you wanted to train me. Yes, during our spar I found you had a lot of potential, so I thought why not help further polish you, seeing as there is time for me to train you a bit. Oh, I see. So tell me, who taught you? Was it your familia? My swordsmanship is self-taught. I work on it in the dungeon. My spearmanship was taught by my blacksmith. So Autolycus didn't teach you? She is your captain. I'm actually not in their familia. You're not? Then why are you with them? My god asked me to help with their investigation of evil us. Well then. He gets up and picks up his long sword, a rather simple-looking weapon, but Cirrus could see the various scratches on the hilt and handle of the weapon and even on the spine of the sword. I will not pry any further what your familiar situation is yours. Now, shall we begin you on some swordsmanship? He holds his blade as he did before with Cirrus's short sword. Yes, teacher. The two would train for hours on end, and Lance would instill in him his form of swordsmanship. To his delight, Cirrus didn't complain and simply worked on improving. When they took their break, he even decided to teach him to fish something. Hermes joined in to pass the time. Say, do you know anything about using a shield? Asked Cirrus, practicing some sword swings. A shield? Not so much. I simply worked on my swings. Why? Did you wish to add the shield to your skill set? At one point, yes, but I found it rather uncomfortable to use, so I worked more on evasions. That's a shame. Well, if you really wish to learn, I'm sure you can. You taught yourself the basics of swordsmanship, so using a shield shouldn't be too much trouble. I'll try to see about it one day. Day after day went by as Lance was teaching him and even sparring with him. Cirrus's skill with the sword on rare occasions Poseidon would give him pointers on his spearmanship and even some of his techniques. Cirrus asked why he was teaching him, and he simply replied that no one wished to learn spearmanship from him. After 9 days, the merchants arrived in Melon. Hermes and Poseidon got to ask them, and thankfully one of the merchants told them that a new familia has taken over the city Santorio Vega, and another took control of Zolingen. Well, this is troublesome, Hermes said. They took 2 very important cities at such a speed, Lydia said. No, it's reasonable given that they said it was the Vritra and Chernobyl familia both have first-class adventures, they must have taken over the smaller familia building up their fighting force and taking the reins from the previous familia in an aggressive takeover. Said Cirrus. Well, for now, we have 2 places we need to go dismantle, Hermes said, thinking of what to do. But, which one needs to go down first? We should head back to Orario and get information on the 2 familias, Cirrus said. We do lack the information, Lydia said. It stumped the whole familia on what they were going to do. Then let's gather the information. Cirrus said. Some of us will go to one city and begin gathering information. I see, but who will G? Can I go to Zolingen? Asked Cirrus. I have some experience in blacksmithing. Well, aren't you skilled Zephyr? Hermes said. For now, we shall go and get information on the Vritra familia in Santorio Vega, Cirrus. Can we trust you to gather information on the Chernobyl familia until we arrive? Of course, I'll simply act like a weak child. Ha! Weak. Lydia said. You're a tough kid, she then slapped his arm, and he began to cry out. SSSS she hurt me. Oh, with tears rolling around on the ground. Cirrus then immediately stopped and brushed himself off. Like I said acting, maybe that example was overdramatic, but you get it. Well, then. Hermes made a big smile. Now, since that's settled, we will meet at Zolingen in a few months. Then the operation begins. Quest 18 outside Orario Swordsmithing City, Zolingen. As the plan was made and set in motion, Cirrus got on the next merchant traveling to the city of swordsmiths. How's is it back there? Said the merchant. It's fine. Cirrus said sitting in the back. How long is it to Zolingen? A couple of days. He answered. You will be rather bored these days, not many bandits target this road. Why is that? It has a nice flow of people with fauna, mostly blacksmiths. Ah, I see. Cirrus simply watched the scenery and other towns they went through, he helped the merchant sell their wares as thanks for letting him travel with them and eating their food, this also helped Cirrus gain an understanding of bargaining and the merchant gained an understanding of marketing. I see, how about 2 for 25% off? Said the merchant. Yeah, you can even add in a buy 3 get 1 free kind of thing. What item isn't your most profitable? Might as well free up some space. Ooh. Great idea. I had these weird toys for years. After about 8 days of travel, they arrived near the city. From afar, one could see a tower of smoke with a metal wall reflecting off its dull metal in the distance. When reaching the city gates, the guards of the city sounded incredibly sketchy, when in the back of the carriage Cirrus overheard their discussion. It'll be 10,000 valis. Said the guard. 10,000 valis? Are. Ha? Do you know what this city is? Tisk. Cirrus clicked his tongue, he wished to help the merchant but for now he needed to bite his tongue. The entry price was practically a highway robbery. Alright. The merchant said as he pays the fee. Thanks, go on inside, you are holding up the line. The merchant moved on into the city. The merchant went a bit more inside before stopping. Thank you for letting me ride, sir. Cirrus gave a polite bow. Sucks about the fee. Not at all. You are more than welcome to ride with us again anytime. As for the fee, well, it's nothing I can't remake. Good luck here. The merchant then rode off to sell his wares. Now in the city, Cyrus looked to find that several of the buildings were for blacksmithing. Every building is practically breathing out smoke, they blanket the sky in certain angles. Cyrus quickly hid in the shadows of the buildings and alleyways. From the shadows, he could see several stores with fine swords of a variety of styles, even armor. This was a cultural pot of blacksmiths. I need to find the Chernobyl familia. Cyrus went about searching the city from the shadows only to find their shady-looking city guards. The residential area of the city had several people, but it had a rather sturdy wall surrounding it. From the way it looked, it reminded Cyrus of a concentration camp. He would see some smiths coming into the area through a gate after being patted down. Jesus fucking Christ, how the fuck has no one heard of this? Cyrus continued to observe the city, but it was getting dark. Cyrus couldn't go to the inn since a child having money to stay at an inn will be very suspicious and he can't be starting a scene here, not in this situation. No matter what world it is, people will always ignore the homeless. Getting a dirty ragged cloak, he finds a dark abandoned alley and makes himself at home, hiding in a corner of trash. Well, I wanted new experiences, this technically counts. Sleeping in a pile of trash, Cyrus wakes up when some people started yelling. Please, we do not have the money, shouted a boy. You took so much we can't even make daggers. Doesn't matter. Lord Chernobyl wants more money and weapons made. Smack. Crash. They threw the boy into Cyrus's pile of trash. Ha ha ha. Let's go. You better have the weapons and money. They walked away as the boy cried. Damn it. Are you just gonna let them do that shit to you, said Cyrus. Hey. The boy gets up as he felt underneath him something was moving. From the trash, a young boy with messy brown hair and emerald eyes appeared in a ragged cloak. Who are you, the boy said, falling back from surprise. My name is Zephyr, boy. Cyrus looks at the kid to find that he's actually older than him. Do you wanna overthrow this ruling familia? Cyrus said, reaching out his hand in a pile of trash. Much like how Emiya met Saber, the full moon illuminating Cyrus' figure, the boy was dazzled. Yes, he said, reaching out and shaking his hand. Cool, so what's your name? Cyrus said, helping him up. My name is Ibik. Can you really help? I can. Tell me, do you have a fauna? Walking back to his workshop, Cyrus sees eyes glancing at them until they made it to the workshop. Lord Lug. Ibik said, rushing towards his god. Lug was a god with a divinity of red and gold. His hair was as red as fire with goggles around his neck, his tan skin was dirty from his work and soaked in sweat, another result of the forge with orange eyes to match the warmth of the flame. You're back. He said. Who's this? His name is Zephyr. He said he's here to help get rid of the Chernobyl familia. Lug looks at Cyrus and gets up to inspect him. Remove that dirty disguise. Cyrus did as he said, revealing his mix of leather and metal armor with a sword to his back and a 3-section spear. Who sent you? Which god are you child to? Hermes sent me here, but he is not my god. The reason I am here is to investigate the Chernobyl familia and, in turn, evil us. Evil us? Aren't they just a group, Orario, he said, taking a seat. They were once, but they have spread out, currently as far as we know, this city and Sant Orio Vega. I see. But why send only you? A human child. Lord Lug, before the Chernobyl familia came here, who had the highest level? That would be from the Vulcan familia. They have a level 3 but now due to Chernobyl was subjected to this constant workload. Well, isn't it the same workload, but just you have a sword hanging down your neck? A very fitting description, but you haven't answered my question. Why did they send only you a child? Because I can hold my own and gather information on the familia and any other cities. They took over. Is that so? Lug looks at his child and moves his head in a direction. Ibik quickly moves and removes a sheet from a massive sword. Move this great sword. Sure. With not even a hint of hesitation, Cyrus easily lifted the weapon and put it down gently. A level 3, huh? At such an age, very good, so what can I do to help get rid of this annoying familia? Lug said with a smile. I only need to have a cover. Working in your forge will give me a cover and a place to stay until I get word from Hermes. And from there you all will get rid of Chernobyl familia. Yup. But if you're strong, why don't you go in and deal with them now? Ibik said nervously. Because as far as I know, they could have spread to other places, until I have a full map of their familia and connections. Their group won't be truly stopped. Smart lad, now. He throws Cyrus an apron for the blacksmith, along with some goggles. Let us see how good you are at blacksmithing. Cyrus removes his gear and weapons and puts them to the side. Well, I'm barely qualified to be considered a novice, but I hope you are an excellent teacher. Quest 19 Chernobyl Dismantling. Spending 4 months gathering information on the Chernobyl familia, Cyrus clearly understands the structure of their operations so much so he could easily dismantle it, but since learning that they helped spread some of the fine weapons and armor to familias out in the boonies to help build up their strength, and for those who didn't were forced to join. Soon enough, he found he helped a familia take over a kingdom called Ethiopia, even having the royal family, Andromeda, under their thumb, much like Ares and Rakia. Cyrus also got word to Hermes on this matter, and it shocked him they had expanded that much. He also needed Cyrus to come and assist them in dealing with the Vritra familia. It would seem after taking over Santorio Vega they went to Varga, the biggest merchant city in Israfan, the country of merchants. Cyrus requested he at least get some backup, but sadly, they were spread too thin at the moment. It would seem I will not have any backup, Lord Lug, Cyrus said, looking out the window and burning the letter from the fire from the forge. That is a shame. Seems we are going to have to use the smiths in town for it, hey, said Lug, hammering away. So I have to fight. Ibik said, scared. I rather have people used to fighting, Cyrus said, getting back to helping Lug with his hammering. Well, you haven't skipped a day with your spearmanship, Lug said with a smile. I hadn't had the chance to practice my own spearmanship and shield work since my time in heaven. You also took time to help me work on them a lot, Cyrus said, hammering away with a smile. If only you'd let me work on your spear, I could make it far better. And you know it's a slap to my smith's honor to have another smith improve on it. I wouldn't want to have a woman's scorn, so when will you think you get rid of them? In a week, can you help convince the other familia to help when I start the trouble? Sure thing. There are plenty of gods here who wish to be rid of Chernobyl. I'll keep my ear to the ground. Ibik said. Thank you, wait, what day is it? Cyrus said, confused. It's the 15th of the month. Why? Asked Ibik. Ah. I turned 8. You're 8, shouted Ibik. 1 week goes by, and everything was set. Lug had gotten all the gods in the city to attack when the signal was given. In a spare room in Lug's workshop, Cyrus was gearing himself up when he heard a knock on his door. Hey, it's me, said Ibik. Cyrus opens the door to find him with a black shield with bronze around the edges. What's with the shield? Asked Cyrus. Well, you said you turned 8, so I asked Lord Lug if he could help me make you a present. He then held the shield out. So, this is for me. Yes. Cyrus picks it up and moves it about. Thank you. He said with a warm smile. Be safe and survive the night, because when the sun next comes up, it'll be a whole new day. Placing the shield on his back, he heads out the front of the shop, which was in a dark alley where Lug was waiting. You look good, lad, he said. Thanks, these new armor pieces are very well made, and even the shield. No problem. So long as you deal with Chernobyl, everything is golden. Ha, well, then it's time for me to get to work. Cyrus's magic circle appeared behind him. Exosia, Adorn, Serenian, Dot. As the magic enveloped him, Lug and Ibik were surprised to see such a sight before Cyrus disappears with a deer mask and golden antlers running across the rooftops. Quest 20 Golden Hind. Running on the rooftop, Cyrus's first stop was the guards around the residential area. First, I need to get rid of their leverage on the people. Arriving near the area, Cyrus used the speed he was running to leap and land on the wall, where several of the guards patrolled the area. He took out the shield and smiles a bit. Time to learn how to shield bash. Holding the shield in his right arm, he rushed along the wall using his speed. Found 2. Running at full speed, he throws the shield bashing one guard to the ground, the other quickly turns around and was about to yell before Cyrus got to him and punched him in the throat. Guac! And knocking him out with a strong kick to the balls, his eyes turned white as he fell to the floor. Sorry dude. He then picks up his shield and quickly runs to the other guards. Within 30 minutes, Cyrus took them all out and went on to the next target of the barracks. Ha ha ha. So then I punched her, and she fell on her own damn sword. You should have seen her face, shouted one of the familia members. Jesus, that's horrible, well, time to poison them. Having lived with Lenoa all his life, he naturally picked up a few of her brewing books and, with some of her help, he could make odorless gas. Hope none of them have a high immunity rank. Cyrus waited 20 minutes since that was how long the poison takes to take effect. Covering his mouth, he opens the door to find all of them out cold. Ha, lucky me. He disengages his armor and takes out another of his inventions. I really hope to Christ what they did in Okamai is how fireworks actually work. Exosia, Adorn, Stymphalion, Dot. A white feathered mantle came and equipped itself to Cyrus with an avian head covering his own. As it does, it turns rustic as if it was left outside in the rain for years, gaining rust. Click. Click. His eyes could see a star far off in the distance. Ugh, it's still a pain in the ass. With all of his strength, he throws it high into the air and picks up a torch, and throws it like a spear at the firework, causing it to explode in a fire typical of a gunpowder-based explosion. Ah, man! I could do better. He disengages the armor and puts back on his previous one, running towards the familia's home. High in the air many could see a loud explosion in the air. Lug and the others quickly told them it was time. They armed themselves and fought back, and the guards were heavily outnumbered by level 1s and 2s. It didn't help that a fire started at the home. Fire! Fire! Shouted one of the familia members, shouting in their familia home. Shit! How did this fire start? Said another. Where the hell are those idiots in the barracks? Shouted another. Walking nonchalantly through the familia's home was Cirrus, with his sword drawn as well as his shield, in a corridor next to the open garden. Have to hurry and find. As Cirrus was walking, he found 3 people running across the garden. Look at that, it's my lucky day. He throws his shield, bashing one of them to the ground as Cirrus quickly rushed the other. The other man quickly found Cirrus and drew his sword and clashed with Cirrus. Clink! Clink! Who the fuck are you? He shouted. Lord Chernobog, go on ahead. Hey asshole, he shouted at the man laying on the floor with a shield next to him, but to no response. TCH. What luck? Cirrus turns his head to see Chernobog, a god with blood-red divinity with hair and eyes to match. So you must be the Captain Rolf, yes? This is my first time seeing you. You lot don't go out very much, do you? Shut up, you dear. He then pushed Cirrus off a bit to go for another swing. Cirrus easily parries the strike and cuts Rolf's hand clean off. He screamed out. You fucking dear, he shouted. Cirrus turns to Chernobog, now a bit scared and intrigued. My, what impressive sword skills do you have? Tell me who sent you? It must have been Freya, right? Or was it Loki? Neither. He picks up his shield and walks toward Chernobog. Come now, child, you can at least tell me your name? So I can kill. Before he can even finish, Cirrus was simply a shield bashed up with an uppercut, knocking him out. HAAA. I suggest you remain here unless you really wanna die. Cirrus said to Rolf before picking up Chernobog and leaving quickly. That damn fucking deer. I'll kills him, and save you. He then passed out from blood loss. Up in the skies of Zolingen, through the smoke, one could see a white deer with golden antlers with a trail of flowing red behind it lit up by the full moon. Ooh! This sight amazed many. Cirrus lands back on the ground where Lug came up to him. It's done, Cirrus said. I can see. Lug looks at Chernobog knocked out. Do you have a barrel or something? I need to get going. So early? I thought you would wish to stay and celebrate this great day. There are more people out there, like Zolingen. You are a very responsible person. It's very unlike a child your age should be. Lug makes a slight, glum expression. Tough times, Lord Lug. Do you have a barrel? I do. Soon after he got his barrel and put Chernobog inside it, Cirrus took his leave while the city celebrates. To freedom. Hooray! After this night many who visit began to see gilded antlers in the city, and from it, they found it as a sign of great fortune and prosperity. When asked the reason, the locals simply say a golden hind was spotted in the city which brought good fortune. Only a handful of gods knew who the golden hind was. As per Cirrus's request, he asked them not to speak of his identity, but Lug wished that one day when he returns, they would welcome him for ridding the city of trouble. Cirrus agreed with that and soon took Chernobog to Melon while the city of Zolingen dealt with the leftovers, giving information to pass on to Hermes in Melon. Quest 21 busy. 8 days later at Melon. Hub. Cirrus brings down a barrel from the merchant's carriage. Thank you for the ride, Cirrus said. Not at all, the merchant then went and headed to Orario. Now for you. The barrel rattled a bit. Carrying it through Melon, he reached the docks, where he found Poseidon and another god. Lord Poseidon. Cirrus called out. Ah. Zephyr. You're back in Melon. Both he and the other come to greet Cirrus. Hello, my name is Njord. A god with brown hair tied in the back. His appearance gave him a man of the sea vibe, much like Poseidon, if not more. Hello Lord Njord, I have brought someone very special. They look at the barrel and could feel a divinity coming off from it. Did you bring a god in a barrel? Said Njord. Yup. Cirrus then opened the barrel to show Chernobog. This is Chernobog, one of the evil gods of Evilus. I figured you knew what to do. As the 3 gods met each other's eyes, Poseidon laughed out loud. Bah ha 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 ha. Look Njord, it's divine wine. Pfft. Njord quickly tried to stop his laughing. Yes, well you can leave him to us, Njord said as he signaled some of his familia to take the barrel as he puts the lid back on. Thank you. I'll be heading to Orario first and then to Varga. It seems Hermes needs my help there. Varga hey, said Poseidon. Have they spread that far? Yes, in my time in Zolingen, Chernobyl helped another familia take over the maritime kingdom of Ethiopia. Damn, go on, when you return, we'll have a carriage ready for you to leave. The carriage shouldn't take over 2 days at most. Thank you. Cyrus quickly got on horseback and left the city quickly. He passed through the southern city entrance, leaving his horse at the gate. He felt a gaze set on him. Cyrus looked around, but the gaze then stopped. Was someone watching me? It felt like someone was looking at my soul. No matter, I need to move. Paying it no mind, for now, Cyrus quickly left, taking one of the secret entrances in a dark and dingy alley straight to Aranos' room of prayer. Lord Aranos, I have returned, Cyrus said. Do you bring news of evil us? Said Fels. Yes, I have liberated the city of Zolingen from the Chernobyl familia. Currently, Chernobyl is being held by the Poseidon and Njord familia. I also got information that they helped a familia take control of the maritime kingdom of Ethiopia. Hermes has asked for my help in Varga. It would seem the Vritra familia has expanded far more quickly and effectively than Chernobyl's. Lord Poseidon has informed me that a carriage will be ready in 2 days. I see. I shall update your status. That will save you time. Thank you, Lord Aranos. Fels got him a piece of paper and placed the new status on the paper. Cirrus Zephyr. LV3. Strength, I0. D540 Endurance, I0. E400. Dexterity, I0. C660 Agility, I0. A833. Magic, I0. F310 Mage, H. Immunity, I. As Cyrus was about to get his stuff, Fels got it. Cyrus, would you like to return to Lenoa together? You can fill me in on your time in Zolingen. Sure. The two then take their leave with Cyrus waving Aranos goodbye for now. Down in the tunnels, Cyrus told Fels of his time in Zolingen, like Ibik and Lug. He told Fels of his time forging weapons, something they found amusing as they themselves were item makers, and found a sense of connection with Cyrus' understanding of the trouble and effort of it. Back at Lenoa's shop. On to Len. I'm back. Cyrus said, going through the back. Cyrus. Lenoa slowly walks to the back, greeting him. I was wondering when you come, Fels-sama, you came too. Yes, since it was a while ago, we didn't have a chance to celebrate your birthday, Cyrus. Sorry I was away for so long, he said with a bit of a sad face. Kihi hi hi. No worries boy, you're here and healthy. Stay here for a bit. I'll help as well. Said Fels as both of them went out of the kitchen. They're going to get a cake or presents, right? Quest 22 8th birthday. After a while, Lenoa and Fels entered the kitchen with a weird-looking cake. We're sorry if this isn't good. Said Lenoa. I'm more of a potion brewer than a cook. Well, if you made it, then I'm sure I'll at least be healthy, Cyrus said with a slight smile. Kihi hi hi. I'll go get an antidote. She said, putting the cake on the table and going to the front of the store. It's a good thing I can no longer taste, or eat, for that matter. Said Fels, putting their gift on the table. That's a bit of a shame, Cyrus said. Do not worry, I have grown used to it. They said. Fels, what was the last thing you remember tasting? Last thing, hey? They put their hand to their chin, thinking about when Lenoa entered with an antidote, along with her present. Fels never told Cyrus the last thing they tasted that night. Cyrus enjoyed his small little birthday party with Fels and Lenoa. After eating the cake and almost dying from how poisonous it was and simply talking about his time in Zolingen, the night ended, and Cyrus went up to his room and called it a night. Wait! I still didn't open my presents. Cyrus got up from bed and went to his desk. Now, which to open first? Cyrus closed his eyes and pointed his finger at one of the two presents. Eni mini mani mo catch a tiger by its. Cyrus opened his eyes to find his finger landed on Fels' gift. Let's see what it is. He opened the wooden box to reveal a black cloak. Hey? If I remember right, it makes you invisible. Cyrus gets it and puts it on. Is it like Harry Potter, or do I have to use magic? Cyrus pulls up the hood, and he sees his hand become invisible. Hey? Neat. This will come in handy. Cyrus takes off the cloak and puts it back in the box for now. Now what did you get me, Lenoa? Opening the rather old-looking box, Cyrus finds a small wand. Hey? I guess it's to use magic? Well, I'll find a use for it, though now I'm looking at it. Cyrus looks at the corner of his room where his sword, spear and shield are along with his armor on the desk he has the presents on. I'm going to be strapped to the teeth at this rate, I should see if I can get some straps or something. The next day Cyrus went out back to test the wand. Exosia, Adorn, Stimphalion, ... It equipped slightly faster than normal. So how's the gift, said Lenoa, drinking her tea. It's great. It helps the armor equip faster. Glad you like it. I would have gone for a magic staff, but seeing as you are already armed with a sword and spear, I figured something small, and light, will do you better. Well, I'm sure it'll come in handy. Cirrus then disengages his armor and walks back inside, with Lenoa following him. So, what plans do you have? You going to go see your smith? Yes, I wanted her to check my gear before I leave tomorrow. Make sure you keep your money close on hand. Crime is still the same as always. Got it. Putting his gear back on along with his weapons and now wand, he left to go see Eupheme. Geez, it's the same as always. Walking through the streets of Orario has become a rather hazardous endeavor for people without a fauna. Cirrus. This voice. Cirrus turned to see AI coming towards him. Her presence alone made the area safer by her sheer innocence until she head-butted him down to the ground. Fuck, how hard is her head? Sorry. It's a habit, she said, helping him up. You didn't do it before now. Cirrus said, taking her hand in and getting up while rubbing where she head-butted him. I was carrying a heavy bag, and I was also nervous. Well, it has been a while, AI. Cirrus said with a smile. I hope you don't continue to do that. She said, standing proudly in front of him with a smile. I haven't seen you for a while, so it was somewhat deserved. I also thought something may have happened in the dungeon, so I was excited to see you doing well. Ah well, I had some quests to do. Sorry if I made you worry. It's Finn. AI-chan, shouted Kushida with an angry expression on her face. How many times do I have to tell you to not run off on your own? Sorry, AI said, seemingly shrinking in size as she apologized. The foxtail tucked in and ears dropped. HAAA, just don't go running off, okay? Oh Cirrus, it's you. Kushida looked at AI with a glance. Now I can see why she ran. I'm sorry if she stopped you when you're busy. It's fine, really, but I really must be going. I'm on a bit of a schedule. AI, say your goodbyes for now. Bye Cirrus, she went and hugged Cirrus. Cirrus was shocked she gave him such a warm hug that it left him stunned for a moment. Why yet? Well, see you later. He said with a smile as he hugged her back. See ya, she then quickly returned to Kushida's side waving goodbye. Cirrus waved back until they disappeared within the crowd of adventurers, heading to the dungeon. How the hell does she know where I'm at? I should find books on Renards or something, but she made my day. He rubs the spot where she head-butted him. How does one even develop a habit of head-butting? Quest 23 Gaze. In Eupheme's shop, brilliant works. Seems your stuff has been worn down. Why didn't you have a smith do maintenance on it, said Eupheme. Because I told you, they wanted to work on your spear that you made and, well, I figured you are the one to make it better. Ha, she said with a grin. Well, apart from the spear, everything else is pretty good. Are you sure you can't stay for another day or two? I'm sorry, but my quest is time sensitive. I understand. I'll do express delivery. Thank you. I'll write the address in here. Cirrus puts down a bag full of valise. For your speedy work. Thank you very much, she said with that same grin, pumping her fist into the air. Then I'll leave you to your work. Cirrus took his leave and left the shop. If only I can stay in town for a bit longer. Walking back home, a voice spoke up behind him. So you're the client Eupheme talked about. Cirrus turned to see a goddess with a crimson eye and hair reaching down to her neck with an eye patch covering her right eye. Among the gods Cirrus has seen walking to and from the dungeon, hers was one of the most eye-catching ones. Her divinity was really like that of a gentle furnace. One eye, fire-like red hair, and long gloves. You must be Lady Hephaestus, right? You are correct, seems my child mentioned me before. Not really. I just guessed based on word of mouth from other people and gods that the god known as Hephaestus wears an eye patch. Clever, I see, explains how Eupheme made that spear of yours. Lord Hephaestus, with all due respect, did you come just to talk to me? Or your child? Both actually. She said with a grin. I wanted to thank you for being her client. I know some of her work is unique, Cirrus said in quotations. Phew, that's the word, but recently her works have started to look aesthetically better in the quality. Well, you know the old saying, practice makes perfect. But excuse me, Lord Hephaestus, but I really need to. Cirrus quickly turned to see where he felt a gaze on his back. What's wrong? Hephaestus said, a bit concerned. Sorry, since I returned yesterday, I felt a strong gaze on me and just now I felt it again. Ah, Hephaestus then looked around and saw nothing. Well, whoever it was, they're gone. Yeah, well, it was nice to meet you, Lady Hephaestus. Cirrus held out his hand for a handshake. Hephaestus shook his hand. She found it rather strong and rugged, she registered it as a hand of a veteran adventurer or a fellow blacksmith. Realizing whose hand she was holding, he had already taken them back and left. That child, Hephaestus watched his back and spotted Lugga's familiar symbol on the corner of the shield. Ha, interesting. Seems you found a rather special client, Eupheme. Hephaestus then enters the shop of her child. Up on a rather tall building, a beautiful goddess with silver hair and purple eyes watches as Cirrus disappears into the crowd of adventurers. I could see him once more today. Fufa, what a bright and strong soul you have, but your appearance, for some reason, I just want to defile that cute face of his in pleasure. Knock. Knock. Coming onto the rooftop, a tall and muscular man of the Boaz race entered and knelt. Lady Freya, we have a word that the Loki familia has found another hideout of Evilus near our location. Shall we go and deal with it? No, let Astrea and her familia do it. Her children are strong enough to handle such adventures. Otter, after your training with Mia, has concluded, can you look into a child? May I get a description or possibly a name? It will improve the rate I could deliver it to you. A name I do not know, but he looks to be around 8 years of age. I shall look into it. Otter gets up and leaves. Freya continues to watch from the rooftops looking at the sea of people hoping to see that soul once more. Quest 24 Akara, the city before sand. The next day Cirrus got everything ready, and early in the morning Eupheme came and delivered the spear to Cirrus. It surprised her that this was where he lived, finding it a rather hard place to find if one's eyes weren't keen enough. She stayed for breakfast but had to leave since she still had more work to do. The two left together until they reached the plaza at Babel. Leaving towards the southern entrance of the city, Cirrus gets his horse but found that his horse was taken. He has to walk to Melon. Arriving at the outskirts of Melon. Ha! 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 Disengage! Fuck me, I need to learn to take care of a horse. His armor dissipates into the air, leaving only his deer mask as he slowly enters the city. He reaches the docks where Poseidon and Lance were at. Geez, kid, did you run here, said Poseidon. They stole my horse. Seems crime is still up, hey, said Lance. Shame, but your ride to Varga is here. Thank you very much. Lance helped carry his things to the carriage, and he soon set off for Varga. Traveling the southwest of the continent towards Varga. So kid, what clothes do you have for the Chaos Desert, said the merchant with brown skin and Middle Eastern attire. Was there anything, in particular, I should have brought? I have a robe to cover my body from the heat. Let me see. Cirrus takes out the robe Fels gave him, and the merchant inspected it. This will do. Now, before I take you there, we will stop by Akara to refill on supplies. That's fine. A few days' travel to the city of Akara, a city that serves as a gateway to many who wish to cross the Chaos Desert and reach one county west of it. The architecture reminded Cirrus of some buildings of Middle Eastern and Native American designs with bricks and wood in their construction. Wow, there are a lot of people here, Cirrus said next to the merchant. Of course, many merchants such as myself come to and from here rather frequently, or as frequent as one could be crossing a desert filled with bandits and the like. Well, we should get our supplies and leave, I can feel eyes on me. Ha ha ha. Yes, those are the children. A rather scrappy group that steals to sell, or maybe it's some merchants looking to get rid of some competition. Geez, merchants are rather cutthroat. You have to be to make it. Even more so here in this region where stuff can happen. His quotations made Cirrus a bit more on guard. But is it this intense? Cirrus points out at a distance at a merchant carriage getting robbed in broad daylight. Hey, to be honest, I didn't think it would reach that level. I'll hurry and get the supplies. The merchant quickly rode the carriage a bit faster to a supply shop. I'll keep watch of the carriage, Cirrus said. You sure? You know there are a few level 2s here. Then it's fine, but do hurry. I don't want to make a scene here. I'll be quick. The merchant went into the store and Cirrus looked over the carriage. As he kept guard, a bunch of kids came out of nowhere and approached Cirrus. Hey, you think you can spare us some money, said a child with ragged clothes. I have none now, leave, Cirrus said, giving a glare to one child trying to make their way to the back. Try to steal anything from me or this carriage and, Cirrus moved to put his hand on his sword handle. I'll be sure to make stealing far harder with no hands. The kid's face grew red in anger. Get high. Before the boy who seemed to be a leader could say his order, Cirrus punched his face, sending him reeling back with a broken nose. Every kid quickly started to shake as around them, many people were watching. You should have just left. Cirrus looked at the rest of his group and then back to the kid bleeding on the ground. If you're the leader, you should know who you are trying to pick a fight with. Now leave and be sure you don't make me go through with my words. The rest of the kids back off and quickly ran to get their leader. The leader in question held his nose with anger in his eyes. I'll be sure to get big brother Farouk and he'll deal with you, shouted the boy as his friends helped him leave. TCH, there always has to be some dickhead trying to run shit. They got their supplies and quickly left to cross the Chaos Desert. Up on the high dunes of the desert, a group of bandits watches with a telescope. Ah! I see the kid, brown hair with a black shield on his back. Said a brown-skinned man with tattoos on his left arm and desert attire with a scimitar on his hip. Yeah, that's him, said the boy with paper in his nose to stop the bleeding. He has a falna for sure. Kukiku, well, let's go and deal with him. As a level 2, we can't have such a person running around hurting people. Ready up boys. We have a kid to teach the ways of the desert. Urae, his men shouted. That kid will stand no chance against Farouk. Quest 25 Bandits. Camping out under the clear night sky of the desert, the merchant and Cirrus were enjoying the tranquility of the scene. Say, kid, can I ask you something? The merchant asked. Sure, what is it? You're an adventurer, right? You have those weapons on you and Lord Poseidon asked for my help. That I am. Then, what brings you here? Most adventurers of Orario stay within the city to explore the dungeon. Merchant, can I pay you to not ask such questions? My apologies. I did not know that was a sensitive topic. It's fine. I'm sure you are curious why a child such as I am traveling to Varga. A bit yes. Then can I give you some advice? Cirrus said, looking at the merchant. Sure. When conducting business, it's best to ask some questions before accepting. Once accepted, the client and seller are now associated with one another, whether it's good or bad. The merchant has a drop of sweat come down his brow. Is this bad? A smile appears on Cirrus's face beneath his mask. No, but I will tell you this, I am after criminals. Any more than that and you will need to keep watch over your shoulder. Phew, the merchant took a breath of relief. I'll do my best to not look further into it. If it makes you feel any better once this is done, I'm sure Lord Poseidon will count on you and a reliable source of income is extremely precious to a traveling merchant such as you. Fwahaha. You should have said that from the beginning. I'll take you anywhere, kid. Not the first merchant to tell me that. With the conversation at its end, they could hear sounds at a distance. Shit, it's bandits. Hey kid, have you ever? I have. Cirrus gets up and draws his sword. Get inside the carriage. The merchant quickly gets in the carriage. The sounds get closer and closer until finally jumping from a dune, a wooden boat came out with runners on the bottom to let it slide across the sand. The group of 3 boats surrounded the camp. Cirrus could make a few, one of which was the boy he punched along with some elves. They made their scene and settled down, stopping around the end of the campfire. Down came an average man with brown skin and a tattooed left arm. You the kid that punched my little bro, he said with his hand on his scimitar. Cirrus looked around, and all of them had weapons and were ready to draw. I am. He wouldn't leave well enough alone, so I taught him a lesson. He should have taken more to heart. Kukikuk, tell me, kid, are you an adventurer? I am. Is it not obvious? Good, well you should know that I'm level 2. I made it without help from a dungeon. So if you give me all of your stuff and let my little bro punch you, we'll think of leaving you with some water. Ah ha ha ah ha ha ha. The group laughed out loud. Ugh, so fucking annoying. Cirrus takes out his wand and holds it with his index finger and thumb. What, a stick? Kaka, shouted the boy. What can you do with a stick? A grin appeared on Cirrus's face, his magic circle appeared behind Cirrus and the sudden realization dawned on the elves who powered the ship. He's a mage, they shouted. You should have let well enough alone. It was too late for them. The armor quickly enveloped Cirrus. He placed his wand back onto a strap and quickly covered the distance between him and the leader. I'm level 3. Shing. It was as if time had stood still for the bandits, as they could see Farouk's head fall through the air. Spurt. Before the head or even body could fall to the sands, Cirrus was already drawing more blood. By the time they regained their reason, Cirrus had already cut down more than half of their group. Wanting to get answers, he cut down 2 of their boat's sails when he turned to the bandits. Their legs gave out and fear had taken them. HAAA. I really wanted to sleep. Cirrus turns towards the remaining bandits. Answer me this. He walks up to them, illuminated by the camp's fire, making him far bigger than he actually was. How did you get these ships? You can't possibly make enough to get there, so either someone is backing you or you are surprisingly good at what you are doing, in which case I will need to make sure you aren't robbing anymore. Vivi Ritra Familia, shouted one bandit. Why yeah, they told us to rob people, said another. They forced us to convert, said another. Cirrus didn't have the heart to kill any more than what he already had to show he was serious. He knows they are desperate. Why else would someone resort to crime? It was the easiest way to get the resources they needed, given their financial situation. Even the young kids around his age get swept up in gangs to survive and fit in and gain protection. It's not their fault they walked this path. They had no choice. Leave. He sheathed his blade. Leave, now. Should I find you again stealing or anything of the like, I'll be sure to cut your tongue and make you eat them. Tell anyone of the Vritra familia about this and I will kill you all as painfully as I can, understood? He said in a cool and as calm tone as he could. But if you utter a word I will fucking cut your fingers and tongue off. Got it? Cirrus said as menacingly and sternly as possible. Despite his child's voice, Cirrus intimidated the bandits. His image against the light of the flame seared into their minds. Why yes, sir. They all shouted. They all quickly scrambled to the last boat and sail off. As Cirrus sees them off riding off back to Akara, he walks back to the campfire and disengages his armor, leaving his mask on. Fuck. His stomach began to turn, but Cirrus did his best to hold it down when the merchant came and patted his back. It's fine, they were bandits. I'm sure they robbed and killed many before. Yeah, you're right, but that doesn't mean killing is any easier. I will dispose of the bodies, you go on and sleep. All right. As the merchant disposes of the bodies in the desert, Cirrus goes into the carriage and closes his eyes. When he does, he remembers Briareus. He still clings to what little of morales of his former world he still has. But that too will soon die off. Seems it'll be a restless night, again. Quest 26 outside Orario Varga, the capital of Israfan. After a few more days of travel, Cirrus could see the palace. They built it high on a plateau that looms imposingly over the city below in the landscape. Going up it was a path spiraling up towards the entrance that could be seen from even outside the city walls which themselves cover the roofs of the city. That's a rather impressive palace, Cirrus said, looking at the place. I would be shocked if it wasn't. The Varga is the capital of the country. So many merchants come here to sell their wares, with only 10% of the sales going to the city. Ah, is that why it looks like an even more fortified Orario? Yes, the monsters of the desert are rather tenacious. Thankfully, we hadn't had too many confrontations with them. Those desert lizards and vultures were rather annoying. Well, let's hurry and finish the journey, shall we? The merchant said with a smile. They rode to the gate and paid the entrance fee. Cirrus feels like it will be the same as before, hiding his gear and only wearing the cloak Fels gave him. They entered the city with no problem and parted ways with the merchant. Now Cirrus had to find Hermes and the rest of his familia. The capital city of Varga is very much like Orario in its multiculturalism, but that is as far as they compare. The city was a true capitalist dreamland. The strong devour the weak in the brutal ecosystem of their city is located in. Fuck, he never told me where he was. Using what he knew of Hermes, he went to each bar he could find. The one with the more beautiful women, the better. He is a Greek god. I would be shocked if he weren't hedonistic. Hiding using the cloak's invisibility, he looked to find bars in the red light district. Up on the rooftop, he spotted a familiar feathered hat. Haha. Come on, ladies. Let's go to another one. Woohoo. I really hoped I was wrong. Up on another rooftop, Cirrus could see some people watching Hermes. Well, this has gotten interesting. Cirrus continued his watch on Hermes and the people following him. Hermes went to a few more bars before walking back to the inn, and from there the people following Hermes drew their weapons. More violence, hey! In the inn. Lord Hermes, shouted Lydia. You went out drinking again. You should have brought me along. Captain. Please, we're running out of money, said one of the familia members. It's fine, said Hermes. We can just keep doing escort jobs. You're not the one doing them, they shouted. Suddenly. Crash. Trouble came through the window. Hermes familia, shouted one of the men with masks. You have overstayed your stay. Whoa. Whoa, said Hermes. Why are you all so angry? Your familia have been stealing all the jobs, they draw their blades as does the Hermes familia. Now. Get ready FO. Before they could finish, the leader fell over. They were all surprised, and soon more of them fell. I came all this way, and I had to do more work. Cirrus then removes his hood, revealing himself. Ah. Zephyr. Hermes said drunkenly. Come on. Lydia, can you sober him up? Cirrus then brushed off his shield and one of the familia members takes him to a room. The next day. Sorry. Sorry. Hermes said, putting his hands together and apologizing. I didn't think some other familia would try to get us out of the city for staying too long. So what have you gathered on Evilus? Wait. Before that. Said Lydia. What of Zolingen? Oh, that, I took care of it. Poseidon has Chernobog, but not before he helps another familia take a kingdom. Why you took on the Chernobog familia on your own, shouted Hermes. I watched them for months so, of course, I would prepare to take them out as fast as possible, and well, help from the city was useful. Cyrus then takes a bit of his food. So how far have you mapped on Vritra's familia? Ahem. Hermes clears his throat. Lydia, if you will. Lydia goes and gets a map and lays it down. They filled it with various bits of information. Now where to start? Quest 27 The Vritra Familia. Now where to start, said Lydia. For starters, how is their familia structured, said Cyrus. For the Chernobog familia, they had taken the residential area of the city and held it hostage as a way of leverage. They then have guards spread throughout the city. Well, they're almost similar in that regard except for one thing, they now work alongside the royal family, Lydia said. What? Said Cyrus, shocked. I was shocked too when we learned of that. Said Hermes. They even gathered weaker familia of the desert to work under them. With so much military power, they already engaged in a war. Damn, this has gotten very troublesome, Cyrus said with his hand on his chin. Yes, we can't do anything to uproot them without causing a war of our own. Said Lydia. But... Cyrus looked at them in their eyes. What if we help their opposition? If we can't start a war, then we'll simply join and get rid of their main military force. Hermes made a large smile that stretched ear to ear. Why didn't we think of that? But there are only two other countries, Westward and Westward, said a familia member. Westward is our best bet since Westward is, well, a bit of a chaotic place that not even the other two countries want to deal with. Could I look into those two countries? By yourself, said Lydia. Yes, much like Solingen, they won't expect a child, plus in the current state of things you can't stay here either since you are known by the familias here, plus you still had Sant Oreo Vega to deal with, right? That is, right, but you can't possibly think you can handle this situation on your own. Lydia said, concerned. Well, of course not. I will do as I did in Solingen. Cyrus then rolls up the map. I'll plan out the attack. It will be months, but when it is time to deal with them, I'll send you a message. But a message will take too long to reach us, a familia member said. Hermes, can I speak with you for a second? Hey, sure. Cyrus takes Hermes into a room for a while and then came back. Cyrus will go about his plan. For now, we will return to Orario and within 5 months we will meet you in Sorshana, Cyrus. Do you understand? Of course. Then we shall leave quickly. I rather not want to have more people trying to fight us. But Lord Hermes, they have Snake Eyes Goma, a level 6 adventure. Lydia protested. Zephyr couldn't handle someone that strong. Then we will have to come and help him when the time is right, Hermes said. Zephyr has proven himself capable with the Chernobog familia, so we have to have faith in him, Zephyr, isn't that right? I am not an idiot. Until you guys return, I will do what I can to weaken them. Should the familia captain appear, I will leave. You better. They agreed to this, but Lydia and the rest of the familia still found it rather hard to swallow. Hermes told them they will return to Orario first for an item. The faster they get it, the more likely Cyrus's plan will be a success. Until the time to return is up, the Hermes familia must deal with the mess the Chernobog and Vritra familia left. This suggestion would ultimately garner Cyrus, a name of his own, amongst the countries of Israfan, Westward, and Westward. Quest 28 Westward Desert. The countries of Israfan, Westward, and Westward can be found on a map just west of the Chaos Desert across the River Nile. The three nations are arranged like a burger with Westward, sandwiched between Israfan from the north and Westward from the south. Traveling south to Westward, Cyrus was running through the desert with his armor. Standing on the sandy dunes of Westward, Cyrus is making his way to its capital. Whoosh! 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 Fuck, if only these wines were cooler. Cyrus spots some buildings in the distance. Kata kata! Kata kata! Quickly running through the desert sand, Cyrus arrives at the buildings to find them completely dilapidated, with no one around. Guess I can rest here for a bit. Cyrus finds a building that isn't completely destroyed and rested there under the shade for a while, disengaging his armor. Looking out at the shifting sands, Cyrus found it rather calming. He closes his eyes and slowly falls asleep. The next morning, Cyrus wakes up. Shit, how long was I out? He got up and walked outside. He then stuck his sword into the sand. 8 AM, well, I need to keep moving. Cyrus takes out some bread and some water, eating as he walks up to the top of one of the nearby dunes. He sees the vast expanse of sand. I should have fucking paid for a ride, if only they didn't have guys at the docks. Sliding down the dune, his magic circle appeared and his golden antlers shine under the early morning light. Kata kata! Kata kata! Kata kata! Kata kata! Cyrus had gotten used to the soft footing of the sand and made better time as he went along. Of course, there will be interruptions. Hiss! Erupting from the ground was a 20-meter long, snake-like creature. Its scales were like all the other desert monsters. So that's a basilisk, hey. Cirrus takes out and equips his shield and sword. Really hope you don't breath petrification, or was that another monster? Boosh. The basilisk breathed fire upon Cirrus, but he blocked it with his shield. Tssssssss. Shit, it's melting. Cirrus quickly ran from the range of the fire but quickly found its tail coming in for a swing. Disengage. Exosia, Adorn, Erymanthian. Cirrus first equipped to his right arm and with great force and pivoting his waist, he slashed through scale and all. Spurt. Seems I gotten stronger. Only a small amount of blood came from his right arm. His body was now catching up to his magic's capabilities, for now. Hiss. The basilisk hissed in pain as Cirrus quickly ran up its tail and by using both of his hands to swing again, he cuts through it with ease. As the basilisk's body fell to the ground and its body turned to dust, Cirrus looks to find its fang. Ah, a drop. How lucky for me. Disengaging the armor and picking up the fang and magic stone, Cirrus walks back up on a dune and sees something off in the distance. Is that civilization or am I getting heat stroke? Cirrus sits down for a second and drinks some water. Exosia, Adorn, Stymphalion, ... As the mantle covered him, he used its ability to look far out into the distance. Is that a fucking temple? Seeing a temple in the far distance, Cirrus couldn't help but think he went in the wrong direction. Since he really had nothing left to do, he decided to see what it was all about. Cirrus's armor expanded like wings, and with a single flap, Cirrus moved forward. Whoosh! 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 He went as fast as he could to fly slightly upward and disengage the armor. As he did, he re-equipped his Serenian armor and burst into speed. Little does he know the one who will help and set him along with his path lay ahead. Quest 29 Temple in the middle of nowhere. Arriving at the temple, Cirrus found it relatively intact, if not abandoned. The temple had some piles of sand in it with slight erosion, but it can still be habitable. What architecture even is this? Looks like a mesh of Greek and Hindu. He disengaged his armor and began looking around the temple. He found it had lower floors and went down the long set of spiral stairs to find himself in a large ceremonial room filled with various runes lighting the dim room, with a rusty sword at the end of the room embedded in a pedestal. Hey? What is it? The master sword. Walking up to it, Cirrus looked around and then touched it. Scree! A loud, piercing sound resonated inside the room. Ack! My ears! God damn it! Cirrus let go of the sword and covered his ears as they have begun to bleed. This blows! He quickly jumped back as he sees the sword reduced to powder and the wall in front of Cirrus opened up with even more sets of stairs. I really fucking hope there isn't anything evil or murderous down here. Cirrus walked past the pedestal and down the new dark passage. Cirrus then quickly equips his base armor to heal his body and then quickly removed it and re-equipped his Stymphalion armor. There, I should be able to see better. With the mask on, Cirrus could see far better, but it was just slightly dimmer than the room before. Tap. 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 Slowly walking down the long set of stairs. Jesus fucking Christ, I am not gonna walk all this. Cirrus grabs his shield and uses it as a sled to go down the stairs quickly. Ding. Ting. Click. Aw fuck. Hearing several noises, Cirrus kept his head down as several arrows came flying out of the walls and a boulder dropped. Fuck. 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 Why are the traps still working? Does time not erode traps? Are traps time-proof? The wings expanded and flapped speeding his descension until finally, after a while of using the wings on and off, he reached the bottom of the stairs. Ha! 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 Cirrus quickly removed his armor and moved away from the entrance as the boulder came and crashed into the doorway. Crash! The room shook with small debris and sand coming down. Shit! I regret this a lot now. Cirrus reached into his bag and drank a few magic potions while on the ground, catching his breath when a female voice filled the room. Human with a supreme god's blessing, I am surprised one such as thee will come here. Hey? Who said that? Cirrus slowly gets up in a room of darkness. Jesus? Is that you? Did thee not bring a torch? A rather stupid mercenary. Mercenary? I'm not here on someone's pay, you disembodied voice. But are thee not one who fights against monsters from the dungeon? Or has the name changed into something else? It's the latter, we're called adventures. How long have you been in this dark room to have a term change? I do not remember. But it was about 100 or so years after the gods came to help the people. About 1,000 or so years ago, give or take a few hundred years. They have locked away me for that long? I do not know how to feel about being forgotten. Hold up a magic circle slightly illuminated the dark room. Exosia, Adorn, Stymphalion, ... The armor covers Cirrus and can now see. There now, are you in that tomb? Tomb? Why would I be in a tomb? I. Tap tap. Ah. They have been sealed away for so long they even forgot they were even in a tomb. Cirrus could hear the sad realization she made and also the fact that there really is someone in that tomb. This made Cirrus incredibly on edge. Do you have a name? Cirrus slowly walks to the tomb carefully, seeing if there are any traps. Once long ago, but I have forgotten it. Do thou have a name? My name? Well, it's Cirrus Zephyr. Is that so? Well, Cirrus Zephyr, can I ask of thee a request? Sure. Can thou free me? If so, I can reward you greatly. Tap. Tap. Cirrus reached into the tomb and tapped it. To be honest, this situation is rather, what's the word I'm looking for? Sketchy. As far as I know, you might as well be some like evil being. Wait, there is no way you're a god, right? I am a spirit, one sent by a great goddess, but I was sealed away in here for simply being her sprite, I think. It would seem I even forgotten the reason I was sealed away. So, you were a contract-less spirit from the age of heroes, hey? So is the reward a contract with you? Yes, I have not fulfilled my purpose. My sole existence was to help the heroes fight back against the monsters, but, I remember now. You remember what? Why you were sealed. Cirrus checked around the tomb to see if there was a way out for her. Yes, it was my appearance. I can now remember the faces of horror as many ran away from, and then I defended myself. I really deserve to be sealed, or was it my power? Uncertainty-filled words left her confused and Cirrus was saddened to hear the possible reason. Sealing her in this place for such a long time, tch. I know what solitude does to a human, so it must have completely fucked her memories. For what? Defending yourself? Don't be stupid if they attacked you for your appearance. It's their fault the poor dog showed its fangs and ripped their damn throats out. I'll free you from this place. I promise you that. Cirrus felt a footing for his finger to dig in. He disengaged his armor and his magic circle appeared behind him. Exosia, Adorn, Erymanthian. Quest 31st Born. With great strength, he tries and lifts the tomb but a magic seal appeared on it illuminating the room. It filled the whole room with various magic runes, allowing Cirrus to see from its glow. Fucking magic! Ray. His arms burst from the seams again, and his fingers broke to the bone, but he did not give in that easily. Cirrus could see the magic formula cracking from how hard he was lifting. Cirrus Zephyr! Stop! Thee will kill yourself. Don't worry. But you can at least help me out by pushing from inside. It shocked her that there was someone so foolhardy, willing to risk death to free her. So be it. But should thee die, I will never acquit you. More and more of the ground and magic around cracked and break apart until finally. Crack. Boom. The seal was broken, and a beam of white pierced through the ceiling. It was like the earth on top was a wet piece of paper being punctured through. Holy shit! Cirrus said as he lies on his back from the sudden blast sending him back with his armor disengaged. As the beam gradually dissipates, the light of the moon drapes down into the tomb, and Cirrus's eyes widen at its contents. Under the moonlight, a woman stood bathing in it. Her long hair was an inhuman white that gave off the glow of the moon. Her eyes were a glistening silver framed by her long eyelashes. Cirrus, from just the sight of her, was utterly breathless. He didn't even think the gods or nature could make such a person. If a god were to look at her, they would hesitate to speak or touch her for fear of tainting this purity and beauty. She looks up at the night sky and smiles. So that is my name. Her eyes widened, and a smile formed. She turns her head towards Cirrus and then stepped down, leaving the light of the moon, and walked towards Cirrus. Her hair was still slightly glowing from the moonlight's reflection, illuminating her slightly curvaceous naked form. Cirrus Zephyr. She stood fairly tall with a gentle smile. Will thee be my contractor? Ha ha. Cirrus gets up slowly and looks up at her. Wasn't that the reward? Her smile grew even larger as she knelt at his eye level. Phew, yes indeed, may I borrow thy sword? Can you grab it? He then swings his bloody broken arms. Well, that makes this easier. She draws the sword and clenches her hand on the blade. My name is Candidus Nox, but you can refer to me simply as Nox, one of the firstborn spirits. She then cuts her hand and holds Cirrus's bloody hand. I offer my mind, body and soul to you, who has freed me from my tomb. As their blood mixed, Cirrus could feel his arms feeling far better as something hot was flowing through his arm. Nox then leaned in and kissed Cirrus on his forehead. May I always look after my contractor through sickness and in health. Even in death, I shall follow you to the ends of heaven and space, earth and time. Cirrus was being overloaded with stimulation as the last thing before they filled his eyes with a brilliant light. His body was as hot as a furnace as Nox smiles as her eyes turned to shining gold. Good night, my hero. Some time later. Whoosh. Whoosh. Cirrus could feel the warm desert winds as he gradually opens his eyes. Ugh. He could feel a layer of sweat on his skin. I need to take a shower or something. He slowly sits up and looks around to find himself in the temple, high on its highest point. How the fuck did I get up here? It would seem you have awakened, master. That voice? Nox. He turned to see an owl of pure white with golden eyes and a crescent moon on its chest. Yes, it is me. What? Do you not like my form? I'm a bit surprised for a child to be interested in a woman so. No, it's cause you're an owl and I'm on top of a fucking tower. And also maybe, yes, Cirrus fidgeted a little as he gets up. Fufu, don't worry. You'll see me in my human form again. For now, I am simply regaining my magic after so long and my body is adjusting to the contract. Never did I think hunger would feel like this. Ah, I see, well, that's one thing now. Can you tell me how the hell am I on a tower? Nox then flapped her wings, flying near where Cirrus was. I did this. She then grew into a large owl with razor-sharp talons and a beak. Hey? That's pretty cool. The bond between Cirrus and Nox are now forged. A spirit of old now after hundreds of years finally found a hero to serve. A bond that will change the world. Yes, the hero of the White Knight is just starting his long journey. Quest 31 Contract. After turning into a giant owl, she shrunk back to her smaller form and perched on Cirrus's shoulder. If I remember right. Cirrus went and grabbed some food from his bag and hung his feet off the edge of the tower. You said something about blood, soul, and following to heaven and the far reaches of space. He takes a bite of his bread and gets some of it and offers it to Nox. Thank you, she eats the bread and answers the question. To put it simply, it means I am connected to you. Should you die, I die as well. Our souls are forever tied together, so should you ever return to the cycle of samsara, I will be reborn to serve under you. Ah. I see, is there anything else I should know or possibly do? Sadly no, it would seem my powers and gift to you cannot be utilized at the moment. Your body seems to be unable to manifest it for some reason. Guess I need to have my status updated. Status? Update? What do you mean? Oh yeah, you were sealed for so long you don't remember that the gods gave the people of Gakai their blessings in the form of statuses. They allow us to grow stronger from every fight and monster slain. That could be the reason you can't manifest your powers. I see, now I remember, There is something in my head about that? Oh well. Let us go and meet your god. Oh, about that, right now I'm currently on a special quest. Quest? To do what? Well, Cirrus looks out on the far expanse of the desert and spots a cloud of dust with several more behind it. I can explain on the way. You're a fast flyer, right? Cirrus said, getting up and getting his stuff. I am. I've flown around a bit to get the hang of it. Why? Then keep up. I have a ride to catch. Exosia, Adorn, Serenian. A magic circle appeared behind Cirrus and the armor fascinated Nox as Cirrus dons the deer mask and antlers. With a quick kick from the tower, he launched right into the sands below, rushing towards the cloud of dust. Kata kata. Kata kata. I'm impressed. I didn't think there would be one as fast as you. And what beautiful magic armor you have. She said excitedly, flying next to Cirrus. Glad you like it. Few people get to see it. Why is that? Because if people know of my magic and what it can do, then they will work around it, and for the people I'm after, they can't know I'm coming or what I can do. From there, Cirrus explained to Nox the current state of affairs and his current situation. She understood it but still found it hard to take in that some gods wish to bring ruin to the world. That's hard to take in, so you are tasked with taking down these familia along with other helping gods. Yup, right now I'm trying to get to Sorshana in the country of Schultzard and help them fight off Israfan, which has allied itself with the Vritra familia. I understand. Will let us hurry and help these people and help the world. Nox, before we reach them, I have to tell you I do not seek to become a hero. The path I am taking is one where blood will be spilled. Is that not how heroes are? Brutal war machines that can slaughter armies of man and monster alike. I guess the heroes you know are more of the classical version and in a way I guess by those standards are I as much as I dislike it, I do kind of fit the mold of one. I see. How very conflicting. Either way, in this era children must lose their innocence for the sake of the world. I'm disappointed this is the one constant that remained from all those years. Well, let's make sure that no longer happens. I see the desert ships up ahead. Seems they're desert pirates. I'll be your eyes in the sky. I'll be sure to tell you if anyone is behind you and such. Thank you. Cirrus draws his spear and jumps on the attacking vessels at a great height. It's the wit. Before he could talk, Cirrus had his spear on one of the desert pirates' throats. Several of the pirates freeze in place as they expected someone to appear out of nowhere. Tell me, is your pirate crew working by themselves or in another country? The pirate looks sweaty as he darts his eyes to one of the 3 ships. Talk to the captain, he said. Fine. Cirrus swings and knocks the guy out with his spear. You. Cirrus then points his spear at another pirate. Where is your captain? The middle ship, he shouted. Thanks. Cirrus then walks to the other side of the ship and jumps with great height onto the middle ship. Several armed pirates notice and surround Cirrus with their scimitars. Where is your captain? Cirrus shouted. She is coming to you, a woman with dark skin and several amounts of jewelry. Her hair is all tied up in her hat. Cirrus sees her walking down to him, she waves her hands and several of the pirates jump on board the ship they were chasing. Her light green eyes glared at Cirrus. So who are you fucking kid, she said with a slight grin. Are you with the Vritra familia or in any way associated with Israfan? Hey? What's it to you fucking kid? Because I would like to know who I'm going to kill. The moment he said those words, the pirate captain felt a chill run down her back as did the other pirates taking a step back. Ah, you're afraid, a rather terrible state to be in when facing an adventurer of Orario. All the pirates instantly shook as their swords rattled. How so? We know you're. Before she can finish her sentence, Cirrus already had his spear to her throat. Tell me, are you working for yourself or someone else? Be by ourselves, she shouted. Is that so? Cirrus removed his spear and walked to the front of the ship. I'll ask the other men on the ship that you're robbing if they tell me the same as you said. If not, he turns his gaze at her without even looking and knocks one of her men out with the flat of his spear. I will come back with their heads in tow. Fine. Go on. Ask them. They'll say they work for me. I hope so. With another jump, he lands on the larger desert ship and spots several pirates from up on top. Oi! I have some questions. Quest 32 City Gate. Whoosh! Whoosh! After getting some answers from the pirate, Cirrus gained confirmation that they really worked for themselves. SC, said the captain. I was telling the truth. You were, what is your name? Cirrus said with Nox perched up above, watching carefully. My name is Captain Jane Rackham, can I ask what your name is Mr. Golden Antlers? Zephyr. Well, Zephyr, what are you gonna do with all of us? Around the captain were all of her men, except for a few who were on the other ship, which were now firmly tied together as they head to Schultzard. Well, how about you all work for me? You? Why should we? We are desert pirates. Well, you wish to make money, no? And I will need a crew to help me with some things. Why the hell would you need a bunch of pirates for? I plan on removing the Vritra familia from the Israfan royal family, so I'm sure the royals of the Schultzard families would want an adventurer such as me to uproot it. Cirrus could see a smile on their face. You're gonna make those Israfan bastards pay, then count me in. Jane shouted. Me too, said a crew member. Hell yeah. All of her crew seemed to agree and like this development. So I guess you all hate Israfan. Why wouldn't he fucking hate a country of slave traders? Well then, it'll be a pleasure to be working with you. Cirrus said with a smile as he swings his spear, cutting her loose. So shall we call you Captain, she said. No, you can call me by my name. Boss. After a while, Cirrus could see the city of Sorshana. It held walls high enough to cover every rooftop except for the royal castle. While the pirates docked their ships, several city guards arrived with a spear. Halt! You are under arrest, Captain Jane Calico Rackham, said one guard. Whoa, there guard. We have a new boss who wishes to talk to you. From the ship, Cirrus walks out with his deer mask still on and stands before the guard. A child? Have you know? Before the guard knew it, Cirrus had pulled him down with his armor. The guards nearby were shocked to see a child so casually and quickly drag a guard to their eye level. These pirates are under my employment. Get your city representative or royal here. Any harm to my crew or ship will cause me to break every guard's hands. Cirrus then turns to Jane. That also goes for you as well, Jane. Right away, the guard Cirrus had in his grip was left to go and he quickly left. Boss, do you really think they'll send someone? Maybe someone strong. I'm sure they will try to capture your lot, and even me. A bit more waiting and out came a rather slightly decorated man with some pedigree. I am the head guard Flavius Ausonius Nicasus of the city of Sorshana. I hear you brought the Calico pirates under your command and wish to speak with someone of authority. That is true, sir, Cirrus said, standing up. I came to lend a hand in dealing with Israfan's new familia. Ha! What could a child like you possibly? Smack! Thud! Sir, shouted the other city guards. Wake him up and tell him what happened. When he's ready to do business, I'll be waiting on the ship. Jane makes sure none of our men do something stupid. Yes, boss. Walking back to the ship, he went into a room that was emptied with a single bed and a window. Finally, some rest. Cirrus disengages his armor and flops to the bed as Nox enters the room from the window. That went well so far, but is that how people come to agreements now? A bit more passive than my time. Nox said as she perched on the windowsill. You think that was passive? I was a bit more aggressive than usual. Well, you did well. Shall I keep watch on those people in case anything happens? That'll be good, by the way. Are you fine with the desert heat? Perfectly. This kind of heat is nothing. As a spirit of my caliber, this desert needs to be far hotter. She flew out and resumed her observations. Say, now that I'm resting, I notice your mouth isn't moving. I send my thoughts to you since we are contracted, or at least partially, we can communicate with one another. For now, you have to actually speak, as our contract isn't fully finalized. But once it is, I can talk to you using my own thoughts. Yup. Oh. Seems that the head guard is back up and quickly rushing towards a fancy building. Seems he's getting some people higher on the food chain. Well, for now, I'll rest for a while. Quest 33 outside of Orario Sorshana, the city of oases. After a while, they sent someone of power to the docks. Boss. They sent someone, said a crew member. Getting up from a nap, his magic circle appears and only equips his deer mask. Walking out, he sees a man dressed in lavish military clothing. So you are the new captain I see, said the man. My name is Paulus Modius Martian, the general of the Schultzard kingdom. I heard you were strong enough to knock the head off the guard. Tell me what brings this about. General, hey? Well, this is easy for you to understand. I'm here to help assist your country in combating the Israfan military or, more specifically, their familia. HOH? Is that so? Are you willing to come and talk with the king about this? Of course, you can't bring weapons with you. Cirrus immediately holds out his hands and Jane comes to his side. Jane, can you put this in my room until I return? Sure thing, boss. Cirrus hands her his sword, spear, and shield. Lead the way before the day ends. The general made a smile. Follow me. As the guards made their way into the city, Cirrus followed General Paulus. When he entered the city, he was impressed by how Roman it looked but a bit more modernized. Its people still wore clothes to protect them from the sun and heat. This city looks rather polished. That is because of the several oases that occupy the city. The general said. How nice. Cirrus continued to follow the general as he looks at the sights of the city until he reached the palace gates. Inform the king that I have a special guest who wishes to meet. The guard looks at Cirrus before leaving. A few seconds later, the gates were open. Walking through the Roman palace he could see several guards and attendants. As he approached the throne room, the general turned to Cirrus. You know how to greet a king? No, but I assume he finds no issue if I greet him as a god. Do as I do. Understood. When entering the throne room, Cirrus did as Paulus did following behind him. Walking to the throne, Cirrus could see its royalty and important vessels. When they reached proximity to the king, Paulus knelt, and Cirrus copied him. He didn't know the ways of this kingdom's royal etiquette but he wanted to come off as an ally. General Paulus, why did you ask for this meeting? The king said upon his throne. I asked for this meeting as this adventurer from Orario wishes to help our country combat the Israfan armies. An adventurer. Paulus steps aside so the king can look at Cirrus. His eye widens as he sees the golden antlers. Why have you come to this country? You adventurers solely care for the dungeon and the guild does not permit its adventurers to leave its walls. I am here to take care of the familia that has wormed its way into Varga and affiliated itself with its royal family. Oh, why is that? Orario has no shortage of powerful people. It does, but currently, the city is undergoing a power struggle. A faction by the name of Evilus, a group of familias centered on their self-proclaimed evil gods wish to cause chaos and destruction upon the world and Orario. Many of the royals and vessels' heads jolted up in surprise. Then you are here to get rid of one of these Evilus familia in Israfan, said the king. Yes, for that I decided to help your country in fighting them. Currently, their military is comprised of several soldiers and different familias in the desert, and from what I can see, you have no god to grant a fauna. Everyone looks angry at that notion. So what, you plan on using my country to further your goal? The king shouted in anger. Yes. Everyone was shocked again by how brazen Cirrus has said it. Do not look so surprised, you will benefit from it as well, you will have the aid of a powerful adventurer such as I who will cull the foreign familia into desolation. To further show how beneficial it is to you will not have to pay me in monetary value and nor do I seek any forms of political power, I am simply here to get a job done. What you do with my contribution is solely up to you. You may erase my existence if you so wish. You can say it was General Paulus who defeated the Israfan armies, for I simply do not care. I simply want the Vritra familia gone from the city of merchants. Then we will need to test you and see. The king waves his hand, and a servant comes and hands him a scroll. There is a base of theirs in the northwest of the Sand Sea on a land island. Deal with them and we will aid you in your quest. Thank you, King of Schultzard. Can we take General Paulus and a few of your guards to attest to the confirmation of the completion of the tasks? General Paulus will do. Is there anything else? What is your name? My name is Zephyr and I only need is two things. As Cyrus told his two needs, he quickly set out to do the job with General Paulus following along. Quest 34 Fell Swoop. With their test from the king, Cyrus sets off with his crew of desert pirates. With Paulus and a map, they were on the right track. So, is there a particular reason it's called the Sand Sea? Cyrus said, looking out in the expanse of sand. That is because this part of the desert's sand is like water from how to lose it all is. If one were to step foot, that foot would sink right in, Paulus said on the edge of the ship. So, like a massive area of quicksand. Quicksand. Paulus looked at Cyrus in confusion at what he said. Never mind. Jane, how far off are we? About a day's journey. Our guys need some rest. Then we go for a bit longer than we stop when the sun sets. Roger boss. They go until the sun had set, and they all stop to rest. The three ships laid out boardwalks so they can walk to and from the ships. They ate and drank till they fell asleep. Cyrus, who was still young, simply went to bed. As Cyrus slept, Nox slept on a little hammock in her owl form and slept comfortably after so long. The next day they continued to their destination, finding it with stone walls and guards patrolling. I suggest striking them when night falls. Said Paulus. We should do as he says. Said Jane. Getting into that base will be hard, even with the status it'll be. Nox. As Cyrus walks to the ship's bowsprit and stands on the end, a white owl lands on his shoulder. What do you have in mind? Cyrus disengages his armor as he looks at the base, far off in the distance, and smiles. You fly me up and drop me off. Phew, are you sure? Of course, fly me as high as you can to prevent them from spotting me. Sure thing. As everyone on the crew watched as the most innocent white owl their eyes has ever seen landed on Cyrus's shoulders. Nox flapped her wings behind Cyrus as she grew in size. Oi! Come to the base once you see its gates wide open, he shouted. Nox grew several times more considerable and then picked Cyrus off and flew him high into the sky. Do owls in Orario change size? Asked Jane to Paulus. I don't know, but can I ask, is he a Pelham? Hey? I never asked. Shit, I didn't even see his face. He sounds relatively youthful, maybe that's why he wears a mask. Well, whatever, he's a clever kid, everyone. Once the boss opens the gates, we'll come in and help. You are high in the sky above the base. I should have asked, but how are you going to stick to the landing? Well, drop me and see. Fine. Drop. Whoosh. 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 Falling from a towering height, Cyrus felt refreshed by the wind as his magic circle appeared behind him. Exosia, Adorn, Stymphalion. As his feathered mantle wrapped around him, his dive speeds up. With his avian hood concealing him, the wind presents no longer a problem for his eyes. He draws his sword as he nears the ground with enemies. Back on the ship. Jane and the others were watching as they saw him plummet from up on high. A white light appeared briefly and then a shine that Paulus recognized as a sword. As they see him, go down with even greater speed. He unfurled his mantle and swooped down, cutting through three men's necks. Well, that's one way of getting, hey, said Jane. An airdrop. Paulus said, a bit shaken. Where did you find this child? He sort of found us. From there, they merely saw bits and pieces of the bloodshed he was doing. They could see it until the gates of the base were slammed open with a body as smoke rose. When they arrived at the base, they found it covered in blood as several of the remaining people left on desert ships. They looked up at the base's wall to find Cyrus. With his deer mask and white clothes slightly sprinkled in the blood, it made them a bit scared. It was as though they witnessed a holy animal tainted by the blood of a man. Jane and the other came up to him and they saw the soldiers running away. Boss, why did you let a few of them get away? Jane said. I allow them to go so they can spread my fear. Why your fear? Said Paulus. What do you mean? I mean, Cyrus looks at him with his deer mask and he felt a shiver run down his back. I will be your country's monster. Those who left will tell those of Israfan what transpired here today. When they see me, they will know death is now on their doorstep. Gulp. Jane and Paulus looked at each other and let out a sigh of relief as they were thankful he was on their side. Well, What are you waiting for, crew? Take everything that isn't nailed down. In retrospect, Cyrus would regret this path he took, thinking he could walk down this path and not regret it. But he also acknowledges it was his time in the desert that would forge the eventual hero, Cyrus Zephyr. A while later, back in the Schultzard royal palace throne room. So Paulus, how was he? The king asks. He accomplished his task successfully. He didn't even need mine or the Calico pirates' help aside from leaving nothing behind that wasn't extremely heavy or unprofitable. He was a force on of itself, with a familiar growing large enough to fly him up and drop him into enemy encampments, and ruthlessly cleared it. Then he is as savage as those pirates that follow him. Not even their captain. Jane found it disturbing by how the scene turned out, but her face lit up as she rated the place. Then should we enlist his help? The king said, looking at Paulus with keen eyes. We should. He led a desert ship of the enemy solely just so they can spread his visage to their comrades in Israfan. Why would he do that? He said, it was to spread his fear. At first I didn't get it, but now thinking on it, in his own words, I will be your country's monster, and that is what he will be, a monster to the enemy but a thing of legend to our people. Then we will send him more tasks out on the battlefield. The king said as he looks out into the vast expanse of the desert. This was the tale told in Schultzard of the golden-horned demon of the sands, Zephyr, and his holy familiar. To the royals, they know that the demon truly existed and simply left once his goal was accomplished, departing from them to their inter-palace politics. Quest 35 Sungsan. After 3 months of aiding Schultzard, Cyrus's fame grew within the country and even to other countries outside of the desert landscape, reaching even Orario. In Israfan, the Vritra familia was truly working to keep their place, as many of their familia had been cut down by Schultzard's golden-horned demon. The familia's captain was fuming. That damn demon, he shouted as he broke a table. Lord Vritra, is it time for me to cull this nuisance? He has effectively cut down on the city's trading. We also haven't had a word from Zolingen. We need to rely on the weapons forged here. Vritra simply looked at their captain and smiled as they turned to the city. Yes, you have waited long enough. That supposed demon has garnered enough fame, so now once you find him and kill him, our strength will be unrivaled, and their morale will crash even below bedrock. Ah! I can't wait to see the faces of their failure. With their sights now directly targeted at Cyrus, Cyrus, at the moment, was currently on his way back to Sorshana. Boss, are you alright? Said Jane with even more jewelry. Yeah. I'm just surprised that after so long I haven't faced any higher-leveled people. Well, we are hitting their supply routes and bases near the border. Well, I'm sure they'll come after me, eventually. And when they do, we'll leave as quickly as we will. Shit, I had something. Ugh. Jane then left in frustration. Nox. Nox comes and lands on his antlers. No worries. I have regained enough of my magic to save you from some level 6. Probably, you remember when I first appeared. So you have enough for another of that blast. Well, not one as strong as that, but enough to let you get away. Then that will be good enough. A while later, back at Sorshana's docks. So how was the task? Said one guard to Jane. Good. We got more stuff to sell. She waved her hands as they unloaded some of the stuff. What of him? He's sleeping right now, but... She nods her head towards the top of the city wall to see a pure white owl. Ah, that's good. Well, we actually have some bad news. How bad is it? Real bad. 2 legions of our men were captured and are being held in Sungsan. Shit. Sungsan of all places. We know it's rather deep in enemy territory, but well, what? Because we lost 2 legions worth of soldiers, Israfan has been getting bolder with their advances, so much so Warisa has imitated them and gained ground. Damn, we will deal with Sungsan. Jane then looks at Nox and it nods its head. A few days later. Sungsan. Jane, do you know anything about it? Cyrus asked. Somewhat. It used to be a place where Israfan kept its prisoners, but now with the war, they sold the prisoners as slaves to get more money. Seems they live up to their name of the country of merchants, using everything to make a profit. Yeah, anything, we'll be there soon, I'll be keeping watch. As Jane was leaving with her tricorn hat tilted down, Cyrus speaks up. You know, if there are any there, I encourage you to free and save them. What you do with the slavers is up to you. She made a slight smile. Thanks, but... That slight smile disappeared just as fast as it had appeared. I'll feel better when I get rid of them all. When reaching a point where they could see the city, they traveled back a bit to be away from sight. We'll go at night, everyone rests till nightfall, Cyrus said as he looked out. Boss, do you think it's a trap? Said Jane with a drink in hand. Likely, we have enough bombs, right? Yup. But I am surprised by how surprisingly strong they are. Well, their only purpose for us is to serve as a way of escape anymore. And that I don't want this to spread beyond my knowledge. I'll have to do a deep look on all the grenades, good thing I numbered them. The city of Sungsan is far different from its neighboring cities, as its infrastructure is completely different. It was built to do two things, one is to keep anyone who is in danger out with several deterrents and archers, two it doesn't let anyone escape, especially its prisoners or more accurately its slaves within its confines with several more archers on standby. For him to enter the city, Cirrus went with Nox high in the air. Do you have everything you need? Nox said as she was far and high above the city. Yeah, I have the colored fireworks. Good. I'll be keeping an eye all right. Then drop me. Plop. Whoosh. 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 As Cirrus dives into the city, a dangerous foe awaits him. Quest 36 Snake Eyes. After landing in the city, Cirrus used his cloak given to him by Fels to turn invisible. Using this, he explored the city a bit more before starting anything. Walking through the city, Cirrus truly found it unsettling. It looked like a prison and city with guards at every street corner. Geez, I don't know how anyone could live this on edge with eyes everywhere. Well, Jane said they hold prisoners here, but to even make it into a city? Who the hell thought that was a good idea? As he turns a corner, he sees a big stand with a serpent tapestry on it. Ah, well, Vritra was like a snake god or something in Hindu myth. So guess it was them who made this, bad idea or reality. Walking through the streets, some more Cirrus found the prisons or, more accurately, the bargain bin with several people stuffed into cages and collars tied around their necks at prices. Seen it on screen and in fiction was one thing, but to see and stand here in the flesh, it's appalling and aggravating to see. Yes, this is enough, I'm going to. Cirrus move. Thweb. Thweb. Cirrus could hear several arrows land around him and one. Clang. Blocked by his shield, revealing himself. Cirrus looked up to see a tall and muscular young adult with short, spiky, black hair that is kept slicked back with a short black jacket made of what looks to be scales with light armor spread out on his body. Disengage. So, said the man. Are you the supposed golden horned demon? You're a Palam? That's a surprise, I figured you'd be taller. He then dropped with no signs of damage as he casually walked toward Cirrus. Sorry if I didn't live up to your expectations, sorry I didn't quite catch your name. He made a cunning smile as he drew his weapon of choice with a whip. My name is Goma, captain of the Vritra Familia. Crack. As he cracked his whip against the ground, Cirrus tensed up more than ever as he darted his eyes around his surroundings to find some prisoners waking up from the commotion and some archers with their arrows at the ready to be aimed and fired. Had they sent their captain before their vice-captain? That's surprising. I would figure you were far too good to be sent here first. Cirrus then began to slowly grab a firework that he had hidden on the back of the shield. He's busy making some money for us in Santorio Vega. Is that so? Cirrus then picked the one where it signified it was time to attack, which was red. He then quickly ran towards a nearby fire source as his magic circle appears behind him. Exosia, Adorn, Serenian. He's a fucking mage, shouted Go. Fire. Before they can even shoot, Cirrus had already donned his armor and made it further than what Go had expected. Go then went after Cirrus, and he quickly caught up to him. Got you. With a devastating fist strike, he struck Cirrus as he turned to block. Cirrus could feel the bones in his right side break with the punch even reaching his chest. With the force he was hit with, it sent Cirrus rocketing through several buildings, causing even more damage. Boom. 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 Ahem. With so much pain, Cirrus had to focus. He clenched his teeth and fists in pain with a still hazy mind. Cirrus disengaged the armor and quickly donned his base one. Exosia, Adorn. As the armor enveloped him, he could feel his body quickly healing its damages, but the shock of it remained fresh in Cirrus's mind. Nox, Cirrus said with sweat dripping off him. I need you to be ready for that attack and keep out of sight. I'll deal with the archers as fast as I can, Cirrus said, getting back on his wobbly feet. No, you need to run. He hit you, Cirrus. He is far stronger and faster than you. I know, but I doubt he can find me. As soon as his wounds were within normal range, he disengaged the armor and his magic circle appeared once more. Exosia, Adorn, Lernian. The armor appears in a holy white pigmentation, but as it equips itself to Cirrus, it turns into a royal purple scale armor with a scarf wrapped around Cirrus that separates into 9 sections reminiscent of a 9-headed serpent. Nox, some information on where it will be useful. Cirrus said as he melts into the shadows, but not before finding a nearby torch where he was sent to and lit the firework. By the way, I'm throwing the firework in 3, 2, 1. Throws. Kaboom. High in the air, a red explosion of light filled the night. You need to move. They're coming quickly. Cirrus quickly blended into the darkness and moves through the shadows of the streets and made his way back to where he was punched and found there was no one there. Go didn't seem to be after him for now, but his tense feeling didn't even leave Cirrus for 1 second. Nox, where is Go? He is by far the most dangerous threat. He's at where you were when you crashed through several buildings. Still? That's very odd. Wait. His alias is Snake Eyes. Then, does that mean he has some magic or ability that lets him see heat? Then that would explain how he could see me in this armor. Cirrus touches his skin and finds it more ambient. It wasn't too hot or too cold. Ha ha ha. What luck. He relies on this power to find me. Cirrus then went to one prisoner's holdings. Oi! Are any of you with the Schultzard Legion that was captured? He shouted. Why you? Who are? Did you not see me get punched through over there? Cirrus points at the damage. The Golden Horned Demon. You have come to. Shhhh. Quiet. I'll get you all out, okay. He then used his sword to cut all the locks on the cells. Now I need you all to hide for now when you see a purple light in the sky. I want you all to run to the gates, alright. Gee, got it, they said. What are you going to do? Go is looking everywhere for you, he looks to be getting angrier and angrier with nothing to track you. Easy. Can you wait near the front gate? I'll need you to get rid of, never mind, Jane already took care of it. I'll go inform her of Go. Tell me when to fire, alright. Oh, course. Cirrus quickly took out the archers scattered around the city. Go was looking ever more furious as someone who was of a weaker level disappeared. Phew. Now then, Nox, are you in position? I am. Jane is as well. Good, now ahem. I spotted him. He's heading for the gate. Cirrus said in a mature tone of voice. Close the gates, he said in a different tone of voice. To the gate, said one of the familia members. Close the gates, said another. Now to make my appearance. Disengage. Exosia, Adorn, Serenian. With full vigor and style, Cirrus got people's attention as he runs through in and out of buildings and onto rooftops, cutting down people who got in his way until he finally reached the gate where Go stood with fury in his eyes with several of his familia. You fucking little shit. I'll be sure to have your head. Really? Well, then. With one of his fireworks lit by one of the passing torches, he throws it high into the air in purple light. That light! You bastard! He quickly closed the distance between himself and Cirrus, and with his fist he went in with another strike, but this time. Clang! His shield stopped it and sent him flying through the air with some fractures to his left arm. Now. Behind the gate of the city, Nox was ready. Though she can't use her magic to its fullest potential, she can still at least use some of it at the cost of a chunk of her own magic to use. Flash and gaze. Tear through the cosmos. White night. A blinding, beaming, white light engulfed the gates, blocked by Vritra's familia, and blasted through. Even their captain was caught in a sea of terrifying white emptiness as from the blast. Only Go remained, if not heavily battered from the attack, with a hazy mind. Crash. 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 Thud. The gate and anything within a straight line were now gone in a flash. Fuck, Go grabbed his head to try and focus his mind, but the ringing in his ear won't stop as he looks up to see several of the prisoners escaping. Anger builds inside him, but his body was too heavy to carry out his will. As he lay embedded in a building from the force of the attack, he could hear an explosion off in the distance. As he opened his heavy eyes, he sees Cirrus with a white owl. You. Fucking Kyowa. Cirrus stabbed his sword in his stomach. Seems the evilus group of the Vritra familia will be crushed far quicker than expected. I'm glad you aren't the sharpest tool in the shed. He then removes the sword and holds it to prepare for one last swing. I fought, bravely to, reach level 6 and to die here. Reaching level 6 proves nothing. It only says how reckless you were to reach such levels. With a strong swing of the sword, Cirrus sliced Go's throat and sees as the color and light leave him. Let's go. Right. As Cirrus was walking away from Go's remains, he finds his whip. Guess I'll take this. If only he had taken the attack seriously, Go's efforts in reaching level 6 wouldn't have gone up in smoke. Quest 37, the final nail. 2 months passed since Cirrus dealt with Sungsan, and word reached the Vritra's familia's ears as well as Varga's in turn. Their morale quickly waned as Cirrus was spearheading the assault when he got a paid visit. Knock. Knock. Boss, someone wants to see you. Jane said, knocking on the captain's door. Who is it? He says his name is Hermes, a god. Let him in. As Jane opens the door, Hermes and Lydia enter the captain's quarters with a young girl around Cirrus's age. It's been a while, Zephyr. Or should I now call you the Golden Horned Demon of the, Is that a snow owl? Hermes said, looking at Nox. Hermes, if you're here, then it seems you dealt with things on your end, correct? Yes we did. Lydia care to explain? Yes, well, where should I start? Lydia explained that after they left, they quickly went to Orario and from there they began their investigation on Sant Orio Vega, taking them 1 month to find and get rid of the familia stationed there. After that, they found smaller places that they spread to, but one went to Ethiopia first as it was one of the earliest places they spread to. There they got rid of the familia rooted there and even took their princess. Seems the royal family grew to find the evil us-related familia was useful except for the princess. After a few destabilizations here and there and 5 months passed by quickly and they rushed to Sorshana. I see, so there are still familia affected, hey. Yes, it has turned into a pain to find them all. Said Hermes getting a drink. So, how are things on your end? From what we heard, you really became a thing of legend. Even people in Orario are talking about this supposed monster. Hopefully there have been no quests to hunt me, yes. Except for a few, more or less, said Lydia, making an shrug. Oh, well, now that you're here, we can finally deal with Vritra and lay the final nail in the coffin. You sure they didn't just up and leave, said Lydia. No, we took over Akara and several more of their territory. They're essentially stuck in Israfan. You truly are thorough. Said, Hermes. Speaking of which here. He then gets up and hands Cirrus a green crystal. From your guardian. He then walks towards the door. I'll be in an inn. Call for us when it's time to get rid of the Vritra familia. As Hermes leaves, followed by Lydia, he spots their newest member, a girl with aqua blue hair and cyan-colored eyes with a pair of glasses. So. Cirrus leaned back in his seat and looked at the crystal before placing it carefully on his desk. Fels, can you read me? The orb began to shine. Ah, Cirrus, it would see Lord Hermes has arrived in Sorshana, Fels said through the crystal. It's nice to hear your voice again, Fels. I as well, so how are things on your end? Is the Oculus working better now? I made some improvements to it. They are good. I have been given help from the Schultzard kingdom to combat the Vritra familia. I am sure you have even heard of the name they gave me in these lands. Yes, the golden horned demon of the sands. Was there familia that large for you to clear an entire base? Yes, they gathered up what little familia there was in the Chaos Desert and have them under their services. Since they had so many with status, I needed to thin their numbers. I did this for about 3 months until the Vritra familia sent their captain after me. Are you all right? Fels shouted. I am, but during the fight, he really did break some of my bones, but what saved me was his reliance on his ability. His ability? What was it? It was what the gods named him after his snake eyes or his ability to see the heat from there. It was easy to lose him in the city. And, what happened to him? He's dead. I found an opportunity, and I took it. The only reason I'm still here was to wait for Hermes to show up and deal the finishing blow. Why you defeated a level 6? But how? Cirrus looks at Nox and then back to the crystal. I'll explain it in more detail when I'm back. Very well. Oh, say, how are things back at home? They are fine. Orario has gained more help in fighting back the crimes. Lenoa is still, her. That's good, well, I'll talk to you when I'm coming back. My time here is coming to an end. I hope to hear from you soon. The crystal dims and Cirrus puts it away carefully. So that was your parent, hey? They sound very nice. They are. Cirrus then gets out his city plans for Varga. He has slowly gained them from his merchant friend. So I would like to finish this. Quest 38 Coffin to Heaven. Traveling through the sands of Israfan Cirrus along with his crew and the Hermes familia. So you've been a desert pirate for 5 months, Zephyr, said Hermes. Technically, we're privateers under the Schultzard employment. Jane paid off her crimes in the country, so we're more or less their military, said Cirrus. So how much money did you? Enough to make some people and businesses very, very loyal. Lydia turns to Cirrus. So Zephyr, what will become of this successful crew? Well, I figured they'll run a business in Akara, seeing as it's a focal point where merchants come through. I see, said Hermes as he strokes his chin. A while later, they arrived at the ports of Varga under different flags to get in, as well as papers. Under the guise of the night, they went to work infiltrating the city. Taking a deep breath, Hermes laments on the city walls. The city looks great from above. Such a shame we can't enjoy the city lights for longer. You can enjoy the celebratory after this is done, Lord Hermes. Said Cirrus as he looks out with his telescope. Found them, they're in the west section of the palace. Cirrus hands the telescope to Hermes, and he looks through it. Yup, that's a god all right, but is Vritra a male or female god? I mean, does it really matter to you? Haha, he laughed a bit. Not really. But I do prefer pretty girls over pretty boys. Greek gods. Then let's move. The faster we send Vritra off, the quicker we can drink ourselves to sleep. I even found a nice place for us to party, Lord Hermes. Lydia said with a bright smile. Cyrus nodded and waved his hand. Jane and the others nodded across the way and informed the familia members that were there and left. We better hurry along. That distraction won't last for long, said Cyrus, putting away his telescope. What is they? Hermes turned to a building a bit off in the distance. As it exploded into fire, the sound filled the city. Let's go. Cyrus's magic circle appeared behind him. Exosia, Adorn, Serenian, Dot. The operation began, with Jane and the others making a distraction in various parts of the city, allowing Cyrus and his group to easily enter the palace. Hey Stoga! Why Yoga? Since both Cyrus and Lydia were essentially the highest-leveled adventurers in the country, it was easy to simply swat away the guards and, of course. It's the demon. Run! Cyrus's appearance helped make their way to Vritra far easier. When they did finally arrive on the west side of the palace, they arrive in an open courtyard where Vritra was simply enjoying a drink. I was wondering when you are finally going to come and finish me, little demon. His snake-like eyes glared at Cyrus, and he felt a hint of fear in his gaze alone. Now he was waiting for me. Hermes stepped in, walking in front of Cyrus. My name is Hermes. He took off his hat and gave a polite bow. He looked at Vritra and glared back. His usual warm and orange-colored divinity suddenly had a tinge of red streak across his dominant orange, like his hair. TCH, let's get this over with, Vritra said as they got up. As they were about to use them, Arcanum Hermes waved his hand and Cyrus jumped in. Thud. What are you doing, child? Vritra shouted as Cyrus holds him down. I am simply doing as Lord Hermes asked, Cyrus responded. That's right, you still need to tell us what you know of your little group. Hermes said with a snake-like smile. And I'm the snake, huh? Well, no matter, my fun ended months ago when this child killed my, you know I won't say anything. Vritra looked up at Hermes. Well, no matter, Zephyr, let him go, we still have other legs to break. Cyrus, let's go, and Vritra glows in a rainbow light. I would say it was fun, but I was getting tired of drinking bad wine. Your name is Zephyr, right? Vritra said. That is my name, Lord Vritra. Before I go, can I at least see what is under your mask? Seeing how a child managed to defeat Go, I would like to see their face. Very well. Cyrus removes his mask and Vritra was a bit shocked as he looked at Hermes. My, what great find you got, Hermes. To think a child of. Just then, a tower of light struck Vritra from beyond the sky, cutting him off. Cyrus watched as Vritra's divinity returns to heaven and he puts on his mask. Seems he knew who I am from my face, seems I took more after you, Mom. As Cyrus walked away, Hermes found him even more interesting, but he still couldn't put his finger on it. After Vritra was sent to heaven, they all returned to the ships and returned to Sorshana. There they enjoyed the festivities, but for Cyrus he left for Akana with Jane. Sailing through the desert sands, Cyrus looks out to the sea of sand on the side of the ship. Finally, I can return home. I wanna enjoy some home-cooked meals, but I think I'll miss this place. Flap. Flap. Tap. So we're finally leaving the desert, hey? Nox said, perching next to Cyrus. Do you feel happy you're finally leaving this place? To be honest, I feel a bit sad. Since you set me free, I have only seen the horizon over dunes of sand, so this place kind of feels like home a bit. I can say the same. This has been the longest I've been in a place. Right, I remember you telling me about Zolingen, now that I think of it, you have been away from home for nearly 9 months in total. I'm surprised you aren't homesick. It's the heat of the desert that helps. The heat. Nox turns her head and remembers that there were times when Cyrus simply lay in the sand after practicing his spear and swordsmanship and looking up at the clear sky. Well, maybe I should find something that will bring me comfort. She then flips over and perches on Cyrus's shoulder. Ah! That's better. Cyrus made a warm smile as they looked out into the darkness of the sea of sand. Quest 39, Another Meeting of Evil. A few months back, somewhere in Orario, the gods of Evilas have gathered under extreme secrecy. Shit! Shit! Shouted Rudra. Freya and Loki are one thing. But Astrea? She only has 3 children. He then slammed his fists onto the table. Rudra, please, said Alecto. You aren't the only one that's frustrated, they have severely been a pain in our sides. Alecto said as the glass in her hand began to crack. We should thank my child Valletta has thrown them off with her plans, said Apate. But even she is having trouble with the Palom. Yeah, even my business is taking hits, said Kaikia. Recently, I stopped getting shipments from Chernobog and Vritra. Must be bandits or monsters, said Rudra. Chernobog isn't one for being clean and Vritra, well, they're off in the Chaos Desert where the Golden Horned Demon roams. A monster, hey, said Loviater. I would like to grind its supposed golden horns. Who knows what I can make from it. Do we not have that plan of yours, Electo? Said Erebus. The one with the dungeon. Ah. Yes, it's going very well. Actually, we might try to test it out on the Loki Familia. I got word that they're going on an expedition in a week. Electo said with a sinister smile on her face. Thanatos. Said Apate. You've been quiet at this meeting. Oh, have I? I'm sorry, I'm simply been busy with other ventures. Other ventures, said Kaikia. Like what? Black market dealings. Seems some gods simply like to make some money. Well, since you have those, why not use them to get information on Vritra and Chernobog, said Apate. Chernobog is one thing, but Vritra? Not even Rudra can attest they're extremely good at running their familia. I can attest, even in heaven, they always did his job with great efficiency if not a bit lazy, but nonetheless he did it, Rudra said with confidence. Present day. So what have you brought to us on Chernobog and Vritra, Thanatos, said Electo. Well, it isn't good news, Thanatos said with a glass of wine in hand. Bad news how? Asked Kaikia. Well, it seems Chernobog was sent to heaven months ago and Vritra just recently. What? Shouted Rudra. How is that possible? Vritra had Goma. A level 6 adventure. Was it that child of Freya? That dwarf? No, from what my children had gathered, it was the golden horned demon. What? They all said, confused. As I said, it was this golden horned demon. In Zolingen it was the one that freed the city from Chernobog in a single night, and when my child reached the outskirts of the Chaos desert, they saw a pillar of light all the way into the sky coming in the direction of Varga. Shit! Rudra yelled out as he punched a hole in the table. Who is this bastard? Well, the locals in Akara said he was called Zephyr. Zephyr, said Electo and Apate. Yes. As in a soft gentle breeze, said Apate. Yes, well, from what my child found, he's anything but gentle. Well, we now have another person to deal with. Said Electo. I'm sure with Vritra gone they'll be coming to Orario, we need to implement our plan before any more factors come to play. Quest 39.5 Infection. After the meeting was finished, Loviater and Apate went to a private room. So Loviater, what did you want to discuss with me? I want to ask of you if the way Vritra and Chernobog left the city is still open. Apate then looked at her with curious eyes. Why? Are you planning on leaving us? And no, but I have been going through old records and texts to find this. Loviater then took out a rather old and worn out book. What's this? Be back, during the time the gods haven't yet descended to Kakai, there were several powerful beasts. Long before the behemoth, Leviathan, and even the black dragon showed up. These were the great 5 calamities. The Hecatonkir, the multi-armed mountain. Wendigo, the hollowed forest. The Nukkalavi, the nightmare of land and sea. The Nidhogg, the now former king of monsters. And last but not least, the Ikuturso, the Black Sea. These 5 monsters were all either killed or sealed away. So, what, you wish to free the ones that are sealed? A sinister grin grew on Loviatar's face. Of course. If 1 or 2 of these monsters are free, imagine how much resources will be put into subjugating them. Hey, I like that plan. But you didn't call me in just to tell me this, right? Of course not. I know of 2 of the monsters' sealed locations. The Hecatonkir and Nukkalavi. And what if the others? Apate said curiously. The Wendigo was sealed somewhere far up north, the Ikuturso was sealed somewhere at sea near where is now called Telskyra, so that is a no-go for obvious reasons. Of course, but what of the Nidhogg? Killed, from the records I could read it said that the black dragon killed it in one attack. Phew. I will help you with this. So which of the 2 do you wish to free first? With a devilish smile, the 2 goddesses made they went about this secret plan. Loviater left the city along with her children in small numbers. Apate informed the other members of Evilus that she was not abandoning them but simply doing a fun secret plan for them that will bear fruit in time for them. Quest 40 Back home. After arriving in Akara, Cirrus said his farewells to Jane and the rest. He told Jane where to find him in Orario. With some last words of parting, he left back to Orario. Weeks of travel go by, and Cirrus arrives back in Orario's western gate. Seems everything is about the same. Walking around, heading up the west-northern section of Orario to Leno's shop, he found somewhat fewer crimes. Whoever started to help has been on a roll. When Cirrus arrived back home, he was met with a surprise. Welcome back, shouted Eupheme. I hope you don't mind me having your friend here. She's been coming once a week, you know. Well, I was worried about my best customer and friend, she said with a slight smile and a monotone voice. It's good to see you all again, Cirrus said, dropping some of his stuff in the kitchen. Seems you also brought a friend. Leno looks at Nox perched on his shoulder. Where did you find this beautiful creature? I found her out in the desert. You can think of her as my familiar and close friend. You mean life partner, right? Nox said to Cirrus, who is the only one who can hear her. Well, isn't she a feisty one? Lenoa said as she takes a seat. She can be. They all sat down and ate their fill. Eupheme went and took Cirrus's gear for maintenance. It seemed his sword and spear need some work while his shield, it was in some desperate need of professional help. Late at night. So tomorrow our contract will be fulfilled, hey, said Cirrus in bed after a nice shower. Phew, you will get to gaze upon my true form again. Ah. I should buy you clothes for that, right? Ah, speaking of which, I have been naked for a very long time now that I'm thinking about. Well, you are covered by feathers, so. Seems we will cross that bridge when we come to it, but bring your cloak, just in case. Good idea. The next day in the room of prayer. It's good to see you again, Lord Aranos. I missed your stoic and calm demeanor. You have grown well. Seems you have been eating right, hasn't he, Fels? Aranos said, looking upon his throne. Yes, but I am most curious how you came across this familiar? It's incredibly intelligent. Fels said, looking at Nox. This is your parent? Well, this is pretty new. You said you found it in the desert? Is this correct? Aranos said, looking keenly at Nox. Yes, I did. Aranos and Nox looked keenly at one another for a bit. Come, let me update your status. Cirrus drops the cloak and Nox lands on it as Cirrus removes his shirt and, to Fels's surprise, finds some scars on the right side of his body, particularly his right arm. Aranos places his finger on the corner of his throne and, with a quick motion, cuts his finger and drops a droplet onto Cirrus's back. I see your time there was an ordeal. Aranos then looked at Nox with keen eyes. Fels. Fels comes and gives him a piece of paper and places it on Cirrus's back, finishing his update. Shine. 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 Nox's and Cirrus's bodies begin to emit a glow and the two felt something click inside of them. As Cirrus's body dims down, Nox's wasn't. Fels and Aranos watched as the light on her grew brighter and brighter until a flash filled the room. After the flash, what remained was Nox in her human form. She quickly covers herself in the cloak Cirrus dropped, barely covering her. Ought to have limbs again. Nox said as she stretched. It would seem the contract is finished, unknown spirit. Lord Aranos. Cirrus. Who is this? Fels shouted. She's a spirit I freed and made a contract with, Cirrus said, still kneeling. Fels looks up at Aranos as he finished up. It is true, Fels. He even gained a skill to show for it. Aranos hands Cirrus the paper. A skill. Cirrus looks at his update in amazement. Cirrus Zephyr. LV3. Strength, D540, YY 1647 Endurance, E400. ZZZ 2009. Dexterity, C660. YY 1640 Agility, A833. ZZZ 2012. Magic, F310. ZZZ 2000 Mage, H. G. Immunity, I. Diachrysomelos. Super short chant. Enchant type. Callow, Nox. No chant. Summoning magic. Anthos Adonis. Increases speed of growth. When on the border of life and death, all parameters will drastically increase. Leonemius. Recovers user's stamina faster. Passive. Grants the user the development abilities strong body, strong defense. The strength of the effect is proportional to the user's level. Only activated when using Diachrysomelos. Lefkinicta Ev_Logia. A pact forged with the spirit of the White Knight, the spirit and user are bounded through mind, body, and soul. Grants shadow storage. Grants user development ability spirit healing and magic resistance. The strength of the effect is proportional to the user's level. Media Polemos. When engaged in battle, user thoughts will be accelerated. Grants user development ability metalworking, mixing, and mystery when in a workshop. Strength is proportional to the user's strength, dexterity, and magic stats. Anemos Satanas. When in the sand or wind, all physical stats are increased. That's a drastic improvement, Cirrus said as he walks down and put his shirt back on. Cirrus, who is this? Fels looks at Nox up and down. Her name is Nox, Cirrus said as he approaches her. Nox, said Fels. The spirit of the White Knight? Said Aranos. One of Nyx's spirits from the Age of Heroes. I had thought the other god's spirits had wiped your generation out. Phew, well, they merely sealed me with a seal meant for monsters. She said with a puffed-up chest. Nox, could you turn back into an owl? I need to get you some clothes. At least let me enjoy some time to stretch my legs. I don't know what to feel about this, Fels sounds a bit conflicted. Don't worry. Nox said. He also. Nox no. "I rather not have an awkward conversation here," Cirrus said, walking to one of the secret entrances. "Fells, I'll explain everything." "Nox, are you coming?" "Coming," a bright light enveloped her, and she turns back into an owl carrying Cirrus's cloak. Quest 41 in the city. Walking through the northern main road, Nox could feel eyes on her. "Have these humans never seen an owl before?" "They probably never seen one as beautiful as you," Cirrus whispered over to Nox. "Anyway, here we are." They stop in front of a clothing store in the northern section of the city near the main road. Oh, I'm very impressed. These clothes look far better than in my time." "Well, these are one of the better ones." As Cirrus enters the shop, several of the female customers looked at him. "Ah, what are you doing here, little boy?" said the attendant. "I'm here to buy clothes for my big sister's friend." "Oh. Do you have a crush?" Sure." All right. I'll help you." "So, do you know her measurements?" No, but you can ask her." "Who?" "Me." The attendant turned to see an inhuman beauty in a small cloak. Nox returned to her human form, but Cirrus was a bit surprised there was no flash. "Hey, why wasn't there a flash?" said Cirrus, talking to her mentally. "Oh, that I do that for some style. Also, this attendant has said nothing in a while." The attendant was breathless, stunned. "Here are 20,000 valis in this bag," Cirrus says as he puts it on the table. "Nox, I'll be waiting outside." "Okay." Outside the shop, Cirrus sits next to the shop and watches as adventurers pass by. On their way to the dungeon a familiar face passed by, a certain emerald hair caught his eye. "Riveria," he spoke out. Stopping in the sea of crowds was a high elf looking at Cirrus. "Ah shit, she heard me." Walking towards Cirrus from the crowd, Riveria stood before him. "Cirrus? Why are you here?" she said. "Where are you going, elf?" said a dwarven man coming next to Riveria. "We have to hurry you two or else Bara, Dane and Noir will chew us out," said Finn. "He is the child that Lenoa, the magic shop owner, is taking care of." She then turns her gaze back to Cirrus. "I haven't seen you in a long time. Did you join a familia?" she said. Cirrus gets up and brushes himself. "I have. I've been away doing several quests outside the city since, well, you know." Cirrus looks at the crowd and Riveria painfully agrees, as did the dwarf and Finn. "So are these two parts of your familia?" "Oh. You two introduce yourselves." The dwarf first introduced himself. "My name is Gareth, it's nice to meet you," he said with a big smile. "My name is Cirrus. It's nice to meet you as well." "So what familia did you join, Cirrus?" asked Riveria. "Well, Cirrus, I'm all done." They turned to find Nox, a girl who seems to be in her early 20s wearing a white sundress, a brown cardigan with sandals. The moment she stepped out, she had already caught the eye of several adventurers, both men and women. "Then let's go." "It was nice to meet you, Riveria, Gareth, and Finn." Cirrus gave a nod before he and Nox left. "Hey elf, who was that?" said Gareth. I don't know," said Riveria. "I have to ask Lenoa." Walking through the city with Nox turned out to be an entirely different experience than anything before. "Nox, these gazes are so, it almost like they're stabbing daggers into me," Cirrus said. "Pay them no mind. I want to go and try some of the food." Cirrus did as she liked and took her to enjoy some food after years sealed in that tomb. With great beauty comes a lot of attention, as even when they sat to eat, many eyes were still on them. "Hey there, pretty law." "No," Nox said as she eats her meal. "What about?" "Fuck off," Cirrus said as he tries to enjoy his meal. "Who the hell are you, Key? Leave us alone." Nox glared at the men with sharp eyes, and they all looked like scared puppies as they left. "Seems we can't even enjoy a simple meal," Cirrus said. "Phew, are you jealous?" "No, just annoyed." "No, I can see the blush on your face. Don't push it." As they eat and enjoy their meal with some breathing room, they heard a loud siren. "Alert! Alert! There is a monster stampede. I repeat, there is a monster stampede. All third-class adventurers are prohibited from the dungeon until this has been dealt with. All second and above adventurers are to head to the dungeon and assist in stopping this stampede." As several adventurers leave quickly, very few adventurers head toward Babel. "So, are we going to head there as well? You aren't technically registered in yet." Well, maybe I should make my debut in the city." "Are you going to buy a new weapon?" "No, I think I'll just take it from one of these level 1 adventures," Cirrus said as he made a grin. Quest 42 The Golden Horned Demon appears. At the base of Babel, the guild was trying their best to keep the situation contained. "Please, everyone, step back. Come on, we can help too," shouted a level 1 adventurer. Yeah. That's right. Please do. From up ahead, a small adventure with a deer mask and golden antlers appeared from the sky, landing in the plaza. Someone! Get him, he stole my sword, shouted an adventurer. Yes sir, please. Before the guild employee could finish talking, he had already left, heading to the dungeon with a speed that was of a level 4. In the crowd of adventurers, a few left the group. Did you see that? Said one of them. Yeah. Golden antlers. Those must be the guy who made so much trouble for us in Solingen and in Varga, said the other. We must go tell Lady Electo. Yeah. There must be others in the crowd as well. We can't be late in delivering her this news. First floor of the dungeon. Hold the line, shouted Finn. Fweb. Reveria fires off arrows at the monsters. There's too many, Finn. When is the Freya Familia going to come and help? Shouted Gareth. I don't know. But this must have been done by Evilus. So they could be dealing with something back in the city. Damn it. Reveria. Can't you use a spell? Shouted Gareth. I can't. I don't have the breathing room to fweb. Shut up and keep cutting them down, shouted Bara, an Amazoness. Yes, this is a good experience, shouted Dane, a dwarf. Gareth. Put more spirit into it. Yes, sir. Finn. Send some people to the left. They're pushing us back there, said Noir, a human. Several of the Loki Familia and a few of the adventurers that came to help were pushing the monsters back. It was a never-ending horde. We could really use an ace up our sleeves for THI. As Finn was talking, he spotted a streak of gold and white go across his eyes, as did the others. Shing. 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 Like a beam of light through the darkness, this person cut through the monsters with such speed and strength that it amazed even the veteran adventurers. TCH, dull already. Cirrus throws the dull blade at the monsters as he kicks up a sword left by a dead adventurer with a white owl on his antlers. Nox. He muttered under his voice. As he said those words, Nox filled the area in a blindly white light that stopped both adventurers and monsters. Exosia, Adorn, Erymanthian, Dot. As the light dimmed, the adventurers spotted a mage's circle disappearing, leaving only in place of the holy-looking deer with a savage wild boar. Ray-a-a-a-a-a-a-a. With great speed and ferocity, Cirrus charged forth, crushing anything in his way, much like his appearance of a raging beast. Let's go, shouted Bara. They turned the tide, don't let it turn again. Ura-a-a. With Cirrus leading the charge, they pushed back the monsters. 2 hours later. As Cirrus overlooked, the area filled with monster bodies of the Loki Familia approached him. Thanks for the help, Finn said. Yes, your help was what we needed to turn the tide, said Noir. No problem. Cirrus then tosses the sword to the side. I will be on my way. Wait there, boy, said Bara. Can we at least get a name? My name is Zephyr, and we will be meeting each other, eventually. What does that? Another blinding light hits their eyes, and as it dims, he has his deer mask on. Goodbye. Before they could even try, Cirrus had left with such speed, they caught him as a blur of white and gold. News quickly spread within the city of this adventurer who assisted the Loki Familia and their appearances, paired with the rumors of a golden-horned demon in Chultsard. Fear and anger festered in some members of Evilus. Now that they were in the city, they gave him a bounty. Quest 43 Donatus. A few weeks after Hermes left Varga and returned to Orario, he went down to the room of prayer. So what did you want to talk to me about, Auranos? Said Hermes. I have asked you here for the Donatus after Cirrus returns from the desert. You wish for me to have him register in my familia, right? Said Hermes. Yes, I wish for him to make a name for himself. Do you not plan on keeping him around? From what I have gathered, he's a child that many gods wish to have within their familias. If he wishes to stay here and help, I will accept it, but he is but a child. As he grows, he will change, as will his wants and needs. So you wish to give him options? Yes, he will go on to do great things, but during these times I'm sure he will wish for some time to find himself after this dark era, if he manages to make it out of it in one piece. I hope we all come out of it with a sound mind. 3 months later, after Cirrus helped the Loki Familia. Now shall we get this Donatus going, shouted Hermes. I'll be this one's chairman. So let's get this rolling. Yeah. The gods all cheered and began to gossip amongst themselves. Hermes sat idly by, listening to them all talk, as did Loki, Astrea, and Freya, soaking in the knowledge. Eventually, it was time for the best part of the Donatus, the naming ceremony. Dark blast flame. Twilight's end. Sparkle sparkle night. Blazing inferno. They're as cold-blooded as usual. Hermes could see Astrea, Loki, and Freya looking carefully at the children's report when finally the child everyone was waiting for came. Next, Zephyr, my child. Hermes said with a proud smile. Lucky ass. Closed eyes, son of a feathered hat piece of. The muttering of the gods was utter music to his ears, as he could taste the envy of their words. Tell me, Hermes, how did you find this child, said Loki. This paper doesn't even say his race or even age. Well, of course. These are trying times, but to make things fair I will tell you he is rather young, so I can't disclose his age and race so as for him to not be targeted, especially now that he has gotten a 50 million Valis bounty on his head. Is that why we can't see his cute face, said Freya. My apologies, Lady Freya. Hermes said with an even bigger grin. But he really would like to have his face concealed. I have been meaning to ask, but why is his bounty so high? Asked Dionysus. Well, he has been rather active. Is it not in the report? Hermes said, looking at it. It is. Said Hephaestus. This kid was the one that single-handedly took down the Chernobog familia after they left Orario and took control of Zolingen. I thought that was a mere joke, said a god. Yet, I thought it was Hermes just playing a joke to make his child more special, said another. I can tell you it's not. Hephaestus proclaimed. I had a forge there that I'm friends with and I had heard nothing from them in a while, so when I received one of their letters telling me what had happened, I went over to see for myself. If you go there now, you can see Zephyr's masks hung up like ornaments to bring good fortune. Astrea then shot her eyes at Hermes, and she looked to speak out but then refrained. So Hephaestus, what do you think we should name him, said a god. Well, they called him the White-Hide. Given how he looks, he kind of reminds me of those dear Artemis Rose in heaven, doesn't he, said another god. So, what, we call him Divine Deer, said another god. Why not call him Dear Hero, said Astrea. He did free the city from one of Evolus's familia. Pfft. Dear Hero. Ah ha 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 ha, many of the gods laughed at the name. But you know he has magic that lets him change his armor, right, said Loki. My children saw him with a mage's magic circle when he changed into this shaggy-looking boar armor, and he smashed through wave after wave of monsters. Then why not call him Hildisvini? Freya said with a slightly impish grin. Don't you already have one, said Loki, eyeing her. Can we just go with White-Hide or something, said a god, frustrated. Then why not call him Deer? I mean, he wears that beautiful deer mask all the time, so why not give him the name Deer, said Demeter. All the gods looked at each other and at Hermes. Well, it isn't getting anywhere, so let's settle on that, or else we're gonna be here all day. After the Donatus was finished, several of the gods left. Whistling a happy tune down the stairs of Babel, Hermes was stopped by Astrea. Hermes, could we talk? What for? Do you need help with some Evolus stuff? No, it's about your child. Quest 44 back to the dungeon. After returning, Cirrus started to explore the dungeon again, primarily just to fight the next monster Rex and level up. Phew. That should be the last. Cirrus has been exploring the dungeon with even more vigor since his overwhelming amount in his status makes him essentially a high level 4. He has been making his way down to the 25th floor. There we go. Cirrus finishes up the last of his map on the 24th floor. Nox, how are things on your end? Well, this should be the last section before we can head to the 25th floor tomorrow. With Nox, his speed has sped up drastically, allowing him to cover more of the dungeon with Nox being an extra pair of eyes speeding up his progress. Come, Nox, let's head back home. Cirrus's magic circle appeared before him, and Nox appeared from it and landed on his antlers. This is pretty useful. Saves me time in flying towards you. And a good way to bring in backup. As Cirrus begins to walk back, he puts his map into his shadow. Are you gonna be staying in Rivera? Yeah, but since I have a fucking bounty now, I can't actually stay in there. Another day in the wilderness, hey. Yeah. I kinda miss the desert wind now, and how warm it is. Running through the dungeon back to Rivera, cutting down the monsters, and using his shadow to store the magic stones as he runs. Using his invisibility cloak, Cirrus easily went past the passageway every adventure goes through in Rivera. Quickly running outside of the city's borders and off to the mass of crystals on the south side of the floor where Cirrus has been working on something. Ah. It's nice to rest here. Nox said as she was on a bed made of several monster pelts Cirrus got from monsters. Can you inform Fels we will be staying here for the night and going to go to the 25th and below floors to fight the monster Rex? Will do. Are you going to be working on expanding? Yes, I'll get dinner ready when night comes. Cirrus had slowly carved out a massive crystal into a little home for him to stay in since, with an activated bounty, several people want a big payday. It also helps serve as a base when doing quests and the like. So we're going to be staying here for about another day or two. I see. We'll be safe. Word got out that you are in the dungeon. What? How? It would seem that a few adventurers saw you on the 20th floor. They quickly climbed up and informed several people. Well, we will keep our eyes open for anything. I hope to see you as soon as possible. The crystal dimmed, and Nox went down to find Cirrus cooking. Hey, Fel said some bounty hunters are coming down here. Hey? Really? Did someone see us? Apparently so. HAAA, such a pain. The next day on the 24th floor, standing before an entranceway to the 25th floor, Cirrus looks down with Nox on his shoulder. So, you ready, Nox? Ready as you are. I'll be sure to not get in your way. Then let's go down. With shield and spear in hand as he goes down. When Cirrus reached the bottom, the smell of water filled the floor, as did the sound of crashing water. Walking towards the sound, Cirrus found himself at a huge waterfall. Oh, this is really amazing. Cirrus said with a big smile. It's quite a sight. I kinda just wanna sit and rest by its cool water. Even take a dip. As they say, those words from the water, a school of grey fish with sharp overbites popped out. Seems unlikely. Without his armor, Cirrus spun his spear, slicing through the school like a blender. Such a shame. Do you think we will find the monster Rex soon? The information said that the monster travels between this floor and the 27th floor through the water. Maybe if we're lucky, for now, Exosia, Adorn, Lernian, Dot. And so the human and spirit travel down what is known as Water City from the 25th to 27th floors. With a vast waterway that one could easily get attacked from and a series of passageways that go up and down, this is a dangerous place for reckless adventures. Quest 44.5 A Siren's Song. Slowly walking and mapping out the floor, Cirrus stops in his tracks as he and Nox could hear a melodious voice echoing through the dungeon's passageways. Well, that's quite beautiful. It's a shame it's probably coming from a siren, hey. A bit, but who knows? Life is full of mysteries like you, for example. So what do you want to do? Sing to it back and see it doesn't come to kill you. Well, I sang those shanties with Jane and the others, I still even have the guitar I bought in Sorshana. Well, you have a good voice after you finally tried singing. I was a bit surprised Robert knew how to play it so well, but you might attract monsters here. And I'll kill them all the same, so you wanna join in? I rather not, my voice might be too enchanting. But don't let me stop you. Nox said as she sits comfortably in the warm serpent scarf around Cirrus's neck. Ahem. I sighed that I lost something precious. I know that there may never be an end to the price that we pay for our dreams. As he sings a melodic song, it echoes through the dungeons. Cirrus could hear the song of the siren fading as though it was listening to him sing. It can never be repaid? To carry on is to carry a burden? Even if it's too much to bear, I won't turn back. In the twilight, we're praying for the lost. Fight all our grief, fight all our pain. To the fallen, we're hurting for the lost. Still, we try to find solace, hand in hand together. Cirrus continued to walk to an open room where the source of the singing came from to find not a single monster there, aside from a gold feather with a blue tip. A monster ran away. That's new. As I said, Cirrus bends down and picks up the feather, and puts it in his shadow. Life is full of mysteries. Cirrus then stands up and continues down the passageways of the dungeon. As Cirrus leaves the room and into the dark corridor that hides his appearance, a golden feathered and blue-eyed siren with blue-tipped wings came out. I didn't think adventures would sing back at me, said the siren. As she got close to the passage Cirrus took and listened close. Ah, what a wonderful singing voice. I hope we will get to meet one day, and we can sing together. Fight all our grief, fight all our pain. To the fallen, we're hurting for the lost. Still we try to find solace, hand in hand together. She sings softly, taking a different path. Quest 45 Amphisbena. Traveling through Water City was a nuisance for Cirrus. Nox was sitting backpack, or as she called it, watching his back. These fucking Igiwazu. Fucking. Smack. Smack. They keep fucking crashing into my shield like they are trying to fly through me. Nox, can you blind them with your light? Sure, sure. Nox gets up in Cirrus's head and opens her wings. White bright, white night. Shine. 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 Keeeth, screamed the Igiwazu, blinded by Nox's light. Thanks now. Cirrus took this chance to kill them all with his spear while Nox flies and takes the magic stones, making their way to the 26th floor. This place is pretty nice, if not for those fucking red bird fucks crashing themselves to death. Well, at least they die on impact, right? That's good at least. Not for the shield. Eupheme worked hard to fix it up and now it has some dents in it. Well, we should find that monster Rex. What was it called? The Amphisbena. Splash. As Nox said those words, a large monster emerged from a body of water. Is that? Ah shit. A massive twin-headed aquatic dragon emerged from the murky water, its white head looking right at Cirrus with its red and blue eyes. Red eyes first. Nox. Time for battle. Cirrus quickly drew his spear and assembled it, disengaging his current armor. White bright. Gruo. Exosia, Adorn, Serenian. Cirrus quickly jumps to and from various footings, avoiding the water. The head with blue eyes spewed blue fire while the red-eyed one spewed red mist. Need to kill the one that spews mist. Cirrus sped up even more, then he leaped towards the one spewing red mist. Shing. Clang. Even with his strength and speed being far higher than a level 4, the Amphisbaena scales were still very durable enough to stop Cirrus's attack, enough to leave a gash on its neck, resulting in its scales around the cut to a break from the force. TCH. Nox. Got you. Nox grew large enough to pick Cirrus up and quickly threw him near a wall so he can jump around to gather more speed. Gruo. Gruo. The amp, regaining its senses, began to fill the area with blue fire. And red mist shifted and moves from the fire. I should have learned fucking archery. But I do have. Cirrus found a wall for his shadow to be on from the light of the fire and reached in to get some bombs he made with some extra added effects. Nox. Get behind me. As Nox quickly flies toward Cirrus, who was on the cover, he uses the surrounding blue fire to ignite the fuses. Just as Nox arrives at Cirrus's location, he had thrown the bombs at the monster Rex. The amp spew fire at the bombs, but that only set them off far quicker. Boom. Boom. The resulting explosion launched several crystals everywhere, leaving some embedded in the monster's scales. You had to use your crystal bomb. That could have hit me. That is why I called you. Cirrus quickly got out of cover and went in again for another swing at the head with red eyes. Gruo. But fearing for the other head, the one with blue eyes stepped in and took the strike, leaving a far bigger wound than before. Its scales have been damaged from the crystals, good. Cirrus reached into his backpack and pulled out the whip he took from Goma, a first-class weapon made from unsavory material but with durability too far outclasses anything third or second class. Cirrus swung the whip, getting the necks of the monster. Disengage. As the whip wrapped around the necks, Cirrus's magic circle appeared. Exosia, Adorn, Erymanthean. The armor equipped itself and with its strength Cirrus tightened the whip. Gruo-WK. Choking the monster. In an act of survival, the monster rampaged even more and spews spurts of fire and the red mist, but Cirrus was not letting it go even if his arms were bursting from the strain. Ga. Burst. Spurt. Burst. Spurt. Shit. I'm so fucking close. Grr. Ray. Cirrus placed more of the armor on his left arm as he draws his sword from the left side of his hip. One good slash. Time seemed too slow for Cirrus, as he had razor focus on his swing and remembering his training from Lance. Remember the basics. Cirrus shifted the armor to his right arm as he let go of the whip. In the split second of release he swung his sword as fast and as sure as he can cut into the gash he left before on the red-eyed head, cutting into it like butter. Shing. Spurt. Burst. With his strength, he cut both of the heads right off. Its blood burst out like a water hose that was being stepped on, being finally released, as did Cirrus's arms from the strain. Ha, ha, ha. Cirrus falls back on the monster's body that was now floating in the water. Nox quickly came and transformed into her human form. Cirrus. Wearing an outfit fit to be adventuring in with bits and pieces of armor, she knelt and took out several potions and drenched Cirrus in them. Ha. Ha. Nox. Ha. Ha. Do you think, ha. Ha. That was an amazing feat. Cirrus said with a smile that was barely covered by the boar mask. Are you kidding? That was amazing. Good. Cause. I really wanna go home. Fuck this place. Quest 46 Day of Rest. 4 days later, back on the surface. You have many development abilities to choose from: blacksmith, martial arts, crush. Said Aranos, updating Cirrus's status. What's martial arts? Does it like help with my fighting? It has never come up in any of the guild's records, so it must be a rare development ability. Said Fells. Then I can get the other ones at other level UPS. Yes. Said Aranos. Blacksmith and crush are very common abilities to get again. Then martial arts it is. Very well. Aranos finished updating the status and handed Cirrus the paper. Cirrus Zephyr. LV4. Strength, I0 Endurance, I0. Dexterity, I0 Agility, I0. Magic, I0 Mage, G. Immunity, IH Martial Arts, I. Thank you, Lord Aranos. Cirrus then burns the paper and walks down the throne. You have grown well, Cirrus, Aranos said upon his solemn throne. Well, it has been a long time, it feels like forever ago. Maybe you should take a break. Fel said. For a child to feel like an adult is not healthy. Hey. I'll take you up on that, I'll see you later. Cirrus nods and takes a secret passage before heading home. Lord Aranos, he really has grown far stronger and quicker than even Hera and Zeus's children, will you still be able to give him your fauna at this rate? Aranos looks at Fels with quiet eyes. His stats are all above 4,000 in total for each parameter. When he reaches level 5, I can no longer support him. I see. Worry not Fels, I am sure there are gods who will give him a hand. That is not what I am worried about, Lord Aranos, it's his power, his skills. That is something to be considered, but it is Cirrus's choice for who he will choose. Arriving back home, Cirrus drops off a few things. Nox was reading some of Cirrus's books on his bed. You're back, Cirrus. Nox said, glancing at Cirrus from her book. So, are we gonna go back into the dungeon? No, I'm taking a break today, and maybe a few more. Oh, she closed her book and looked at Cirrus. That's new. For all the time I've known you, this is the first time you are taking a break. Yeah, it's been a while for me as well. Since I gained a fauna, I've been exploring the dungeon and dealing with evilus. I kinda just wanna have fun. So what you wanna play with kids your age? Do you even have friends your own age? Should I know? Wait. I do. Interesting, have fun, dear. Cirrus stops in his tracks. Please don't call me that, too. Fufu, why not? It's kinda cute, no. I'm leaving. Boo-hoo. Get over it. Never. She then reopened her book and began to read again. Cirrus gets his sword and places it on his hip and goes downstairs. Auntie Len, I'm going to see a friend. Okay, she said, reading her books on herbs. Cirrus leaves through the back, and Lenoa stops stirring her cauldron. Friends. Walking through the streets of Orario is still rather dangerous, but with the appearance of the Astria Familia and their strict code of justice, they have significantly been slowly taming the chaos, as well as the Ganesha Familia. Young as they might be, they still boast far more than Astria's Familia, but their quality is not up to par. Their home should be around here. Cirrus stands before Facilis looking around. Did she go this way? Walking around for a bit, Cirrus started to get an understanding of this section of the city, but still had a hard time finding their Familia home. Standing before their Familia home was a rather large Japanese-styled mansion. Knock. Knock. Just as Cirrus was about to knock again, the door slammed open. Cirrus. AI came out, head-butting Cirrus to the ground. Thud. Gyawa. Cirrus. Where have you been for the last few months? AI said on top of him. Ugh. Busy. She can still read. I thought all those headbutts would give her brain damage. Why didn't you send a letter? She then started to hit Cirrus with her weak punches, her eyes ready to tear up. I was scared, thinking you gotten yourself in trouble or worse. Well, shit. Quest 47, the Susanoo Familia. After a while of letting AI hit him, it didn't bother him, as her hits felt like being hit by water noodles. Two people came out. They look at scene of AI on top of Cirrus. AI, what are you? Kushida, did you find? What are you doing to my AI-chan? Shouted a rather regal-looking god with long straight black hair and sharp eyes. He quickly picked up AI off Cirrus and held her in his arms. Sorry Kushida, I came to see AI, but I didn't remember how long it has been, Cirrus said as he picks himself up. Why you came to see me? AI said with tears in her eyes. I see. Well, come in, you must have had a hard time reaching our home. No, said the god, interrupting Kushida. Lord Susanoo, please, you're going to make AI-chan cry more. Susanoo looked down to see AI about to cry. Fine, he lets go of AI and she wipes the tears from her eyes. Cirrus followed them into their home. It has been a long time since Cirrus had seen such elegant Japanese architecture. It's similar to the Japanese style. I wonder how they're doing trying to get that business off the ground? Probably horrible with me, hey? It's been so long since I remembered how I died. Come on, kid. Said Susanoo. Leading Cirrus to a room, they all sat down on pillows. So Cirrus, was it? Said Susanoo. What are you to my AI-cha? Kushida struck Susanoo on his head. My apologies for our god's bluntness. It's fine really, it's a bit nice to talk with someone so, forward. I see, so. Where have you been? Shouted AI. Yeah, where have you been to leave AI-chan for months? I cannot say. Ha. Why the hell not? Can't tell you. Ha. Why the hell not? You said you like. I know what I said, but I never said I will give you the answers that you want. Cirrus had a stern look in his eyes that told Susanoo and Kushida that he will not say what he did during his time away. Then, what can you tell us? AI said. Cirrus's eyes turned to her and they softened up. Well, just that for the last 3 months, I have been exploring the dungeon down to the 26th floor. T26th, shouted Kushida. You're that far along with your familia. Well, we have been diligently making progress, mapping out the dungeon and so on, as well as learning of the monsters on the floors to help further our progress. I see, we should be more diligent in our progress as well, Kushida said, regaining her composure. So what brings you here, kid? Susanoo said. I simply wanted to meet with AI to see if she liked to play or something. My familia is taking some time off to recover from being in the dungeon for so long. Well, that's not. Really. Do you want to play judo? Judo. The look on Cirrus's face was that of confusion. Susanoo took notice of it and made a sly grin. Yes. How about you have a game with AI-chan, he said with a smile. Sure. Camus. Come here, he ordered his other child. A change of clothes later, Cirrus stands on a wooden square outside with AI in a white GI with a smile on her and Susanoo's faces. Okay, so how do we? It's easy to let me show you. AI said with a smile on her face as she got close to Cirrus. Okay then. Before he knew it, he has already been thrown off his feet. Yet. AI get him! Shouted Susanoo. Of course, the reason Cirrus was confused was simply that he didn't think judo existed in this world as far as he knew, but this proved that the gods at least knew some martial arts of the world he was from and simply taught it to their familia. AI being so good at judo was actually a genuine surprise for him. Thud. Cirrus lay on his back, looking up at the sky as AI leaned over his head with a big smile, her white hair on his face. So do you think it's fun? Only you if explain the rules. I'll do it. Said Kushida. Kushida explained the most basic of the rules. In judo, one cannot punch, kick, or strike their opponent, nor can one touch their face or joints. They also banned headbutts. With an understanding of it, Cirrus got himself ready once again. Come on AI. Beat him, cheered Susanoo. Here I come, shouted AI as she grabbed him the same way and tossed him over when. Thud. The familia looked amazed as Cirrus had stopped his fall using his feet, something only possible if one's core was strong or they were up at a higher level. Sorry, but now it's my turn. Oh, no. Thud. Using pure brute force, he got AI on her back. So how's the view? Cirrus said with a smirk, looking down at AI. Again. Sure thing. Cirrus lent a hand, and AI took it to get herself up. The two would continue to do this until someone else came in. Did you get a new child, Lord Susanoo? Cirrus turned to see who it was to find a girl with fairly long black hair in a kimono with a robe over it with a kanzashi on the left side of her hair. Quest 48 Gajano Kagaya. The girl walked with elegance and grace like that of a noble as she approached AI and Cirrus. Kagaya Oni-sama. AI said, running to her and headbutting her. Oof. Kagaya remained standing from the weird habit of this Renard child. You really need to stop this headbutting business. He moved her hands to hug AI who was covered in sweat. AI-chan, you are so sweaty. She also noticed some bruises on her. I was training. She pointed at Cirrus. Yo. Cirrus greeted with a small hand gesture. Did this boy and his foolish god do this to you? Kagaya said. I am not one of Lord Susanoo's children, Cirrus said, getting up a bit sweating. And aren't you one of his? You wear the same attire. She made a smirk as she gets close to Cirrus standing a few feet away from him. We come from the same land, but he is not my god. My god is far more impressive. She said. But what of yours? Mine's doesn't need people talking up how impressive they are compared to others, Kaguya. Susanoo whispered over to Kushida. I like this kid. Yes, but unfortunately he's face to face with the genius of the Gajano family. They returned their gaze to Cirrus and Kaguya, with AI looking a bit worried. How old are you, boy? 5? 4 even. I'm 8, but you look about the age of a 6 years old, the right number of feet I'm going to bury you in the ground. Ha! I'm 10 years old. So I'm 2 years older than you. And the right number of meters to bury you. Camus. Get the wooden swords, she shouted. I'm going to teach you some manners. And you need to learn some fucking humility. Wah. 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 AI's head was fuming at what to do as she tried to stop them from the fight, but Susanoo quickly took her from the situation and placed her on his lap. Now AI-chan, he said with a warm smile. Let you Oni-chan have some fun, alright. Lord Su, Okay, she said, pumping her fist in excitement. Hey. Lord Susanoo is slowly corrupting her. Thought Kushida. As Cirrus and Kaguya have wooden swords, they stand before each other with tension in the air as the Susanoo familia watches from the sidelines. You ready, boy? Kaguya said, getting into a stance and placing her hand on her wooden sword. Ready when you are, Cirrus said, holding his wooden sword the same way Lance did when they first fought. Ready, said Camus, looking at both of them. Go, she quickly jumped back as the two made their moves. I no Tachi, flash. Hey. The two wooden swords clash, resulting in them both breaking from the force. Damn, said Kaguya. Why so worried? Cirrus said, coming and using the remains of the wooden swords to attack Kaguya like a dagger. Swish. Swish. Cirrus was not proficient in using daggers. The only time he did was for peeling potatoes and apples, even some very amateur wood carving. To Kaguya, he might as well be swinging a water noodle from how he's swinging it and the danger it poses to her. Hup. When Cirrus went in for a stab, Kaguya took advantage and flipped him over. Cirrus, having already been flipped for a good amount of time, stopped his fall with his legs. Hoh, you're strong but... She quickly got the broken wooden sword from his hand and got it out of the ring. She let go of him and now the two remain in the ring with no weapons. Kaguya quickly got into a fighting stance that reminded Cirrus of karate, while Cirrus took up a more boxing stance since that was as far as he knew about CQC stances. The two would slowly circle each other, looking right in their eyes, waiting for one of them to strike. Cirrus knew full well he was not trained in CQC. Even Lance didn't teach him, just swordsmanship. Cirrus took this opportunity to observe and experienced some actual martial arts that weren't with weapons and watched to see how they were done. Being used as AI's practice dummy, Cirrus had more or less gained the groundwork for judo, but Kaguya? She was like dessert after the appetizer that was AI. Cirrus watched her movements and body language but, most importantly, her feet. One of the few things Cirrus remembers of Japanese martial arts is its footwork. Knowing some footwork is far better than knowing nothing in his eyes as it will improve his own swordsmanship and possibly various other skills in his repertoire of skills. You going to attack or what, boy? You keep saying boy, but did I ever say my name? I don't need to learn it after I use your face as a rag to clean the wood of the ring. She moved with such swiftness and, like a snap, using her right fist, she went in for a straight punch to the solar plexus, but... Swish! Cirrus moved to the left and went in for a left hook, but Kaguya then used this to flip him over and quickly grabbed his hand to twist and bend his arm. Gah! Give up, boy! I have your left arm. Gah! Fuck no! Give up! I am impressed, boy! You made me use karate, judo, and even aikido to take you down. Few can say they pushed me this far. So give it up. There is no shame in losing to me. Smug as a tomboy. When the day comes, I will enjoy wiping the floor with you when I am not hiding my identity. Shame? No, I just want to beat your smug ass. Ray. Kaguya used more of her strength as she slowly tightened her hold. Cirrus attempts to break free, trying not to show his actual strength, but Kaguya had no choice and... Snap! Dislocated his shoulder. It was easy as breathing for her how fast she did it. Grr. Tisk. The things I do to keep my identity. I am really going to fucking bury her one of these days and wipe that smile off her face. Cirrus would remember this indignity. Cirrus pushes forward through the pain and breaks free, using a bit more of his actual strength. Everyone was shocked Cirrus had the full resolve to dislocate his arm and then concede to Kaguya. A show of will would at least make things easier for him later down the line. Come on. Ha. I still have my good arm. Cirrus said with a smile that was ear to ear. Ah. Damn it. Damn it. This hurts so fucking much. Kaguya. I will pay you back for this. He also was peeved at himself for even getting into this situation in the first place, but something about Kaguya really rubbed him the wrong way. Kaguya and the Susanoo familia aside from AI could see Cirrus was having some fun, but it ticked them off as odd as how fine he was with a dislocated arm. Kaguya also found it odd, but if he wanted to keep going, she was more than happy to keep using him as an outlet. What is your name, boy? She said, getting into a karate stance. My name is Cirrus. And what is your tomboy princess? Fufu, my name is Gajano Kaguya. Vice captain of the Astria familia and a level 3 adventurer, she shouted with excitement in her voice as she and Cirrus charged at one another. Quest 49 Star Maiden. Sometime later at Eupheme's workshop. It's great that you learned how to blacksmith when you were out, said Eupheme with a slight smile on her face. Clank. 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 Would be nice if I knew someone in the city with the blacksmith development ability to help. Cirrus said, hammering away. Don't worry. That one's going to some random store. Grr. Since Cirrus learned to blacksmith, Eupheme had Cirrus help her out with her quota for the month of making 100 weapons or armor. Cirrus figured he and Eupheme would work together, but instead, Eupheme found this as a way to rest and work on other side projects that amounted to odd-looking sword handles. After a few hours, Nox entered the shop in a black cloak. Oi! Sirius! It's time for the meeting. Alright. Hey Youth, I got to get going. Okay. Leaving the shop, Sirius uses his invisibility cloak and enters one of the secret tunnels equipping his Serenian armor. Nox transformed into her owl form and they both left the tunnel and made their way to the Hermes Familia's home in Orario. Sorry, I'm late, Sirius said, entering the meeting room, where he met a familiar face. Lord Hermes, who is? His eyes met with the ones in the rooms. He made his voice slightly sterner, maybe a tone slightly higher, and changed how he stands and walks. Small changes work wonders with disguises. I apologize Zephyr, but this is Astria with her captain, Elise Laval, and her vice-captain Gajano Kagaya. It's nice to finally meet you Zephyr, Astria said with a gentle smile. Sirius couldn't help but find her divinity amazing. Its flow was that of Hephaestus, but more orderly and its color and appearance were like the Circinus galaxy. Her divinity matched well with her walnut brown hair and deep indigo eyes, which were like a sea of stars. So you're the dear Hui, said Elise. You must be some noble to wear those golden antlers around. Turning his gaze to Elise, a girl who seems to be about slightly younger than Kagaya, with green eyes and red hair held in a ponytail with a rapier at her waist. Does it matter? I assume this meeting is to be in collaboration against evil us, right? Smart? Said Kagaya. So shall we get started, Hermes? Astria said. Yes, we waited enough. God, my voice hurts. Just let me sit and listen in. They all sat down and began their meeting. They discussed several points and plans to share their information. So we are in agreement, then. Astria said, putting her hands together. You will provide us with information and we will take down their locations. Yup. Yup. Now shall we get go? Before then, I like to discuss your child here, Astria said, looking at Sirius. Sirius remained as calm and quiet as he was during the meeting. What do you mean Lady Astria, said Lydia. He's the demon of Schultzard, isn't he? The Hermes Familia all made stern faces as the room grew tense. Astria, I thought we left that behind us. Hermes said with a fake smile. No, he has killed many innocent people in his pursuit of the Vritra Familia, resulting in a drastic shift in the three desert countries' political structure. As the goddess of justice, I will. This is a fucking joke, Sirius said, getting up. Lord Hermes, I will be going now. Wait, shouted Elise. Our goddess is speaking right. She isn't my goddess, this meeting is finished so I see no point in staying here. Running away like a murderer. Elise shouted. Sirius stops in his tracks and looks at Elise with eyes so strong it is as though he was trying to rip her apart. Fine, tell me Lady Astria, what is it that you are trying to judge me for? Killing innocents? Is that a fucking joke? What the hell do you three know of what I did? You have killed innocent by. They were fucking soldiers of an enemy nation who allied themselves with evil us, Sirius said, cutting Kagaya off. Even if they were forced to join them, they still participated in their depravity and did nothing, as they hired bandits to attack merchants who didn't pay their absurd tax fee, which was basically daylight robbery. But you still said Elise. What I did can be considered justice in the eyes of Schultzard and injustice in the eyes of Israfan. As far as I am concerned, I am in the right, for I am alive, and they are dead. My side won and so justice had been served. Do you wish to judge me Lady Astria? You can try but justice is always on the side of the winner and in these times your black and white views are as short-minded as a child's. Goddess of justice, you may be, but you are no god of morality nor judgment. He turned away and glanced back at Hermes. Lord Hermes, I will be leaving. This meeting is over. Sirius then walks away, leaving Elise and Kagaya in fumes, while Astria sits with a complicated look on her face. Tisk. Fine. If justice is always the winner, then I'll show him. Elise said, coming after Sirius. Elise. Wait, said Kagaya. Lady Astria, can you please stop her? I am sorry, but I must think. She gets up and bows to Hermes. It seems I and my children have overstepped our bounds. If it's not too much, could you stop them from fighting? We can try, but, those words really cut into him, Hermes said. Quest 50 The Scarlet Harnel vs. The Deer. Angrily leaving through the back of Hermes Familia's home, Sirius had his fists clenched when Nox lands on his antlers. What's wrong? Did the meeting go wrong? No, it's just the ending was something that didn't sit well with me. You wanna go to the dungeon and relieve some of that anger? Yeah, I feel like I wanna. Hey, shouted Elise. Grr. Sirius turns to see Elise with anger in her eyes. Draw your weapon and show me you can back your words, she said as she drew her rapier. Fuck off, I'm not in the mood to deal with you. Arga. Arvana. Arvelia. Fire covered her legs and arms. Do you really wish to do this, Cirrus said in a stern, cold voice. I said show me your justice. As she said those words, the people from the meeting came out to see them. Elise. Calm down. Kaguya shouted. No, he disrespected our goddess. So I'm going to put him in his place. She then charged at Cirrus, but as she did, he simply jumped back. Elise could feel the hateful glare on her from him. I am leaving. Keep attacking me and I'll be sure you can't follow me. No. Come and fight me. He turned around and walked. Cirrus continued to ignore her provocations as he walked away, but she came at him again and once again. Nox flew onto a nearby rooftop as Elise came in with a slash. Cirrus drew his sword as quickly as he could. Clang. Clang. That magic. An enhancement type. If my stats weren't so stacked, I would have lost this clash, fucking. His anger bubbled even more. Fine, so be it. He pushed off her and gained some distance. His magic circle appeared behind him, the armor began wrapping around his limbs. A mage. Kaguya said, surprised. No, a magic swordsman. Said Lydia. For some reason, Kaguya felt the danger he posed just grew even more of those strands of cloth wrapped around him. Shit. I need to stop this now. Alice. Before she could stop, the armor had already wrapped around his limbs and, within a flash of white and gold, he went in for the attack. Smack. A straight punch to the face was all it took. Elise instantly fell to the floor and her magic disappeared. Gah, she then slowly tried to get up with her rapier. What level is he? Elise thought with a jolting pain on her face. Cirrus was about to do as he said. The way he held his sword tightly paired with the cold fury in his eyes told them he was going to do something until Astria stepped in and got in his way. Please, this is enough. She said with teary eyes. I am sorry my children disrespected you. Please do not hold it against them. She said, giving Cirrus a bow. Humph. Cirrus turns and walks away, sheathing his sword. Do not hold yourself so high just because you follow a goddess of justice. At the end of the day, we are all murderers. Calling it justice is just a nice way to lie to ourselves and makes it easier to sleep at night. Remember that before calling someone a murderer when you have spilled the blood of another. The next time this happens, your goddess won't be able to save your legs. With refrained angered words, Cirrus leaves towards the dungeon. Oh, and before I go, I must ask, did you get your information from a merchant from Israfan? Why do you ask? If so, then you have obviously only been given a biased account. Astria as well as her familia felt a great sense of embarrassment and shame. We will learn from this mistake. Apologizes from our inexperience. Astria said. I will give you this. There's still some truth to their accounts. My hands are stained, but I sure as hell won't let you judge me with your flawed view of the world. His words left a lasting effect on them. Walking away, Nox flies back onto his antlers, looking at Astria and her familia. Astria is a bit shocked to see the owl as she gazed at it. She knew what it was. So, you have made a pact, like those of the heroes of old. It seems we have made a bad impression on that lonesome star. After hunting in the dungeon for a while and returning home, Cirrus lies on his bed. Nox, what do you think of me? Do you think I may? That's a stupid question. She said, getting into bed and hugging him with her arms. You are a survivor. You did what you had to do to save as many people as you can, but if people call you a murderer, I never will. I will always be on your side, as I always said. Thank you. As Cirrus sleeps, Nox could see and feel the restlessness he has as tears fall from his closed eyes. I will never leave you. She quietly said, closing her eyes and sleeping as Cirrus shakes from his nightmares. Slowly he calms down as Nox whispers into his ears words of comfort. Down in the southwestern part of the continent in a town of swamps, Orkney. Praise Lady Loviater. Lady Loviater. Walking down the stone streets of the town and praised like a hero, Loviater and her familia are being showered in praise. Thank you for saving us. Thank you. Not at all. I'm just glad I came in time, she said with a smile as she and her children enter the home the people gave them. As her familia all come and sit down, they couldn't help but make a smirk on their faces. It's as you said, Lady Loviater. We make a poison and then come next week to cure it, said Gut, a level 2 of her familia. Yes, now we can begin work on finding the Nukkalavi seal, all the while being in these town folks' good gracious. Yes, Lady Loviater. Quest 51 Nox in the City, Part 1. Nox wakes up from her 12-hour sleep. She looks around to find Cirrus already gone to whatever this day had for him. She gets up and walks out and into the bathroom. Brush. 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 Gargle. Spit. She finishes brushing her teeth and takes a shower. Scrub. Scrub. Damn, my shampoo and conditioner are running out. Guess I have to stop by the store and get more. She gets out and dries herself off. Genesis light. White night dot. Water on her body instantly vaporized off her body. Little hot. She opens the window and the heat and steam leave the bathroom. She reaches into her shadow and dresses in inconspicuous clothing and returns to Sirius's room, where she does her hair. 12:42 p.m. She comes down for breakfast. So good. On to Leno, they're so good. Kihi hi hi hi. You are very welcome, Nox sweetie. When you're out, can you get me some of the new books on herbs at Alma's Herbs? Sure thing. I was going around that area, anyway. She finishes eating and puts the plates in the sink. Say, where did Sirius go? He said he had a warehouse to bust with those of the Astrea Familia. Them, she said quietly in a bitter tone. No matter so long as they don't say something so heartless like last time, they won't see what I or Sirius are. In her hands, she noticed the plate started to get cracks. Shit. She calms herself down with a deep breath. I'll buy some new ones. Better or else I'll slip a little something into your food next time, Lenoa said with a grin. 1:29 p.m. Walking through the streets in an outfit that covers all but her face, she walks towards the West Main Street. Hey there, pretty lady. Hey. Wanna spend? Nox ignores all the catcalling as she walks into the bookstore. Do you have a new book on herbs? She said to the blushing store owner. Why yes. I'll go get it. He hurried along as Nox looked out the window to see several adventuring heading to the dungeon in a few. Stop. Thief. Crimes. Here you go, miss, said the shopkeeper with a smile. Here you go. Nox puts down the precise amount of valise and takes the book and places it in her bag. Thank you for your patronage, he said. Bye-bye, she said with a smile as she leaves the store. Once outside, she could see a light grey-haired werewolf with dark skin running along the rooftops and jumping down. You're under arrest. If you continue to struggle, I will use force. Why you werewolf bitch? I told you. With a kick to the back of the thief's head, he was knocked out. She got the stuff that was stolen and handed it back to the seller. As she dragged the thief away, the people clapped for her duty. Nox didn't pay it any mind and continued with her list of things to do. 1:57 p.m. Now in the North Main Street, she walks down a set of stairs to find several beauty stores. She enters one called Loss Item. Ah. Nox, said the cashier. Hello. Nox said, removing her hood and letting down her hair. I'm here to get some shampoo and conditioners. 3:42 p.m. After getting her beauty supplies and some new plates, she goes to an alley and puts her stuff in her shadow. She then makes her way to the East Main Road and enters a rather unpopular cafe. The usual miss, said the elderly man. Yup. Nox puts down the valise and goes to her spot by the window that had lovely flowers growing. As she waited for her food and drink to come, she rests her head on her right arm and looks at the sea of adventures. Hey sir, how long have you been running this shop? About 20 years now, I suppose. 20 years, hey. She looks around to find only people around the owner's age. Do you have any new blood? Somewhat, but they always come in trying to meet you, Miss Nox. Phew. I hope you charge them expensively. She said with a slight smile. Ha ha ha. These children always go after a beauty far out of their reach and end up regretting it. Then let's hope you emptying their wallets is one of them. He comes and brings her a slice of cake and a cup of tea. She enjoys her peaceful time in this shop until it is time for her to leave. It was a nice cup of tea and cake, sir. She said, giving a slight bow. Not at all. Come again soon. 4:21 p.m. Nox arrives back home and gives Lenoa her books and plates. She placed her stuff in the bathroom. She walks outside and takes a deep breath. Ha! Sirius, where are you it? I'm currently busting an illegal item warehouse. Turns out they had a few more extra places. That's good, but where are you? I finished all that I had to do. Ah sorry, I'm currently in the east-south section of the city. It borders Deadless. Shit really? That place is pretty much a thieves' paradise from how complicated it all is, with all the nooks and crannies to hide. Yeah, it's annoying, at least I'm fast. I heard you're also working with the Astrea Familia on this one, they're not, you know. They're fine for now. It seems they learned to keep their bounds. His voice held some displeasure, but nothing too bad. Nox sighed a breath of relief, but she still wanted to be there. I'll be coming to help. Thank. Do you want me to summon you or? It's fine. Flying feels better. In a quick flash of light, she turned into an owl and flew off. Quest 52 Nox in the City, Part 2. 6:34 p.m. in the East Southern District of Orario. He's in that abandoned building, Cirrus. Nox was flying overhead, giving Cirrus a bird's-eye view of the people who ran away while he was dealing with the fighters. Thanks. Even from up on high, she could see Cirrus clearly. One would only have to follow the glint that comes off his antlers to find him streaking across the city like a shooting star. Phew, you always shine even in the dusk. Nox turned to see the sun setting upon Orario and found it to be nice but rather oddly sad when compared to the grandeur the desert gives off. 8:04 p.m. Nox watching from a building in her human form looking down at Cirrus giving the Astrea Familia the criminals who ran away. Seems they are keeping their distance. Nox glared back behind her. I'm glad that they are. Nox turned her head to see Astrea. Hello goddess. No need for pleasantries, spirit of Nyx, she said with a smile. Hello Star Maiden. Nox said, turning her gaze back at Cirrus. What brings you here? I came to see if you really were a spirit of old, but I did not think you will be one of the firstborn. Did you see? See what? Astrea asked, confused. Did you, the goddess of justice, see me get sealed away by those people and their fellow spirits? Save it. I have long given up that hatred. Having been in the city for so long and exploring it, I found only a fraction of my kind here and they are all from the 5th and 6th generation at that. You can tell. Of course, it's like what you gods have, but far more different. Can I ask how you and Zephyr came to be? Your generation has been, is extinct. Whoosh. Whoosh. A light breeze came by, and Nox's hair gently blew in the wind. He freed me from my seal out in the deserts of Schultzard. A brave young child who broke the seal with pure brute force and strength of will. He did that? But he must have been hurt by breaking the seal. He was. His arms were in tatters. I doubt he knew the bones in his arms were broken into pieces. One of the first things he did was laugh. After he laughed, I made a contract with him to use our blood as the medium. That's... Astrea was shocked to hear that. We are bonded together. Even in death, I will follow him to his next life. He is my savior, and I will follow him till the very end of his journey and even during his epilogue. Should he choose to walk the path of the demon, I shall be by his side. Should he wish to be a farmer, I will be by his side. No matter what path I will always be by his side. Astrea was a bit stunned, but not surprised by Nox's sudden proclamation. I see. That is great for you. I hope you do well in keeping Zephyr safe. She gave a slight bow before turning to leave. Now I must be going. I wish to be there for my children when they return home. Leaving Nox alone once again, she looks down at Cirrus, finishing his talk with Elise and Kagaya. Phew, that doesn't sound so bad of an idea. 9:31 p.m. I'm home. Cirrus said, entering through the back. Welcome home. Nox said, wearing an apron and putting down food. Hi, about time you come Cirrus, Nox here cooked this up rather fast and dangerously. At least it's not burnt. That happened once. Lenoa said, shaking her fists. Not my fault I confused the books. Well, let's sit down and eat. Sure. I'll go put my stuff away. After going upstairs, he came right down and ate her cooking. 11:41 p.m. As Cirrus sleeps in his room, Nox was outside under the night sky in a meditative state. Nothing, you are all gone, I truly am the last one of my generation left. I wish at least one did. And I hope it's not one of Zeus's spirits. She gets up and looks at her hand. She could feel her power coursing through it as she clenches it right before letting it go. Weaklings. I will make Cirrus stand far above any of your pathetic legends. She enters the home and makes her way into Cirrus's room and gets in bed in her owl form, comforting him as his nightmares slowly begin to subside. If my name isn't Nox, Grand Spirit of the White Knight. Quest 53 The Nightmare. 2 years later in Orkney. It has been a long time, but we finally have it ready, said Loya, the captain of the Loviater Familia. Shame really I was enjoying a life of praise, said Oleg, the vice-captain. I'll go get Lady Loviater and we can get this underway. After a while, they bring their goddess to a ritual site deep within the swamp. So, is this the place, she said, looking around. Yes, from the town's records and our own research, this is the site where it was sealed. Said Loya. Loviater walks around and taps the ground to find it solid and dry. She looks around again to find the whole area rather clean compared to the rest of the swamp. Let me see. Her familia quickly gave her space as she knelt down and with 2 of her fingers tapping the ground, her familia could see her arcanum begin to appear before quickly disappearing. Great job, my children. You have found a monster. Then when shall we release it, they said joyfully. We aren't. They all said. But that is why we came here, Lady Loviater. Said Usur. If we release it, then it will simply kill us first, so we will prepare a bit to ensure our survival. 4 months go by and they have everything set. Wah! What a beautiful place Lady Loviater had made just to celebrate one of our traditions. They even brought fine drinks as well. Ha 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 ha. As the townsfolk enjoy the festivities, the Loviater familia themselves already packed all of their stuff. Lady Loviater, everything is all set. We are ready to leave on your order. Good, now for the last touch. She gets a knife and pricks her finger, putting a drop of blood in a vial. You know what to do, Loya. She hands him the vial, and he nods. Yes, Lady Loviater. He goes to the stone paving they built that leads to the seal and puts it on an altar next to the path. As the blood drips down, a complex magic circle appears, covering the entire swamp. Come on, Loya, said Gut. We really don't want to be caught up in this massacre. Back where all the townsfolk where they didn't realize a magic circle was erected. Beneath them, the once solid and dry surface slowly turned black and purple. Its hardness was now as fragile as wet sand. Deep underneath the site lay a sphere of highly poisonous water surrounded by a lake's worth of water so pure, even in mud, one can still drink from it. In that sphere of poison, a monster finally opened its 2 separate eyes. Bubble. The pure clean water surrounding it started to slowly get corrupted until, after 20 minutes, the whole water was tainted. With nothing left to keep the monster at bay, its flaming green eyes radiate in the murky poison-filled water like an anglerfish as it rushes up to the surface. Hey, is it me or did you feel a rumbling? Boom. Kya? What the hell? As the townsfolk are in a state of shock, they look at the cause. From the ground, a human-shaped body appeared along with a horse. Green flames ignited, and the dust settled, at least revealing its form. Stand nearly 6 feet tall at their horse's head and about 9 feet at their humanoid-like head with a moving eyeball attached to the nerves. Its horse portion had features of a fish with a singular giant eye that burns with green fire. Its human part was merged to the horse's parts back with long arms that reached to the ground. Despite all of this, its most obvious feature was that it had no skin. It was like a monster made of pure muscle, with its yellow veins pulsating with black blood. Someone get the guak. With its human hand, it stabbed the townsman with its fingers, killing the man. RR run. Kai. Far away, the Loviater familia could hear the ever-faint sounds of screaming and smoke far off in the site's direction. The nightmare has been released, Lady Loviater. Phew, now we head to northern mountains. Loviater said as she and her children ride off away from the massacre. Quest 54 Conversion. Down in Aranos's room of prayer. Lord Aranos, said Royman, an elf, and the guild head has come down personally. We have been receiving several hundreds of reports from the western kingdoms and countries of a monster that has been causing famine and droughts. I have heard Royman, Aranos said. But what do you expect me to do? Can I request him to track and kill the monster, Lord Aranos? Royman said, with sweat dripping off him. You know he is busy keeping order in Orario. His eyes narrow in on the guild's head. I know this, Lord Aranos, but this monster, it's not in guild records. Do you have a drawing of it? Why yes. He fumbled a bit but showed Aranos the picture. His eyes widen a bit. This is Royman. He will take on the quest, send word to all kingdoms of this monster. Yes sir, you know of this monster. Yes, it would seem someone has unsealed this calamity. Down on the 18th floor. Ha! You sure gave me a good run hiding out here, Cirrus said, a few more inches taller, with several people tied up and beaten. Hey, Fells is calling you, Cirrus. Oi, you keep an eye on them and if they get away, I'll be sure to make this place more legal. He gave them a sharp glare, and they straightened up. Why yes sir, said one of the sketchy-looking adventurers. Cirrus goes into the forest for a bit for some privacy. So what does Fells want? It would seem you are requested to take on a quest. I'm a bit busy for that, Nox. Well, you can't refuse it. It seems Aranos asked you to do this. Apparently, it's a highly dangerous quest that needs completion. I'll be up as soon as I can tell Fells I'm bringing up some criminals from Evilus. Will do. Cirrus returns to the criminals to find them slightly more beat up. He grabs hold of the rope and now chains and nods to the people of Rivera as he quickly leaves with the criminals in tow. Man, that kid is terrifying, said one resident. Well, so long as we don't associate with Evilus, we should be good. Coming back onto the surface, Cirrus was met with some guild employees and a few members of the Freya familia. We will handle it from here, White Beast. Thanks. Quickly leaving the base of Babel, Cirrus used his cloak to go invisible and take the secret passage. In the last 2 years, Cirrus has been working to keep Orario as orderly as he can, but Evilus has been one step ahead. In this time he soloed the next monster Rex, the Udius, and gained its black sword, earning him a level up, but... I am sorry, said Aranos. I can't level you up, Cirrus, Is there a reason you can't? Does it have to do with the dungeon? It does. As you know, it is my arcanum that holds the monsters of the dungeon from leaking out into the world, and being your god has finally affected this situation. Then I have to find another familia. I am sorry. He lowers his head a bit. Shit. I rather not be one of Hermes's children. If I have to be with him, I can already see the conversation going to use me to get with women, both him and Lydia. Do you have any suggestions, Lord Aranos? I do, of the gods that will keep their word and be suited for you. I have only one I can put faith in. You may enter. Tap. Tap. Coming from the flight of stairs connected to the guild, Cirrus sees a familiar goddess. Lady Astrea. Cirrus said, amazed and hesitant. Phew, are you that surprised? She comes and stands an arm or two away from Cirrus. Cirrus, of all the gods, she is one that will keep her word till the day her very existence is erased. You may not accept her and choose your own god to follow. Cirrus was on the fence about his recommendation. For one, he has only gotten to know 5 gods. Lug, Hermes, Poseidon, Hephaestus very briefly, and Astrea, who did not have a good first meeting. Lug was in Zolingen, so he was out. Poseidon and his familia are more retired than anything else, but they were a solid pick if not for the people under their employment being not combative members of their familia who could get involved because of the target on his back. Hephaestus was a no, he barely even knew her, and he didn't want her smiths to also get targeted, even if she is one of the biggest familia in the city. Then the Hermes and Astrea familia, he vibes more with how Hermes and his familia do things, but they couldn't handle the heat that was Zephyr who brought too much more attention than Hermes would like. On the contrary, Astrea could handle it. After all, her children were very active in policing the city, so what a little more heat to them. Lord Aranos, Cirrus said with a sad and painful tone of voice. He was not happy about this, but if Aranos trusts her, then he can bite the bullet. Very well, but know this, Lady Astrea. I will always serve Lord Aranos. He has been with me since I was 7 years of age. He is like family to me. Both Astrea and Aranos were a bit surprised by his words, but they both made a gentle smile. That is fine. You have been keeping people as safe as you can, and besides, Aranos needs help as well. Now shall we get this conversation on the way, my little lone star? I also will try to keep how I do things away from your children's eyes. Very well, so long as the criminal is brought to justice intact. She said, taking a short breath. I'll try. Cirrus disengaged his armor and revealed his face to Astrea. He could see her carefully, remembering his face clearly. His face, why does it remind me of someone, she thought while etching it in her mind. Seems my face didn't get a reaction. He takes off his shirt and kneels. So many small scars. Aranos, what kind of child did you raise? She pricks her finger with Cirrus's spear and drops it on his back. The tattoo changed to Astrea's status emblem. As she updates his status, her eyes widen as she quickly looked at Aranos and saw him nod. He's far stronger than what I could have imagined. I didn't think these parameters can go this far. His skills alone. Lady Astrea, here, Cirrus said, handing her a piece of paper. Right. She puts the information on the paper and hands it to him. Cirrus Zephyr. LV4. Strength, XX1300. Y1501 Endurance, X1245. Z1810. Dexterity, X1235. XXX1473 Agility, YYY1720. ZZZ2001. Magic, ZZ1999. ZZZ2170 Mage, G. F. Immunity, H. Martial Arts, I. His status was absurd beyond belief that it left her speechless on how to address this. So, do you wish to level up? You have the development abilities of Crush. V. Very well. She pricks her other finger and opens up his status again. After a bit, she gets another piece of paper and hands it to him. It seems you got a new magic. Cirrus looks at the paper and smiles. Cirrus Zephyr. LV5. Strength, I0 Endurance, I0. Dexterity, I0 Agility, I0. Magic, I0 Mage, F. Immunity, H. Martial Arts, I. G. Crush, I. Dia Chrysomalos. Super short chant. Enchant type. Callow, Nox. No chant. Summoning magic. Dia Dicasty _S, Sword of Damocles, sing your vespers. Short chant. Enchant type. I didn't think I would get my last magic slot filled in. I will take my leave. I will inform the others. And I'll try not to be in their hair. Cirrus nods as he gets his things and burns the paper, taking one of the secret passageways. Astrea watches as he leaves and looks at Aranos. Aranos, this child, he truly is this era's new hero. He is someone that only comes once in a lifetime. Yes, a very lonely existence. I hope he would find others to shine alongside. Back to the present, Cirrus is kneeling before Auranos while Nox is kneeling in the back behind Cirrus. So, what is the urgent quest, Lord Auranos? You have a monster to hunt and slay called the Nukkalavi. Quest 54.5 Child Custody. 13th floor of Babel. The Donatus is held. Ha 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 ha. Shut up! Shut up! Shouted Hermes as several gods were pointing and laughing at him. I can't believe they poached Zephyr from you, said a god. Ha ha ha. And by Astrea no less. How did that happen? I mean no offense, Astrea, but come on. Ha ha ha, laughed another. Many of the gods were mocking and teasing Hermes as Cirrus had converted to the Astrea familia. The news of it spread quickly, as it was the equivalent of Loki losing Finn or Freya losing Otter. He brought that much fame to the familia. It's not my fault. He cares more about fighting for justice than making money. It was a mutual separation. He was not wrong about this and he fully understood why he went with Astrea. As much as he had faith in his children to handle themselves, he knew they worked far better in the shadows, away from any prying eyes. Also, the taxes the guild applied to higher-ranked familias. Yet, but then Astrea swooped in, said Loki. Maybe if I kept my ear to the ground I could have swiped him up. Yes, it's a shame, really. I would have liked to see him more closely. Said Freya. So, how did this come about before we go to the best event? She looked at Astrea with curiosity and jealousy. He found me and asked to join my familia, it's really that simple, she responded. So let's get on with the naming ceremony. The ceremony went on like usual. They gave many weaker adventurers cringe, embarrassing names while the more well-respected familias get a better chance. White Beast. Said Diane Sect. That kid, whenever he brings a criminal to get treated they're always bloody like a beast attacking them. Not that I care since I get paid. They looked at her to see if that was fine. He said he didn't like deer so. That's fine. Quest 55 Preparations for the Hunt. Room of Prayer. The Nukkalavi? That sounds familiar. Cirrus said, thinking of where he heard it. It was in your book on ancient monsters. You know the book that's all worn out? Nox said in her human form in the back. Auranos, is it really that monster? There have been reports of it sent to the guild on it, Fel said, entering the room. Shit, Nox said, a bit disgusted. Fels, what is this monster? A rather disturbing monster, to say the least. We have a drawing of what it is, but it's from just the drawing is far worse in person. Fels hands Cirrus a drawing and he raises an eyebrow. Does it have skin? Why are its arms so long? Ugh, just looking at it makes my skin sticky. We do not know its precise strength, but from what Lord Auranos has given us as well, this monster was sealed away by several great water spirits. So shouldn't Nox be able to defeat it on her own? Nox is certainly powerful, but yes, but you are contracted to one another, and spirits of her pedigree tend to use dangerously powerful magic, Auranos said. From what Cirrus had seen, that certainly was the case. If push comes to shove, using Nox's magic was the final resort. So I'm supposed to hunt and kill a monster that even the heroes of old couldn't kill. A big smile grew on Cirrus's face. Seems like the thing to get me to level 6. When will you be able to leave? Fels asks. A couple of days, a few days earlier, if this thing has any magic or the like. It has its poisonous fire and immense strength, Auranos said. Poisonous fire? So it likes hot as fire or like a poison that looks like fire? From what I remember, it was both. Nox said. Guess I'll buy some salamander wool. A while later. I'll go get the more expensive stuff. Nox said. I'll meet you back at home. I'll go see Eupheme and see about my armor and weapons. Make sure you tell your little girlfriend that you'll be going away for a while. Girlfriend? Who do you mean? Cirrus shouted at Nox was waving goodbye. I mean your cute little Renard girl. She's just a friend. Cirrus said, a bit embarrassed. Sure. Sure. Whatever you say. Arriving back at Eupheme's shop, he found her working away. You seem busier than usual. Cirrus said, walking in and taking a seat. Well, seems word got around that I was the one that made you that black sword and spear of yours. Since then, I've been getting orders here and there. For these. Cirrus takes out his sword, which was made from Udias's black sword, which looked more like a claymore sized down to a straight sword length and width. It's a beauty, that's for sure. One of my finest works. How's the spear? Cirrus takes out the spear, which was still like his old spear but more refined in its construction. Yeah, I came here to see if you can do some maintenance on them and my gear as well. Hold on a second. Eupheme quickly hammered the blade and quenched it before coming over to Cirrus. Can I ask why? She said as she makes measurements of Cirrus. Well, I was given a quest by the guild. So the white beast is leaving Orario again to do some important quest, hey. Are you still sulking that I didn't tell you? Somewhat, she said with a pouty face. I'll feel better if you let me look at your magic armor. She said with a glint in her eyes. Fine, which one do you want to look at? Be quick. I still need to tell a few others I'll be going away for a while. Show me the boar one. A magic circle appeared behind Cirrus. Exosia, Adorn, Erymanthean, ... Whoa. After a while, Cirrus was walking towards the Susanoo Familia with only his dagger. Taking fucking 2 hours, god damn. When he reached the Familia home, he could hear them practicing. Cirrus knocked on the front gate and entered. He went around the back to see AI training in swordsmanship from Susanoo. Keep up your form. Remembering the placement of your feet, he shouted. Yes, Lord Susanoo. He saw how AI fights with the sword and each time it always reminds him of crashing water, her movements were as fluid and powerful as water. God of storms and sea, he is. Oi! AI! They both stopped and looked at Cirrus. Cirrus, she said. Ah boy, you're here, Susanoo said. We'll pick up later. Cirrus, Kaguya has been training really hard to fight you again. Yeah. I'm sure she'll beat me up. So why did you come, boy? Susanoo said, sitting down as AI came up to him. Well, I want to tell you AI that I will be going away on a quest. Really? How long? Don't know, it's some monster that appeared and is moving around, so I have to track and hunt it. Well, be sure to write okay, she said, getting in Cirrus's face. Of course, I'll try to keep that in mind. I notice you are actually taller than me. Cirrus said as he was comparing each other's heights. She had grown taller than him, not counting the fox ears in the last 2 years. Her hair is also slightly longer, past her shoulders. She said with proudness in her voice. I finally beat you in something. Well, keep improving your swordsmanship and status and maybe you can join Kaguya and me in some sparring. You heard him AI, get back on and let's continue your training, Susanoo said, getting up back on the ring. Hope to see you soon. Leaving the Susanoo Familia's home, Cirrus himself went back home himself. Lenoa's shop. I'm back. Welcome back Cirrus, Lenoa said. I heard the details from Nox, and I have something special for you. Lenoa takes out a rather special looking potion and puts it on the table. What's that? It's a powerful antidote made from the Amphisbaena's dragon liver you brought me years ago. Ah, you still have it. Well, no one wanted to buy such a powerful antidote when they have the immunity ability and a level 1 won't be making enough or face a monster that requires such powerful antidotes, so here you go. Ooh. Thanks, Auntie. Cirrus said with a smile and holding the bottle in hand. Now that I'm thinking about it, if I had to use this, I will really be screwed. Hi. Don't worry too much. You fought Monster Rex on your own, didn't you? This is no different. Just keep your wits about you and make sure the prey is dead. And also get me some of its drop items if you can. I would love to use its materials for one-of-a-kind potions. Ah, let's hope luck favors me on that day. The next day. So how is it? Eupheme said with stars in her eyes. It's good. It's lighter than my previous armor. You're very welcome, she said with pride in her voice and hands on her hips. With so much material left from the black sword I made some armor out of it, sadly some of it went to waste was turned away looking at all the failed attempts. The armor looked far sleeker than before, but it reminded Cirrus a bit of his Erymanthian and Lernian armors with some parts being light, while some parts being rather crude in an odd way. Despite that, he can still move as he wanted. Well, I will put this armor to good use. The next day Cirrus begins his hunt. Quest 56 on the hunt. Traveling on a road down to the southwestern part of the continent, Cirrus and Nox ride on horseback. Caw. Caw. With crows cawing in the surrounding distance, the trees barely have any leaves on them. Hey, did they say the monster was terrorizing people in the west? Nox said, holding on to Cirrus as he rides a horse. They did, but I want to know how the Nukkalavi was freed. Right now its trail is cold, but if I can piece together the places it hit, I can find a pattern and meet it before it causes any more damage. Well, let's hurry. We've been riding for hours now today, plus this scenery is dreary. Fine, there should be a town up ahead, if it's not a ghost town. Quickly riding into town, they found it in a similar state as the way up to it. The buildings were fine, if not unmaintained, and the people all had a look of hunger in their eyes. Ah, a traveler, we have no food or water, said a townsfolk, slowly walking away. Hey wait, what happened? Cirrus said, getting off his horse. Are you an adventurer? He asked. I was sent to find and kill the monster who, judging by the looks of this place, came by. His face slightly lit up and his eyes watered. Why you can save our village, right? Right. He desperately held onto Cirrus's clothes. Everyone else overhearing the conversation came towards Cirrus and begged him for his help. Hey! Come on! Look! Cirrus said, pulling him off. We'll see what we can do, all right, but can you tell me what happened? Why yes well, about 2 weeks ago, everything was fine and normal, but then this black water came in down the river. We all quickly got scared as we saw the fish float up dead, and then off in the distance, we could see green fire. We all quickly left the town and made it across a bridge to the next town over, but then, we could see a hideous monster, an affront to nature with a human top forged into a horse's back with no skin at all. Its green pulsating eye of the fire remained across the river. It simply watched as we stood by. Soon it simply burned things and left. We remained in the town for a while before returning to our own to see the damage, but everything was practically poisonous, our water and food. We sent our children away to the other town while we worked to fix ours, but we have no luck. Seems it came here. I need to see the bridge. Nox, can you possibly purify the poison? I can, but this town will be leveled. You sure you want this town gone off the face of the earth? We can rebuild, please, this is our home, our homeland. He cried, as well as the other townsfolk. Nox. Yeah, I'll do it at night. It'll be easier then. So go to the other town for now and we'll catch up, all right? Thank you, he said. Thank you. Thank you. Everyone thanked them as they slowly left. Nox, will this village really be raised to be clean of the poison? Yeah, well, I'm the spirit of the White Knight. I never asked you about that, hey? I just assumed it was a cool name you got. So you have what purity attributes or what? Somewhat. My attributes are fire, light, darkness, and purity. Ah, so fire and light cause stars, right? And the purity and darkness are because you're the spirit of the White Knight, right? Right on the money. Normally one wouldn't have such contradictory titles such as I, but you can find them rather common amongst the first generation, like Blazing Ice or Fragile Mountain. Hey, well, that's something new I learned today. Well, I should see what clues I can find on where it went next or where it came before. They said the river turned black, so why not check upstream? Alright, are you gonna stay or come with me? I'll go put the horse in the other town for now and find a place for us. Very well. Cirrus and Nox took their leave. Finding the river still black, Cirrus quickly went upstream to find more of the land decayed and eventually found remains of another town, but one now in ruins. Its buildings were burnt to the ground with only charred bones. Shit. Cirrus looked around and found nothing aside from charred remains and some horse tracks, along with 2 dragging lines. Retracing the steps, Cirrus found its tracks coming from a tainted river. Fuck me, is this going to be a pain in the ass? Cirrus returned and told Nox of what he found. The townsfolk had informed Nox that the monster went west. When night came, Cirrus and the other people stood outside as they could see just a few blocks away a white knight encapsulating their home in pure nothingness. It was as if the sun had returned and lit up the world before it quickly died down. Cirrus, watching it, could feel his magic quickly taking a nosedive as the magic was cast. God damn it. She really takes a lot of mana. Once the magic faded, the townspeople came to find it completely gone, as if the buildings and nature were never there but a circular barren land. Nox told them that their well is clean but will need to rebuild it, and also that the soil is now fertile again. The people thanked Nox for her help in purifying the land but found the water still black. She informed them that for that she and Cirrus will have to go to the source and fix it there, but for now, they have to rely on the river near the other town for water. Quest 57 Source of the Poison. The next day Cirrus placed his stuff in his shadow and left his horse at the village as he and Nox go upstream. Kata kata. Kata kata. There is a lot of death here. Nox said in Cirrus's hood. She was using it to filter the air. Well, we need to hurry, so get ready, all right? Sure thing. Kata kata. Kata kata. Kata kata. Kata kata. Quickly running up the stream with his Serenian armor, he could only find more dead trees, grass, animals, and a few towns and villages in between, until eventually, they found the source. Fuck me, it's a poisonous swamp. I hope to fucking Christ I don't see some weird goat men that jump at you, or Shrek. Sniff. Sniff. Shit, the poison is even in the fucking air. Nox, you need to fly way up. Throw me up there. Nox held her breath as Cirrus got her and threw her high in the air so she can breathe cleanly again, and it also allows Cirrus to move with more room. Hey Cirrus, this place is really bad. How so? Cirrus said, making his way through the swamp that was like deep thick feet of snow. Well, the swamp is really massive, like as far as I can see, over the horizon big and there's a purple and black haze covering the whole damn thing. Fuck, then is there any place that sticks out? If this is the source of the water, then the seal where it was locked in should be around here. I'll keep an eye out and you should too, in case there are any dangerous monsters or even people remaining. Cirrus looked around to see several dead fish bopping in the black murky poisonous water along with some birds. Yet, I doubt any animals are still alive with this radical change in the environment. But what if it's the Nukkalavi? Doubt it when we heard of its destruction. It was far more on the western seaboard. Plus, I doubt it would want to hang around a place it was locked up in for hundreds of years. That is true, if it not for you I would have left the desert the moment I was free. Hey wait a minute, I think I see a clearing. Circle around it. I'll be there as fast as I can. Climbing up the dead trees, Cirrus runs along the dead branches quickly covering the ground to where Nox was circling in the air. When he arrived, he found it to be a whole new level of poison. The bodies weren't even burned, but brutally killed and even eaten. Blood is splattered across the whole place. God damn, this place is a massacre, Cirrus said, looking around while covering his mouth. He finds a stone path with wood underneath it and odd markings on the pavement. Clunk. Cirrus looked down to find a mug. This is. He picked it up and tasted some of it, using his finger quickly. Wine. Why the hell would wine be crack? Cirrus looks down to find that he stepped on bones with rotten flesh still on them. He looked at the ground more closely and found more bones covered in the poisonous mist and the wilted grass. Cirrus grimaced as he rose his caution of the area. Cirrus carefully picked all the bones he could and placed them onto the paved path and found some bones were smaller than others. He knew who these belonged to. Nox, do you see where I'm at? Barely, but yes. Can you check way in front of me to see if there was a village or town? Sure, did you find something to suggest to this? Yeah. I found some mugs with wine in them and bones with rotten flesh. I think there might have even been some children here as well judging by the bones. TCH, are you up for another purification? I am. The faster this place is clean of poison the faster it could recover. After a while, Cirrus collected all the remains of the people there that he could. Nox contacted back finding an abandoned town. I see, I'll be there a minute or two. By the time Cirrus arrived carrying all the bones in a large crate to the town, it was already nighttime. He could have used his shadow but he felt the people shouldn't be in darkness anymore. You ready, Cirrus? I am. Make sure you do it at the source. I'll find us a good room to stay in. You better have found a good comfy bed. My wing is sore as hell. It's good exercise for you. You calling me fat? I'll have you know it is impossible for me to gain weight. I just need to use some magic every once in a while and I will be fine. So exercise. This discussion is over. Find us a room, Cirrus. Cirrus sees Nox fly back to where the site was, and he went to the biggest home which was a mansion that reminded him of the mansion he had seen in the south with vines everywhere. This will do. He went and opened the doors and entered the mansion, find it rather dusty. He closed the door and walked upstairs. Along the way he did see signs of life, there were several portraits of people and even nice furniture and vases. Guess even out here the rich guys have nice stuff. He looked at a vase and slapped it, shattering upon hitting the ground. Hee. He chuckled to himself as he continued his search. He saw the room to the master bedroom, which was 2 large wooden doors, and entered it. Pretty nice. He found the room rather nice and quaint, minus the poison. He checked the large drawers and found fancy and nice clothing along with some things that made him immediately close the drawers. Okay, I think I'll just flip the bed. And he did just that, he flipped the large bed onto the other side. He goes out to the balcony and looks out to see Nox far off in the distance. A massive explosion of silent brightness encompassed a massive swath of the swamp. The strength of a level 5 is no joke as the drawer disappeared into the tree line of the swamp. Ugh, Cirrus holds onto the balcony. That really drains a lot out of me. While he is out there he went back inside, got the large drawers and threw it as far as he could into the swamp. He comes back into the room and holds out his hand. Nox, dot. A magic circle appeared, and Nox appeared from it in her human form. You can rest in bed, here in case you don't feel so well. Thanks, she said, getting into bed. Cirrus hands her an antidote and goes downstairs and into the streets. The air is still poisonous. Exosia, Adorn, Stymphalion, dot. With his armor, he flaps his arms as strong as he could with the wings, sending the poisonous wind off in another direction. After the poison was now gone, Cirrus got the crate of bones and set them aside as he built a pyre. After he built the pyre, Cirrus placed his hands together and gently said, "May your death have been quick, and may you be with your loved ones. Do not worry, I will kill this abomination." He went back to Nox and took off his gear and went to sleep. Off on the very edge of the swamp, some people saw the explosion of light and slowly begin making their way in. Quest 58 The Hunter. The next day, Cirrus made breakfast from the supplies they had stored in his shadow. Any food that was in the home had either turned rotten or contaminated. So, what are we going to do? Nox said, eating her food. Well, we should look into this town and see if there is anything as to why or how the Nukkalavi was released. While you're doing that, I'll contact Fels and update them on our progress. Call me if you need me. Exosia, Adorn, Serenian. Why are you wearing your armor? Well, just in case you need me. Cirrus takes his leave and goes out the front door. Well, time to investigate some homes. Cirrus went to the homes nearby and carefully looked at each one, and as soon as he was done, he took out red paint and drew an X on it, then moved on to the next. Damn. Nothing again. He glanced to his side to see a children's doll. TCH. He moved on. After his 9th home, he discovered something. Hey? A diary? Cirrus flipped through the pages until he could no longer find the lettering. He looked to the last written entry. The 18th of last month. Reading the entry, he discovered 2 things. First, that they had held some sort of traditional festival, and second, that the familia based here, the Loviator familia, was to blame. Loviator. It was a name he will not soon forget. Reading more into the diary, he found that the familia actually came and settled in the town 2 years ago, around the time he was in Orario. If a familia is here, then they should have had a base, TCH. If this familia is actually no. They are 100% part of Evil Us, they could cause more trouble. I need to find them quickly. Leaving the home, Cirrus jumps up on the roofs to find the familia's home in the town. It was not hard, as a familia would have more resources and importance to get a large and better home for the goddess of the familia. There, the second biggest home. He leapt from the rooftop onto another and ran. Rooftops form rooftops, when he heard something flying through the air. FSH. FSH. Grab. Cirrus grabbed an arrow from the air while the other arrow missed. Who the fuck is shooting? From the corner of his eye, he found that a third arrow was shot and found its place in his right shoulder. Seeing this, Cirrus immediately slid down the roof and found cover. This genuinely scared him, as it was if it just appeared in his shoulder. Holy shit! He shouted as he hid behind a home. Nox, stay inside. There is someone out here. And they're fucking master archers. Really? But can arrows from normal? There is an arrow in my shoulder right now. Call me when this is settled. I will be inside. Summon me when you're in danger, well, more danger. I don't want to make things harder for you. Even if Nox was a powerful spirit, her body was that of an average level 1. It's still nothing to scoff at if you were normal, but she knew full well how fast and durable Cirrus was. If an arrow could hit him, then flying around would only put her in the grave far more quickly. Let's see, the arrows come from the east side. No, they moved. If there is a skilled archer, they must have moved. Cirrus was using all he knew on snipers from his previous life to try and apply it here in this situation. Since it's a bow and arrow, they can move to a different spot more quicker. They must have scouted the area and planned this ambush. Cirrus removed the arrow but found the arrowhead still in him. A loose arrowhead. From this he knew whoever shot him was experienced and was deadly. God fucking. Grr. He placed his hand over his wound and stored the arrowhead in his shadow, to which he immediately discarded it and poured a potion on his wound. Focus. Focus. He said softly as he calms himself. Focused on his hearing, he could hear the slight creaking of the dead tree branches and even some homes. Kata kata. Kata kata. Running. Cirrus quickly turned to see a girl with reddish-brown hair aiming an arrow at him up on a rooftop. Thwish. She fired her arrow, and Cirrus quickly rushed her, evading the arrow. The girl was surprised Cirrus had taken this choice, as he quickly got out of the arrow's path and was now about to grab the girl when... Thunk. Once again, Cirrus didn't even hear or feel the arrow flying through the air as it hit his hand. The girl was about to run away when Cirrus grabbed her with his left hand at the base of her neck and held her up with one arm. You little shit! Using her as a shield, he quickly rushed to where the arrow was fired with the girl in hand. You are mine. Let me go. She shouted as she struggled. Fuck no. Cirrus held onto her throat firmly, enough that with a bit more force and movement he could snap her neck, but enough to let her breathe. It did take him a while to get the feel for this. You're going to be my shield until I find your boss who left their arrows in me. Cirrus broke the arrow in his hand using his mouth and pulled the rest of the arrow out of the head, as well. I'll be sure to pay them back. Maybe I'll toss them high in the air and shoot them before they go splat on the ground? Maybe I just punch you guys until I knock out all your teeth. Why, you brute? She said with anger in her eyes. Says the girl, shooting arrows for no REA. As he was running, 3 more arrows came and found its mark on the back of Cirrus's right calf, thigh, and again in his right shoulder. Grr. His grip slightly loosened, and the girl tried to break free, but an even stronger grip was now in place. Let go. The back of the calf and thigh. He ignored her pleas. And even back at the same spot in the shoulder. He was impressed as he was pissed. He calmed himself and scanned the area diligently, using the girl as a shield, while also using her to cast a shadow on himself to store the arrowheads in his shadow. Clack! 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 The remaining part of the arrows clattered down off the roof and onto the street below. As Cirrus searched with gimlet eyes, he could see a small glint off the arrow's head for a short second. That was more than enough for him. Found you! With anger in his voice, his magic circle appeared behind him, the rest of his armor wraps around him, and he quickly leaped rooftop from rooftop. You are mine! The speed he was kicking off broke several of the home ceilings as he used the girl as a shield. I will hunt you down the ends of the earth. He made it to the shooters, hiding up on the outskirts of the town's buildings. Why hello there! He said with eyes full of cold anger, his outbursts before helped him settle himself. Cirrus looked down on 4 women. One had green hair, the second one had gold hair, and the other had black hair. The last one behind the others had long blue hair with 2 long bangs with 2 strands on the sides. They were all very beautiful, especially the one with blue hair. Cirrus felt a bit bad what he is about to do to them. Which one of you shits shot me? He said calmly with a thin veil of anger in his voice, his grip tightened on the girl still in his grasp. Gah! The girl tried and break free from his vice grip, but it was fruitless. Cirrus' hold might as well be death as there was no escape. The woman with blue hair stepped forward. She stood at least 5 feet, 164 centimeters, before the others like a mother protecting her young as a divinity seeps from her. It was a calm and tranquil divinity on par with Astria's own, if not more, from how easy it looked for her to hide it and bring it out with the transparency. Had it not been for the white of the border, one wouldn't be able to see the divinity. It was me, my name is Artemis. Artemis. Cirrus felt his stomach drop, his blood run a bit cold upon seeing the famed huntress of Greek myth. Quest 59, Goddess of the Hunt. Seeing a goddess before him, Cirrus let go of the girl he had immediately and looked at Artemis straight into her eyes. He quickly composed himself as best as he can, not wishing to anger the Artemis but also standing his ground against her. Artemis, as in the goddess that presides over hunting, the moon, and chastity, who is well known amongst the gods as one of 3 virgin goddesses? That Artemis. You know of me. Her lips curled into a faint smile, but her expression was as calm as a frozen lake. But not my appearance. Well, Lady Astria was light on the details, and I never figured I would meet one such as yourself way out here. Astria. Hearing that name, Artemis' expression turned quickly to concern and fear. Cirrus likened her expression to a worker shit-talking their boss to find them right behind them. That is what I said. You are one of her children. She quickly bowed in apology. Lady Artemis, why are you? She then grabbed her children's heads and made them bow as well. My deepest apologies. She really did not want to anger Astria. I had assumed you were the monster causing the destruction of the surrounding area. Please let me talk to Astria to clear up this misunderstanding. She said with an urgency in her voice. What the fuck did you do to her, Astria? Back in heaven when Artemis was still a rather young goddess, she got herself into a lot of trouble. One such incident made Astria very angry and punished her as a goddess of justice could. That event stuck with her. Cirrus lowered his temper and pushed forward. She isn't here. I am here with my partner to hunt and kill the monster on the guild's orders. Cirrus turns and jumps down to the ground below. Wait. She said, coming after him. She slides down and quickly runs in front of him, blocking his path. At least let me. I'm busy. He brushed her aside. You assaulted me while I was investigating this ghost town. If you really wish to talk, go to the mansion over there. My partner is waiting there. Cirrus then jumped onto another roof and quickly left towards the Loviater Familia home. Watching him quickly leave, Artemis's Familia came up to her. Lady Artemis, are you all right? You don't have any blood on you, do you? No, I am fine, but you, Rethusa, are you fine? He grabbed you pretty tightly. Why yes, I am fine, my neck is rather sore, but that kid, he moves so quickly I thought my eyes were messing with me. He must be a powerful adventurer. Astria must have sent her captain to come and slay this monster. Well, we should meet up with his partner. One of the Familia members said. Let's. Arriving at the home, Cirrus disengaged his armor and quickly put on his base armor to heal his injuries and then removed it quickly. Nox, I'm at the home. Got it, so another Familia is coming here, right? Yeah, it's the Artemis Familia along with their goddess. Well, what did you find? I found their Familia's home here and Cirrus opened the door and entered it to find it completely stripped of anything with just tables and chairs. I hope something. Cirrus looked around to see if there was anything. He searched the top and bottom and found nothing. God damn it, at least I have a name to look for. That will be good enough. He then left the home and returned to the mansion. Waiting in front of the mansion's entrance was Artemis. She had a calm disposition that fitted her well as a bow and quiver. Zephyr, was it? Said Artemis, waiting for him. That is my name. He nods. Why are you out here? Waiting for you, and why are you wearing that mask? She said in response. His appearance reminded her of her sacred animals back in heaven. 'Cause I can. Nothing else you wanna say? Her eyes went down and found the wound she dealt was gone. Even his running was back to normal form, what she could see. What? Cirrus said, walking past her. That all? Did you use a healing potion? She followed after him. I did. But that doesn't explain the bones in your hands. I am sure my shot struck the bone. I'm fine. Nonsense, let me see. I do not want Astria talking my head off from this incident. She then grabbed his right hand and held it. Her sharp green eyes carefully studied Cirrus' hand. She has nice hands. Cirrus thought. Her fingers are pretty slender but firm with thick calluses. I guess she is diligent in her archery practice. A slight scar. Artemis looked at Cirrus's gaze. You didn't use a potion, did you? Normally when one uses a potion it will leave no scars behind, and for bones if broken need to be set accordingly, or else the bone can be healed in the wrong place resulting in having to break the bone, again. As for Cirrus, his armor heals him by boosting his body's natural healing resulting in scars. Well, a goddess of the hunt you truly are. Cirrus removed his hand. I have my own way of healing. He made a sly smirk. Now, shall we enter and discuss what we know? He holds the door open for her. Or are you going to shoot me again to get answers? He looked at her with a wide smirk with a joking tone. Her face slightly blushed in embarrassment. She never met a person like Cirrus who treated her like a person and not a god. Fine. But... She walked into the mansion and turned back to face Cirrus. You must tell me how you met that spirit first. Fine, we met in the desert. Cirrus walked ahead and brushed past her again. There you go. He left Artemis a bit surprised by this mortal's attitude towards her. She couldn't quite under this feeling. It was new and small, yet it beats in her chest as any other feeling before it. What is this feeling in my chest? She said softly as she places her hand over her heart. So small yet so strong. What are you? She asked herself. Thump. 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 Her heart was beating slightly faster, so she took a few deep breaths and calmed herself down. Yet that feel remained in her heart. What an unruly child you have, Astria. She walked ahead deeper into the mansion. Once everyone was gathered, Nox placed the oculus. The magic crystal ball fells gave Cirrus long ago. The orb glowed, and a voice came through. Hum. Hum. Hello Nox. Cirrus. Said Astria in a tone Artemis knew. So when did you think to tell me you left Orario, Cirrus? About when Kaguya came back home pissed that I left without telling her. He said in a nonchalant, almost uncaring tone, like it was a trip to the store. I also planned to tell you, eventually. So clever. But when you come back, I will give you a stern talking to. Oh, he's dead. Artemis thought. Whatever. So can we begin the sharing of information? Or do you want Artemis here to shoot me a few more times as a punishment for not telling you? As Artemis was about to apologize, Astria shouted. Good job. That'll serve you to not come to me so I can update your status before fighting a monster that has currently brought ruin to 3 kingdoms. I was planning on coming back once I have its location down. Cirrus replied. I also didn't plan on being away for so long, if at all. What I am doing finding where the seal was broken and how. Why, he handles Astria so well. He was impressed by his bravery. Usually, when she's in that mood, she'll stop at nothing till justice is served. Thought Artemis was amazed by how skillfully he curbed her anger. Okay. That's enough. Shouted Nox. Let's get this done. They all agreed and discussed the situation. Up in the northern western mountain range, the Loviator Familia arrived at a dwarven settlement. Quest 60 Where to next? Later that night. After they did the meeting, Artemis was now part of hunting and killing the Nukkalavi. Cirrus was glad he had a skilled hunter with him to find the monster, so he asked their familia to investigate the town. Given their occupation as hunters, they should have better luck than what self-taught skills Cirrus had, and soon enough. We are done investigating the town. Said Rethusa. Yup, we checked every home but found nothing aside from a few journals and diaries. Another member stated. Lady Artemis, did you find anything? Cirrus said, looking at Artemis. I have found a magic spell engraved on that stone pavement formed by a god's blood that leads to the seal. I went to the seal, but it was barren, and the path was partially destroyed circularly. Yeah, that was me. I purified the water so the swamp wouldn't have poisonous fumes. Nox said. I hope that doesn't slow down the investigation. Not at all, said Cirrus. Based on that and what knowledge we have of the monster and goddess in question Loviator, we can assume the spell was used to corrupt and poison the swap, in turn releasing the Nukkalavi from its freshwater prison. Seems you have the makings of a good hunter, Cirrus, Artemis said. Or do you prefer Zephyr? Zephyr, and coming from you, that means a lot, so now that we have how the monster was released, that leads to the question, where is the Familia? I found some tracks heading up north, said a Familia member. North, that's a start, but for now we hunt the monster in question. Artemis, can I rely on you and your Familia to track it down? I need to return to Orario and update my status, or you know. We are on it. But how are we going to contact you? Nox, do you wish to travel with them? No, she said flat out. I'll hand you my Oculus tomorrow, Cirrus said, walking up the stairs. Are you gonna sleep here? Artemis asked. Cirrus stops to look at Artemis and the other members of her Familia. Yes. I was here first. Well, isn't it right for a gentleman to? Bye-bye, hunting goddess. Nox said, walking up to Cirrus's side. Enjoy the guest rooms. I am sure they're luxury compared to the ground. The two of them leave back to their room. Lady Artemis, you sleep under the same roof as A. It is fine, Rethisa, Artemis said. He is a child of Astria. I trust Astria can pick children of virtue. The next day Cirrus handed Artemis his Oculus and parted ways with them after telling them how it works. For now, he returned to get their horse at the village downstream and went back on their way to Orario. Artemis and her Familia were meticulously following the Nukkalavi's path of destruction. The speed at which they were tracking it was something to praise greatly. Artemis holds the magic item as her children are in the front. Hey, Astria! She said, walking through a decayed trail. Ah, Artemis! Why the sudden call? I wanted to apologize for hurting your child when I first met him. I shot him in his shoulder, hand, and leg. Oh, you were serious. Wow, that's amazing. Was he wearing his deer mask with the white Hago Romo? Why yes, well, not at first, but he was quite fast. It scared me when he appeared in front of me, holding one of my children by the neck. I am sorry about that. He's gone through some stuff. There was a slight pain in Astria's voice. It is something I can't blame his god for involving him in. His god? Aren't you his god? He was converted into my Familia, yes, but, his god, well, it was a complicated issue, but needless to say, we have a more business-like relationship, as we work toward the same goal. And that is the stopping of Evilus. They were responsible for several attacks in Orario and even in some cities and countries. Cirrus himself has done his part in stopping them, but, they are far slipperier than we had expected, and now, well, they released this monster. I see. Are there other monsters like this one? It would be helpful to know if there are more monsters like this. We got information that Evilus might try to release 4 more monsters or, well, 3 more. We would have sent more people to investigate, but sadly, we don't have the manpower to send more. Cirrus is strong enough even at his tender age to deal with it with his magic and skills to either fight or escape, especially when you see his pretty companion. You know what they are, right? Is it so long that you've forgotten that I know every creature in heaven and on earth? She is a grand spirit. I had assumed spirits of her caliber could no longer be made because of their unique abilities. I asked Zephyr, wait, is his name Cirrus or Zephyr? He doesn't like to say his full name, but his name is Cirrus Zephyr. He prefers to be called Zephyr when he wears his mask. Does he not want people to see his face? Or even know his name? No, he simply doesn't want people to know who he is, so he can still walk in the streets of Orario without someone trying to start something. He's rather clever for a child, he was even able to find where I was shooting and reach me using my child as a meat shield. You were lucky he needed answers. If not, that situation would have resulted in the disbandment of your Familia. I will keep that in mind, as well as my children. After that encounter, they have been taking this more seriously. He has that effect on people, well, I must be going. I've been taking up this magic tool for far too long. I must give it back to its true owner. Wait, then who is the owner? Don't worry about it. And do be careful. You can't be as reckless as you were in heaven. The light in the crystal dimmed and Artemis looked up at her children, who were still up ahead tracking the monster. What an odd situation I found myself in. Quest 61, the library. After returning to Orario he went and updated his status. There you go, Astria said, giving him the update sheet. Cirrus Zephyr. LV5. Strength, D500, 550 Endurance, C680. B700. Dexterity, C610. 621 Agility, A899. S902. Magic, S989. SS1003 Mage, F. Immunity, H Martial Arts, G. Crush, I. Well, I should get going. I rather not be here when your children return. Cirrus puts on his shirt and cloak. Do be careful, Cirrus. I'll do my best. Cirrus said, walking to the door. I am being serious. You are my child and I do worry for you. Astria said with worry in her voice. Cirrus turns to see a worried look on Astria. Ha. Fine. All right. I'll promise I'll be careful. Is that enough? Of course. Good luck, my little lone star. Astria said, waving him goodbye. Cirrus by now just lets her call him what she liked, then to get into an argument. He puts on the hood, turning invisible, and leaves the Astria Familia home. Walking through the streets, Cirrus still wore his hood but was no longer invisible. He went to the southeastern section of the city. Nox, at the moment, was enjoying her day off before leaving to regroup with Artemis. It's been a long time, I wonder if they have new books. Walking down a set of stairs and turning a right, he's met with a sturdy door. Exosia, Adorn, Serenian, Dot. With only his mask on, he knocks on the door. A gravelly voice spoke up as they opened a slide to see the person. What's the password? Red fish, blue fish, what are you doing? Kill them. The door opens up. Welcome to the library, young white beast. It's been a while since you came. Cirrus enters the room and finds it massive, filled with several books and people simply reading the books and drinking tea, which was served in a separate room. The aesthetic of the room itself was that of several kinds of cultures, from Greek to even Eastern to African. I've been busy, D. Did you get new books? D. A man covered by a cloak that reminded Cirrus of Fel's, but far more ragged. Talk with Lord Anansi. He is at the bottom. Thanks. He nods and walks away. We appreciate your generosity. He said as Cirrus went downstairs. Walking down the long set of stairs, he could see each floor containing numerous bookshelves and people reading them around. When reaching the bottom, there was a straight long path with a gold-embroidered red carpet with fire-lit torches lighting the corridor. At the end of the torch-lit corridor was an elegant door with engraved handles. Knock. Knock. Come in. Kriaak. Entering the room, Cirrus sees Anansi reading a book in the middle of it. The room was filled with books upon books lavished in silk and gold embroideries and tapestries. Anansi himself is a handsome god with skin as beautiful as the night sky and eyes as bright as the sun. He's dressed in a lavish purple silk suit with a spider lapel. He looks like a highly refined intellectual that would be the most popular professor at a college. Ah! Zephyr. The golden hide of Zolingen. Feared golden-horned demon of the sands. Where is your holy familiar? I do not hear them. He said with a charming African accent while reading a book. She's enjoying herself before we leave tomorrow, Cirrus said, walking up to his desk and standing in front of him as he reads his book. So, are you here for some reading? Or maybe some research? Seems you know something of my quest, Lord Anansi. I came here to see if there were any new books added to your collection. But since you asked, I might as well indulge my curiosity. Anansi made a slight smile as he closed his book and got up. You know the price for knowledge, Zephyr. Yet. Cirrus tosses him another bag of Valis. Anansi feels the bag and his smile grew slightly bigger. He walked to the right side of the room and took out a book and looked at Cirrus. This book is one of my making, a first edition if you will. I made it after some humans came and asked for some books, and a few months ago, a monster mentioned in said books popped up. I took it upon myself to refined it with some of my knowledge, seeing as this knowledge would be valuable. Avaricious as always. One needs money to get a collection as fine as this. He said, holding his hands out to show the grandeur of his collection. So long as you know, one's greed can lead to their inevitable demise. Anansi puts his hands down, and behind his back, walks toward Cirrus. Here, I hope you find it to your liking. He holds the red book out. Cirrus grabs it and walks away, back to the main room. Same as always, Anansi said quietly as he goes back to his desk, opens one of his drawers, and placed the money in them, sitting back down. A very valued customer and one with wit and a deadly thirst for peace. He then opens up his book and reads where he left off. The library, a secret of Orario that only mortals have access to. It was founded and run by the Anansi Familia, a group of once adventurous, now knowledge seekers. They share their library with all but gods. You have to be either recommended or invited to join them. Contribution to its expansion in some form or way grants you a free pass to come and go. You still need to pay for specific knowledge, which is very steep even for contributors. Their god Anansi has remained unbiased to everyone and everything, as anyone who messes with the library, will be hunted by all of its members. Quest 62 Returning to the hunt. Riding to the west, Cirrus and Nox ride quickly. After contacting Artemis, they were meeting at a town in the west called Mithur. The town is sea-based, with its economy similar to melon being a major source of seafood and some trade in the area. I didn't think Artemis would be this good at tracking. Nox said, riding with Cirrus. She's the goddess of the hunt. I would feel worried if she was still tracking it, Cirrus said. Yeah, but to track where it's going to hit soon is something else. Yeah, being able to track it down in 2 days is really impressive. Say, can I read this book you have while we ride there? Nox said, holding a red book. By all means, it cost me 2 million valis to get. 2 million. Did you get it from that smooth-talking god? I told you he is scamming you. Yes, but he gives reliable information. You get what you paid for. You can at least barter with him. He takes so much money. Reaching the town, Nox took to the air and looked for them. They're in the middle of town, assisting in the townspeople's evacuation, but there is some resistance. Like always. Exosia, Adorn, Serenian, Dot. Leaving his horse and running along on the town's rooftops, he lands in the plaza. It's the monster. They shouted. Aruyan. Wait. Shouted Artemis. It is merely an adventurer. What? They all turned to see Cirrus in his deer mask, slowly walking past them to Artemis. All of you. I suggest you listen to the goddess and evacuate. He shouted. Who are you? This is our home. Shouted one of the townsfolk. My name is Zephyr, a level 4 adventurer. If you are worried about your stuff in home, well, too bad, your home and stuff are not as valuable as your lives, is it? If not, stay here and die in the battle. That is to come. The crowd all looked at one another. Liar. This is just a cheap ploy in a grand conspiracy. Shouted a person. Who the fuck said that? Cirrus shouted, looking for the person in the crowd. Come up here and say it to my fucking face. I have saved a city and a country. Get the fuck up here and tell me to my face that this is a conspiracy. Fuck you, it is. Said another. Yet in the world is flat. I am actually going to let the monster just burn this town to the ground. Also, how is the earth theory a thing here? We have literal gods and oh, I just answer my own question. Cirrus was getting more peeved. Keep fucking talking. Keep this up and you're gonna find out how I saved them. With what? Your tiny arms? Said another. No, with overwhelming violence. And I fucking told you, dickhead. I'm going to knock your old ass out. Cirrus was about to jump into the crowd when Artemis grabbed his shoulder. Zephyr, let me. She could tell how worked up he was getting. And also, can you possibly crush something tough? She whispered into his ear. Cirrus understood what she wanted to do. He nods and steps back. What did you whisper into his ear, goddess of lies? Shouted another townsfolk. If you all do not leave right this instant and prepare for an evacuation, Zephyr here will forcibly throw you out. Zephyr. Artemis turned to Cirrus, putting on his Erymanthian armor. Cirrus placed his hands on a tree and lifted it from the roots with ease. Immediately, the townsfolk were far more workable. Yes. Yes, let us evacuate. Said one. Yes, let's. I'll get my things. Several of them left while some stayed to ask some questions. What do we do about food? Said one of them. I assume you have a food vault of some sort in case of emergencies, right? Like rice or grains of wheat. Artemis said. Well, what about shelter? Said another. My familia can help set up tents and the like, while the carpenters can build more stable shelters. But what about? You heard me. Shouted Artemis. Let's get to work. No more questions. The people of the town of Mithra quickly got to work and set up some temporary homes in the nearby woods. With the people leaving and finding a safe place, Cirrus went to the docks of the town and simply looked around. He took a moment and sat down. It's going to come from here. And that is what it said in the book Anansi sold you. The Nukkalavi primarily travels through the water, it avoids any clean body of water if possible, but the sea itself, well, the sea is far from pure as water could be, right? Let's hope its strength isn't too powerful. You have a visitor. Nox flew up into the sky. Cirrus turned to see Artemis. She walked over and sat next to him. Is Nox scouting? She asked. Something like that. Do you have a guess in when the Nukkalavi will come? Well, based on what we found and at the rate at which it attacks, I would assume it will reach her in about 2 or so days. That should be enough time for all the townspeople to leave. Yes, well, they are working harder knowing that a child could actually knock them out. What better way to make an adult realize a child can beat them? Say, are you really a level 4? Artemis asked with an eyebrow raised. Why do you want to know? I simply wish to know so my familia could help you if need be. Well, with you, I'm sure I'll be well supported. Say you have a shield, sword, and odd spear, but have you tried archery? Well, once, but it was by myself, and it didn't go so well, so I spent my energy first on the sword. From there I met my blacksmith who knew of spearmanship. She taught me the basics, and from there I learned how to do more advanced use of a sword, shield, and spear, the latter of which was from the god Lug. He also taught me blacksmithing and various other detailed work. Well, I still feel at fault for shooting you, so how about I train you in archery? I'm sure you would like another form of attack besides your sword, spear, and shield, well, unless you're going to throw your spear. Well, that depends on if you are coming along to go after the Loviator Familia. If they plan on releasing more of these monsters, then I will help in whatever way I can. She said with a resolute face. Then it is a pleasure to be working with you, Lady Artemis. He extends his hand. I as well. She reached out, and they both shook on it. Now that we are working with one another a bit longer, can I ask you something, Lady Artemis? What is it? Why are you and your familia even here? Like hunting this monster? Your familia isn't particularly strong and this carries a lot of risk. I can say the same to you, no? Granted you are stronger than my familia put together, but still are one person, one boy at that with a foul mouth. Sorry about that. I don't notice anymore, kinda just comes out when I'm in a mood. Which is rather frequent. I'm a moody kid. Besides, swearing is good, helps with stress and stuff. Nothing beats shouting a swear when you are in pain. This was incredibly disheartening to Artemis. He was just a boy and words such as stress left his lips, and talking about how it helps him deal with stress. This era is truly a horrible one. In our pursuit of fun we let the world get to a point where a bright boy like Zephyr is. He could have a childhood. Kakai was and is a playground for the gods, each one having their own idea of fun lead to this situation. Zephyr. Artemis turned to him. Why are you here? Is it duty? At Astria's command? You are willful enough to talk back to a god. I could imagine you talking your way out of dealing with this nasty monster. Cirrus didn't look at her and kept looking at the water below him. Little bit of both really, but guilt and regret ached in his heart of the path he stupidly walked on. I am doing this because I can save innocent, albeit ignorant like the people here, lives. It is not altruism but my own selfishness that lead me to accepting this quest without much resistance. Artemis reached over and pulled Cirrus closer to her in a hug. Cirrus was shocked, his heart raced being so close to Artemis that he could feel how warm and soft her body is. If you are stressful you just need to ask me and I will give you a hug. A hug can do a lot, you know. I ahem. Cirrus broke from her hold and stood up. Thank you Lady Artemis for the offer, but He turned and began to walk away. I am afraid I cannot do that, it would be unfair to your children. He left it at that and quickly left. Thought of her mythology echoed in his head. Her warmth and softness were not enough to dare Cirrus to ask for a hug from her even if she is fine with it. What ifs went through his head as well. Artemis looked at Cirrus as he left the docks, his small figure disappearing from sight. Phew phew. She lightly chuckled. That is the first time I seen him act like a child. From afar Nox saw the whole thing. She is rather dangerous. Far off in the distance, in the tainted waters of a river, a green glow heads down its black and murky depths. Quest 63 Westward Cloud, First Chapter, Dreamcatcher. For the next 2 days Cirrus trained in archery, something he wanted to do since his fight with the Amphisbaena, and now he had found himself a teacher. Those 2 days reminded Cirrus of the time he spent training with Lug in Solingen. Sadly, Cirrus would need over 2 days to improve his archery. As the river, a few meters away, the water begins to turn black at the dusk of the second day, according to Nox. The battle was soon to come. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sea breeze at the top of the town walls hit Cirrus as he closed his eyes. He opened them to see the beautiful sun setting behind him. The nice colors of red and blue calm his heart and mind as the Nukkalavi are coming. Nox, is everyone out of the city? They are the weaker members of Artemis Familia, who are protecting the townspeople, including Artemis. Her stronger children are all in the back, waiting for you to engage the monster. Well. Cirrus gets up and puts down his deer mask. They won't be waiting for long. As Cirrus looks at the sea, a green light can faintly be seen in the sea's murkiness. He got up and drew his spear. The monster slowly rode out of the sea, its flaming big eyes and its disgustingly muscular monstrous body of the creature was trained on Cirrus. The human portion looked around till it eventually also landed on Cirrus and the horse potion let out a piercing screech. Its screech could be heard throughout the town and even by the townspeople in the nearby woods. Let's see what a monster of the Age of Heroes is capable of. Cirrus jumps back behind the city walls. The Nukkalavi saw Cirrus jumping back behind the walls, and it sprang into a gallop. It used its fists to punch its way through the gate without stopping. Seeing it do that reminded Cirrus of a certain armored giant. The Nukkalavi began to try and find Cirrus, but as it looked around, it found nothing but empty homes and buildings. Its human eye attached to the nerves wriggled around with such a hard and absurd line of sight when suddenly, thunk. They shot the bundle of nerves holding the eye, causing the Nukkalavi to lose its human eye. It started to regenerate its lost eye, and as it was, Cirrus quickly made his move. He dashed out of cover from within a building, spear and sword in hand. Shing! Shing! Cutting into its hind right leg, it screamed out in pain. It swung its right arm and even tried to use its right rear leg, but didn't have the strength to do so. Only its right arm struck Cirrus, but he remained firm. You pack a fucking punch. Cirrus twisted his sword in his left hand and embedded it deeper, its black blood spewed out, spraying Cirrus. TSSSSSSSS. Corrosive. Using his strength and speed, Cirrus quickly withdrew his spear and sword. He quickly checked the weapon conditions, it took but a single glance to know their state. Shit, they're slightly melted. He quickly swings off the blood and looks at the Nukkalavi. This is why it was such a fucking pain. Fine, then. Cirrus sheaths his weapons and takes them off and throws them aside. He then takes out his whip. You punk-ass bitch! Crack! Crack! With 2 quick swings of his whip, he could see slight cuts on its body. Crack! 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 Cirrus swung the whip with even more speed and strength. If he couldn't use his bladed weapons for fear of their deterioration, then he would go with another option, wasting its stamina and energy. Crack! 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 The Nuck managed to turn around, covering its now fully formed eye, and its horse's mouth breathed its green flame. Cirrus quickly ran to get out of the way as it breathed fire. Oh fuck! Fwoosh! The green fire engulfed several buildings in fire. The people from afar could see the green fire and its light as the sun begins to set. FSH! FSH! 2 arrows fly through the air, but the Nuck quickly sees them and knocks them out of the air as it hears a thud. It looked down to find a broken 3rd arrow. It looked at the east side and spotted 2 humans. When Cirrus reappeared from the fires, it galloped toward them. His eyes were bleeding and some of his armor was burnt. The gold was also slightly melted. His deer mask disappeared into the air and his magic circle appeared behind him. Exosia, Adorn, Erymanthean. The boar armor quickly wraps itself around his arms as he punches the chest of the horse. Thud. The sound of flesh being struck could be heard by the others in town. The strike itself slightly railed back the Nuck. Cirrus's arms were a mess, if not for the adrenaline pumping through him. He would have screamed in agony but was not sure what to make of his pain tolerance. He tried to clench his fist with will alone, but his vision started to fail him, and his lungs felt heavier. Fuck, poison! Cirrus drops to one knee at the worst time. He looks up to the Nuck galloping towards him. His eyes see arrows bouncing off its muscles, the yellow veins of its body starting to pump more vigorously, and its muscles bulging in power. Its muscles now appear to be like black skin as the green fire appears in small bursts around its body. Barely able to see the Cirrus, he only determined that it was in its second phase or its enraged state. Cirrus! Stay back! He softly mutters to Nox. Ramming into Cirrus at full force, the Nuck bashed him with both of its fists, but an arrow found its mark, cutting the bundle of nerves, holding the eye again. Thud. Even after losing its eye, it still had Cirrus. With all of its speed and strength, it rammed Cirrus through all the buildings and even the town wall. Crash! 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 It threw him out to the east of the town where there were only plains. Crash! The townspeople could see the monster from the tree lines as they watched Cirrus slowly get up, completely bloody. Ha! 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 Nox Blee! Before Cirrus could finish, he notices Artemis running around, always shooting arrows to draw its attention as well as her divinity. The Nuk slowly turns towards her, and its flame seems to burst into a green flame. Nox! Cirrus shouted as the Nuk charged at Artemis. Artemis didn't care. She notched and shot her arrows with more speed. Her accuracy did not drop not one bit. FSH. FSH. FSH, FSH, FSH. The arrows bounce off its strengthened muscles. It screeched once more as it charged at Artemis even faster. Landing on Artemis's head, Nox then quickly flapped in front of her. You! White bright, white night! Flash and gaze! Tear through the cosmos! White night! An intensely bright light blinded the Nuk as a beam of light struck it like a pyroclastic flow. It was as quick as it was powerful. It was more than enough to slow the Nuk, but it was still rampaging toward Artemis with a shambling body that slowly began to regenerate. It was enough for Artemis to whistle for her horse to come. Whistle. She quickly got onto her horse and rode around to Cirrus' side. Are you fine? She said deeply concerned. I'm fine enough. Cirrus disengaged his armor when he noticed the bright light, and his magical circle appeared behind him. He says this while his mouth is filled with blood and pain. Exosia, adorn. The armor latched onto him and his wounds began to heal, but the poison was another thing entirely that needed more time to handle. Ooh! Artemis was taken by the magnificence of the armor that could rival the heavenly garments of gods. Good to know. He thought to himself as he forced himself back up with a body filled with broken bones. He ran with all of his strength, his bones healing with each step and the pain drowned out by the adrenaline. His magic was draining quickly, and he needed to stop it now. Open field. He said softly, with a big grin on his face. Good, nowhere to run. With a wide, wolfish grin he utters. Exosia, adorn, Cerberus, dot. From his magic circle, a three-headed dog appeared, and like a bird opening its wings to catch its prey, the dog's body opened up and wrapped itself around Cirrus's body. Like all the other armors when summoned, they all have a holy white look before eventually turning colors. For Cerberus, it turned to a pure dark, as if one were looking at a black hole with some chains hanging around. His body pumps him full of adrenaline and endorphins to numb the pain. Artemis could feel a heat and small amounts of anger radiating off Cirrus. From a single glance she knew the armor Cirrus donned was not normal, it pulsates with an almost natural beat like a heart, it had something else to it that would surely make itself known down the road. But today is not the day to question it with more pressing issues. Nox, can you blast it again? Artemis asked. Not if you want me to wring out up a good chunk of your already depleting magic, Cirrus. Yes she can. Cirrus answered for Nox. One more time. Watch my back. It's not fucking running anywhere. It dies today. Nox. When I use my magic you unload on it, he turned to Artemis. You as well. Keep shooting your arrows until you run out. Got it. Said both Nox and Artemis. Ray-ah. Cirrus charged ahead while Nox flew up above while Artemis continued to fire at the monster. It screeched again while still now more regenerating and its charging speed was only getting faster. Cirrus and the Nukkalavi quickly closed ground on one another. Shut the fuck up. Cirrus stopped and swung with the momentum of his speed to smack the monster in its horse's face. It seemed surprised by the attack and even more so as more and more chains wrapped around its legs. Followed by its horse's mouth and more of its body, along with a few arrows. Thud. 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 Artemis had found the weak point, the in-between of the muscles of its joints. Thud. It's pinned to the ground and before it was a boy no taller than 144 centimeters, 4'7", wearing something that would be seen in heaven with two dog pauldrons on the boy's shoulders. I have to fucking say. His magic circle formed above the monster. You may be even worse than Astrea. Jumping headfirst into danger with no plan. Artemis stood out to him, a god who would put themselves in danger for a mortal? Well, it's a god he will be sure to think highly of. Well, I can't be any better. Sing your vespers, swords of Damocles. Flash and gaze. Tear through the cosmos. From Cirrus's magic circle, a massive sword of electricity formed into a great sword. Diadicasti_S. White Knight. Boom. A blast of thunder and pyroclastic light struck down the monster. The force of the attack shook the earth and air, the windows in the town shattered, and several people could hear a ringing in their ears as sparks of lightning danced around the area the Nukkalavi was before dispersing, followed by the cloud of smoke. Rumble. Rumble. The Nukkalavi's body was charred, leaving behind only its flaming green eyes and magic stone. Artemis could see Cirrus staggering over where the monster was slain, with his armor evaporating into the air. Ha! Fucking finally! Zephyr! Artemis rode up to him and quickly with worry and concern in her heart. She got off her horse and ran to him. She could see him turn to her languidly. Blood covered most of his face, cover all but his emerald eyes. Those pair of eyes still stuck out even when bathed in blood, yet they for a second to Artemis looked like they were beginning to swirl like a whirlpool. She felt she had seen his face before. Had it not been bloody, she would have known who he reminds her of. Well, what a hunt, hey! He said, giving the goddess a half-smile that was like a crescent moon, yet it shined like moonbeams. Artemis' heart beats unexpectedly at this brave child before her. Thump thump. She hastened her run towards him. Hold on. She was but a few steps away from him. You will be. I am not. He then falls towards her, his eyes closing and his body buckles from the battle. Zephyr. She grabbed him before he fell onto the ground. Oh. His bloody face stained her ample chest. For the first time, Artemis had held a male in such an intimate embrace. Thump thump. Thump thump. Her heart skipped a beat with him in her soft embrace. I guess you are a bit deserving of a hug after all of this, Zephyr. Her lips curl up a bit slightly in a smile. She gently pulled him back a bit to try and wipe the blood from his face. She would have seen his unstained face had it not been for Sirius. Slap. Nox slapping herself onto Sirius's face without care of getting stained in blood. Artemis may have realized this foreign feeling in her heart sooner had this little moment between him and her lasted but a few moments longer. You certainly are loyal. She remains holding a small smile as she lowers Sirius to the ground gently. Nox turned her head 360 degrees back at Artemis. Damn right. You are a pretty good hunting partner, Zephyr. That small smile slowly turned into a warm, even affectionate one. Quest 63.5 Sweet Dreams. 4 days later. Knock. Knock. You can come in. Nox said. The door opened, and a blue-haired goddess entered. I brought some food. Is he still asleep? Artemis said, walking into the room. Honestly, why do you have a towel over his eyes? He doesn't want people to see his face. Nox said, looking at Artemis carefully. Even if we are working together. Why doesn't he want people to see his face? Reasons. The look in Nox's eyes told her that was the most she was going to get from her. Fine, fine. She put down the food and sat down. How is he doing? Pretty good. He used a lot of his magic, and I didn't help with my magic taking more of his magic. Nox said, looking over at Sirius. Nox. He isn't a level 4, right? There is no way a level 4 could do what he did. Even his magic was far stronger than what his chant leads one to think. Phew, he's one of the strongest adventurers of Orario. And with this feat, I'm sure he's able to level up too. Then he could match Zeus and Hera's Familia. From what I heard, they possessed a level 9 and level 8 children, respectively. Well, his strength isn't too far off, given he has I say 3, maybe 4 years and he could surpass them. Many would find her claims to be delusional, but seeing his strength, Artemis takes her claims not to be off the mark, as unbelievable as it may sound. Then I'll be looking forward to that. Artemis looks out the window and gets up. There is still work to be done. Make sure you eat Nox. Artemis took her leave to help the town. Honestly, you come to visit every day. Nox gets up and walks to the window and sees Artemis walking away. I wonder why she always comes to pay you a visit. She turned back to Sirius and sat back down next to him. Maybe you unexpectedly enamored her. She removed the towels from his eyes and looked a bit at his face. Well, I'm sure when you reach adulthood, this face will enamor many more. She wets the towel and puts it back. Until our souls are extinguished. She leaned in and kissed his forehead. No matter your decision, I will always stand by your side. Quest 64 report back. Some time passed, and Nox decided to take Sirius back to Orario. Do you need help? Artemis asked Nox as she carries Sirius in her arms. Nope. She then dropped him onto the wagon. Thud. All good. Nox said, smiling. I am stronger than I look. Ahoy. They had spent an accumulated of 9 days in the town. Nox contacted Fels and informed them they were returning, but that Sirius was still recovering from both his physical and mental fatigue. So yeah, he's currently sleeping right now. I see. Then the Nukkalavi must have been tougher than expected. Fels said. Yeah, he even had to use a special antidote to combat the poison. I assume he is in a stable condition, yes. Yup. Artemis and her familia joined Nox to go to Orario. It seemed she wanted to understand the city and the current situation in the world, as well as have her children explore a bit of the dungeon. Oh yeah, and Artemis and her familia are coming along. Nox said, stroking Sirius's hair. Let me speak. Artemis said, following behind on her horse. Was that Artemis? Fels said, hearing another voice. That's not important. Yes, it is. She could not hear what was being said. Anyway, Zephyr should be up by the time we return. Well, I will inform the guild of the arrivals. Take care of Cirrus for me. Of course, I will. Nox, let me talk with. Bye-bye. He will give his report when we get back. The oculus dimmed. Oops. Seems the call ended. Nox said, smirking at Artemis. Why are you like this? You're not my master. A day later, Cirrus regained consciousness. MMMM. He slowly sits up. Why is the room bumpy? He asked groggily. Ah fuck, I'm blind. Don't worry. Nox said, removing the blindfold. Oh, thank God. The first thing he saw was Nox's charming face. Nox was giving him a lap pillow. Cirrus looks around himself to find he was in the back of a carriage. So. Cirrus dragged himself to the corner of the carriage, off of Nox. He moved his hair so his bangs cover his face. Do you mind if you tell me what happened since I was out? Looking out the back of the carriage, he could see the passing of the trees and the dust the carriage was making. No problem. Nox replied happily. After Nox explained to him what had happened, he collapsed into Artemis' arms. The poison of the Nucalavi had taken its toll, and Nox used the antidote Lenoa gave him. Even with the poison being treated, the injuries he suffered remained. Artemis quickly did first aid to help stabilize his condition and set the bones right before Nox poured potions down Cirrus's throat and on his wounds. They then spent the next few days waiting for him to wake up, but Nox felt he was stable enough to return to Orario. She reasons that if Cirrus was still asleep when they returned, she would have him checked out, and if he woke up, they would already be on their way to give Auranos a full report. And the town? It's fine, they used the materials used to build the temporary homes to help quickly rebuild the buildings that were destroyed. That's good, but I'm still sore. Exosia, adorn, ... The armor quickly equipped itself and Cirrus could feel some of his bones getting fixed and placed in their right places. The wounds were all healed, leaving only scars behind before he disengaged the armor. Better. Yup. So is Artemis in a carriage up ahead? No, she's riding up on her horse with her familia, including your horse. So she's coming with us to Orario. Yeah, she's coming to see about Evilus and other matters she can help with. Seeing the damage the Nucalavi did, she wants to avoid that from happening again. How lucky of us, so how far are we from Orario? About 3 days off. I'm going to take a nap. Come on, really? You just woke up. You can at least eat. Nox said, handing him some dried meat and water. 3 days later. Waya, said Artemis and her familia, entering from the west of Orario's main gate. Follow me, word of your arrival in the city will spread quickly if your divinity hasn't already been felt throughout the city by the other gods, Cirrus said, with his hood up. Where are we going? Asked Rethusa. To bring you first to Astria, her familia is primarily female, just like yours. I see, but why bring us to them? So you can have a place to stay while you're here, seeing as your familia is nomadic and our business here won't be for long, but stick close. This city isn't safe. Cirrus leads them to the Astria familia's home in the southwest section of Orario, named the Stardust Garden. Sorry I can't enter with you, but we will meet again, Cirrus said, walking away. You're not coming with us? Artemis asked. No. They prefer it if men stay away, and well, my standing with the other members is better now than before, but I still prefer to stay elsewhere. Don't worry, it'll be all right. Cirrus says, giving a thumbs up as he leaves. Cirrus enters an alleyway and turns invisible. He removes his deer mask without the antlers and enters a secret passageway. Cirrus arrives at Auranos' room of prayer with Fels and Nox already waiting. So did you bring them to Astria's home? Nox said. Yup, so they should arrive here eventually, Cirrus said, walking into the middle of the room next to Nox and Fels. How are your wounds, Cirrus? Fels asked, looking around for Cirrus. There's fine, just a few more scars, but that's fine. Then shall we discuss the creature while we wait for our guests to arrive? Auranos said. Ha, said Cirrus. Lord Auranos, are you curious? That I am Cirrus. You have slain a monster the heroes of old had to seal away using water spirits. We heard about the fight from Nox, but we wanted your thoughts on it. Well, the son of a bitch was way stronger than it looked. Its hits were like the Goliaths, but if there were 4 of them. Cirrus told his part of the fight and how fearsome the monster really was. Its putrid blood was as poisonous as it was corrosive and nightmarish. Its green fires burned poison into the body. Cirrus didn't know which of the poisons did what, but he had to use an antidote made from the Amphispina's dragon liver. Nox told them that the monster had an enraged state, where its muscles became as black as its blood, with green bursts of fire springing here and there on its body. Its muscles were bulging with power. Cirrus assumed that only indestructible blunt weapons could kill it without the risk of damaging one's weapons. In the end, he told them he had to use his magic Diadicasti_S and his Cerberus armor to finally kill it. As he finished his part of the fight, Auranos could feel 3 divinities coming. Cirrus noticed the slight change in Auranos's face and equipped his deer mask. Nox turned into an owl and landed on his antlers while Fels took their leave. Walking down from the guild were Astrea, Artemis, and Hermes. Quest 65 Alliance. The 3 gods made it to the room of prayer and stood side by side. It's been a long time since Auranos, Artemis said, giving a bow. The city you helped found is full of wonder, but there is much crime. Is that not why you came? Auranos said upon his isolated throne. Yes, I've come to help with this problem. If this Evilus opens the seal of the Nukkalavi and is planning on releasing more monsters of that creature's strength, I will not stand by and let them. Nukkalavi? Said Hermes. Lord Auranos, why didn't you let my familia deal with it? I doubt your children are as strong as this one here, Artemis said with irritation in her voice. Does she not like, oh yeah, it's Hermes, a male Greek god. I'm sure he tried to get into her pants. My children are strong enough. Besides, Zephyr here was chosen by Auranos himself. Artemis looked at Auranos. Really? And then at Cirrus. So he was your god. May we return to the discussion on hand? Astrea said with a smile that said, let's get this meeting started already. Right. Artemis and Hermes said in reaction to Astrea. Astrea and Hermes have begun to inform Artemis so far of what has happened. They have been destroying and trying to capture or kill Evilus members, resulting in the fall of the Kaikia Familia and her return to heaven by Loki and many of the gods who run the entertainment district. They become far smarter in how they move with each hit on Evilus. From then on, they started to have smaller warehouses that were quickly used and then thrown away just as fast as they sprang up. I see, well, while me and my familia are here, we will assist in maintaining the public peace along with Astrea, Artemis said. So, how long do you plan on staying? Hermes asked. Most of the Loviater familia's children are level 2, with their captain being level 3. I wish my children to at least become level 2 or at least close to it to deal with them if Zephyr is busy dealing with some other monster they managed to unseal. Well, they are probably, Cirrus said as he took out a red book. The 5 calamities of old, aside from possibly 2 of them, they can release 2 more monsters. How do you know of this? Asked Hermes. I bought a very expensive book from a spider, he created this book with his own knowledge and information on it. So what are the 2 next monsters that could be unsealed? Asked Astrea. The Hecatoncheires were a multi-limbed giant that was called a mountain. It said it could throw the tops of mountains at foes. Its seal is up in the northeastern section of the continent. Then there is the Wendigo. Its seal is somewhere far up north, around the area of the Empire. What about the other 2 that couldn't be released? Auranos asked. Are their locations far different from the others? Well, the Ikoturso was sealed around the sea near where a country called Telskyra, so I doubt they wish to fight hordes of Amazonas when finding and unsealing requires time and planning for them to escape the area where the monster is going to destroy. The last one, well, it's dead, so no use in trying to find where it died considering the black dragon killed it. Then you and Artemis will head north to find the Loviater Familia. Said Astrea. That is correct, Lady Astrea. May I request an increase in security? The Loviater Familia escaped and set up shop months ago, and I don't want to fight another Familia. We would like to try Zephyr, said Astrea. But we still don't have the manpower for it. We can hire people with no status, but, well. At that point, we might as well just have them guard the air from how useful it will be, said Hermes. That's too bad, well, if any other familia escapes, I'm sure Lady Artemis could track them down, Cirrus said. That's right, I don't know any god who wishes to be hunted down by Artemis, Hermes said. I felt bad for those poor gods, good thing I'm not on your list, Artemis. He gave her a charming smile. So long as you don't do what you did in heaven, there won't be a problem. She gave him a very stern glare. It seems this meeting has concluded, Cirrus said. He gives them a polite bow before walking past them. Lady Astrea, I will come tomorrow. That's fine, she said with her usual smile. Cirrus puts on his invisibility cloak and as soon as he took a step from the stairs he went invisible. Cirrus and Nox returned home and were greeted by Lenoa. They ate and turned in for the day right before Lenoa asked if the antidote was used, to which Cirrus said yes and that it worked extremely well. The next day, Artemis and Astrea meet with Loki and Freya at a cafe, with their captains standing guard. I heard you were in the city, Artemis, but I didn't think it was true. Said Freya. From what the other gods said, you usually kept to the wilderness. I was and still plan to, but I caught wind of a monster and learned of Evilus, who plans on releasing more, so I figure I'll help what I can. That weird monster. Said Loki. What was it, a Nukkalavi? It must have been a weak monster if you killed it with no use of your arcanum. Why would you think that? Sure, I drew first blood, but it was Astria's child that dealt with it. Ah yes. A slight look of envy raced across Freya's eyes. The white beast, Zephyr, an extremely talented adventurer. Many laughed till their guts were about to burst when we learned Astria managed to snag him from Hermes. A child like him became extremely coveted amongst the gods. Some even wished to name him after your divine animals in heaven. What? You wish to name him after my dear? She said with a slight blush. Freya quickly noticed before it left the virgin goddess's face. I mean, his mask resembles them a bit, but they don't have such gold antlers and whiteness. Well anyway, it's nice to be working with you, if not for a little while, Artemis, Loki said with a big smile, extending her arm. Yes, it's nice to meet you, Loki. Artemis shook her hand. And I as well. Freya then extended her hand. She shook her hand as well, the goddess would enjoy a nice meal before leaving. Quest 66 Unexpected Meeting. Astria Familia Home, the Stardust Garden. Well, you were right. Fighting that monster was the trick to get you to level 6, said Astria. You don't have any new development abilities, so do you really want to go with blacksmithing? Yup, I have enough fighting power, plus it's making helping Eupheme easier, Cirrus said as Astria updated his status. Very well, but this is the oddest set of development abilities I have seen. She hands him his last stats as a level 5. Cirrus Zephyr. LV5. Strength, D550, SS 1005 Endurance, B700, SSS 1100. Dexterity, C621, S999 Agility, S902, X1210. Magic, SS 1003, Z1801 Mage, F, D. Immunity, H, D Martial Arts, G, F. Crush, I, H. Seems like raising my stats will be far harder. From your previous stats before. I wager it will take about 4 or 5 years to reach such heights. Well, so long as they are in the S rank, it's all fine. She hands him his stats as a level 6. Cirrus Zephyr. LV6. Strength, I0 Endurance, I0. Dexterity, I0 Agility, I0. Magic, I0 Mage, D. Immunity, D Martial Arts, F. Crush, H Blacksmith, I. So, level 6, it's a bit unreal to see. Well, it's all thanks to that skill of yours and your reckless actions of going in solo in dungeon exploration. Are you planning on going down there again for the next 3 weeks? No, I'll be working on something with my blacksmith. Seeing as my weapons are in need of maintenance, I'll be working on them. I'll be sure to find Nox if anything comes up. Leaving Astria's home, using his invisibility cloak, he went to Eupheme's workshop. When near enough to her workshop, Cirrus removes his hood. As he's walking, he looks at the condition of his sword, made by the Udias's black sword. The weapons were slightly damaged, if not significantly duller, and chipped. Ugh, she going to chew me out. As he was looking at his sword, he sheathed it right in time for a meeting. Thud. Thud. Cirrus bumps into a person covered from head to toe. I'm sorry. He said as he picked himself up and reached out his hand to the girl he had run into. No, it's all right. She said with a lovely voice. As Cirrus had his hand out to help her up, he noticed she had a divinity of that of the gods. She grabbed his hand to get up when he saw her face. Thump. Thump. His heart skipped a beat. She was a true beauty, a beauty that could easily launch 1,000 ships, know every ship on the planet, cutting down each tree for construction. Her silver hair and purple eyes were enchanting, her skin was as flawless as fresh snow. Cirrus could only compare her to his first meeting with Nox, but with Nox, whose beauty, he would say, is more ethereal. This goddess, however, he could only say, is more cardinal desire taken form. Her very presence was enough to get anyone's soul drunk and act to solely gain her affection. Thank you for helping me up. She said with a smile. Why yes. I'm sorry for her staring. Her voice was so sweet and sultry that he almost got lost in them. It's quite fine, I get that a lot. That is why I take these unpopulated paths and such conservative clothing. I see. Well, I can see why if a goddess of such stunning beauty walked out suddenly in front of me, I would be breathless. Cirrus tried to re-center himself, but she really was getting his soul drunk. It was as if whatever she did made him love her evermore. He was even unintentionally giving her compliments. Phew, you seem to still have air in your lungs. She said, leaning in. Tell me, what is your name? My name is Cirrus. Can I ask of yours? Cirrus felt embarrassed with her so close that he stuttered. My name is Freya. When she said her name, it clicked inside Cirrus's brain, as well as an odd emotion in his heart that slowly fought off her charm. Cirrus himself doesn't know what it was, but regardless, he stands before the Norse goddess of war, death, love, sex, beauty, fertility, gold, and magic. She was in some texts known as the wife of Odin, the All-Father, and in some not, though most would find this rather debatable. Oh? Seems you know of me. Why yes, of course, you are Freya, the goddess of. Hearing those words, Freya knew what was coming. She had heard it several times before, but not this time. Beauty, love, war, death, fertility, gold, and even magic. With such a diverse set of attributes, it's no surprise you have one of the most powerful familiars in the world. One must have wit and courage to make it as far as you. That feeling in his heart tried to fight it, but Freya's beauty overwhelmed it. Freya was taken aback because he knew she was more than just a goddess of beauty, love, and fertility. Most people don't know she is a god of war and death, something which is overshadowed by her reputation as the goddess of love and beauty, even more so for gold and magic. Phew, you are a clever child, Cirrus. It's a shame I must be going. Why yes, me as well. It was nice to meet you, Lady Freya. Cirrus said, giving a polite bow. As Cirrus bowed and looked up at the goddess, he could see a smile on her face as she reached over and played with his hair. I hope we meet again, Audra. She took her leave, disappearing into the alleyways. Fuck, I think she made me go through puberty. That feeling in his heart, now having Freya leave, it sprung forth. It now had Cirrus's attention. I didn't think I had these feelings deep inside. Thinking of Freya now brought upon his birth mother's sorrowful expression. I guess the bonds between mother and son aren't so easily lost. Next time I won't fall for her. Later that night, in the Freya familia's home. How was your meeting with the boy? Asked Otter. He was far more than what I expected. The white beast. His soul gave off such a radiance that it reminded me of those two old gods, Zeus and Hera's children. Does he truly have that much talent? Otter said, surprised. I'm afraid so, Otter. He may be even stronger than you. Do you have a drawing of him? He asked. Oh? Do you wish to see the face of a child I have an interest in? Your love is equal to all of your children, Lady Freya. He said in his usual tone of voice. Well, here if you really want to see him. Freya did a quick drawing of him and handed it to Otter. Hearing his goddess say those words and now seeing the face of the child his goddess had shown interest in, Otter remembered the times he faced the members of the Zeus and Hera familia, or more particularly, Hera's captain. Lady Freya, does he not remind you a bit of Hera? He asked while looking at the drawing. She takes the drawing back and looks at him. Seems I'm not a good drawer, as I would like to think. I feel a bit bad that you think he looks like that delusional old hag. My apologies. I shall take my leave. Otter took his leave to go train, but right before he left, he took another look at the drawing of Cirrus. I wish to see your face for myself. Quest 67 Luck or Fate. Sometime later in the dungeon. It's nice of you to take us so deep within the dungeon, Zephyr. Said Rethusa. We only made it to the 3rd floor. Said Kale, one of Artemis's children. So how deep did you go? Asked Phi, another one of Artemis's children. About the 37th floor, I would have gone deeper, but I had to do other jobs, Cirrus said, leading the Artemis Familia down to the 10th floor. Maybe we'll get as strong as you and we can go down further on our own. Said Kale. Maybe one day. Say, did you go with the members of the Astria Familia come with you? Yes, but they didn't let us fight any of the monsters, so it was just a tour. Said Rethusa. It's a shame your archery is good. FSH. You'd make an excellent backup when killing flying monsters. Cirrus shoots a few arrows, with one of them hitting its marks. All thanks to Lady Artemis. Said Phi. When you first started, you couldn't even fire the arrow halfway to its mark, but now you can at least shoot it straight. At least that's progress. Say, what's that weapon on your back? Asked Kale. It looks like, well, I really don't know. She said, looking away from it. On Cirrus's back, he was carrying a weapon that looked like a one-handed black greatsword with a green gem embedded in its hilt. It gave off an uneasy feeling if one looks at it. Oh, this? I made it with my blacksmith, this item is rather special. He said while he tapped the sheath of the weapon. Maybe if we encounter a threat, I'll pull it out. Is anything down here a threat to you? Rethusa said as she shot a monster between the eyes. Everything is a threat if you are not careful. Cirrus quickly turns and fires one of his arrows. Thud. Ryan. They looked to see an imp dying from the shot Cirrus fired. Gulp. The whole familia gulped at this monster, sneaking up on them. Well, make sure to remember your words. Rethusa. Then reorganized their formation to ensure this wouldn't happen again. With the monsters they killed, they went about getting the magic stones, with Cirrus being the lookout. Shing. Shing. Faint fighting, Another group of adventures? No, just one. Cirrus thought to himself as he focused on the sounds of the area. Just a heads up, but someone is coming, Cirrus said with his eyes trained on the direction. We'll hurry and collect the stones, said Kale. The fighting would start and end quickly as the sounds of fighting got closer and closer until... Appearing from a corner of the dungeon was Otter, a tall, muscular Boaz with rust-colored eyes and hair, along with a pair of boar ears. In his hands were two great swords. It would seem I finally found you, white beast. That same emotion when he met Freya sprang up. Calm yourself. Cirrus thought as he looked around to find he had come alone, but even then, he still kept his guard up. Why is this finally coming out? Was it Freya? Did our meeting draw out a long-buried emotion? Warlord Otter, the vice-captain of the Freya Familia. What pleasure do I have to meet you by chance? Cirrus said in a forced joyful tone of voice while observing Otter's body language. Or was this by plan? Why is he here? Does he know? But then how? Was it Freya? She is a goddess, so who fucking knows, no matter what, my only priority is keeping the girls safe. That emotion raced across his mind and heart. He wished to fight him. No. They will get involved. I can't have more innocent blood on my... He remained silent. He noticed the nervousness on Cirrus, so he took a few steps forward before sheathing his weapons. I came here to challenge you to a match. Cirrus was surprised and ecstatic at the fact. He didn't expect to be challenged by a man who had fought against some of the most powerful familiars and lived to one day overthrow them, albeit when they were at their weakest. I wish to know your strength, and what better way than by the blade. Fine, how about in, 3 days from now? Down on the 18th floor. Right now I'm these adventures guide. Otter looks at the girls and nods his head. Very well, I will see you in Riviera. He then took his leave. Phew. Cirrus breathed an air of relief as emotions calmed as Otter left. He turned to the others, and they were finished. Is everything okay? Asked Rithusa. Yeah. I just didn't expect to meet one of such renown in the dungeon. Especially when I met his goddess 3 weeks back. Cirrus brought them back to the surface. He bid them farewell as he was returning home. Walking back, he saw a familiar person being cornered. A little girl his age with aqua blue hair and glasses. What cha got there, little girl? Seems you have some. Go away. It's nothing. She shouted. We'll be the ones to. FSH. Thud. Cirrus had fired an arrow near where they were, and as soon as they saw those golden antlers, they quickly panicked. Shit. Said one of them, running. Run. Said the other. Not today. Shouted Lydia, coming in and lariat at both of them with her arms. Lydia. Shouted the girl. Sorry Asfi. I was getting a drink when you left my sight. She looked up to see Cirrus. Zephyr. Thanks for having her back. Cirrus drops down and picks up his arrow. It's no problem, but what the hell did you have that they wanted? Asfi was it? My name I Asfi Al Andromeda. I'm one of Hermes's new children. Al? Andromeda? You're... forget I said it. She shouted nervously. Asfi, tell me if Hermes is holding you against your will, me and Lydia will make sure you're fine. Cirrus said to her. And no. I came, because I liked him. She blushed as she spoke. Cirrus looked at Lydia, and she shook her head in agreement. Well, can I see what you have there? Well Asfi fumbled a bit before Lydia placed her hand on her head. Come on. Show him. You could I show him back at home? Zephy, do you have anything to do? Not really. I have some time to burn. Returning to the Hermes Familia home, Asfi led Cirrus to her workshop, which was filled with several materials and broken objects. Are you a level 2? Cirrus asked. Well yup. Sure is. She leveled up after 2 years. Lydia said with a proud smile. Lydia. So you have the mystery development ability, hey. Why yes. So what was it that you needed to show me in your Familia home? Asfi rummaged through her bag and pulled out a familiar item. I saw it on that pirate ship you were on. I asked one of them how it worked, and he removed the ring and threw it into the sand, and it exploded. Did they throw them all? Why yes, they got them all and threw them all into the sands and we enjoyed the spectacle. They said these were called hand bombs. I tried to recreate it, but I haven't quite got it down. That's because the shell is too fragile. When you throw it, a crack appears and lowers the explosiveness of it. Yeah. You know how they work. Of course, I was the one who made them. Asfi quickly got up and bowed profusely. I'm sorry It's fine, hold on, shit. Does this place not have like a quill and ink? I ran out of ink. Asvi said. I can go and get some if you can wait for a second. By all means. He took a seat, as did Lydia. Asvi quickly rushed out to get more ink. So how have you been? Lydia asked. Good, good. You and Hermes still go are drinking. Sure are. You wanna come? I bet you have a good immunity rank. Maybe some other day. After a bit, Asvi returned with a bottle of ink. Cirrus took a quill and quickly drew up the basic structure of the grenade and left it on the desk. You can make them, but promise me one thing. Sure. These stay with you once you learn how to make them without my plans to burn them. This knowledge stays between you and me, all right? With her starry eyes, she nodded her head. Good. Well, I need to get going. I look forward to what else you make. Cirrus walks away, waving goodbye. Asvi waved back with a big smile on her face. After he had left, she got to work. Quest 68 Grand Spectacle. Word quickly spread like wildfire of Otter, challenging Zephyr to a match on the 18th floor. Adventurers poured in, whether from different familias or the same, and they all helped one another get to that floor solely to watch these two fight. On this day, even Evil Us, for all of their evil, did not wish to miss this fight, having their children take them in hiding. No matter how skilled one was, one could not find them and vice versa. This would be considered the first unified gathering of familias, a spectacle that one needs to see for themselves. Down on the 18th floor, it was quickly renovated by the hordes of adventurers coming to the town with help from several smithing familias. Come on, I didn't think it would escalate this far, Lord Aranos. Cirrus said, coming down the dungeon. I am simply amazed that 20% of the city's population went to the 18th floor. I can feel several gods on said floor all to watch you, Cirrus. Aranos said using a oculus. Well, what did you expect? Said Nox in her human form in the invisibility mantle. Cirrus and that otter are pretty famous. The warlord otter, a man who clashed with the Zeus and Hera Familia. And Cirrus. The white beast. The rising star of the new generation of adventures. We know that for this to happen so quickly. I'm a bit at a loss for words. Fel said. I can say the same. I thought we would like to fight in the woods or something and then be on our way, but now, geez, it got out of hand fast. For now, Astria and Artemis are assisting me in keeping the dungeon in check. Auranos said. More precisely, I'm simply using his observation and fine-tuning it. Astria said. So we can watch you fight using this orb Fel's made. But it is an odd feeling to use Arcanum after so long, Artemis said. So, this is how it feels to be a child at a sports game where their parents come to watch. Proud, excited, and some anxiety? Seems about right. Cirrus made a big smile as he walked faster. We're coming up on the 17th floor, Cirrus. I'll be flying around to find a good viewing spot. All right. Nox, in a brilliant light, turned into an owl and took the crystal with her, flying on ahead. Guess it's showtime. Exosia, Adorn, Serenian, ... When reaching the 18th floor, he could see a structure reminiscent of the Colosseum, if they made it of wood. Cirrus, seeing the large structure, went to a nearby hill to see the floor more fully. When he did, the number of adventures gathered astounded him. It was like a sporting event, with several venues open. While looking down, he spotted Artemis and Astria's familia together. He sees the Susanu familia with their god, enjoying the occasion. So many people. Hey Nox, I'm going to drop some stuff off at the base. Got it. Hey, can you see me? I can see you. Cirrus turned, and he could barely make out a white figure way out in the distance. Probably. Cirrus took off to the south of the floor where all the crystals were, and he found the base that was long ago made but with smoke coming out. Cirrus quietly approached his second home and listened for any voices. Eupheme, get up. You wanted me to come, so get up. 5 more minutes. Tsubaki, could you wake her up? Sorry, I was just working on this house. Fuck. Cirrus knew who it was. He opened the door to find Hephaestus and her captain, Tsubaki. When Cirrus told Eupheme that he was Zephyr and even showed her the armor, he asked Hephaestus if she could give her some protection, and that protection was her captain Tsubaki. Tsubaki herself only really cared about smithing and improving her craft, but like any person who has a craft, they needed money, and to her surprise, Eupheme was single-handedly the second biggest bringer of the lower-level Familia members. The major reason is that her customer, Cirrus, is essentially funding her work out of pocket. Mind telling me why you're in my secret base? Oh? White Beast. Eupheme told us about this base you made when you were exploring the dungeon. Said Tsubaki. We are sorry for intruding, but these two dragged me here yesterday, but there were no rooms left to get. Yeah, Then Yufim mentioned this place, so we found it and stayed here for your fight. Fine. Do as you like. Cirrus goes upstairs and puts some of his stuff in his trunk. I still don't get why you have stuff out in the world when you can simply store it in our shadow, said Nox. Because I enjoy having cash spots, plus I feel more comfortable having a filled home. Cirrus then walked over to Yufim, who was sleeping, and pulled her out of bed. Thud. Who did that? She said in a monotone and groggy voice, not noticing she was on the ground. Me, get up. Your captain and goddess are ready. All right. Good luck in your fight. Thanks. Cirrus waves goodbye to her and the two downstairs. I am peeved our secret base has other people in it. Well, we have another secret base on the 28th floor, so don't worry. Okay, but you should come to the Colosseum, they seem to have fights for the main course, that is you versus Otter. How nice. While approaching the area filled with adventures, as soon as they saw him, they made their way as Cirrus walked through a path of cheering and yelling. White Beast. Whoa. Let's go. I bet money on you. Well, this is a first. As he was walking, Hermes appeared. Ah, Zephyr. He said with a big smile, with Lydia and Asvi next to him. Come, I'll lead you to your room. Cirrus followed him inside, where they kept the people from entering. To Cirrus, this really was like a stadium. He could hear the people outside cheering. So, how did you get the job as a presenter? Cirrus said, looking at Hermes. I was the only god with enough charm to pull it off. Lord Apollo tried pretty hard, so both of them rested for it. Lydia said. It's a shame you weren't there when everyone was laughing. So is Otter here? Cirrus asked. Of course. Now with you here, the main event is soon to come. I'll call you when it's time. Hermes leaves with Lydia and Asvi behind him. Hey? I should check off Phila Stadium from my bucket list. Walking around the Colosseum trying to get back to her familia, AI looks around. Why do I keep getting lost? She looks around to see several people passing by in different directions. Sniff. Sniff. AI caught wind of a familiar scent in a Colosseum full of people. Cirrus. He can help me. Quest 69 Colosseum. Colosseum waiting room. Alright, it's time for you to come. Said a member of the Hermes familia. Cirrus gets up with his mask still on, with only his armor and weapons on hand. With each step he took, he could hear the crowd of people roaring for the fight. Cirrus looked at his hand to find it slightly shaking, along with the emotion Freya brought out of him. My hands haven't shaken in so long, guess I can still be this scared and excited. He clenched his fists tightly while under his mask a big grin formed. He continued forward until eventually, he came out of the tunnel and into the arena. The crowd's roar was deafening with Cirrus's entrance into the arena. Woo! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Cirrus enters the dirt arena and sees Otter standing on the other side wearing simple armor, but sturdy and flexible with two great swords. Big crowd, hey! Cirrus said, holding back his excitement. Yes, are you ready? He says as an aura of intimidation covers him. Hey, I'm ready when you are. I'll be sure to wipe that smirk off you. Cirrus said nothing as he realized he was actually smiling. Great. It seems I'm learning more about myself. Did Freya speed up my puberty? My voice hasn't cracked so. As the two stood across from one another, several people and gods were watching. Do you think Astria's kid is going to put up a good fight? Asked Loki. My money is on Otter. Said Gareth. I fought him enough times to know he can pack a punch. I would have to agree with Gareth, said Finn. We have fought with Zephyr, but never against one another. His speed is the fastest of all of Orario, but Otter's defense is what allowed him to fight the members of Zeus and Hera. What say you, Riveria? Said Loki. You don't have to worry about those three geezers keeping watch of the city. Well, from what I have seen, Otter would be the most obvious choice, but something about Zephyr it nags me. Well, the guild reported he did level up to level 5 a couple of weeks ago when he went to kill some monster Evilus released. Said Loki. What elf? You think he's hiding his level? Said Gareth. Nonsense. Loki said. Astria is too responsible to fake a level up. She said it with such certainty that they believed her. Who knows, Finn, what do you think? Said Riveria, looking at Finn. I don't know. We shall have to wait and see what this rising star can really do when fighting a strong opponent, Finn said with his eyes focused on the two fighters. Man, we're lucky we arrived on time, Hephaestus. Tsubaki said, with some food on hand. If only you. She said, looking at Yufim. Had gotten up early. Why are you not made at Tsubaki? She was working all night. I am. I swear when we get back, I'll have you both working non-stop for months. I already do that. Tsubaki said as she stuffed her face. So Yufim, you wanted to see your patron fight? Yes, I wish to see how he uses the weapon we forged together with help from his parent. His parents? Hephaestus said, shocked. Was their parent a regular citizen or an adventurer? I can't say. I promised him I wouldn't, and on my pride as a blacksmith that I wouldn't tell you anything pertaining to the weapon other than it is one of a kind. Oh, Hephaestus, and Tsubaki said. Well, let's see how your weapon holds up, said Hephaestus. When are they going to fight? Shouted Susanoo. Now calm down. They'll fight eventually. I'm sure they're just building the anticipation up, said Kushida. Camus, where is AI? Hey? She should. She looked over, and the rest of the familia shook their heads. I'll go get her. She, went to get some food at the vendors. She quickly got up, as did a few of the familia members. You know they lost her, right? Kushida said to Susanoo. What? Elise said, looking down at Cirrus from her spot. Why is Elise looking so intently at Zephyr? Said Rethusa, asked Nese, a level 2 werewolf beast human of the Astria familia. She's just watching carefully so that when she fights him again, she'll win. Said Kale. He was pretty tough. I doubt anyone could beat him. Elise said, with a big grin on her face and hands on her hips. I'll beat him one day. Doubt it, said Phi under her breath. I know, right, said Lyra, a 13-year-old Palam. Look at this spectacle, Shakti, said Ganesha, looking around in amazement. One day, when our familia has grown, we could build something like this on the surface so all can come and enjoy it. He then started to flex his muscles. Then we will need more familia members, Shakti said. Right now, Hashana and Ilta are really pulling their weight. I know, but we must be careful. These are trying times. I am Ganeshka. Shakti quickly covered his mouth. In a private section of the Colosseum. Do you think Zephyr could give Otter a fight? Mia, Alan, Anya? Freya said, looking at them with Mia sitting next to Freya with Alan, a 13-year-old cat person, and Anya, his younger sister, a 10-year-old, with spears side by side around Freya. My money is on Otter. I've seen that dear kid running around now and again helping with Evilus. I trained Otter myself, so if he doesn't want to go through hell again, he'll better win. Mia said, looking down at the arena as Hermes appeared. Alan, what do you think? I'm not sure, but relying on what I've seen at home, Otter has the best chance. And you, Anya, sweetie? When Freya looked at Anya, she could see Anya finding her words. I think Otter would win. She said as best as she could. Alan could see her hands slightly shaking. She must have trained till late at night, thought Alan, looking at his sister. No one is betting on the little dear. Freya said as she crossed her legs and rested her head on her right arm. I'm sure he'll give Otter a good fight. With Hermes finally arrives with Lydia and Asfi behind him, he gets a mic. Sorry for keeping you all waiting. I was seeing when all the seats were sold out, so we could begin. Now shall we get this fight started? The crowd erupted in a roar that could be heard from all over the floor, including the upper and lower levels. To my right, the warlord of Orario and vice-captain of the Freya familia. And to my left, the roaming white beast of Orario and member of the Familia of Justice, the Astria familia. Zephyr. Are both fighters ready? Hermes said as he walked back with Lydia and Asfi. Both Cirrus and Otter nod their heads as they place their hands on their weapons. Then let the fight begin. Quest 70 Deer vs. 4. As the roar of the crowd grew, Cirrus and Otter's minds went silent. Being of sound mind and body, the two adventurers reached for their weapons as if it was their body's natural response. Sheeting. Otter drew his greatsword and remained firmly in place. Cirrus drew his one-handed greatsword and rushed forward with great speed, easily covering the distance between the two. Fast, thought Otter as he could see his emerald eyes through his mask. A faint and distant memory flashed across Otter's mind before he pushed it down to deal with the enemy in front of him. Cirrus came down with a heavy overhead strike. Clang! The sound of the two blades clashing rang through the place, quieting everyone as the match had just begun. Otter, with his clashing blade, moved his blade to deflect it, causing Cirrus to swing his blade down into the earth. You need more experience, Otter said as he was about to go for a solid punch. I agree. With the tips of his feet now grazing the ground, and with great strength, Cirrus twisted his legs to his hips to his shoulder to his wrist to swing the blade out of the way of the ground with all the force of the earth in his body. Click! Otter could hear a click as Cirrus was coming in with a swing. His instincts told him to move out of range. With each passing second, Otter had his eye on the blade, and each time his instincts were yelling at him to get out of the way until finally, he saw Cirrus was two-handing it. Otter quickly jumped back as the swing came in. Sweeyish! The force of the attack sent out a strong blast of wind, damaging the wooden walls of the Colosseum and sending up a powerful gust of wind toward the spectators. Otter made a mistake in what weaponry Cirrus was using. Cirrus wasn't wielding a great sword, he was wielding a spear that could become a great sword. The price? A fairly deep gash under his chest. Seeing this, many smiths immediately had the biggest grins on their faces, as they never had thought to make such a weapon. Hephaestus turned to see Eupheme with a big smile on her face as well as she had so much pride and happiness on her face. Not even looking at her goddess, she said. There is still more to show. Back to the fight. As Otter jumped back, he quickly tried to draw his other great sword. No, I made an error. Otter looked to see a magic circle appear over Cirrus's hand. Under his breath, Cirrus quickly muttered. Damocles, dot. The swing of the spear became unnatural to all who were watching as it made a smooth 90-degree angle. Another overhead strike. Clang. Using his great sword to block it, the earth beneath Otter broke apart, as did some of the great swords. Otter knew from experience that this wasn't the strength of a level 5 or even a level 6. No, this was the strength of a level 7, with the speed and reflexes of a level 8. Everything in Otter told him that this was someone he should have taken seriously from the start, a true monster who blew every other adventure out of the water. He couldn't help but smile, fighting an adventure with so much potential in front of him felt like a gift from the gods, a second chance to face off against the Zeus and Hera Familia monsters. Otter used his skill exclusively to specific tribes of beast humans, beastification. His body bulged in power, his muscles contracting and detracting, forming the optimal shape and form. With a beast-like strength, he swung the strike back. Cirrus jumped back, regaining some distance. Back on the stand, everyone was breathless. In just a matter of seconds, Cirrus had managed to push Otter to use his beastification. And no way. Alan was amazed. They pushed Otter to this point so fast. Seems we placed our doubts on the wrong adventurer, Mia said. That kid really is a beast. He's the very definition of a monster. Even more than Silence or Empress, shit, my hands are shaking thinking about how much he can grow stronger. Freya had a face of pure, utter exhilaration, awe, envy, and what they could only describe as primordial lust. Freya wanted Cirrus to the point her children could see her eyes being clouded by her emotions. The only reason she has done nothing is simply for two reasons. One was that she was in the dungeon, and two, she wanted to see more of this fight. More. Show me more. Many of the gods watching had the same mix of emotions and true pity for Hermes to have lost this genuine treasure. Lord Hermes? Are you all right? Asvi said, looking at Hermes, who has a massive smile. I am. I'm simply relishing this fight. Up in the stands, the sheer number of actions that happened in such a short amount of time amazed the Loki familia. Loki. Said Finn. Why yet? She said, glancing over at him. She sees Finn's thumb throbbing intensely. He had to hold it down. Zephyr, he's a genuine monster. I don't know how he could hide this level of power, but he's strong. Far stronger than we gave him credit for. I have never seen Otter get pushed this bloody far quicker than when he fought the elites of the Zeus and Hera Familia. Gareth said. What's more, Zephyr is a mage. It was brief, but I saw him with a magic circle appear over his hand to give him that weird movement of his spear. Riveria said, with eyes focused on the fight. A mage, so he's a magic swordsman. Exclaimed Loki. Not entirely. He can fight on the vanguard with no problem, but he has nothing for the rearguard. Finn said. But seeing this, I doubt he doesn't have a way to attack long range with magic. That weapon. Said Tsubaki. It's incredible. To shift from being a great sword to a spear of the user's choosing. She had the stars in her eyes while looking at it. I can see why it's impressive. Hephaestus said. And with Zephyr using it, he's really showing it off. But he hasn't fully used it yet. The brilliant nightmare has yet to fully shine. She said in a deadpan, excited voice. Brilliant nightmare. Tsubaki and Hephaestus both look at Eupheme with confusion as to why she called it that. So, do you think you can beat Zephyr? Phi said, looking at Elise. Yes, I can. No, I will. Walking through the halls of the Colosseum, AI was tracking Cirrus's scent. Sniff. Sniff. He should be close. She runs in the arena's direction. Back at the arena, Cirrus looks across to see Otter in his beast form and steam coming off his body. Cirrus swings his sword spear, increasing the velocity of the speed at which the weapons spin around him. He takes a deep breath and gets into a stance that shows he's ready to strike at a moment's notice. Ah! Can you smell the game? Cirrus's grin grows ear to ear. Otter, with eyes focused in on Cirrus and his every movement, watches him get into a stance himself. All I can smell. He said this in a gravelly voice, as though he was holding something back. It is my victory. Come! He shouted at the top of his lungs. Cirrus obliged, screaming his heart out. With all of his speed and body weight put in, he throws the spear. The spear cuts through the air like a meteor coming down to earth. Otter tightened his grip on his sword and, with a powerful horizontal swing, he came in to strike the spear away when he saw Cirrus had already caught up with his spear but had it in his hands. Cirrus went in with a stabbing motion, and Otter quickly blocked. Clang! Ting! Cirrus continued the flurry of quick attacks, each one ringing through the arena until Otter deflected one and started his assault with devastating strength and speed. Clang! Ting! Clang! Ting! Clang! Ting! Clang! Ting! Clang! Ting! Ting! Clang! Ting! Clang! Ting! Clang! Ting! Clang! Clang! Ting! Clang! Ting! Clang! Ting! Clang! Ting! Clang! Ting! Ting! Clang! Ting! Clang! Ting! Clang! Ting! Clang! Cirrus can dodge all the attacks, but Otter was able to quickly pick up how he fights. It only took about a minute or two for Otter to make this equal based on his wealth of experiences. Otter was reflecting all of Cirrus's attacks, but Cirrus himself could dodge all of Otter's attacks. It was a game of cat and mouse until one of them messed up, and sure enough. Crack! Having realized Otter would have a wealth of experience, Cirrus needed to keep Otter on his toes and never let him get too complacent, or else it would be him who would get cut down. Cirrus had already damaged one of his great swords, so why not finish it and limit his attacking and defending options? He broke my sword. That's why his attacks were so strong, he was aiming to break my sword. Otter could see Cirrus's grin had grown even more than when the fight started. Click! Once again, he heard that click, and the handle of the spear shortened to that of a two-handed greatsword. With the split-second change of weaponry, Cirrus got past his defenses and take advantage of this opening. Cirrus cut into Otter's left forearm, where his broken blade was destroyed. Cirrus then twisted his body and muttered his chant as his magic circle appeared. Damocles! Dot! Cirrus spun at an impossible speed for him to cut into Otter's lower torso. Gah! Otter retaliated by using his left hand to grab Cirrus's horns firmly. Your mistake! Otter went in with an overhead slash when Cirrus let go of his weapon and once again, his magic circle appeared behind Cirrus. The golden antlers in his hands disappeared into the air as Otter heard Cirrus utter. Exosia, Adorn, Erymanthian, Dot. And he sees another piece of armor appear from the circle and quickly wrap itself around Cirrus's left arm as it went in close for a punch and then... Thud! Otter was struck so hard he had thought it was a monster Rex. Otter as he was struck, and the armor covered didn't yet cover Cirrus's exposed face. Otter knew who he reminded him of, the Empress. Ray. On reflex, Otter swung his fist, punching Cirrus in the face. She thud. Both Otter and Cirrus were sent flying. Otter got sent back a few feet away. Cirrus, being 10 years old, got punched across the Colosseum. Using the time, he skidded off the ground to slow himself from not hitting the wall. Cirrus's Erymanthian armor covers his body. He found himself away from where he had started the match. He touches his face to find it heavily damaged. Shit, my brain is rattled, nose is almost broken, teeth are pretty loose. I can't imagine a punch when he's in a better position. Cirrus wobbles a bit from the impact. It took him a good minute to get his bearings back. He held out his hand and chanted. Damocles, Dot. The sword spear then magnetically flew right to Cirrus, grabbing it out of the air and returning to its spear form. I really hope he... Getting up again, he sees Otter getting up, still with a fire to keep going. Fuck. He said under his breath, with a big smile unbeknownst to him. Quest 71 Tusk of the Warlord. I'm sure of it, that strength, those emerald eyes, 10 years of age. It should be around the time she took a leap of absence from adventuring, it also adds to why she was so power-hungry and brutal. She lost her child. It's a shame you gave him up. I'm sure if you had kept him, he would have at least kept your familia at least in the city. Otter gets up as his beastification wears off and he regains more of his clear mind. You have a good punch, I could feel your weight in it, Otter said, brushing the dust off of him. I can say the same, my endurance stat is something I'm rather quite proud of. Cirrus then changed the spear back into a two-handed greatsword. Ha, sorry, but I don't think I can use you at your best, Cirrus said under his breath, examining the blade. Well, how about one last exchange, hey? I would rather not let people see what I can do after all, there are evil us members here. Otter took a quick scan of the arena and felt some malicious intent, but the crowd of adventurers drowned it out, wanting him to fight. I agree. He gets his weapons and gets into another stance. But I will claim victory. I like to see you try. Cirrus kicked forward and came in with a swing. Then let's see if you can survive this. Silver Moon's Mercy, the Golden Wilderness, ... Magic. Cirrus increased his rate and power of attacks, but... Clang. 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 This body is destined for the wild boar of the war. Run through, carry the goddess will, ... Otter had already learned enough to deny Cirrus any leeway. Heil des Vini. The blade glowed as brilliantly silver as his goddess. In those split seconds, Cirrus kicked back, trying to gain distance, but it was in vain. Ruhuhuhuhuhu. He kicked off the ground, quickly covering whatever distance Cirrus had. He moved his blade to block it, but Cirrus knew this was an attack he wasn't able to take. Bam! He lost consciousness. Skid. The strike slammed the spine of his own weapon into himself, knocking the air. Skid. And the daylights out of him. Skid. As well as his magic. The only way he slowed from the attack was his body once again skidding across the ground and into the arena's door, knocking it off its hinges and going a bit into the tunnel. Thud. Where he regained consciousness from the impact. Phew. CK. He felt like shit, he felt like he'd been hit by 10 knuckle-avies. I should have gone a bit, seriously. He said, his head spinning and his eyes shaky. He could feel thousands and thousands of ants crawling up his body. The ground was starting to disappear. And Nox cover. I. Looking up, he saw a blurry white before it all went black. Seeing Cirrus knocked out and bloodied, I looked to see the arena with Otter far off. She knew. Cirrus. Are you okay? She quickly knelt and checked to see how he was. He was out cold. Damn it. She took out a potion and splashed it on him. She could see his injuries slowly healing when Nox came and covered his face. You? What are? Zephyr. Shouted Hermes, rushing in with Asfi and Lydia behind him. Are you looked at AI for a second before turning his attention back to Cirrus. Lydia. Asfi. See if he's fine. They rushed to him. AI got out of their way as they examined him, but Nox refused to let go of his face. You Renard, did you use a potion? Exclaimed Lydia. Why yes. She quickly patted him to feel if anything was out of place, only to find some bones were still broken. Quite a few still broken bones. What do you think, Lord Hermes? She looked to see her god in deep thought. Damn it. I want him to keep fighting, but I don't know how much his armor drains him of his magic, damn it. Call the fight. He cannot keep fighting. Right. Asfi, take him too. Zephyr. Shouted Eupheme, coming from the stands into the tunnel. Move aside, I am his blacksmith. Wait, how do we know you're not lie? Hoot. Hoot. Nox hooted, nodding her head. Well, are you going to argue with his smart owl? That owl, why is it so odd? Hermes thought about how truly strange his owl was. All he could see was a contradiction. The more he looked at her, the more he didn't know what she was. Take him, make sure you wake him up. Let's go. Eupheme picked him up carefully. Lydia and Asfi followed their god, while AI followed Eupheme. I saw his face. So can I follow you? No, return to your familia for now. But come to my shop, he will explain himself. She then left, leaving AI to be found by her familia. Leaving the Colosseum after Hermes announced Otter had won, the gods of Evilus were returning to the surface. The gods of Evilus got together. We need to tell Loviator about this, said Apate. I'm sure with that monster able to fight against that wild boar otter and with Artemis here, I'm sure they're going to hunt her down. Did you not receive word from her? Asked Alecto. No, not even a single word. When I heard of the monster being unsealed in the southwestern part of the continent and it destroying towns and villages, I knew she succeeded, but to find her up now is, tch Valletta, do you think you can find something on where she went? Valletta, in a black cloak, came up to her goddess. I can, but it's going to cost us. That book hoarder isn't cheap. That's fine. At least his information is reliable. So what? Said Rudra. Are we going to send one of our children to find her? And what if, when they find her, she has already unsealed another monster? A very reasonable thought, Apate. If that's the case, then we go to another place where one of those monsters is supposedly sealed. And that is? Said Rudra. Tell Skyra, the country of blood and fighting. His states after fighting in the dungeon, smithing and fighting otter. His states after fighting in the dungeon, smithing and fighting otter. Cirrus Zephyr. LV6. Strength, I0. 99 Endurance, I0, H198. Dexterity, I0. 20 Agility, I0. H199. Magic, I0. G205 Mage, E. Immunity, E Martial Arts, F. Crush, H Blacksmith, I, H. Quest 72 The Masked Prince. After the match, everyone was talking about the fight. Zephyr was undoubtedly the second strongest adventurer in Orario. Many started to call him the Little Prince. Many even suggested that if they fought again, the result would be different. Some days later, at the Freya Familia home. So what do you think of the fight with Otter? Freya said, swirling a glass of wine. I felt he was not showing me his fangs. He said he had shown too much of what he could do, as there were people of Evilus in the stands. So he's stronger than you. Freya gave a glance at Otter. Yes, I know it. In time, he will reign upon the top of Orario as its strongest adventurers out in the open. Phew, well, it wasn't as though our predecessors had it easy as well. I will be leaving Lady Freya. Going to go train. She said in a bit of a teasing tone. Yes, the next time we fight, I will make him show his true strength and win. Otter leaves the room and Freya makes a big smile. I can see that light inside of you growing bigger. Much like when those two were still around. She drank some of the wine and looked out the window. Ah! I wonder what you will taste like. Cirrus Zephyr. Walking through the halls of his home, Otter walks out to the courtyard to find several of his familia engaged in intense fighting with Mia, looking over them. Walking towards her, she noticed him from her peripheral. Ah, kid. Are you going to the dungeon? Mia asked. I need to refine my fighting. Are you training more of the familia? They asked me. It seems that fight lit a fire in them. It seems being shown up by a kid younger than they really got on their nerves. I will be in the dungeon for a while. Back in Eupheme's workshop. So why didn't you tell me? AI said, watching as Cirrus was helping Eupheme at the forge fixed up Brilliant Nightmare. You have seen the city, AI. There is crime everywhere. The least amount of people who know who I am, the less likely my friends and family will be attacked to get to me. But what about those from that familia you're in? Or your smith? They aren't level 1 there, all level 3 and reaching the qualification to get to level 4 in a year or so. Eupheme is part of the Hephaestus familia, and if you didn't already know, they are pretty big. So were you ever going to tell me? She said with a pouting face. No, he said flat out. Is there anything else I should know about? Cirrus looks at Nox, who is currently being petted by AI. Nox also looks at him. Do you? Well, Nox, do you wanna, Nox? Why does your familiar have to do with any? Nox flapped her wings, getting out of AI's hands and flying before her and shining. Wah! Phew, hello there, AI-chan. Nox said in her human form. Amazed by her beauty, AI was starry-eyed. You were a person. And hugged her immediately. It's nice to hold you after so long of watching and hearing about you. Eupheme looked at Cirrus. Was I like that? She said. A little. Some days later, Cirrus and the Artemis familia finally went out to find the Loviator familia. Around this time, the Donatus came around again. So with that, Artemis and her familia, along with Zephyr, are out to find and bring down the Evilus member of the Loviator familia. Other than that, there is nothing else, said Astrea. Now we can get to the best part. The naming ceremony. Loki shouted with glee, looking at Freya. Well, there has only been one child that has leveled up in the past 3 months, Dionysus said. Yeah, Astrea's little prince. A god said. The one that gave Otter a good run for his money. Loki said, with glee on her face. How about the name Sleipnir? He slipped through several of the warlord's attacks. Yet. He was very agile, able to dodge out of his sword swing. Said a god. Yet, he was pretty quick on his feet. Said another. Sounds like a good name to me. Said another god. Phew. I was thinking of Venati's Audra. Freya said with a calm, gentle smile, looking at the other gods. I think it suits him rather splendidly. I agree. Yup, sounds like a great name. Anything for you, Lady Freya. As always, the male gods were enamored. What do you think, Astrea? Asked Hermes. He is your child now. Astrea had on a smile that wasn't too fake nor too real. I think the name Masked Prince will suit him better. After all, he does always wears masks. Besides, calling him something that means slippery is a bit too slimy for my liking. And he is far too young for the name of Venati's Audre. The meeting went on for a bit longer, but her suggestion was the one that made more sense. Masked Prince isn't half bad, Freya said. And the prince suits him well for such a young boy. What say you, Loki? I'm fine with it, but are we going to settle this so quickly? Well, most of us have things to do, Hephaestus said. We have businesses to run. Yeah. We all have a business to run. Said a god. Then let's end it here. Said another. Fine. Fine. Let's get it over with. Quest 73 traveling north. Clop. 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 Riding up north, Cirrus and the Artemis Familia go to the Empire, a country similar to the country of Rakia with several conquered territories. We should reach the town of Puebla within another day or so, said Artemis. Is everyone okay? Yes, Lady Artemis, said Rethusa. I'm good, said Kale. Same. Phi. All the other members were fine, but Artemis looked at Cirrus as he looked out into the distance. Cirrus? Are you good? Artemis asked. Oh yeah, I'm good. I'm just surprised this place isn't more colder, you know. From where Cirrus was, he would have figured the north would be more cold and cloudy, not filled with lush forests, clear skies and a warm climate. Some buildings had more Roman and adobe looks to them. Don't worry, this is just one of their territories, said Artemis. How much territory? Cirrus asked. A lot, said Kale. The empire is kind of like Rakia, except you know better. She means they aren't led by a stupid god like R, said Artemis. Honestly, without those magic swords, his nation would have remained small. They would stay in one of the territory townsends for 3 days. At that time, they would ask around for information and move on toward the capital of the empire, Tenolan. Remember to meet back here at dusk, all right? You know the rules, girls. Yes, Lady Artemis. They said, going in pairs. Zephyr, Nox, well, can you come with me to meet another goddess? Another goddess? Do you know her? Well, she was someone I had to keep an eye on along with a few other gods in heaven due to how much trouble they cause, and well, Astrea needed a reliable tracker, so, yup, I just wanted to check up on her. Okay, I guess, so what's her name? It's 8. He was walking through the streets with Artemis when he could see some people eyeing her and him to see if they held anything valuable. A lot of thieves here. Have we walked into a town of thieves? I don't know, but there are a lot of drinkers. Cirrus looked around as well when he accidentally met eyes with a drunk man walking in his direction. Oi! Oi! You think you can keep your goddess safe, little brat? Said a lumbering man, drinking with his pals. Piss off! Oi! Didn't your goddess teach you any manners, brat? He yelled as he approached him and Artemis. Did your mother teach you anything? Oh wait, the fact that you're pissed drunk at noon shows that your mother didn't really care about you, or maybe it was daddy. Why you? Boys. Kick the boy's ass. And tie up his goddess. We can. As he was shouting, more got up to join. Cirrus had already slammed the guy's head into the nearby wall, pulling his strength. Did I forget to mention I'm level 2? Almost immediately, they regretted getting him to help them. Cirrus begins to crush everyone who was giving him, and Artemis looks to teach them a lesson and to make sure they don't try this again. So, what do you have to say? Artemis said as Cirrus had gotten all the people and put them before Artemis. We are sorry. They said solemnly, with bruises everywhere. Now who is your god? I'm sure they wouldn't want you all to be this unruly. You The lumbering man was hesitant. Better talk or else I'll make you talk, Cirrus said. My familiar is getting rather hungry, she likes to eat the eyes fresh from the socket. Nox licks her beak, and the man sweats heavily. Oh, our goddess is 8. Cirrus and Artemis turned to see a goddess behind them, with red tied-up hair, a veil, and an outfit that reminded Cirrus of the Amazons he had seen walking to and from the dungeon. So, what do I have the pleasure of meeting you again? Artemis. 8. You need to teach your children some manners. She said with a fake smile. They tried to threaten us and tie me up. She then looked at 8 with a cold glare. If this happens again, I'll be sure to send you back. She also had her hand near her quiver and bow, ready to take it off and fire a quick arrow at 8. My apologies. She said with a playful face, but Cirrus and Artemis could easily tell the snake behind that face. Come. As an apology, I'll treat you. She went to her familia's home, which was basically a cleaner and larger home in the area. At the home, there were several of the younger familia members' children playing around. You wanna join in, said Nox. I'm on the job, plus I don't want to ruin their fun. They enter the home and sit down. So why did you come to pay me a visit? 8 said. I simply came to check on you to see how you are doing. Well, I'm doing fine, but how are you? Is this your only child? She said, looking at Cirrus behind Artemis as both she and 8 were sitting before each other on couches. And a boy, no less. Are you taking Aphrodite's advice? My other children are looking for a certain familia, but since I'm here, can I ask you if you heard or possibly seen them? Whatever. So who are you hunting, Artemis? She said with a genuine smile on her face. Is it Hermes? Zeus. One of those gods who keep trying to look at you when you're bathing. It's a goddess by the name of Loviater. She's part of Evilus. Head, is that so? Loviater, can't say that I have. I'm familiar with many gods in the area but none with that name, but I can ask around for a favor. What do you need a favor for? Artemis asked with careful eyes. Oh, nothing much. I was simply thinking of having your child help with something. So you are up to mischief again, Artemis said in a disappointed tone. Of course I am. Why wouldn't I be? Ha, no thanks, we will find her on our own. Artemis gets up. It was nice to see you again, 8. I hope you don't go too far, Zephyr. Cirrus follows Artemis, and as they leave, 8 shouts out. What about you, boy? That goddess won't give you the affection you want when you finally become of age. But I will. What do you say? Cirrus turns to her and bows. Thank you for the invitation, but I must decline. Phew. Artemis laughs a bit to herself as they both leave. TCH. Did she make that child take a vow of chastity? Walking out of the 8 familia's home, they saw the bunch of kids fighting, now having a winner. Ha ha ha. Better luck next time. Said a child with brown hair kept in a ponytail with a short top, a scarf, and shorts. She's good with her fists. Walking away, Nox turned to look at the kid, and the kid looked at her. She has guts, that's for sure. Cirrus and Artemis then left to go back to the inn. Traveling through the southeast of the continent were some of the strongest of the Electo familia. This world truly is beautiful. Electo said. I should have explored it more before coming to Orario. We could always take the long way back to Lady Electo, said Turn, the familia's captain, a level 6 adventurer. Why? We were in the damn mountain range. Around them were dangerously high mountain ranges, with creatures flying through the air. Any path is the long. Ho 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 ho. They heard an echo of a young girl's voice from afar. A voice. Said Turn. Seems we were heading in the right direction, Electo said. Don't drop me. Quest 74 outside Orario the Empire, Tenolan. From a distance, riding to the city, Cirrus could see the capital. From afar, it reminded him of Sorshana a bit, but with even bigger looking walls. When finally arrived at the entrance, it didn't take too long to enter the city. The city itself looked vastly different up close than Sorshana did with its architecture. Its structures were as if the Aztec Empire had never fallen and evolved with influences from Rome, Spain, and America. Several of the buildings were carbon copies of one another, but as they went into the center of the city, the buildings had their distinct looks. It's pretty amazing. Cirrus said. Oh. Chose. Oi, how much? 10 valis. Said the street vendor. Oh, can I get some too? Said Phi. After looking around for a bit, they got to an inn and began to look for any information. The group left in pairs, with Cirrus going with Nox, of course, and Artemis with her captain, and so on. This city is pretty impressive. It's very lively, with so many bright colors. Cirrus said with a bag full of food he bought from vendors. It's so pretty here. Nox said, wearing a cloak. While walking through the city, Nox and Cirrus paid close attention to the people talking. Have you heard Lord Tezcatlapaka has started to invade more of the east? I heard some familia in the south is building an army. The dwarves in the east have been making some high-quality potions as of late. Rakia is trying to take our lands again. Ha 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 ha. Without their magic swords, it's really sad. They just keep throwing men with no strategy. Are you going to watch Lady Quetzalcoatl's match? It's with the Enmascarados Serpiente fighting El Toro. There were a lot of things going on in the city, most of which were here and there. I hope Artemis is doing better than us. Cirrus said. Well, let's hope being a goddess can get you places. Hey, I have an idea. Nox said, looking at Cirrus with a look in her eyes. Somewhere else in the city, Artemis was going to meet a goddess. It should be here. Artemis said, looking around the streets. Is it there where the large crowd is it? Rethusa said, pointing at it. Ah, it is. The sign says, Encantador Souls Lucha Libra. They push through the crowd and enter the building to see people wrestling with one another and leaping through the air, hitting each other. 1, 2, 3. The winner is El Toro. Hooray! The crowd erupted into cheers as a goddess wearing wrestling attire entered the ring. The goddess had amber hair with golden hair that slowly goes into a vibrate wavy green. She kept it back in a ponytail. Her eyes were as bright as the sun and her skin was sun-kissed. She had a healthy tan. Do you all enjoy the match? She shouted from the top rope, her abs glistening from the sweat. Whoa! Lady Quetzalcoatl. The crowd was deafening to Artemis and Rethusa. They must really love her, hey, Lady Artemis. Yes, very. Let's wait until she's done. They waited until the matches were finished, then she went back to meet Quetzalcoatl. Knock. Knock. Who is it? The goddess shouted. Lady Quetzalcoatl, it seems you have a fellow god wishing to meet with you. Let them in. The door opened, and Artemis entered the room. Rethusa stayed standing next to the guard. Quetzalcoatl could feel the fierceness in the blue-haired goddess. So, what is your name? Quetzalcoatl said, looking at Artemis. My name is Artemis, I was hoping you could help me if you can. Artemis, hey? I heard you were a master of the bow. One of the finest in all of heaven. But didn't you stay in the wilderness? What brings you here to the city? Well, I'm actually looking for a goddess, or more accurately, hunting them before they do more damage. Oh? Is she part of that evil us I heard about? Yes, she unleashed a monster down in the southwestern part of the continent. Several towns and villages were destroyed, even a few kingdoms. That is a shame. What of the people? There are some survivors, right? Few. Much of the land was poisoned, so the people couldn't even come back and resettle their land. Well, what's this goddess's name? I'll do my best to help. I can't let this goddess do harm to innocents. However, before that. She gets up and walks to Artemis, and places her hands on her shoulders. She stood a whole foot taller than her, with a mischievous smile. I would like to have a match with you. I heard from Hermes that you are proficient in Pankration. I would like to face it myself. Artemis couldn't help but make a difficult expression as she would have to fight her to get her help first. I'll make you pay for this, Hermes. Quest 75. The search is on. In the arena, Artemis and Quetzalcoatl stand breathing heavily with bruises on their bodies. Huff. Huff. You're pretty good. Quetz said with a bright smile. I huff. Huff. Didn't think I would have this much fun. Artemis said, also with a smile. But can we call it a tie? I would like to have a match when I'm not on a time-sensitive job. That's fine by me. Next time you bring your children around, we could have a fun little match. Arriving back at the inn, she found Cirrus and Nox surrounded by people. When they spotted Artemis, they said their goodbyes and came up to her. Artemis, how was your search? Nox said. You look a bit banged up. Fairly well. I had to fight another god, but I got some helpful information. What's with the crowd? Asked Rethusa. And were the others? They're sleeping, said Cirrus. And the crowd are our fans. Nox thought the best way to get reliable information and money was to put on a show. It worked too well. They even asked us if we wished to perform for the Empire's god and king. Nox said. We declined as well, and won't be staying here for long, Cirrus said. So, what are your clues? Do you mind if we eat first and talk about it tomorrow? I'm really sore. That's fine, Lady Artemis. The next day, after eating, Artemis told the familia that in the east were some dwarven villages, but there were a series of mountains with several paths. Supposedly, Quetzalcoatl was going to give her a map of the villages' locations but didn't have the time at the moment. So until the map was done, they had to stay in the city, which Quetzalcoatl assured them wouldn't take more than 2 days. Until it arrived, Cirrus and Nox went out and performed again, getting more information on the events of the Empire, and getting money. The others went to buy supplies for the long journey. By the time the maps arrived, Cirrus and Nox had made a name for themselves as a traveling duo called Night Sky in the city. It saddened many to know they were going to leave. Nox assured them they might return in the future and that they will perform a show they will be telling their grandchildren. Some days later, one of Quetzalcoatl's children delivered the map to Artemis. Artemis examined the map intensely. So, how many villages are there? Asked Cirrus. About 48 of them, each one is on a different mountain, said Artemis. all scattered about the difficult mountain paths. Those mountains in the distance. Nox said, looking out at the horizon filled with mountains that could easily blot out the sun if one were to get close. Yup, let's get going. Artemis said with a big smile. Phew yuck. Said everyone but Artemis. It was going to take them a good while to find them. In a dwarf village inside a mountain. Hurry it up, you damn dwarves! Shouted Gut, whipping the dwarves as they moved several rocks. Please, we are tired. Said a dwarf woman. Keep mining. Or else we'll kill your damn children. Crack. Up on top watching, this was Loviater. If only we could have more time. Loya, is there any word of Zephyr coming here? None. These mountainous areas make information incredibly hard. I thought I asked you to secure a reliable source to get information. You did, but these mountains make it very difficult. We have to go to the nearest villages and force them to go and get us information. We couldn't send one of our own, as the last report we got was when the Nukkalavi was killed by Zephyr. Damn it, why couldn't these dwarves build some tracks that head into other villages, for the coming months until we break the seal enough for the monster to finish the rest? I want the security to be raised more than usual. Very well, my goddess. Loya took his leave. Walking around and organizing the familia, he went outside and stood on the balcony of the Hecatone village, a natural fortress that stood in a mountain belt. The tips were scratching to the heavens by how tall they were. I wonder how much of a monster you are, Zephyr, to get past this hellscape of a terrain. Kukukuku. Well, now a few of the familia have reached level 3, let's see how you handle us. Quest 76 Mountains with no peak. 5 months later, after traveling through rough mountainous terrain, the Artemis familia, along with Cirrus and Nox, are heading to another well-established town. The one coming up should be the 34th village, right? Said Nox. Yes, I hope this one has a water source. I've been wanting to take a bath since 3 villages ago, Artemis said. I could go for a bath. Rethus said, trailing off into thought. I just want to sleep on a comfy bed, Cirrus said. Maybe eat some food I didn't have to hunt, kill, skin, degut, and cook over an open fire with no fucking salt like a damn savage. Ah. They all salivated. Well, let's hurry then. It shouldn't be too far. Artemis said hesitantly. Arriving at the village, many of the villagers came with weapons. What are you doing here? They shouted. Whoa. Whoa. What's going on? Cirrus shouted. Why, you know full well. One of them shouted. Please tell us. Artemis shouted. My name is Artemis. In my name as goddess of the hunt, I promise you we will bring you no harm. Artemis. They all shouted. The one the goddess Loviater and her familia have been keeping an eye for. They were surprised. It would seem they had found a solid lead. Oi dwarf, why was she looking for Artemis? Nox said. Well, they just said you were trouble, but, after they stole all of our food and took all the skilled miners and fighters of our village, we usually had to make people leave by force. Seeing that fork on your broom, I assume we are the first ones to come here. Cirrus said. Why yes. They said, putting their heads down. How about you tell us what's going on? We could help. The people lowered their weapons, and they talked about what happened. A few months ago, a familia came in, the Loviater familia, and took over. At first, they were kind and generous, making potions and medicine to help many of the villages. Then a few months later, they got more aggressive in how they did things and eventually just flat out took their young and strong to Hecatone village, which is home to the area's best smiths and warriors that isn't on any maps because of their nature of secrecy and being so far into the mountains. The familia would come to villages and take their supplies and return to the Hecatone village, which is in a natural fortress. The villagers even showed where they lived. It surprised the hunting party to see such towering mountains. Really? Phi said. Is it one of those that's close? Sadly, no. Said one of the weary villagers. It takes about 4 days to reach the village at the fastest, but for you who have a god's blessing, you should get there half the time. And bring back our people. We will head out tomorrow. Artemis said. You have our word. But for today, we are weary. If it is not too much, we would like to stay here for the night. That is fine. They said. Come, I will set you up in a house for the night. Said a villager. Watching out into the cool, fresh mountain air with some meat and bread with melted cheese, Cirrus looks out into the majesty of the mountain range while the girls all take a bath. I kinda want to race up there and jump down. Nom. As he sits, he takes out his Oculus, and it begins to glow. Hey fells, we finally found the Loviater familia, but they are up on a mountain that has no top. That is, troublesome. Can you get through? Don't know. From where I'm looking and the path to it, we will be heading into a trap where they can circle and surround us from how the locals describe the mountain as a natural fortress. So you will have to go in alone then. Has there been any sign of the monster being released? No, from what it says in the text, it's a mountain-sized monster, and well, seeing these mountains, I can see where it's been sealed, but they are accelerating the time to undo the seal. Many of the villagers were hit by the familia, taking their young and strong to help whatever it is that is sealing the monster. That is troublesome. Will you be using all of your power in case they release this monster? Is that a rhetorical question? Of course, I am. 1 is for the safety of people, and 2, well, I see this as my ticket to level 7. He said with a smile. Be careful, and if this doesn't go well, I have good and bad news. Cirrus froze in place, looking at the crystal. What? What good and bad news? Recently we found that a known evilus familia has escaped outside of Orario along with half of her children. They are the Electo familia. What's the good news? We got word from Hermes that they went to tell Skyra, whether they're able to get by the Amazons or not, it will buy you time to go and find them, or the Amazons will do the job for us, but in the worst case, you will have another chance to level up. Well, I'm going to bed, tomorrow is a big day. Cirrus said his good night to Fels and left. After Artemis and the rest of the girls left the bath, Cirrus took his and felt refreshed for the next day when the mountains moved. Quest 77 Mountains Veins. The next morning, everyone got ready and set off. Riding through the mountain pass, everyone kept their eyes open, looking for anyone or anything on the cliffside. Cirrus, can you and Nox look around? I'd rather not be the one to get fired at. Artemis said. Nox. All right. Cirrus gets off his horse, and Nox turns into an owl. Cirrus dons his Serenian armor and scales up the mountainside with Nox flying next to him. Quickly running up the mountain with great finesse and speed, he reached halfway up the mountain in 30 minutes of running. Nox, this is taking too long. Can you keep an eye on the group? No problem. I will tell you of any enemies we find. Same here. As Nox goes to be the eyes for Artemis, Cirrus continues his ascent up the mountain. After 20 more minutes, it was getting harder to breathe. 30 more minutes passed, and it was getting thin. After 5 minutes, Cirrus had to stop and rest. Ha! Shit! He could feel his heart beating as fast as it ever could and stopped for now and calm himself enough, but not enough, to where his body would cool. Proper breathing, remember what Lance taught you. After another 20 minutes, Cirrus had made it to the top of the mountain. Up on the mountaintop above the clouds, it looked as if he could walk on the clouds themselves. Ha! Cool view. Disengage. Oi Nox, how are things on your end? Fine, so far. How are things on your end? I've climbed to the top of the mountain, now to find that familia. Exosia, Adorn, Stymphalion. Jumping from high on up, Cirrus equipped his armor and used his wings to glide through the air, and gained an even better view of the mountain range in general. Spotted some people on 2 mountain ranges to the right. Saw them. Nox went down and flew before Artemis. White night dot. A slight bright light shone on what Artemis perceived to be right. She turned to see 2 things moving in the distance. She drew her bow and arrow, notched it, and after a few seconds, she let it fly with utter inhuman precision. Ah, they're running. I'll open the doors. We'll try not to make you wait. Just like in the desert, when he proved himself to the Schultzard kingdom, he was swooping down upon them like a peregrine falcon, finding its prey. Whoosh! 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 Oh! Is that an entrance? He made himself as aerodynamic as possible to increase his dive. Approaching the ground, he swooped towards the entrance as the people Artemis had shot already ran back in, leaving a trail of blood leading to a door. He bashed through the door and quickly registered all the insides. Stopping his speed, he spun to dissipate it while grabbing one by the throat and slamming them to the ground. Gah! So, are you a lot the Loviator familia? They all slowly pick up their weapons. Gee, get him! You should have said no. Changing to his Serenian armor, Cirrus moved through the mountains quickly, all the while observing the operation and understanding the layout of the place. Unfortunately, it was bigger than what he had expected. 20 minutes later. Hey Nox. Yeah, what's up? Yeah, this mountain is fucking massive. I've been walking for a while, and I'm still fucking walking. I think the village is more of a town or city. Even this hallway has cart tracks, so they could have several openings around several mountains. That is going to be a pain in the ass. Can you get one of those guards you beat up to tell you the path? I tried, but they all had poison teeth, so they all quickly died, and I may have released some built-up stress and anger at them for making us travel for so damn long. Alright, we'll find our way in. Just keep going. Stop them from unsealing the monster. Be careful. Cirrus would run through all the corridors that held cart tracks, but with each one he followed, he would reach a crossroads. All right. He lets out a deep sigh. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Quest 78 Source of the infection. 2 more hours later. We made it in. How are things on your end? Shitty. There is a labyrinth amount of passages. It's like the dungeon, but way more boring. I've been making markers to keep track, but progress is slow. Wait a minute. Clack clack. Clack clack. Cirrus could hear someone coming down. Seems I'm going to the heart of the mountain soon. Hiding in the darkness, Cirrus waited, and when 2 people riding in a cart came, Cirrus quickly jumped into the cart. Hey there boys, mind showing me to your goddess? Their horrified screams filled the veins of the mountain tunnels as Cirrus held them down and yanked out their poisoned tooth. Riding into where the familia was on top of one of the familia members, watching the other take him to the familia. So, while you were waiting, tell me, how far along is the seal? Just got to work you uncovering it. Ah, is that so? I hope you're not fucking lying to me, Cirrus said with his hand on his blade. After some minutes, they leave the tunnels and arrive at a town underneath the mountain with a massive pillar of stone holding up the ceiling. The ceiling had holes to let natural light into the town, which gave it an almost lost city kind of vibe. In the far-off distance, Cirrus could hear the sounds of mining and whips. From what he had gathered so far, he could only assume it was a similar situation to Zolingen's. Thanks for the ride. Cirrus then gets off the cart and looks at the 2 familia members. Now then. Cirrus then kicked the cart over. The 2 familia members fall out and look up at Cirrus with fear as their faces are filled with his feet. Thud. Thud. The 2 familia members were knocked out and thrown to the side for later. Hey Nox. I'm in. Anyway, for you to show us. There are cart tracks. Do you see any nearby? We do. What are you going to do? Cirrus kneels and places his hands on the metal track. I'm going to make you a path. His magic circle appeared under him. Sword of Damocles, dot. Dense electricity covered and travels the tracks. BZT. 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 He sent so much that the metal started to heat up and melt around his hand. Eventually, the metal magnetized so strongly that the metal bars on the track came together. Ah, thank. We'll catch up with you as soon as we can. You can deal with the familia. We will handle any stragglers we come across. And once again, I'm doing the job. Cirrus, still wearing his Lernian armor, moves swiftly through the well-built stone homes and buildings, following the sound of construction. When he finally reached it, he found hundreds of dwarves working like madmen, clearing out the rocks. Several familia members patrolled around the area with arrows and swords until he saw one that stuck out. He had a better appearance in a staff. Guess that's the captain. His gear looks far better than the rest and. Next to him was a goddess, with dark green hair and skin so pale one would think she'd been sick for ages. Nox, I found the captain and their goddess, Loviater. And the seal. It looks to be still intact, I think. How are you? Are you close? Hard to tell. Oh, Artemis told me to tell you to go on ahead and deal with the familia. According to her, she could hear small sounds. That's the miners, I see them all mining like crazy. Well, time to get to work, disengage. Watching the dwarves working, Loviater felt a chill run down her back. Something is amiss. She said, looking around. Is something wrong, my goddess? Said Loya. I don't know why, but I could feel the chill of death looming over this place. Do you want me to check in on the patrol? He asked. Yes, and tighten up secure. In the corner of her eye, she saw something fade away. She turned to see a white and gold magic circle appear with a young child in black and brown armor with a deer mask adorned with golden antlers. As each of the white wrappings went around his limbs, Loviater could feel death tighten its grip. The white beast is here. She shouted, pointing at Cirrus as he jumped down from the buildings and rushed towards her direction. The moment she shouted, all of her familia looked around to find something golden rushing past their eyes. Loya, who was next to Loviater, was stunned to see the white beast move so quickly. Lady Loviater. What should we do? Get me down to the seal. I'll have to break it with force. He picks her up and jumps down to the quarry-like hole filled with tired and confused dwarves. As he runs past the dwarves, Loviater looks back to see several of her children being crushed with a single strike, and finally, the white beast jumps down and walks towards them. Why are you running? This is the end of the Loviater familia. Lady Artemis is nearly here. Dwarves? Get as far away as you can. He shouted. Every dwarf took this chance to quickly run away from the area. You. She patted Loya, and he let her down. You are the white beast, right? You have the nerve to hunt me like some animal. And to even threaten me. So you are that out of the loop, huh? You know your fellow god Kaikia has been sent to heaven. And no way. She has a stranglehold on the entertainment district. She should have been far nicer. The other gods found an opportunity and capitalized on it. This also tells me that your other fellow god, Alecto, has left Orario with some of her stronger children who aren't coming here. Ka. Kaka. The goddesses laughed out loud. Seems she's going for another seal. Well, no matter. Let's see if you are strong enough to face this titan. Loya go. As her divinity rose, Loya rushed towards Cirrus with his staff in hand. Loya swings down the staff, but Cirrus easily catches it. How good is your immunity ability? Yet. Cirrus drew Brilliant Nightmare with his other hand, and his magic circle appeared over the green gem. Swords of Damocles, dot. As the lightning went into the gem, the weapon itself pulsated, and the spine of the blade grew and glow with a green light reminiscent of the monster he had slain. The green glow gave the blade an appearance like that of a leaf as the green found its way to the edges. What is that? Loya shouted in fear that even Loviater was interested. It's the monster you released. Cirrus then stabbed Loya on the foot. Loya let go of his staff, as he could feel something burning in the spot where he was stabbed. He quickly ripped his pants to see he was poisoned. His veins were becoming black and all feeling in his foot was now gone. He removed his shoes to find necrosis took his foot. What is this? This poison. Like it. It's a man-made nature weapon using the eyes of the Nucalavi, the magic stone, and blade of the Udius, and the fang of a basilisk. So it's a nice jar of poisons for one such as you who help spread death. Cirrus then sheaths his blade and walks towards Loviater as Loya tries desperately to get rid of his leg, but the poison quickly reaches his thighs. You can't harm me. I'm a god. Loviater said as her arcanum started to fill the area with corrosive fumes. You may have destroyed my familia. But I'll be sure as hell to free this monster to kill your child. The godly corrosive fumes started to even affect Cirrus with his immunity ability at E rank. So you plan on being sent back to heaven by force? Cirrus shouted. Why not? I can at least take the child who brought ruin to my familia up there myself. The massive wall behind her, which was the seal, began to crack and glow. The whole mountain shook as if a high-magnitude earthquake hit it. Guragura. 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 Some of the ceilings began to cave in, causing falling rocks to come down. Cirrus looked up to see the massive wall begin to move away from him, revealing the open sky, which was darkening. As the wall moved, it was revealed to be a hand. The hand then bashed the area around it and even more, hands sprang up. Ka. Loviater laughed as a pillar of light crashed down, covering her. The snap of her fingers could barely be heard from Cirrus. I may be leaving Gakai. But I can at least show the world your death. Cirrus looks around to see a window in the air in front of him with himself in it. Cirrus. She used her arcanum to use the divine mirror. She's being forcibly sent back to heaven. Then is every god watching me? Artemis said yes, we are actually seeing you now. Fuck. Cirrus looks up as the pillar of light dissipates and Loviater is gone, leaving only the rise of the Hecatoncheires breaking itself free from the seal. The surrounding mountains break, revealing its massive multi-limbed form, grasping the heavens themselves from its arm's length alone. Many gods were curious why a divine mirror was opened until they looked around and found Zephyr and a massive hand in the background. Several of the gods asked to continue using it, to which god Aranos gave permission. Several gods on the continent were now watching what would happen as they saw Cirrus looking up as a mountain was thrown back and a gargantuan titan with hundreds of hands, heads, and legs filled the mirror. After so long, the monster looked up at the sky and let out a heaven-shaking roar, causing the earth and sky to shake from their yell of freedom. Quest 79 Westward Cloud, 2nd chapter's first half, the multi-armed mountain. Looking at the size of this monster made Cirrus' heart sink. It was completely absurd how this monster was even sealed, let alone born. The idea that an animal needs to eat and drink more in proportion to its mass was thrown out the window for this monster. In a world of gods and magic, this was the one truly absurd thing. The more he looked up at the monster, the more the feeling of vertigo and fear took root. No. He gripped Brilliant Nightmare tightly. He took a deep breath and slowly calmed himself. Nox, are you and the rest safe? We are for now, but that thing is too damn big. I don't think you can take it on your own. Well, I'm going to. If not, this bastard is going to mess up the region and landscape. Hell, I'm scared to think what it could do to the world. Once you make sure everyone is safe, I'll summon you all right. Cirrus walked to the edge and looked around. You better be alright when I get there, you hear? I'll do my best. No promises. Cirrus puts his hand to his face. Disengage. As the armor disappears, Cirrus's face is covered by his hand as his magic circle appears behind him. Exosia, Adorn, Stimphalion. The bird armor quickly equipped itself for Cirrus, but the magic circle didn't leave. I need to attack quickly before it regains its clarity and, hopefully, strength. Sword of Damocles, sing your vespers. Diadicasti_s. The dance of electricity covered and cleaned up the rusty-looking armor, giving it a cleaner look. Cirrus then kicked off, causing the footing where he kicked to be completely shattered as he shoots through the sky at speeds comparable to thunder or lightning. Boom! 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 With each flap of his electrically charged wings, he broke through the sound barrier as he charged into the monster. The Hecatoncheires could hear Cirrus coming and felt the danger he posed. With its many arms, it swung and covered itself with its several arms. It was as if it had made the night and had come down on him. Cirrus then drew his brilliant nightmare and activated it. Cutting into the arms as Cirrus dodges the attack by a narrow margin. Thankfully, it was still sluggish from just being unsealed. Its skin is too thick. The poison will not work if I can't get it into its blood. With no way to keep cutting in the same spot, Cirrus had to go for the next vulnerable spot, right in the eyes. With the cuts inflicted on it, the Hecatoncheires swung all of its arms from the left side of it. Cirrus could only see a massive wall of hands coming at him. The strike was actually getting faster as it approached him. Did my attacks actually help it wake up more? Fuck. Trying to get out of its range, the Hecaton found its mark and slapped Cirrus into a mountainside. Thud. Bam. Ah, the ants are back. He gathered what little will he had and shouted to regain some focus. Ah. Fuck. Damocles. He used his magic on his own armor and helped pull him from the mountain. It gave out another roar as its once grey skin got more of color. Red began to break through the grey. Ugh, fuck, fine, then I will not keep playing around. Cirrus took out a potion along with a magic potion and drank them both down at the same time, then kicked off again. With more clarity, the Hecaton then threw several faster and harder strikes. Cirrus kept narrowly dodging them, all the while attacking with brilliant nightmare. He tried to get close to it but would get stopped by another hand. This really reminds me of the first and last boss in Azura's Wrath. Is it really going to make me use my final armor? No, not yet. I need to push forward more. Sing your vespers, swords of Damocles, Diadicasti_s. Up above, in the dark clouds above, the Hecaton was Cirrus's magic circle, and from it, 3 mighty swords of thunder fired down upon the Hecatoncheires. Crack crack crack. The 3 swords of thunder impaled the monster, and its body got charred and spasmed. Bzzzzzzzzz. 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 Cirrus takes this chance to quickly get past the arms and into its proximity. Cirrus winds his blade for a powerful strike when he spots one of its arms fall off and then smack! Impaling the hand's thick skin, it sent Cirrus back to the mountain's side but stopped his impact by flapping his wings. Huff! 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 He looks at the Hecatoncheires and sees that as it's ripping its arms and new ones taking their place, the once charred and grey skin is now a bright red. Why am I so hesitant to use it? It's my only choice besides, fuck, it would be so much easier if she hadn't televised this fight to the world. If that armor isn't enough, then using her full magic is my final trump card. Fuck, Nox. I'm helping Artemis and the rest out. I'll be ready as soon as I am able. Not that, it seems I have to use my last armor. Nox was a bit stunned to hear that. Are you sure? You know how dangerous that armor is. And given the area, you're in. Get the potions at the ready, as well as start absorbing magic from the air. Wait no. Cirrus cuts Nox off as he lands back on some footing, covers his face with his left hand, and disengages his armor. For a brief second, he could feel the cool air brush past him. He took a deep breath with his eyes closed. Once he breathed out, he opened his eyes and his magic circle appeared behind him. Exosia, Adorn, Chimera. The armor of pure white quickly wrapped itself around Cirrus, having various mismatched parts. The helmet, pauldrons, and chains of the Cerberus, the snake scale scarf of the Lernian, the shaggy arm and leg pieces of the Erymanthian armor, the torso piece of the Stymphalian armor, and wrapped around holding them all together was the Cyrenian armor. When they covered Cirrus, they didn't lose their holy appearance. Cirrus got into a stable stance and pointed his blade at the Hecatoncheires. As he focused, a faint white glow covered him and his magic started to recover. Phew, he let out a deep breath. Swords of Damocles. His sword was covered with electricity. Damocles. The chains of the armor are wrapped around his body to further maximize his movements as he gets into a throwing stance. Sing your vespers. A magic circle appeared before him. He gathered energy from the ground around his hip and his arm, and he threw his spear with sound-breaking force. The spear went through the magic circle, and the moment the half of the spear passed through it. Boom! Slicing through the air with the might of a supercharged railgun. It screamed out in pain as the attack penetrated through several of its limbs, lodging itself deeply into its collarbone. If not for Artemis' archery lessons, that attack would not have been as reliable as Cirrus would have liked. Gah! Fuck! The attack destroyed his own arm from the force of it. Crack! Squelch! Crank! As his armor set his bones back into place. He took out potions from his bag and drank them down without reservation, pouring one over his arm. Cirrus paid the pain no mind as he quickly kicked off the foot with earth-shaking force and flew with far greater speed than did the Hecatoncheires, throwing their powerful and mighty fists at Cirrus. Cirrus grazed past its onslaught and slammed into where his spear was. I'll take that back. He forcibly drew it out and kicked it off again before the Hecatoncheires could rain down more of their fists. Thud. 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 When he got some distance, he could see it had gotten slower, but it still wasn't enough to stop its impacts from shattering the landscape. Nox, you better fucking hurry. He kicked off again, chipping away at this 8-mile-tall monster, counting the arm's length into its height. Many onlookers thought the Hecatoncheires were striking away thunder, but the thunder kept bouncing back. It was truly a sight to behold as the thunder moved around the sky, attacking. The Hecatoncheires then grabbed some mountainsides and threw them at Cirrus. The thrown rocks were like miniature meteorites coming at Cirrus. He slashed through them as he flew at top speeds, and the small fragments of rocks that hit Cirrus were quickly healed. This battle could only be called an epic as thunder crashed against a mountain as many gods and familiars were watching it unfold. They were watching a hero being born before their very eyes, one spoken of in myth and legend. Quest 79.5 Divine Mirror. Orario, underneath the guild in the room of prayer. This fight. I was on the edge of my seat wondering how Cirrus would win. Fel said. Yes. He has grown strong in the last 2 years. Aurano said. He is nearing his 11th birthday in a couple of months. He truly is a talented son. Fels and Auranos continued to watch, rooting for Cirrus to win. Stardust Garden. He's like a shooting star. Said Nese. I don't know how you got him after that poor first introduction. Said Lyra, with her feet kicked up, watching the divine mirror. That is why he is my little lone star, always outshining everyone around him. Elise, are you all right? Said Astria. I know how much you wish to beat him so. No, it's fine. She said with a forced smile on her face. That just makes me want to train even more to beat him. But I need to know what he is capable of so. She then quietly sat down and watched as the fight went on. I feel the same way, Captain. Said Kaguya, sitting next to Elise. If we're lucky, we could get an injury that lets us beat him easily. That won't happen as easily as you think, Kaguya. Thought Astria as she looks back at the mirror. Travelers in. Zephyr sure has gotten strong, hui, Lord Hermes. Said Lydia. It's a good thing we're good friends with him. Hermes said. But those gods are gonna bully me even more. Asfi, who was in the room, was so focused on the mirror that she didn't pay attention to her familia as she was absorbed in the fight. Twilight Manor. So he was holding his strength back then, said Riveria. He is the epitome of a magic swordsman, and he is chant connecting as well. I had thought I was the only one able to do that. He's also a hell of a lot tougher. That armor magic of his is pretty damn useful. Said Gareth. He's sturdy as one could be. Those strikes look very heavy. Said Dane. His movements tell me he's looking for a weakness. Said Noir. As a fighter, what do you think, Bara? He plans on ending it quickly. From the first time he got hit, his movements have become far more refined and energy efficient. I'm impressed a child his age could have such skill to be able to do it while going at such absurd speeds. Yes, his speed is not that of a level 5. I could only compare it to the captain of the Zeus Familia, Maxim, said Finn. Are you sure, Finn? Said Loki. That's a rather bold claim. I am. I can still remember seeing him dashing across the desert sand fighting the behemoth. A bit of the sand turned to glass from how fast he was running, though it could have just been his magic. Knowing them, I wouldn't doubt it was their own physical strength, said Riveria. So, you think the Masked Prince is a level 8? Said Gareth. No. Said Loki. If anything, he must have a skill that boosts his speed, or it's the magic armor, it could even be his stats overlaying to have him have such an absurd level of speed to be actually comparable to lightning. Seems we are lucky he is Astria's child, said Riveria. I wouldn't want to fight that. They all breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Suzanu's home, the eightfold Izumo. That kid is pretty damn good, said Suzanu. I knew he was holding back. I know when someone is in a storm pretending to be a gentle wind. I hope he wins, said Kushida. I do not think many people could fight a monster of that size. As the familia watched, Ai was making origami cranes. She had a face mixed with emotions and concern for Sirius's safety as he was in a life and death battle. He was being struck by a foe the size of a literal mountain, and he was just barely reaching her own height, counting the fox ears, and sadness. If the worst case scenario happened, he would fail to kill that monster, she would lose a person who is special to her. Come on, Sirius. You can do it. Ah. I should have made and given him a charm. Folkvangr. Watching the battle were Otter, Mia, and the other executives. Lucky that kid went easy on you, kid, said Mia. Would have been a show to see this up close. He's so fast, said Alan, awestruck. Yaa. Anya said, looking in a trance at the fight. Otter didn't say a word. He simply sat and looked at the fight as it progressed. You are your mother's child. That ferocity in battle, that power and speed, yes, next time we face, I will bring true victory to my goddess. In Freya's room, she was watching with sheer utter euphoria. Ah. Yes. Ah ha 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 ha. Show me more Sirius. Show me that brilliant gold and white soul. Ah. It's shining so brightly. What a truly beautiful scene. Somewhere in Orario. Seems we have to plan around this Valletta, said Apate. Semele, you as well. We need to plan around this monster in case he survives. I will make adjustments to the plans for him, said Semele. Valletta, are you willing to change the plans? Of course I fucking am. Are you seeing this damn monster? Whether he wins, I sure as hell am not gonna try to stop people from killing that mountain-sized fucker. Outside of Orario, tell Skyra. So this is the child that took down now 3 of your main and several smaller members of your group, hey? Said Kelly, a small yet impish goddess with hair as red and long as freshly spilled blood, with dark skin and attire matching that of the country she rules. Yes, said Electo. Which is why we wish to get rid of him, so if you could let us do as we will alone, we won't bother you, and my captain, Turn, will be more than happy to face your familia. So tell me, is this monster you wish to unseal, is it as dangerous as this one on the Divine Mirror? No, from the research we did, we found that it's a completely aquatic monster. So long as one does not go near its corrupted waters, everything will be fine. We even had some of the crafting familias left in Evilus to make this monster bait to get it to go after someone else. Well, if he comes here and asks where you are, I'll sell you down the river, she said with a smile. So make sure you work fast because that child has enough power to turn a country over, and especially if he kills that mountain-sized titan, he can single-handedly bring ruin to a nation. That is a goddess of destruction, I assure you. Her blood-red eyes and devilish smile were enough for Electo to confirm it, and seeing Sirius fight the monster on the screen was more than enough evidence. A man with grey hair, facial hair, and bright yellow eyes were watching the fight in a lonesome home out in the wilderness, far away from anyone in a small village in the mountains north of Orario. I didn't think there was an adventure like this in Orario, quite amazing. He looked at the man and woman across from him. What do you think, Zald, Althea? The boy is impressive. He would have easily risen through the ranks of our familia, said Zald, a tall man with dark brown hair, and grey eyes with scars around them in a plain white shirt with overalls. His magic is very flexible and paired with his skill with that poisonous weapon, he isn't one you should let your guard down in a fight, said Althea, a fair-skinned woman with heterochromia and silver hair, wearing a basic plain outfit that could be used for any occasion. What do you think, Zeus? Or should I call you Jurgos? When it's just us here, you can call me Zeus, but once outside, I would like you to call me by my new name. But yes, he is a very talented individual. In the time that I've been here and the heroes I've met, he certainly has far more skill and power than many of them. I heard the kid killed some monster that was ravaging the southwest of the continent that was sealed away, said Zald. Ah, the Nukkalavi, so many good men and spirits gave their lives to seal it away, but now the Hekatonkirs have been freed, let's see if he can take it. If not, it seems you two would need to get out of retirement to fight this damn cursed abomination. But, tell us, Zeus, said Althea as she slowly opened her eyes, showing her green right eye and grey left eye. Is he able to kill the one-eyed black dragon? She asked in a stern and serious tone of voice. Zald also calmed his expression and looked at Zeus. Given a few more years, I am certain he will be able to, but he would need more help. That is, Zald looked down into his drink, thinking. Well, I hope you enjoy this spectacle. I need to get back. Belle should be waking up soon. Zeus gets up and walks to the door. By the way, I heard Hera has been looking for you, Zeus, said Althea. So you better keep your wits about you or else she's going to actually find you. Okay. But I was getting close to the pretty girl 3 farms over. In Rakia. Whoa. He's so amazing. Said a young boy with red hair. Lady Phobos, don't you think so, too? Yes, well he is. And that weapon? Grandfather, can I try to make it? Ha ha ha. Sure. I'll help you out. In the royal palace. What an amazing display of power. Said Ares. Hera. What do you think? Have you seen such prowess? Hera glanced over with sharp ruby eyes that could split a diamond in half if ever weaponized. She parts away her tied-up, glossy golden hair. The child is powerful, so what? He'll probably end up dead soon anyway. She turned back, and angrily clenched her fists. Come on. Do you not want to see this? I only came here since you owe me a favor. She said, with a stern and cold tone of voice that made Ares straighten up. Ahem. Well, yes. I will still honor it. But are you sure you don't want to join my country? With your experience, we could conquer Orario and re-establish you as the strongest familia, then finding Zeus would be far easier to do. I don't care about that anymore, the children I and Zeus lost will forever remain in our hearts. To start over would be to replace all that they had done. As gods, we will live forever, but our memories are not perfect. I see, well, how about you just sit and watch this epic battle? I think this kid is going to win. Isn't that right, Martinus? Of course, Lord Ares. Said the king of Rakia. Fine, if you're so damn persistent about it. Hera took a seat and watched the divine mirror. Next to the king was the young prince, Marius. Wah! So this is an adventure of Orario. Maybe one day I will be like him. Somewhere in the world. Lord Erebus, shall we keep going or? We'll watch. So said the god of evil. We have been searching for a long time. We deserve a good time to relax. After all, finding the remnants of Zeus and Hera is no easy task. Quest 80 Westward Cloud, 2nd chapter 2nd half, The White Knight. Tired and exhausted after fighting this monster for almost an hour now, Cirrus was now attacking using the chains. Thud. 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 The Hecatonkires were in a similar state. Its body was taking longer for it to recover, and its strikes were getting more sluggish, most in part because of the poison. Cirrus, are you all right? I'm ready to go, so summon me and... About time, huff. He said with his mind and body exhausted. I fought this monster long enough. Before Cirrus, his magic circle appeared again. Join the fray, Nox. From the magic circle, Nox emerged in her owl form and landed on Cirrus's shoulder. Mind if I borrow some of your armor? Cirrus covers his face with his hands. Of course, be my guest. I will keep him busy. You just recover some of your magic and come back to finish the job. Cirrus smiles as he holds out his hands as his magic circle appears in front of him as Nox flies through it. Exosia, Adorn, Stymphalion. As the armor appeared, Nox grew in size as she gained another pair of wings with a more aerodynamic form. Whoosh! She flew quickly at the monster. Cirrus took this opportunity to find a place to rest, and because of the battle, there were now several places for him to hide around the area. Watching Nox fly through and attack the Hecatonkires, Cirrus leaned against a wall and slid down as his magic circle appeared again. Exosia, Adorn. A ram's mask with horns covered his head. Thank God it takes up no magic when not activated. Cirrus then takes out several more potions and drinks them one after the other. This bastard is tough as hell, thought Nox as she dodged through the barrage of strikes as she flew. White bright, white knight. Shine. 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 The Hecatonkires screamed out as they covered some of its heads that weren't damaged in the battle with Cirrus. Nox dove in at high speeds with her talons. Touch the stars. White knight. Her talons gained a sharp white edge, and she sliced into the Hecatone's many heads before having to fly away. She looked back to see it slowly regenerating. TCH. Tough bastard. With each attack, the monster would adapt and be ready for it. Nox was both impressed and terrified by how smart this monster was. Maybe all those heads made it ridiculously smart. She fought the monster for 20 or so minutes before she ran out of magic that didn't use up Cirrus's own magic. Cirrus. Are you ready? I am. I need you to come to me. I need to conserve as much magic as I can. I'm allowing you to finally use your full magic. A big smile appeared on her owl face. White bright, white knight. She chanted in jubilation. As she blinded the Hekatonkyrs, she quickly flew back to Cirrus, who looked far better now. Where are we going? She said, using telepathy. Up. Cirrus said, getting on her back. Phew phew. Very well. Hold on tight. Whoosh. With a great flap of her wings, she quickly climbed up through the air, but the Hekatonkyrs had already experienced the bright light and had already opened their eyes. It started to throw several large chunks of rocks at Nox and Cirrus flying up. Nox, keep climbing, evade the attacks, and keep going up. Nox flew up as fast as her wings could go, all the while dodging the monster's attacks. Almost there. The clouds were just within reach. Come on. Whoosh. A slight reprieve from the sea of dark clouds with the sun hanging above. Ready? Nox said. Yes. Nox, we are going to have to use everything we have for this attack. It has far more stamina than either of us could match and I drank all the potions. Finally. A chance to use it. Get ready to witness it in all its glory. That time in the desert was nothing to what I can do with you. Well, you once said in the desert that if you were to use your full magic, you could easily turn the desert to glass. I can, but if you try to focus it, these mountains will still be here, or you know, partially. It's a magic where friendly fire is 100% assured and also since I used up a good bit of my magic, it really will take a chunk of your magic. That's fine. Besides, I plan on sleeping till next week. Then let's begin. Cirrus disengages the armor and places the palm of his hands on Nox's back. His magic circle appeared again, but even more massive under her. Sing your vespers, swords of Damocles. 3 massive swords of pure thunder peered from the magical circle beneath Nox as she shone like a second sun and chanted at such a breakneck pace that it was a blur to the average person. From the shadow of the night's genesis, a white light birthed. Paradoxical by nature, I tore through the balance. No god shall touch the night, I dance upon the stars. The sky began to whiten, and the dark clouds blended into the blinding white of the sky. All of heaven looked to this anomaly that will shake the earth as it stained the heavens. The white of darkness and the black of light, all became bright. May the veil of my paradox flash and be gazed upon, cut through the cosmos, heaven will darken, and earth will brighten. Grow little starlight, engulf thy foe in pure liquidation, and I shall save you all. The clouds evaporated and an enormity of feeling fell upon all who were watching. Fear spread through the heavens. Perception of creation that is who I am. I will be cast upon all in the wax and wane showed its ebb and flow, evermore in paradoxical infinity. May I see all with colorless eyes, may I express my emotions to all. An intense heat and bone-chilling cold filled the area. The Hekatonkyrs were stunned at how it felt so unnatural, foreign to the senses. This is an experience never before seen on this planet. The power Nox is manifesting is a power that heaven deemed broken, a power that breaks the scales of balance. Hear, oh, hear my voice. I am the paradox of creation, the daughter of life. My name is Candidus Nox, the beloved darling of the enigma of prophecy. The world seemed to have stood still as if even time was in anticipation of seeing what happened next, as the shadows were no more and the boundary of all things thin to a hair's width. And then there was the only sound of the perpetrators of this world of void. Dia_S. White Knight. Cirrus's voice filled the empty world but was accompanied by an even stronger voice, that of Nox. Her powerful, beautiful voice blessed the world that she had created using the magic given to her by her creator. A black and white droplet bleeds and formed into the world like a leaking faucet through Cirrus's magic circle. Thunder and lightning flickered around and off of it. The swords of thunder focused the attack as the rifling of a barrel would a bullet, furthering its already godlike destruction for this 2-story-sized sphere. Drop. As the droplet of immensity fell to the world and touched the many heads of the Hekatonkyrs. Tap. The boundaries that separated it from the rest of the world were now gone as the droplet consumed it like a black hole, leaving no sound or even air to be heard but felt. The droplet expanded more and more, consuming the surrounding area. The air grew cold as space, and the ground grew as hot as the surface of a star, slowly turning the things in the area either into glass or char. Then nothing. As it was done, it turned into a swirling beam of light and darkness before returning to Nox. Nox lit up again, then Cirrus faintly glowed before dulling. The world started once again, with color returning. Watching from the divine mirror, many of the old gods who have been on Gakai's surface for 1,000 years or so ago knew what did that. Fels looked at Auranos and asked. Was this why her generation was hunted? For possessing the power of the gods. He simply looked at Fels and nodded. These were the prototypes, spirits so close in creation to their creators that they had it all except for our godly power, but even then when the later generations came with much more refinement for humanity, it was night and day between the first and second generation, but even the second generation had their own problems. Then when the gods gave out their fauna, it caused a change in the first generation of spirits that remained. The gods had gifted their prototypes the blessing of magic, for every breath they took was one of power and life, but it was nothing compared to that of magic born from fauna. That blessing had become an authority. They were now as limitless as space and time, tapping into the raw arcanum that made them. Through the child granted a status, they could fully use their magic like that of their creator. But then, how were they killed? Oh, or even sealed? Fels shouted. They killed themselves. As you know, Nox has made a contract with Cirrus, a powerful one at that, to show her utter devotion to her contractor. Most contracts made by spirits of her generation were like hers. Some of them died with the one they were devoted to, and some had shallow contracts and survived after using up the child and moving on. This caused many gods to send their spirits to go and deal with them being so broken and in the conflict. Some gods used this to get back at others for what they did, for example Nox. He looked keenly at the divine mirror. As a spirit of Nyx, a god as powerful as I was feared by Zeus. Zeus tried to get back at Hypnos, but the cowardly god that he is quickly running and begged Nyx to help him. She agreed and faced Zeus in his stead. Zeus back then was not as tempered as he is now and vowed to get back at her one day for this. And that day was when he sent his spirits and locked away Nox in a seal meant to trap powerful monsters. They would have liked to have killed her, but Zeus found it far better to seal her, so Nyx would always know her daughter is locked away. That is. Fels was at a loss for words. Quest 81 Aftermath. Many of the gods watching and even more, people were awestruck. It was as if a hero had finally descended into the world. For a few, they knew the cause of it. They knew it wasn't Cirrus, but the owl who did that. Back in the remnants of Hecatone village. Thank you so much, Lady Artemis, said the village chief. We will make sure we remember what you and that boy have done. And not at all. But you should really thank Zephyr. He did most of the work. Yes, but it is your familia that has been helping us rebuild. For that, you can consider this as a second home. Now, if you excuse me, I need to go and help as well. Leaving, Artemis went to the house that Cirrus and Nox were at. She poked her head through the door to find Cirrus still sleeping deeply with a towel over his eyes, while Nox was sleeping next to Cirrus in her owl form. You sure put on a show that every god will want to see again. Astrea, seems you will be having a handful back in Orario. Back in Orario, everyone was talking about the fight they saw as the rage of the town. So much so many now wished to join the Astrea familia but were denied. People even asked Otter if he wished to fight Zephyr again. After this, he simply said, I will win next time. And then he headed back into the dungeon with some of his familia. Freya, for the time being, Freya was gazing out the window with a glass of wine. Back in Euphem's workshop. So you want a weapon like Cirrus, hey? Said Eupheme. Sorry kid, but that weapon is one of a kind. Even if you somehow brought me the material, I still wouldn't be able to make it on my own. Really? Said AI. Well, do you have something like this? She took out her katana and handed it to Eupheme. It's well made and maintained. To be honest, katanas aren't my best weapons, but, if you're willing to test them out, you can have the finished product. Of course, I will be taking the drops to fund this expense. Will we be sharing it down the middle? Big Sis Kushida said, when making a deal, always get more or make it fair. Stormblade taught you very well. Alright, but you know I will be doing more of the work, right? Oh, I didn't realize. Well, you can have 60% of the profits. She said with a smile that hurt Eupheme down to her soul for how she was taking advantage of her. Ugh. That's more than fine. How about we go and get some material, all right? In the Loki familia's home. Finn. How goes the investigation? Said Loki. Slow. He said. Ever since Electo's familia had managed to get away, Evilus had gone underground, their members rarely moving. Well, isn't that because without Electo's familia, their muscles are gone? Loki said. Yes, with some of their strongest members gone, the rest of Evilus really had to be smart about how they approached things, especially now that Zephyr had shown his prowess. They're wise in their choices. By the way, have you seen Riveria? She's reading. Seems the way Zephyr used his magic lit a fire in her. Well, she was complacent about just being called Nine Hell. Now there is someone who could use more than her. Finn then also gets up. And as for me, I do have a fire lit in me. Zephyr is far younger than me, but he has already made a name far grander than mine. He then grabs his spear. I'll be blowing off some steam in the dungeon. I'll go find the others and see if they wish to come. Inside Rakia, in a room within the royal palace, overlooking the city. Tap 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 tap. Hera watches the city lights as she taps her fingers against the wooden chair. Tap 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 tap. Tap 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 tap. Tap 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 tap. That child. After the fight had concluded, they watched as Nox opened her wings and both she and Cirrus crash-landed. Soon after Artemis arrived. Many gods ended their mirrors. Aranos had concluded that this was enough, but not Hera. This child who streaked across the sky as lightning reminded her of someone, a feeling she was keenly interested in seeing. As Artemis moved Cirrus off Nox's back, she saw his face. For a moment, before her Nox covered it in her divine mirror was forcibly closed, she saw her child, her pride and joy of her familia. Nephili. She said as she picked herself up and walked towards the open window. So. This is what you wanted to keep to yourself, a secret you took to the grave. MMM ha 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 ha. She laughed out loud, with a smile stretching ear to ear. You live on, my child. Your legacy. She clenches her fists in sheer joy. One day you'll meet Grandma. But. A sudden calm fell on her, and she sat back down. Althea, Malayan, seems we still have family. I wonder if you can face the child of the woman you so wish to toss into the mud from her hard-earned pedestal. Phew, especially when he has one of Nyx's first spirits. Back at Hecatone village, Cirrus is deep asleep. Ah, this is nice, the calmness, this is nice. Sleeping comfortably in bed, something races through his dream. A familiar and unpleasant sound rang in his head. Cirrus, in his dream, opened his eyes and saw the source of the sound. A mountainous red figure with several arms, legs, and heads. Its muscles were as strong and massive as thick as towers of stone. What do you want? It let out a weaker sound. Are you angry that you died? Raise your right hand for yes and left for no, you understand that? The Hecatoncheires raise their right hand. Ah, you can understand well, alrighty then, so, are you angry you died? The Hecatoncheires raised all of their arms. So 50/50ths on that, hey? Well, sorry you died. You're smarter than I thought? Sucks you can't talk with all of those mouths. Is it due to you having so many heads? It would be weird to have more than one head, like how would you process information? Would each one be delegated to one thing? But then, with so many limbs, they must be pretty busy. What do you want me to ask you yes or no questions? Is that what you're saying? It then raised its right hand. I'm a bit concerned now that I'm slowly starting to understand you. Well, do you like songs? Will that make you feel better? Probably. A deep, smooth, and refined voice rang through Cirrus's ears. Did you just fucking talk? Cirrus was very, very shocked by this new development. I wish to hear you sing. It said in a tone that implied it wouldn't answer any more questions until a song was sung. Fine, lucky for us, it was in a dream. Cirrus drummed up a guitar, and the world around them changed to a field of flowers lit up by a clear night sky. Also, do you like a rock? Suddenly, several blank people appeared on instruments that started to play. He sang to it a song from his previous life, he sang it to the best of his memory. The Hecatoncheires' boundary thinned. What a beautiful song, for one who moves on. We are now one. The primordial spirit has absorbed my being and turned it into you. Allow me to break through the cracks of dark eternity. Wait, what? It's nice to speak with you once. Sir. As the Hecatoncheires' boundary vanished, its colors whirled around Cirrus and were absorbed into his constitution. As the last of the colors soaked into Cirrus, he felt his lungs were filled with water, his body as heavy as lead. And then light as a feather. Gasp. He looked up with open eyes. Huff. 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 He looked around to find himself in bed and again in a room he had never seen. He looked out the window to see the hole where the Hecatoncheires' hand had left. From what Cirrus could see, it was past noon. Fuck, how long was I out? His voice had cracked, and Cirrus remained still for a second to process this. And no way I couldn't be. It cracked again. Fuck. Cirrus had hit puberty. Quest 82 Celebrity. After waking up, Cirrus got up and walked down with his mask on to find Artemis and Nox preparing food. They were surprised he had woken up and sat him down. Cirrus leaned back and took a deep breath. Artemis informed him he was out cold for 18 days and of what had happened. Oh, well, guess that's that, then. Food was done and they all ate. After eating, he went out and found that the village was making progress in rebuilding. Many of the villagers who saw him came up to him and shook his hand. They thanked him and praised him for fighting such a monster and told him to look at where he fought. Cirrus walked into the hole in the mountain and was amazed. The mountains were like glass and the trees were carbonized, leaving a very unnatural destruction. So, is this why you were sealed, Nox? Talk about a trump card. Amazing, isn't it? Said Rithusa, walking next to him. Ah, Reth, how was the fight? Did you get a few people? They were weak, a single shot and they were on the ground crying, but can you really compare what I went through to yours? She then pointed at the aftermath of the battle. Well, we all have our monsters. Mine was just, mountain-sized. Well, while we're here, do you mind if you spar with some of the familia? Sure. But why? Well, we want to improve ourselves so Lady Artemis can rely on us more and on you as well. Very well, but how long are we going to be staying here? Until we help them rebuild some buildings. Cirrus turns around and sees some buildings being rebuilt. Well, I guess we really will be here for a while. Cirrus and the Artemis Familia would stay there for a week, helping the village rebuild. Cirrus wanted to leave sooner, but Artemis suggested they do it to help die down the heat for when Cirrus returns to Orario. Cirrus agrees and informs Fels and Auranos that he'll be gone for another week. Fels asked him if his health was alright, and Cirrus said he was fine, just that he was going through some personal change. In that week, Cirrus would spar and train with the Artemis Familia far more, improving his archery and close combat skills. They benefited from one another. I can see you were trained by Artemis. Cirrus said, sweating a bit. Your aim is annoyingly sharp. Phew. Rethusa wipes the sweat from her brow. Not enough to not get bruised. During that time, Cirrus and Nox sang their songs to the village to help boost morale and make this experience better for the people and children. After many of the homes were rebuilt, Cirrus and the Artemis Familia headed back to Orario. On the way back, they stopped by the Empire for a bit and learned that Eight's Familia tried to overthrow the ruling Familia in the Empire and lost, returning to heaven and her Familia disbanding. I told her not to go far. She brought this on herself. Artemis said as she sat in an inn listening to Cirrus and Nox tell her what they heard. Say, aren't you going to fight a goddess here? Said Nox. When were we performing? We heard a wrestling goddess, or something was waiting for you. She said with a grin on her face. Ah yes, well, I guess this would be a good way to show you Pankration. On the ride back from the Empire, Artemis was riding with her captain. Ugh, how is my neck still hurting after a night's rest? Artemis said, rubbing her neck. You sure put up a good fight, Lady Artemis. Said Rethusa. Yeah, but she was like a snake with how she locked your body up with her movements. It was pretty amazing, said Nox. Even more when you broke free, and you had her in a headlock. Said Cirrus. Sadly, if she wasn't so muscular, I'm sure you would have won. Said Phi. But are you being modest and not saying if she used her arcanum? Even a little sliver. I am positive. She must have worked to gain that strength, or she just had it. Now that I think about it, do gods even gain or lose weight? Cirrus said. I saw many male gods drinking beer like it's nothing and yet they have no beer belly. Ah. I don't know. I always stayed in the wilderness, so I'm usually very active. I should ask some of the other goddesses when we return. When nearing Orario, Cirrus put on his cloak. When they arrived at the north gate, many people looked at Zephyr with awe. Cirrus didn't know how to feel about this. This was a feeling incredibly more intense than when he fought Otter, a feeling of awe, reverence, and joy, along with fear, shallow murderous intent, and envy. So this is what my mom felt all the time. I can truly see why you left me. Cirrus looks around as many made way for him and the Artemis Familia to pass on by. The feeling that any of these could try to kill one child to get at them, it disgusts me. Artemis, I'll be leaving first. All right, are you taking the horse? No, can you handle it? Go on ahead. She too could feel the glances on her as well. Thank you. Cirrus gets off the horse and jumps onto the rooftops, disappearing from sight along with Nox, who was riding on his shoulder. Boy, that was very tense. Well, let's just head back to Auranos for now. Worrying about those gazes will do us nothing. He activates the hood with Nox resting on Cirrus's neck, making them both invisible. Arriving at the room of prayer through one of the northern secret entrances, Cirrus kneels before Auranos. It has been a while, Lord Auranos. It has Cirrus. Nox, what is your condition? And you as well, Cirrus? I'm fine. Said Cirrus. Well, aside from being a bit tired, I'm good. Nox. I'm fine, actually I'm a bit better. She said with a smile. Ever since I cut loose, I have just been in a good mood. Like when I was first released. Or when I was born. Well, so long as you both are alright, now can you give me your report? Very well. Cirrus told Auranos about what happened and about Electo. That is, well, at least now you know where she and some of her familia went, said Fels. Yeah, and it's in Telskyra, of all places. The last I heard from that place was that they have children who learn to kill before they can even talk, said Cirrus. Well, Amazonians are a battle-centric race, said Nox. I'm surprised they haven't changed much since my sealing. Thankfully, they just stick to their country, and mostly all the Amazonians outside of it aren't as battle-crazed as them, putting it loosely, said Fells. Speaking of, you should be even more careful now, Cirrus. Why is that? All of Orario has seen your fight with that mountain-sized monster. Every familia will try to poach you, and every Amazonas in the city will try to lie with you. Ah, that is true, said Nox. Guess it's that biological instinct that kept them alive over the years. Care to explain? Said Cirrus. There aren't many books on Amazonas or anything of the like. As far as I know, they love battle and that all of them are male. Oh. Cirrus had figured it out. With the Amazonas being a female-only race, they must breed outside their race to repopulate, and given their nature of loving battle, they would obviously want the strongest genes for their children. What a great time to be going through puberty again. Worry not, I'll be sure to protect him. Said Nox, standing up with her right hand to her chest. None shall take away his purity. Kill me now. Cirrus, he said under his breath, covering his embarrassed face. Quest 83 Hot Tub. After leaving, Cirrus went to Astria's familia home. When he reached it, they had found it rather crowded, with several Amazonas up front. The Artemis familia and Artemis herself were handling it while the members of the Astria familia were on patrol. Cirrus jumped over and entered the home from the back. Cirrus, welcome back. Said Astria, sitting in front of the back door. Cirrus removes his hood and nods his head. Lady Astria. Astria. Said Nox. As you can see, we have a lot of potential recruits outside. It's nice to see them, but their motives are, well. She then gave a quick glance at Cirrus. Why yeah, I know, I'll deal with it, but first, could you update my status? I'll keep an eye out in case one of them tries anything. Nox then flew back out through the door. After going into a room, Cirrus removes his gear and shows his bare back. Astria pricks her finger and drops it on his back. Well, sadly, that didn't get you to level up, but you did get 2 skills. She said, looking a bit confused about one of the skills. She tried to see if she could not add it, but it wouldn't allow her. Was it because of that magic Nox did? I hope it isn't anything negative. 2, hey? Well, that's good. Why yet? I'm sure they'll help you. She said, a bit shocked. As Astria finishes up, Cirrus thinks to himself. Next time, I'll be the one to finish it. Nox's power is useful, but it's too powerful. I need to finish it myself. After a few seconds, Astria gets a piece of paper. And done. Here you go. She hands him his status update paper and looks at his new skills. Cirrus Zephyr. LV6. Strength, I99, E475 Endurance, H198, E499. Dexterity, I20, E468 Agility, H199, E480. Magic, G205, E499 Mage, D. Immunity, D. Martial Arts, F. Crush, H. Blacksmith, H. Anthos Adonis. Increases speed of growth. When on the border of life and death, all parameters will drastically increase. Leonemius. Recovers user's stamina faster. Passive. Grants the user the development abilities Strong Body, Strong Defense. The strength of the effect is proportional to the user's level. Only activated when using Diachrysomalos. Levki Nikta Ev _Logia. A pact forged with the spirit of the White Knight. The spirit and user are bound through mind, body, and soul. Grants shadow storage. Grants user development ability Spirit Healing and Magic Resistance. The strength of the effect is proportional to the user's level. Media Polemos. When engaged in battle, user thoughts will be accelerated. Grants user development ability Metalworking, Mixing, and Mystery when in a workshop. Strength is proportional to user's strength, dexterity, and magic stats. Anemos Satanas. When in the sand or wind, all physical stats are increased. Orpheus Megaliologia. When playing an instrument, all who listen will be charmed. Skies Voy _Thia. Able to summon the versatility of the Hecatoncheires. Its essence empowers you. Holy shit. Cirrus then looks at Astria in shock. That last one does catch my eye a bit more than the first one. I'm as surprised as you are. She said. I tried not to add it, but it just wouldn't let me. Well. I should go and see about. As Cirrus was getting up, he felt his body heat up. He felt as though his body was melting from the inside out. Aw fuck. He fell to the floor as his skin turned red from the heat and even steam started to come off of him. Cirrus. Astria shouted. Water. Bath. Go. Cirrus shouted while clenching his fists till they were digging into his palms. Astria quickly went and started to the water using the coldest water. When she came back to Cirrus she found Nox had returned. Nox, what's happening? I don't know. I felt our connection cut off for a second. Is the water ready? Yes, come. They went to the bath and Nox dumped him in. Steam came out of the tub and quickly filled the room. They opened the window to release the steam. They could hear the gurgling screams of pain. They opened the faucet to let in more cold water. Fuck. 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 The water then slowly started to turn black, as if the impurities were being sweated out of his body. It was so much that the steam turned black as well. After about 30 minutes of screaming underwater and gritting his teeth when coming up for air, it finally stopped. He slowly got out of the steaming tub, shaking. He placed his hands to the side and tried to get out, but slipped and fell down. Cirrus, are you alright? Said both Nox and Astria, getting near his steaming body. I feel like shit. He said exhaustedly. Cirrus slowly gets up with help from Nox and Astria. You look like, rather muscular. Nox said, noticing he was more built. That's right, said Astria. You were leaner and toned rather than muscular. They both examined Cirrus. Hey? I always had muse. Cirrus sees himself in the mirror. His skin was still red from the heat with black droplets on his now sculpture-like body. For a second, he had thought of the statue of David and how to define his body. His hair and eyes were the same, if not cleaner, as if his brown hair and emerald eyes were given a fresh polish. He walked to the window and carefully looked at himself. Eyes, hair, teeth, tongue, face structure, bone density. Knock. The same, fingers, toes. All there, grip. He squeezed his hands tightly, and he felt like being airtight. Stronger grip and, no eyes. He looked at his reflection and, as he focused on his skin, he could see the follicles of the skin. Eyes are 20/20ths now, maybe even more. He touched and felt more of his body with extreme attention and found only 4 major changes and one that would need to be examined alone. 1. His strength is far stronger now and paired with his body, seems to have gone through an overhaul, rearranging the structure of his body, but his height was still the same. 2. His eyes were now significantly better than before. 3. His skin was comparable to Freya's in its flawlessness, but the scars on his body remained. 4. His brain, he found analyzing his body and arranging his thoughts to be far cleaner and quicker. He tried to remember something far into his past and could easily see the face of his birth mother as clearly as 4K, but anything past his current life is still hazy but far better now, as if the fog slightly lifted enough to get by. 5. There was still one place he needed to check, but not now in front of Nox and Astria. He took a deep breath and breathed out. Astria, can you seal my fauna? I want to know if this is permanent or if it's linked to the skill. Alright. Astria closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Cirrus could feel it, the sealing of his fauna. He felt the deepest core of himself shake, followed by the pull of gravity on his body. Cirrus checked everything again, but his muscles remained, as did all the other improvements. The skill had permanently altered his body. Is that enough? Astria asked. Yes. Astria unseals his fauna and the feeling of strength and freedom comes to him. It gnawed at him how reliant he was on fauna, it felt unnatural without it. Nox, we're going to the dungeon to test out these new skills. Alright. But are you sure you don't want to rest? She said, worrying. As he took a step, he felt lightheaded. He quickly grabbed the sink. We'll go tomorrow, Lady Astria. Could you get my clothes? I'll go get them right away. And could you bring me the status sheet? After getting clothed, Nox takes Cirrus onto her back and heads back home, going through the back alleys. Ah, Cirrus, you're What's wrong? Lenoa said. I'm a bit lightheaded, is all. I'm just going to go to bed. Alright. As Nox was taking him to his room, she saw the look in Lenoa's eyes and nodded. Quest 84 Reorienting. The next day. Cirrus gets up and feels much better than before. Chirp. Chirp. Cirrus looks out to find the rising sun. It's morning? Shit, how long was I? His thoughts cleared for a second and a number came to his head. 15 hours. I was asleep for 15 hours, hey? Is this what it feels like to be smart? Cirrus goes and takes a shower. Hey? Neat. He dresses and begins his day by taking a break and reorienting himself with this new, updated body. Walking downstairs, he heard some voices besides Lenoa and Nox. After taking a few more steps, he recognized the voices. He entered the kitchen to find Eufeme and AI eating with Nox and Lenoa. What's going on? he said as the four of them enjoyed a good breakfast. Ah, Cir. Cirrus. Come and eat. Shouted AI, interrupting Lenoa. AI's sunny disposition truly livened up the room. Cirrus, did you get more muscle? Eupheme said to Cirrus as he was taking his seat. Probably, so why are you two here? Said, getting a plate from Nox. We came to see you. Said AI. Word spread really fast that you returned, and Eupheme said she knew where you lived, but I didn't think it was so well hidden. Only mages come here, so you have to be rather smart to find a store of this high quality. Lenoa said with a grin. Ooh. I see that only the worthy can find your store. But then, how do you make money? Her customers have deep pockets, Cirrus said. Maybe I should do that as well. It would be easier to get loyal customers, but, never mind. Said Eupheme. Oh, can I see Brilliant Nightmare when you are done eating? Sure, can you pass the bacon? Lenoa passes the bacon. So, are you going to go on another outing? Asked AI. Or are you going to go into the dungeon? Neither. I plan on relaxing for a day or two. Oh. Then will you have a spar with me? Aren't you level 1? I'm close to level 2. I just need to do something impressive. Sure, after we're done eating. Done. She said with a clean plate. Nox was stunned. Just a few seconds ago, she saw a plate full of eggs and bacon, and the next they were gone. She could still see egg bits on the corners of her mouth. Why don't you warm up in the back? Said Nox. Cirrus will be done in a bit. Okay. She got up and took a spear to the back. Has AI been going into the dungeon with you, Eupheme? Cirrus said. She has, she's actually very talented, and she has been taught well. She said, finishing her plate. Now, if you aren't going out to the dungeon, I'll inspect your weapon to see if it needs any maintenance from that fight. Thanks, it's always nice to have a pro look after one's weapons. Cirrus said. Thanks for the compliment, but if it's bad, I'll have you undergo a 2-week training session since you also have the blacksmith ability. Haha, it's in my room on the far right next to the door. Eupheme goes upstairs. You should have brought AI sooner, Cirrus. Said Lenoa, getting up and putting her plate in the sink. She's a vivacious girl. Sweeter than you, Nox. She said as he went to the front of her store. You know you can't handle more of my sweetness. Besides, Cirrus has most of it. Nox said, picking up Eupheme's plate and her own to the sink. Well, since we aren't going to do anything today, I'll be out. See ya. She then got her cloak and left through the front. Guess I'll be spending time with AI. After eating, Cirrus cleaned his plate and went outside to find AI cleaning up the back. Your training area is pretty dirty, Cirrus. She said. Well, I rarely train with another person here, so, yet. Well. She places the broom aside and takes her spear. Should we start? I'm not stopping you. She swung her spear around and came at Cirrus. Hey. She made quick thrusts, followed by slashes. Cirrus could easily see through the attack and dodge with minimal effort. Quicker, read your opponent and attack with quick shallow attacks. Gr. Why shallow? Don't you want to take them down? Yes, but if you simply break the flesh, then you can bleed them out and your opponent won't get the chance to grab your spear like this. Cirrus then grabs the spear by the neck. Then I'll just do this. Cirrus could hear a slight click as she drew it down towards the spear's shaft and saw that it detached. If not for his reflexes and instincts as a level 6, he surely would have been cut down. Swish. Cirrus took a step back in reaction. So it is like my weapon, Cirrus said, looking at the spear portion of the weapon. Seems your talent lies with the sword. In AI's hand was an ikuchi, a katana with no guard. In her hands, it seemed very dangerous, yet very fitting for her. To Cirrus, her eyes were focused on him and her fox ears were high up. To Cirrus, it was like looking at a predator on high alert. Lord Susanoo taught me well, now get ready. She uncharacteristically said this, dotting her way to Cirrus with excellent footwork. Very well. He then held the spear part as a dagger and clashed with AI. Let's polish each other's techniques. Quest 85 Relax. Huff. 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 Clang. AI drops her sword and falls flat on her back, catching her breath. You did well. Cirrus said. Maybe if you reach level 2, you can at least get close enough to graze me, but for now I'd say you're a cut above half of Orario. He said with confidence. Thanks. She said with a big smile. Here, let me help you up. Cirrus lent out his hand. Next time, I'll be sure to at least cut you. She said, grabbing his hand and pulling her up. I'm sure you will, but for now, do you want to wash up inside? Do you have spare clothes? I have some old clothes that should fit. Cirrus then gets close to AI and compares his size to hers. He faces blushes as he gets close and compares themselves. Yeah, they should fit you if not loose. He then messed up her hair before turning his back to go inside. Quietly, AI says to herself. Don't get so close. She then fixed her hair and followed Cirrus. After entering the kitchen, he found Eupheme inspecting the weapon. So how's brilliant nightmare? Said Cirrus. It's fine, no need for any serious maintenance, just a bit dull. Are you not confident in your sharpening yet? I am. I was just helping the village get rebuilt and getting training in archery from Lady Artemis. Archery, hey? Well. I never tried to make a bow. You got any monster drops to make a good bow? She said this with a fire in her eyes and an upbeat tone of voice. None from the mountain-sized monster you saw me fight. Well, that's a shame. The fire died down a bit. Oh well, either way, I'll work on a bow for you. You don't mind if I take Nightmare and sharpen her upright? Not at all. Good, now. As she was going to leave, AI entered with her weapon. Could you also work on mine? She said, holding out the weapon. Well, if you're not making your smith cry, you aren't doing your job. Alright, hand it over. AI hands it to Eupheme and inspects it. Brilliant flash, you're scuffed up. I'll get it back to you tomorrow. She nods and takes her to leave through the front. The shower is on the top left, the second door down. Wait, a shower? I thought you had a bath. She said angrily. No. We don't have a bathtub. The closest thing we have is that cauldron. Do you want to meet up later? Sure, I was just going to spend that day walking around. Then do you want to meet up at Central Park? She said she was fidgety with her tail swinging rather fast. Yeah, how about in 2 hours? Is that good for you? Yup. She said happily. I'll see you there. She quickly left through the front. See ya, Lenoa. She shouted out in the distance. You should bring her around more, she brings a lot of energy, Lenoa said from her chair. Maybe one day she'll even call me Auntie Leno. Don't you start. Cirrus pointed at her. After AI had left, Cirrus went out to the back to test out his new skills. Cirrus takes out the status paper and rereads the skills. Orpheus Megaliologia. When playing an instrument, all will be charmed. Sky's voy _thia. Able to summon the versatility of the hekatoncheires. Its essence empowers you. Orpheus, guess that's because of my guitar skills? But he played the lyre? Well, let's see if I'm as skilled as the legendary poet. Cirrus crossed his legs and took out his guitar from his shadows, and played a tune. He plays it for a good while. As he was playing, birds started to come and listen as they all came in close to him. Then even smaller insects gathered as well. Well, call me Snow White. This is pretty cool. He stopped playing and took out some breadcrumbs and waved the birds away as he closed his eyes to use his other skill. Okay, let's see. He focused his thoughts on the hekatoncheires and envisioned one of their arms stretching its arm above him. Suddenly, a shade went over him. Cirrus opened his eyes to find a familiar red and black familiar arm that was far smaller than before. He looked to see that it was coming from his shadows. Hey? That's pretty cool. A smile grew over his face as he thought of what he could do. He practiced a bit before getting himself ready and heading to Central Park with a dagger hidden behind his back. As he was leaving through the front, he saw a familiar face. It's been a while, hasn't it? Said Riveria. You must be pretty busy. She said. Yes, he has. He's been fetching me various herbs and the like. Said Lenoa. She sent me to Melon to get some stuff as well. Lord Hermes has been kind enough to let me take time to help Auntie Len, Cirrus said with a slight smile to hide his lie. Wait, is Lord Hermes your god? She asked. I think this is the first I heard of it. Well, since I'm busier with the store, I'm not very active as an adventurer, so in most cases he would just have me report to him on the current state of the city, seeing as most would ignore children who Cirrus then grabs an old ragged cloak and covers himself. Are orphaned. I see, and where is your granddaughter, Lenoa? Riveria asked. She's out and about. Here's your order, a rather pricey set of magic crystals. She took out a silvery white staff and handed it to her. Ooh, said Cirrus, upon looking at it. Like it? Said Riveria, showing it off to him. It put me in 340 million valis in debt after reaching level 5. That's pretty cool. I mean the staff, of course. And the debt. Exclaimed Lenoa with a smug smile. Phew, maybe one day if you study enough to be a mage. She noticed the daylight and her eyes slightly widened. Look at the time. I need to get going. Thank you again, Lenoa. If your god does anything sketchy, do not be afraid to deny it, all right. Cirrus simply nodded. Well again, goodbye. She bowed and took her to leave in a hurry. So, would you want a staff like that? With your magic, I'm sure it'll boost its overall intensity, said Lenoa. No, any more and it'll be too destructive. That's why I stopped using a wand. Well, and I got better at chanting it. Yes, I know with Nox you did not need a staff when you had her, but you still need that weapon you forged with Lord/Lady Fells and Eupheme to focus on it. True, maybe one day I'll ask you to replace some magic crystals. The one for Brilliant Nightmare is pretty sturdy for now. Hi very well, oh, and make sure AI enjoys herself. I'll see you later. Quest 86 Fox Hangout. Waiting at the Central Park for a bit, he sees a lot of adventures going into the dungeon, and there seem to be a lot more Amazonas around. Seems they must be hoping to meet me, good thing they only know me when I'm wearing my mask. As he was waiting, he saw a group of Amazonas conversing with one another. They looked to be around AI's age, but their clothing really was like those of the adults of their race. Glance. Shit. Cirrus noticed that one of the young Amazonas noticed his staring and walked towards him. Please, for the love of God, walk past me. Like all Amazonas, her skin was tanned, and her clothes were rather revealing, with a purple dancing attire and a gold necklace. She had purple eyes and a bob cut with the right side of her face covered by her hair. Oi, what are you looking at? She said, placing her bare feet on the bench where Cirrus was sitting. Fuck. I'm sorry, you just caught my attention, is all. Cirrus puts on a forced smile. She had a smile he'd only seen on adult women, and Cirrus couldn't help but find it creepy. So you find me attractive, hey? He wanted to vomit. He was not interested in this child and he found it even more disturbing that she learned this from someone else. I think I find you interesting, that's all. He put on a fake smile. Well, maybe I'll go out with you if you're stronger than me. Her other Amazon friends gathered around them both. I rather not. I'm waiting for someone. He hoped to Astria they would leave him alone. Well, if you don't fight me, then I'll fight them. Is that so? The Amazoness turned to see AI with a spare katana on her hip. She was wearing a rather ordinary white shirt with shorts on and a straw hat with her fox ears poking out. Who is this girl? Does Cirrus like pretty and bold girls like her? AI was screaming in her mind of what was happening. Hey AI, Cirrus said, getting up and walking past them to her. He thanked Susanoo for this escape. So, shall we get going? Hey, don't ignore me. She then looked at AI. You. Are you his girlfriend? What? Her face blushed. And no, I'm just his. Then you don't mind if I take him from you, do you? She said, wrapping her arms around his. Yup. I'll kick her ass. For an instant, Cirrus could feel the sharp killing intent in his head coming from AI. I feel really uncomfortable. Cirrus wanted to get out of this situation. I am too old and too young for this shit. What is your name? AI said with a smile that hid her restrained anger. My name is Aisha Belka. A level 1 from the Baystet Familia. And you, Fox? Baystet Familia. Isn't that a familia within the entertainment district? Cirrus knew where Aisha learned from. My name is Shirakusa AI. I am a level 1 from the Susanoo Familia, so let him go. Her smile was now more forced on, but Aisha didn't care. Well, how about you fight me, then? If you win, I'll let you have him, but if I win, he's mine. The air grew tense as sparks flew between the two. Many people started to stop and look. How about we take this a little more private, Cirrus said she wants to escape from the public eye, he didn't want to be known as the kid where two girls were literally fighting for. Fine, follow us, said Aisha. Cirrus and AI followed Aisha and her group to an alleyway where they would fight. It was still close enough to the main streets to be safe enough and away from any prying eyes. Is this good enough, Fox? Aisha said. It's fine, Cirrus, hold my katana. She takes it out and hands him her blade and straw hat as she steps up. It won't take long. You sure are confident. Aisha cracked her fists. Let's see if you can back those words up. Aisha charged ahead and jumped into a right punch. AI simply stepped forward, grabbed her right arm, and threw her down like in her judo practice. Gah! Aisha blurted out as her back slammed against the ground. AI then slammed her foot on the center of Aisha's mass. If I were using my katana, I would have cut you down. She then walked back to Cirrus. Aisha gets up slowly and lethargically. With both the anger and flush from embarrassment showing on her face, she shouted out. We're not done yet. She said as she came again with her fists curled up before her. Thud. Sorry, but that's enough. Cirrus, he said with his hand blocking her fist. You lost. So how about you try again when you grow stronger? He said with a slight smile. Aisha could feel the stark difference in their strength from how strong his grip is when he isn't even putting in an effort. Her face was slightly blushing. Fine. You can let go of my hand now. Cirrus let go of her fist, and she turned around and began walking. I'll be sure to beat you next time, Fox. She shouted as she was leaving, being followed by her friends. So shall we get on with our day? He said with a smile, handing her a straw hat and katana back. Ai gets the hat and covers her face. Thank you. They began to walk side by side. So, what did you think of her? Ai asked looking forward taking quick glances at Cirrus for his response. Who? That girl, Aisha. Okay. Okay? Why you, didn't think maybe she was cute or pretty? Why would I think that? And no reason. But do you like girls who are bold? No, I do not like Aisha. Ai made a quick fist pump in celebration. Yes. 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 Take that you sexy, tanned girl. I win. Little did she know, Aisha would play a significant part in Ai's life down the road. Both as a friend and as a kind of older sister figure when it comes down to love. For the whole day, Cirrus and Ai spent the day exploring Orario and enjoying themselves as much as they could in a crime-riddled city. They enjoyed the food of the city and some historical landmarks that remained from ancient times. One such place was the Heroes' Bridge, a bridge that held 31 statues of the world's past heroes, all lined up. Wow! Look, they even have Argonaut, Giorgio, Albert, Gilgamesh, and Fulan. They even have Jintaro and Jimmu. So they even have Eastern heroes, hey! Some names were familiar to Cirrus, but their legends differentiated them from his world's mythological counterparts. Say which one is your favorite? Mine is Jimmu. Ah well. Cirrus looks around to find one statue kept in poor condition. Let's see if this is the one. He walked over and cleaned up the plaque a bit. Ah, he is here. Who is it? She looked over and read the plaque. Epimetheus, hero of the first flame. Who's that? He was Kakai's first actual hero before Argonaut over there. He fought off the monsters using the flame of heaven. Wow, but why isn't he famous? Well, because his story wasn't a comedy or uplifting, he just sort of fought and then lost against the black beasts. Then he just sort of, left his own story. Cirrus leaves out some parts of the story just to not concern Ai with anything. That and also his story isn't very published nowadays. So, is he your favorite? He is. After facing, that mountain, I grew to appreciate what he did on his own. Plus, without him, the rest of those heroes. He looked down the lines to the end where Albert was looking at an empty spot where a new hero could be placed. I wouldn't have had the chance to shine. Ai looked at him as he was and stared at the empty spot. With what he had accomplished, he could very well be the next hero, and the city believes he is. Cirrus, did you even dream of being a hero? He took a moment to think on it, and his disposition slightly changed, but not so much as to be concerned. Yeah, but now I really don't want to. Why is that? Ai could see a foreign look on Cirrus. It reminded her a bit of Susanoo when they left their homeland. Personal reasons. He looked at her and smiled a bit. Let's get going. I'll buy you a potato snack. He then walked on ahead. Come on, tell me. She said, coming after him. If you don't hurry, I won't pay. Wait for me. As Ai caught up to him, he slightly glanced back, seeing the statues of the heroes of old again. He then looked forward. The heroes of the classical era of his former world were a different breed from those of the modern era he used to live in. They were blood and glory-thirsty warriors who slew a man and beast like a farmer cutting wheat. Jason, Heracles, Odysseus, Theseus, Bellerophon, Perseus, and Achilles. These were the heroes that stuck in his mind. None of them had a happy ending. Cirrus knows he is more of a classical era hero than a modern hero, and he remembers hazily. He is known more for his battle prowess than anything else. Maybe at one point, he wished for it, but now, he doesn't want his legacy to only be that of death. At the end of the day, he walked her back home and then left back home himself. While walking back home through a dark alley, a shadow came out of the darkness. Cirrus, said Fels. Fels. Is something wrong? No, but we have found that we have some reliable information on Telskyra. Really? Did you go to Lord Anansi for the information? Not exactly. This source is far easier on the wallet and is 100% reliable. And the source is Bara of the Loki Familia. She was once a member of the Kali Familia, so she may know information about the country and Familia better than the library. Well, shit. Back in Telskyra. Hum. Kali is walking by with a spring in her step as she skips down the hall. Lady Kali, you're in a good mood, said back. I am. You see that battle, right? Zephyr, and that mountain. Ah, it's like the child wanted to steal my heart. That raw destructiveness. That's power. It truly brought out the goddess of destruction in me. By the way, where is Electo? Is she making progress? Well, some of the Amazonas are helping them. They have taken a liking to their captain. Of course. They are Amazonas. They are drawn to strong people. Ah, I can't wait until that white-clothed calamity comes here. Callie looks out to see some ships in the distance. Down in the ocean depths. It took a while, but we found it, Lady Electo, said Turn. Months to find this wet, drippy place, there's moss everywhere. Then we should hurry and get this done, said Mata. Lady Electo, do you know how to unseal the monster? Sadly no, but from what Loviater has shown, I can forcibly tear it down, but, given this monster's nature, I need to be careful in how I go about it. And how long will that take? I don't know, but I'm sure I'll learn as it goes along. A faint glow of arcanum emits off of Electo. Quest 87 back on the job. The next day. Tap. 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 Cirrus stands in an alley near the Loki Familia home. Bara, and she's in the Loki Familia. Is it luck or misfortune? Ugh, I haven't talked to them as much as I would have liked. What's wrong? Nervous. Nox said, lounging in his hood. I figured you'd be more nervous when you went on that little dat.e, she said in a teasing tone. Wasn't a date. Auntie Len is a goddamn liar. And if you keep saying it, I'm cutting off your allowance. Pfft. You don't think I get free stuff with my beauty? They're basically a puddle of mush when I bring up the charm. Jesus Christ, this is my life now, great, I am not looking forward to my teens. Ha, let's just go inside and get it over with. So no more teasing, alright? I need you to watch my back. Don't worry. If anything happens, I always have your back. You always are, Cirrus said with a slight smile. Now let's go meet one of Orario's strongest familias. Exosia, Adorn, Serenian, Dot. Cirrus walks to the Loki's familia home and finds two guards. Oi, you two, Cirrus shouted. What? The two guards look at Cirrus. Is Bara here? Be Bara. One of them said. Yes, Bara, I want to talk with her. Right. Jenkins, show him up to the meeting room. Why me? Because I said so, so go. Cirrus looked at the other guy, who was shaking a bit. Fine. Follow me, Mr. Masked Prince, sir. Cirrus enters the Loki Familia's home following a guard. Walking through the halls of the Familia's home, Cirrus felt slightly uneasy. Something Nox picked up and tapped his antler. Don't worry, you got this. The guard leads him to a room where there is only a single desk and chair, with a stool and a chair in the corner. On the wall, there is a tapestry of a goddess. Cirrus went and picked up the chair from the corner and sat it down in front of the desk and sat. His eyes glanced over at the tapestry. Ah, a tapestry of the Knights of Fianna. That takes me back. You know them? Cirrus asked. Not really. I heard of them, they were pretty damn good knights that defended the people from hordes of monsters using their wits alone, using everything in nature to their advantage or something along those lines. Their leader was, if I remember, wait, no, I don't remember. Had. From the door, they heard the door opening. Finn, Riveria, Gareth, Noir, Bara, Dane, and Loki enter the room. They all walked and found their place near the desk, with Finn sitting in the big chair behind the desk while Bara sat on the edge of the desk. So that's Loki, thought Cirrus, seeing the god or goddess. The deity who attacked the weakened Zeus and Hera Familia. Loki found her seat, and the same emotion ran through Cirrus's mind when he met Freya. Even you as well, hey. Cirrus looked at Loki again. That emotion that ran across his mind was a mix of anger, sadness, and longing. Calm yourself. You can't just burst out in anger. What's done is done. You came for information. Cirrus said to himself as he was sorting out his emotions. Loki glared at Nox. Hey, is that owl house broken? Said Loki. Nox turned her head and flew over to Loki's head and dug her talons into the god's head. Ow. 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 Let go. Ah. Gah. Loki scrambled to get Nox off. There's your answer, Moon. Come. Cirrus, I said in a calm tone of voice. Thank you, Nox. Not at all. I felt a rise in a strong emotion in you directed at Loki. Plus, they insinuated that I go like some animal. Nox let go of Loki's head and flew back onto Cirrus's antlers. Oh, what a smart familiar. Said Riveria, looking at Nox. Where did you find such a beautiful creature? Asked Noir, also admiring Nox. More of a brutish creature is more like it. said Loki, rubbing their heads. So what did you want to talk to, Bara, Zephyr? Asked Finn. The room went quiet. Yeah, I'm curious why myself. No one comes out of their way to talk to me. Bara said, with keen eyes. I'm here because I heard. Cirrus leaned in. That you were an Amazoness from the Holy Land? Is that true? The others looked at Bara, and she replied. Yes, so what? I wanted to ask you about Telskyra, if you don't mind. Why do you want to know about that bloodthirsty pit of snakes? You know you can't go there unless you are for breeding purposes. Do you have business there, Zephyr-chan? Said Loki with her eyes open and a glare when paired with a snake-like smile that could make a war veteran sweat. I do. It seems Electo of Evilus has headed there or by now arrived in the country. They all had shocked looks before their faces gained a serious expression. So I wanted to know as much as I could before heading down there. Aren't you going to help your familia here? Loki said. I'm going after Evilus, and in stopping them I am bringing peace. Cirrus, he said in quotation marks. Yeah but. That's fine, said Finn. With our familia here, you are to be sure nothing bad will happen to them. Thank you, Finn. Oh, and before I forget, the Electo familia brought their captain with them. Turn. Said Gareth. That bastard is with them. And just recently. I was informed of Amazonian customs when I returned to the familia home. I found a horde of Amazonas trying to join the familia. Ah. I see, so you're on a bit of a time crunch I see, said Bara. Very well, what do you want to know? Everything you have to offer. Cirrus sat comfortably. Got time? She said, getting comfortable. It's pretty damn long. You don't mind if I sleep, do you? Nox said, landing on Cirrus' lap and making herself comfortable. Quest 88 Encounter. Cirrus asked his questions to Bara, and she answered them to the best of her ability. Having left the country and familia on amicable terms, it was 20 years ago. Thank you for answering. That's all that I had to ask. Cirrus said, getting up. Not at all. I'm surprised you were so thorough in your questions, said Bara. Finn, you should learn from how he asks questions, all to the point. I doubt my questions will do Finn any good, said Cirrus. He is trying to find and uproot Evilus, so being straightforward will get him 1 step and Evilus 3 steps ahead. Finn had a revelation when he heard that. 3 steps ahead. Yes, I need to plan in advance. He said. Well, I must be going, it has been nice to meet with you all outside the dungeon. Cirrus bows his head. I'll be going now. Cirrus turns and leaves through the door. What an odd kid, said Loki. What's odd about the kid? Said Dane. He seems fine enough to me. He's far more mature than I would have thought. She said. It's creepy. I would assume it's because he has been dealing with Evilus. Said Noir. I doubt facing them will make a child grow up far quicker to survive. In that respect, he has an understanding of an Amazoness from Telskyra. We can't be sure, we don't know his situation, said Finn. That is true, but say, Riveria, didn't you wish to talk with him? Said Gareth. Ah. Leaving the home, Cirrus goes through the alleyways. So, are we going as soon as we can? Who knows? It'll be easier to sail there. We should make plans for Mel. Cirrus stops in his place. Knocks. He says it softly. I know, we're being watched. Standing in the alley, Cirrus heard heavy footsteps. He turned to see a familiar face. Otter, do you want a rematch? No, he says as he stands a few feet away from Cirrus with no weapon in hand. I'm simply here to ask you. Cirrus Zephyr. The air grew tense as Nox and Cirrus grew sharp. Their instincts were on edge. Moon. Nox flew up and checked the area. It's just him, no one else. So Otter. Cirrus disengaged his mask, showing his face to Otter. What's your question? He carefully looked at Cirrus and slightly smiled. You are the Empress's son, aren't you? He ha 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 ha. Cirrus couldn't help but laugh. Otter was by far the simplest person he had ever met. He didn't know, deep down, he knew of anyone in the city. The one who fought against his mother the most would be him. Ah, of course you would know. Cirrus combed back his hair with his finger, and a big smile grew on his face. Was it the eyes? The chin? Cheekbones? Brows? Nose? The one who raised me told me I inherited a lot from her appearance and talent-wise. It was your eyes, I've seen those eyes many times before as she beat me down. Yes, I heard you used to fight the captains of Zeus and Hera, so, what now? Nothing. I simply wish to confirm this theory of mine. Well now you know, one of the handfuls of people to know of my heritage, having a bloodline of the hero familia still in the city. Otter remained silent for a bit before smiling. What a joyous occasion! I get to cross blades with one of their descendants. Cirrus, I will keep this between us on the condition that you will have a rematch with me. Ha, do you really want to beat my mom that badly you'd settle for her orphan son? Yes. He said it flat out. You are a level 6, correct? Your speed and magic are that of a level 7 or low 8, so those two stats must be your highest stats. Seems you're really experienced in knowing that from a single fight, but yes, I am. Then you already surpassed your mother in terms of ability and talent at the age of 10. That is why I wish to fight you again. So I'm a bigger fish than they are, hey? Thank you for the compliment. I'll fight if you want, but I'm rather busy, as you know. Then some other time. He nods and turns around. By the way, Cirrus says as he looks at Otter's back. If you know who I am and I'm not talking about my blood, does that mean your goddess knows what's behind the mask? Otter stops and turns his head and nods. Little word of advice. Your mother had a temper, a explosive one. Whenever she got mad her eyes would change. As her son you should keep that in mind. The moment they see your swirling eyes and they know who you are without a skip of the beat. He then turned it back and continued to leave. Thanks for the advice. I'll keep it in mind. Given his question, I assume Freya only knows of my identity and not my lineage, and seeing how loyal Otter is, she doesn't know. Well, what an odd circumstance. He even told me something about my own mom. Swirling eyes, hey? Does this world have eye powers like in Naruto? There isn't. Exosia, Adorn, Serenian, dot. Nox comes down and lands on the antlers. So your mom is a big shot, hey? When were you going to tell me? You never asked. True, but I guess having a walking skeleton as a parent is cooler, right? Well, I guess it's pretty metal. Cirrus returns to Aranos and Fels and informs them he has gained the information and that he will make plans to have someone sail him to tell Skyra. I see, very well, said Aranos. Will the Artemis Familia be coming as well? Fels asked. I will have to ask them, but who knows if Artemis can track sea creatures? She is more inclined to hunt land-orientated beings. I would suggest having Poseidon to help. Aranos said. I'll see what I can do. Cirrus bows his head and leaves through one of the secret entrances, heading south. Quest 89 leaving again. The docks of Melon. Ah, Zephyr. Said Lance. I saw your fight with the Hekatonkyres. I'm really impressed. So what brings you here? I'm here to see about a ship. A ship? You going somewhere? I was hoping someone could take me to tell Skyra. His face remained still. Is it Evilus? Sadly, yes, they plan on releasing another monster. Like the one you fought. I see, would you want Lord Poseidon to come with us to send whatever god released the monster? I was hoping so, and if the monster gets away, we need to track it. But wasn't Lady Artemis with you? The monster in question is aquatic. Then I'll go talk with Lord Poseidon. I'll send a messenger to Lady Astrea and inform you when the ship is ready. Thank you. Cirrus bows his head and returns to Orario. Once back in the city, Cirrus heads to Euphem's workshop to get his weapon back. Hey, Eupheme. Is it ready? Cirrus said, entering the workshop. It's in the corner. She shouted while hammering away. Cirrus goes to the corner and spots his blade, shiny and sharp. Hey, Cirrus. She said. Are you going away again? I am, but I don't know when the ship is being procured. I see. Be safe out there alright and keep Brilliant Nightmare clean and sharp. I will. Oh, and can you take AI's weapon back to her? It's on the table over there. Sure thing. Taking AI's weapon, Cirrus stores his weapon in his shadow and leaves to go to Susanna's Familia's home. Nox went to inform Lenoa to prepare some supplies. Arriving at the Familia home as Cirrus, he opens the door to hear the sounds of them practicing. He walks in to find Kaguya and Kushida sword fighting. Their exchange of blows was quick and refined. They were both focused on one another. Cirrus. Said AI as she came in with a headbutt. Gah. They knocked him to the ground. Ugh. I told you not to do that. He said, rubbing his stomach. Did you come to spar? She said, holding her arm out. Partially. Here is your weapon. Eupheme asked me to deliver it to you. As Cirrus hands AI the weapon, and she grabs it with enthusiasm, he picks himself up. Thanks. But if you got mine, what about yours? Are you going somewhere again? Did she develop a sense when I was going to leave? I am. I don't know when I'll be leaving, but I should receive confirmation within the week. Oh. Her face looked a bit down. Where are you going to leave? Melon, I'm taking a ship. I see, well, goodbye. She turned her head and went back inside a bit quickly. My brain got an update and yet I'm still fucking stupid or dense. Inside Suzanu's home, AI went to her room and got out a white and green charm with characters on it. She quickly hid them in her pocket and promptly went after Cirrus. Huff. Huff. She quickly ran after him to find him just down the road. Cirrus. She called out. He turned around in surprise. AI, is something wrong? He said with a concerned look on his face. And no, nothing is wrong. I just wanted to give you these. AI handed him 2 charms, one white that had the characters, with lilac aster flowers embroidered on the charm. The other green charm with the characters, with sunflowers on it. Charms? I made these. Do you know what they mean? She said it with a blush. I assume good luck, right? She made a smile as she turned around with her tail swinging. I'll be sure to tell you when you come back, alright? Oh, and don't open them. They'll lose their purpose. Alright. He said. As AI walks away, Cirrus looks at the charms. Aren't these those Japanese charms they sell at shrines? Sucks I don't know Japanese very well. Walking to Astria's home, Cirrus buys some string and puts the 2 charms on as a necklace. He dons his mask and heads to the familia's home. So you are heading to Telskyra? Said Astria. I wish you would have told me about Cirrus. Artemis retorted. My apologies, Lady Artemis, but for this, I wasn't sure if you could track an aquatic monster. She stared daggers at Cirrus. I'll be sure to make your archery training as hard as I can when you come back, and maybe some pankration. I need to improve my way with words. So, who is going with you? Asked Phi. Well, if I'm lucky, Poseidon will come. Ah, so the Poseidon familia is coming with you. Said Astria. Poseidon, I guess he's pretty good at navigating the sea and fishing, I suppose. Artemis said, pouting. Now Artemis, you know it's his job. Astria went to comfort her. I know, well, in the meantime, my children could help defend this city with your and Ganesha's familias. Oh, I forgot to mention this, but it seems the Susanoo familia is also helping us as well. This information surprised Cirrus. What? I didn't know Susanoo and Ganesha's familia were going to help. Well, Ganesha has been gathering more children who were affected by Evilus, and Susanoo joined in as his familia used to work as the main military force for the nation, but he made a bad mistake, and it resulted in many starving. Amaterasu, feeling remorseful, locked herself away, crying for her people. The other god in charge, Izanagi, told him to repent, but he didn't, thus he was exiled until he apologized and repented for what he did. Susanoo and his most loyal children left the Far East to come here to Orario, so they have a good reason to fight for peace. Said Astria. How do you know all that? Cirrus and Artemis asked with some fear in their tone of voice. He told me, of course. That was the prerequisite to help. She smiled at them with an innocent smile. Half-baked resolutions won't get you far. Everyone in the room felt a bit scared of Astria that day. Quest 90 set sail. A while later, a messenger came and delivered the message. The message read that some of the Poseidon familia would come along and even Poseidon himself to help and that their ship would leave tomorrow afternoon. With this, Cirrus left the home and prepared his stuff by returning to his home. Nox had gone and bought potions along with Lenoa's stock and stored them in shadow storage. Early in the morning, Cirrus got up and got himself ready. When he got up, he saw Lenoa already enjoying her morning tea. He said his goodbyes, went to the front, opened the door, and accidentally hit someone. Ow! Sorry. I didn't think. AI gets up, rubbing her head and cleaning the dust off her. Sorry I came so early, but I just wanted to see you off. Really? Well, alright. He didn't expect her to be here, but he welcomed the company. Walking through the cool morning of the city in peace was calming. So I heard your familia is helping us out with Evilus. Yet, Lord Susanoo got annoyed that they were still around, so he decided to join up with your familia. Your goddess is really pretty. She is. When I first met her, her divinity really made others look rather unimpressive. Have you seen Lady Hephaestus? Eupheme's goddess, right? Yet, she has an eye patch and a divinity like a forge's fire. I ask because her divinity is like Astria. Really? What other gods did you meet? Hermes is like a gentle candle, and like a gentle candle, it sways with the wind, but you know that candle is kind of warm. I met Loki, a goddess, even if her appearance says otherwise. Her divinity, it's a light shade of purple whenever she speaks. You can see her divinity wane along with her if your eyes are sharp enough to pick it up. Then Artemis, I'm sure you met her right? The one with blue hair? She looked as pretty as your goddess. They have the same radiance, but Artemis's is more earthy while Astria's is more cosmic. Oh, I even met the goddess Freya. Freya. Lord Susanoo said her beauty was greater than Lady Amaterasu. Yes. Cirrus looks up fondly at the time he met her by chance, and then her words stuck out. I hope we meet again, Audre. Audre. What is that? Is that her nickname for me? As he was lost in thought, AI punched his shoulder. Thud. Cirrus looked to find her angry. Sorry. As I was saying, Freya is a beautiful goddess, but you should keep your guard around her. Why is that? Because meeting her will make you feel as if your soul is drunk, and you will lose yourself around her. Really? AI remembers the time Susanoo returned from a deadless and the goddess enamored him. Kushida felt pretty sad for a while before the others in the familia beat him up and he returned to normal. Hey Cirrus. She said, stopping. Yet? He asked, stopping ahead of her. Do you think a mortal can be with a god? After a bit of a pause, to really think about it, he gave his answer. They can. Then. She looked down. Would you spend your life with a god? Another brief silence in the morning before he spoke up. No. She looked up at Cirrus. AI, let me tell you a secret. He waved his hand to get closer and as AI leaned in, he said. The gods envy us. Why? She said, surprised, stepping away from Cirrus. They envy us because we are mortal, with every action we take could be our last. Everything is more beautiful because it is doomed. You will never be lovelier than you are at this very moment. AI looked at Cirrus in awe for a second and thought to herself. I never thought about how smart he is. So, shall we get going? They continued their walk in silence. Cirrus would glance over and found AI with a mix of emotions. When they got near the southern gate, they stopped. Well, I guess this is where we part. Why yeah, do you have those charms I gave you? She admitted, a little embarrassed. Of course. Cirrus then reached into his shirt and pulled out the charms. Her face lit up. Be sure to come back all right. Of course. Cirrus took a step, and his magic circle appeared. Exosia, Adorn, Serenian. A deer mask covered his face. I'll see you later. They both waved goodbye as Cirrus headed off. Running to Melon. Huff. Huff. I'm ready. Can you summon me? Nox. Dot. From the magic circle, a white owl sprung forth. Sorry I took so long. I was getting a few things. Nox said, flying above Cirrus. It's fine, seeing as I can just summon you on the ship. I probably shouldn't tell him I was watching him and AI from a few buildings away. Phew, I wonder how this will develop in the future. Nox thought to herself. When they arrived at Melon's port, he found Poseidon waiting for them. Ah, Zephyr. And he leaned in and whispered over to Nox and Cirrus. Spirit of old. He then leaned back. I knew you had potential, but I didn't think you even contracted with a are you a girl? Nox nodded her head. A girl with unbelievable power. Hell, I'll try to have you join my familia. But I rather not get hunted by Artemis, or get caught by Astrea. He made a very concerned face as if he was remembering his past with them. Well, shall we get going? I would rather not have to go and fight another dangerous monster. Alrighty then, come. They followed the god down the port where they arrived on the ship. He was a bit impressed. It was like a smaller warship with a mermaid at the bow of the ship. Why did you get a ship this massive? Cirrus said. Well, it's just in case we have to fight a massive sea creature. This was one of the ships used during the Leviathan hunt. It was, said Lance, with some crates in hand. We will be ready in a bit, hey Polly. Cirrus looked up at the ship to see a man with swept-back brown hair and a beard. Yeah, Lan. As he turned his head, he accidentally hit his eye with one man carrying a crate. You okay? Said Lance. Why yet? Come on up, Zephyr, sir. He said, rubbing one of his eyes. Cirrus walked up on board the ship, and Polly led them to their rooms. Here you go, sir. We should sail in a bit. He walked away and somehow hit his eye again. Geez, it's like the world doesn't want him with an eye. Nox said. Yeah. Polly. Why does that name seem familiar? Well, it must have been from my past life, but where? Cirrus entered the room to find it rather big, but, of course, not as big as the room he had during his time captaining some former desert pirates. Cirrus put his bag on the desk and lay on the bed. Nox transformed back into her human form. Reminds me of the first night we slept in the same room. Ah yes. I can remember, you were as small as an owl. Well, I like my human form. Easy to stretch. Well, you can have the bed. For now, I have to work on some stuff. Cirrus gets up and sits at the desk, pulling out various items from his shadow. Well, I'll be reading. Honestly, I don't know why more people aren't reading books. This was a luxury everyone wished they had had during my time, and now they have them in bulk. Guess society grew enough that books are no more a luxury item as their production speed has significantly increased with the printing press. Good for me. As Cirrus worked on some magic items and Nox was reading some books, they felt the ship moving. Cirrus looks out the window to see the scenery moving. Aw fuck, I never asked how long the trip would be. A young woman looks out to sea on an unknown island. Whoosh. 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 The sea breeze brushed past her and blew her long pinkish blue hair. This slight feeling off in the distance, a god? And a spirit. She closed her eyes and she could feel it getting stronger. Yes, a strong one. She held out her hand, and her hair glowed a luminescent pink. A myriad vapors obscure the light. The stars of the night interrupt their destined path. Astonished rivers retreat to their origins, and even death's god trembles in the dark. Though the earth is shaken to its core, love is not to be commanded in this way, and the wintry fields come back to life. Atelio_TOS voyage. A fluctuation around the island occurred, and it was covered in a strange field of transparency, making it invisible. They cut the sea breeze off and the young woman's hair stopped flowing in the breeze as they cut the island off from the outside world. If they find their way here, I'm sure the vicious whirlpools will kill or deter them, hopefully. She then went back to stirring her pot. She looked over to the ocean's horizon with her blue-pink eyes, and a sad look came over her face. I'll miss the sea breeze, it was the only thing unpredictable. Quest 91 AI's level up. 2 weeks later. He's over there. Shouted Kaguya. I'm on him. Shouted AI. Running along the rooftop of Orario, AI jumps down with a weapon and lands on the criminal with the pommel on the guy's back. Gah. He was knocked to the ground. You're under arrest. She said, tying his hands behind his back. Good work, AI-chan. Kaguya said. Thanks. Are the Ganesha familia nearby? They sure are. Said a young girl with short blue hair and eyes, with a sword on her hip. Behind her were some members of her familia in armor and spears. Artie, is your sister busy? Said Kaguya. She's off dealing with some guys with Elise and Finn. So, is this the guy who stole some stuff? She walked over to the man. We also have reports that he made contact with Evil Us, said AI. I see. She knelt to the man with the end of a spear on his back. Why are you making deals with Evil Us? Shut up. I'll never talk. Don't you have people that you're... Shut up. I'll never talk. He bit down something in his mouth and his body convulsed. Damn it, he had a poisonous tooth. Said Kaguya. AI. AI quickly got up and turned him over. She then took out an antidote and forced it down his throat. Once the man was safe, AI checked his mouth and checked to see if there were any more. He's clear, Kaguya-san. Ha, this makes the fourth person, said Kaguya. Artie, can you take him to jail? Men, take him. The guards went and picked up the man and left. I'm amazed you have your own men. Kaguya looked at Artie. Well, I'm a level 2 after all. What about you, AI? I plan on going down to the dungeon, but... She's far too young, and it's dangerous, said Kaguya in a matter-of-fact kind of tone. But aren't you a year older than she? Plus, I'm a level 2. No matter, AI, we are still on patrol. Let's get a move on. Alright. Kaguya then went off ahead. Are we still up for today? Asked Artie. I have some people helping as well. AI then left, following Kaguya. Later at night, while waiting in front of Babel. So are you sure you are up for this? Said Eupheme. I wanted to go to level up so I could do more to help. And I wanted to impress Cirrus. Impressing him. I have only seen him impressed a few times, but very well. They waited a bit when Artie and Shakti arrived. I didn't think you would bring Ankusha. Eupheme said. Sorry. But my sister caught me. Artie said. It's a good thing that I did because the times are dangerous, said Shakti, level 4 captain of the Ganesha familia. But seeing as it's for your friend to level up and she's part of the alliance to help stop Evil Us, it would benefit us to have another level 2. It would seem we have gotten an even better bodyguard, said Eupheme. Aren't you Karaoke? The masked Princess Smith. Shakti said. I am. It's an honor that someone of your reputation knows of me. Hard not to when you made a new weapon that managed to cut the warlord. Are you sure it wasn't the several hundred people wanting a weapon like that? A bit of both, but shall we head down? The faster we get this done, the more we will be well rested. They then began their descent into the dungeon. They quickly made it to the middle floors. So that's a minotaur, said AI. Yup, said Shakti. Are you sure you wanna fight it? Its strength is that of a level 2. I'm sure, said AI. If Cirrus could fight these minotaurs like they were nothing, then the least I could do is beat one. Shakti, Arti, and Eupheme keep a close watch as AI faces the soul minotaur. Mruhuhuhuhuhu. The minotaur roared. Come at me, cow! Shouted AI as she lowered her stance with a spear in hand. The minotaur went in for a right hook aimed at her small frame, but she quickly dodged it by a margin. She quickly cut its forearm before getting a bit more distance. The minotaur, not caring for the slight cut, continued with its assault. AI did the same, cutting it into various parts, but the beast caught on, and then, with a feint, it struck AI, breaking her left arm and sending her into the wall. Gah! She coughed up blood. AI! Said Arti. Wait, said Eupheme. She still hasn't used her potions yet. Shakti continued to watch on with keen eyes. Gah! She reached to her side and pulled out a potion and placed it in her mouth. She grabbed her arm and drank it. She quickly set her arm to punch downward in a straight line, and the bones were all in place but still a bit fractured. The minotaur wanted to finish this and got into a charging stance. Mruhuhuhuhuhu. It charged ahead. AI took a deep breath and swung her spear and held it like a sword. Shakti noticed this and even heard a clicking sound. A trick weapon. She gave a glance at Eupheme, who had a big smile on her face and her hand on her weapon, ready to spring into action. As the minotaur approaches, AI tightly grips her handle with her right hand and remembers when she sparred with Cirrus. Faster. I need to draw faster and stronger. AI lowers her body even more than the minotaur and chants. When the bell tolls 108 times, gather the 8 serpents. No offerings of sacrifice to the earth, wind, fire, water, thunder, poison, light, and darkness. I offer you steel and the clear sky. Mira Kumagari. Her weapon is covered in a white mist as the minotaur lunges at her. Sheeing. In an instant, Shakti watched as AI drew her blade from the spear at such a speed that she had thought AI was at least at a higher level. The minotaurs were cut down right down the middle, their bodies burst into ash before they could spill any blood. Huff. 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 Phew. She took a deep breath. So how was that? Amazing. Eupheme said with a smile. Very, but I feel like that wasn't enough, Shakti said. How about 2 more? How do you feel? Bring them. I'll cut them down. Shakti would bring 2 more and have AI fight them. It wasn't until she had to fight 3 that she struggled the most and finally came out the victor with gashes, bruises, a few broken bones, and fractures. When they got back to the surface, they went their separate ways. Eupheme took her home and gave her a potion to help with the injuries. When she snuck her way back into her room, she found Lord Susanoo waiting for her. Lord Susan. He put his finger to her lips. So, did you do something to level you up? He said with a proud smirk. With a smile AI nodded. Shirakusa AI. LV1. Strength, A867, 878 Endurance, H199, G230. Dexterity, B710, 728 Agility, C684, 690. Magic, D531, 548. Mirakumagari. Enchant Magic. Ishin. When focusing intensely, strength, dexterity, and agility will increase drastically. Shirakusa AI. LV2. Strength, I0 Endurance, I0. Dexterity, I0 Agility, I0. Magic, I0 Hunter, I. Currently right now on a ship. Swoosh. 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 They were currently in a storm. Oh, we'd be alright if the wind was in our sails. We'd be alright if the wind was in our sails. We'd be alright if the wind was in our sails. And we'll all hang on behind. And we'll roll the old chariot along. We'll roll the golden chariot along. We'll roll the old chariot along. And we'll all hang on behind. They were all singing a shanty when Cirrus started, as they were all working to get through the storm. Quest 92 land at last. After 1 month at sea, the crew finally saw land. Land. We found land, said the man in the bird's nest. Seems we made it, said Poseidon. As captain, I'm impressed we made it so quickly. Well, that storm helped us out in covering a lot of distance, said Lance. Of course. If I couldn't do that, what god of the sea would I be? Up on the foretop of the ship, Cirrus looks out with his Stymphalian armor. This seems to be it. Really? Can you see that far? Yeah, my eyes improved after that experience. I see, you told me what happened as you slept back in Hecatone village. I'm surprised my magic did that. Yes. I would rather not have that happen again if we could avoid it. Who knows what will happen next time? Of course, it's only for a last resort. As they kept sailing, they found a ship coming towards them, waving a flag with a mandala with a demonic-like mask with horns and skulls. As the ship approached, many of the sailors on board could see several Amazonesses on board. Who are you trespassing on our waters? Exclaimed the captain, with only one thing distinguishing her from the other Amazonesses, her tricorn hat. We are here for the Electo Familia, said Lance. Electo. The ship captain said. She turned to her fellow Amazons and chatted for a bit. Tell us. Is the one known as Zephyr on board? She shouted. Lance simply gestured with his arm and Cirrus came down with his deer mask. Thud. That is me. Nox then flew down and perched on his antlers. The Amazonesses all had the same look Cirrus saw in the Amazonesses and Orario had. Follow us. The captain said. They followed the ship and docked at their port. There, several of the crew, who were all men, looked in awe at the sea of dark-skinned beauties. The crowd then parted with a goddess walking through as the ship docked and Poseidon, along with Lance and Cirrus, came down. The goddess was small, around Cirrus's height, with hair as red as blood and eyes to pair with a matching divinity. Her clothing was that of the Amazonesses. Greetings, I am Kali, goddess of this familia and country. I hope their koine was good enough. I started to teach them it for a certain someone. Her eyes land on Cirrus. So what is your name, god? She looked at Poseidon. Poseidon walks up with a confident stride. I am Poseidon, head of the Poseidon familia. This is my captain, Lance Dulac. Several of the Amazonesses whispered amongst themselves. Oh? So he's Knight of Knights, the world's only level 7. Kali said, looking up and down at the Knight of Knights. That I am Lady Kali. Lance gave a regal bow that enchanted many of the Amazonesses. Cirrus also followed along. He gave a bow as best as he could, but it wasn't as refined as Lance's. And I am Zephyr, the masked prince, child of the goddess Astrea, and a level 5. Level 5, hey, said Kali in disbelief. I've seen the fight you had with that mountain-sized monster. You must have quite a few strong skills to let you fight like that. Cirrus took a step forward, not wanting to continue more probing. I will cut to the chase, Lady Kali. I am here to get rid of the Electo Familia. If you are sheltering them, I will rip through this country to get them. The Amazonesses could feel a strong intent from his words, paired with his deposition to fight on a dime if needed, which brought a smile to Kali's face. Kali had hoped he would be more of a battle junkie, but this was fine as well. A monster in a wolf's clothing. BWA ha 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 ha. She laughed out loud. I would love to see you cause destruction. The mere thought of such destruction gave her a big sadistic smile on her childlike face. Her divinity grew into a thick bloodlust. It filled the docks, and many saw Kali as a terrifying destroyer who towered high above them. Even Lance and Cirrus felt a chill run down their backs. One of Kali's children came and whispered in her ear. Lady Kali. She said, with a scarf covering the lower part of her face. You have guests in attendance. Her divinity and, in turn, her bloodlust calmed down to normal levels. Phew, she exhaled deeply. Unfortunately, this is the home of my children. I know you could easily destroy my country and then have a country's worth of Amazonesses at your beck and call. You just have to look around you to see my words are true. Cirrus gave a glance and saw they all had the same face as the Amazonesses in Orario. I'm going to have to put in several locks in my room and windows. Then where is Electo? Cirrus said, getting back on track. Gone. What? Cirrus and Poseidon said. Yup, she left 3 weeks ago after finishing that seal of hers. You learned of the seal and the dangers it posed and did nothing, said Poseidon. Of course, I am the goddess of destruction, so my curiosity was piqued, and I knew you would come to try and stop her, or at the very least come and kill the monster. So, the monster is free, then? Lance asked. From what I can tell, no, but during her time here, I could feel her arcanum slowly whittling away at the seal. Electo is the goddess of punishment and anger. What could she do? Said Poseidon. Electo, if I remember right, she had something to do with the underworld, but if her attributes are punishment and anger, so what could she? She used her arcanum to make the monster stronger, said Cirrus. I didn't think of that, said Kali. Then I guess you will stay here until the monster is released, right? Well, we have no choice, said Poseidon. Do you know where the place they sealed the monster at? Of course, it's over there. We left an old ship as a marker, said Kali, pointing out to the sea. Poseidon, Lance, Cirrus, and Nox turned to see a ship way off at sea. Seems we will be staying here for longer than expected, said Lance. After Kali provided the crew with a place to stay, the Amazonesses quickly challenged the crew. Most of the crew were part of Poseidon's familia and were between levels 1 and 3, so most of them could beat the Amazonesses and were treated very well, having an Amazon or two in each arm. Cirrus and Lance, who were the strongest, were treated as kings without needing to be fought. At night Cirrus had to go a bit away to give his report to Fels and Auranos. So that's the situation. That is troubling, said Fels. I plan on investigating the seal tomorrow if I'm not swarmed by Amazonesses, or even Kali. Why would a goddess swarm you? She is the goddess of destruction, and she thinks I'm the one who caused that explosion with the Hecatoncheires. She had a very starved look in her eyes. It was rather impressive for one with such a small frame, said Nox. Seems you will be gone for longer than expected, then. Yet. I hope not too long. Down in the water in the ruins. Creak. Creak. The seal has slowly corroded the ruins. Quest 93 outside Orario Tel Skyra, the country of blood. Midnight. Ugh. Thud. The bodies of several Amazonians litter the premises where the Poseidon familia resides. Phew, an Amazoness with a scarf covering the lower portion of her face let out a deep breath. He is my prey. Keep trying to slip in and I'll make sure to kill you. I have never seen you like this, back. Said another Amazoness with a red skirt. That goes for you as well, Argana. Ha, she smiles, like her goddess. Don't worry, you can have him if he isn't to my standard. Morning. Waking up, Cirrus finds himself not surrounded by Amazoness. Well, this is a good morning, so far. Cirrus gets up and checks the locks. Seeing that they are all good, he gets himself ready for the day with a shower when he hears a knock. Cirrus, it's the Amazoness. I can hear their voices. I'll bar the door until you get dressed. Nox turned into her human form without a flash and held the door back. Cirrus quickly dressed as fast as he could. Once he was done, he put on his clothes and his Lernian armor that hides everything but his eyes, and in case he needs to really hide, he just equips the rest and blends into the shadows. Get ready. I can't hold on much longer. You're good. Turn back. As Nox turns back into an owl, she flies back onto his head. Creak. Bam. They broke the door open with brute strength. Walking in were two Amazonians. Hey there, kid. Said a woman with long sand-colored hair and a red skirt. Another one came after her with semi-long sand-colored hair and a black scarf covering the bottom half of her face. You wear a scarf like me. Said the one who had just entered with a calmer tone of voice. Who are you two? Cirrus said as Nox watched the both of them intently. My name is Argana Khalif. This one here is my sister. I am back Khalif. Lady Kali sent us to be your guide to Tel Skyra. Ah, I see. Very well, lead on. Before that, I want to, Argana said, walking and standing before Cirrus. Back was it? Lead on. Very well. Cirrus walks past Argana, ignoring her as Back leads him. Hey, wait. As Cirrus and Back leave out onto the streets, Argana comes with them. I said wait, damn it. She shouted. What is it? Said Cirrus. You aren't my guide, your sister is, so what's the problem? The problem is you think you're the boss. Do you just want to fight? What? Of course, I do. Alright. Cirrus cracks his neck and warms up his arms. Well, come on then, I would rather not have you screaming all day long. It is a waste to throw out your nice voice. Kook. Fine then. Back. Get out of the way. Argana. Back said, walking up to her sister. You saw the fight Lady Kali showed to the whole country. He can easily crush you. Don't care. Like I said last night, I want to see where he stands. Cirrus, hearing this, made a smirk that was hidden under his scarf. Hey, I don't know whether you're brave or reckless, though there is a blurred line distinguishing the two. I'll show you reckless. She then charged ahead and went in with a straight right punch. Smack. Is that all? She punched his head, but Cirrus met her strike with his forehead, and nothing happened. Argana was a level 4, and she had never faced one stronger than her sister. She didn't expect the difference to be this severe. Cirrus placed his hand at her solar plexus and simply pushed. Argana's eyes went blurry as the scenery quickly changed. Whoosh. Bam. Whoosh. Bam. Whoosh. Bam. Argana was sent through several buildings, and many of the Amazonas who were watching were astounded. Cirrus turned to Back, who looked okay if not, but her cheeks were a bit more blushed. So, shall we get going? Why yes. She said, leading the way. Walking around the city, Cirrus was rather excited that the architecture resembled that of the Aztec and Hindu cultures. Cirrus could guess where the Hindu came from, but the Aztecs? He only figured that Kali had usurped the country some time ago. Their food was very nutritional and hearty, with meat and vegetables of the highest quality, even by Orario standards. So, where does your food source come from? Oh, from the slaves. She said it flat out. We have the men farm while the women fight to get stronger. Cirrus didn't know what to say to that. I know you Amazonas have a taste for strong men, so, you know, why not have some men join the Kali familia and have them get stronger? That was suggested long ago, but Lady Kali said I liked flowers to be bloomed in blood and madness. Men as beautiful as they are bathed in violence, when gaining enough power they begin to hoard strength in women. I do not want to deal with internal conflicts, so no men is what she said. Cirrus did not want to get involved with this matter of Telskyra. It was the same reason he avoided politics in Chultsard, but still the men's lives could be better. Okay, but you know the men's lives could be, better? Like days off so they can recover and live longer? From what I see they look near death. Back looked at the men and nodded. I see your point. I will bring it up to Lady Kali. Cool, so, could you show me to the port? Follow me. While walking to the port, Back took a few more glances around to see that the men were wearing rags and were rather skinny, while the Amazonas wore far finer clothing and are more of a healthy weight. How did I not see this before? Back tried to recall all the men he had seen, and aside from Poseidon and the ship's crew, there were very few in between. What he said holds truth. But steps will need to be taken. What do we need to do? She had no idea and was lost on where to even begin. While they were walking, Cirrus could see the state of highly matriarchal society. Not that a patriarchal would be any better. This really doesn't sit too well with me. I can feel a disgusting layer forming on my skin looking at these men. Still the same matriarchal brutish refinement as it was when Evelda founded this place. It's much better now. Goddamn Nox, how much have you seen? I really don't know. It all kind of blends together. Is that bad? Kinda yet. Is something the matter? Back asked. Oh, no. Cirrus said he was putting on a facade. Just that the men sort of giving me a bad vibe. Back nodded. Yes, the male population is dreary. She turned to him. I apologize for the sight. I assume you know what their statue is in the city, correct? I do. They are slaves. Honestly, I'm not comfortable with the concept. Zephyr, may I ask you what you think should be the first step to fix this site? Batch's ears were wide open for any advice. I mean, I think you should just start with some basic rights? Like a home, or clothing. You know, baby steps. Zephyr. I do not see this country changing. Back said honestly. I find it hard to see it anything but this. Then simply gain the power to change it. Your society runs on might makes right, right? So just be the strongest and enact your changes with Lady Kali's help to make things go smoothly and not end up you destroying a country or something. Cirrus could see her eyes widen by a tiny but noticeable margin. I shall keep that in mind. Shall we keep going? Let's. When they arrived at the docks, Poseidon and most of the crew were there. They waited for the crew hand on foot with beautiful Amazonas. Lord Poseidon, Cirrus stated firmly. They looked at him, and he quickly got up to talk with him. Sorry. Sorry. Say, did you have a taste of the country's delicacies? He said it with such smoothness that it was really natural for him to say it. Greek gods. Cirrus remained silent, looking at him sternly. Not saying, hey? That's fine. Nothing more trustworthy than a guy who doesn't gloat. He said, shaking his clenched fist. He then let go of it and placed his hands on his hips. So about the seal. Lance went on and checked it out, and well, it's underwater. It's underwater? As in buildings, the seal. All underwater. Yup, there is even an air pocket down there, but Lance doesn't know what to make of it. Nothing was out of the ordinary and nothing seemed broken. Where is he now? Probably with some girls. He is still his child, despite being rather noble. Well, guess I'll go down and see for myself. Cirrus turns to Back. I'll be back in a second. I shall wait for you here, Back said. Nox flies up and lands on a nearby crate. I'll be keeping an eye out on the place. Cirrus nods his head, and just before he jumps into the sea, he gets his charms and puts them in his bag, and hands them to Nox, who walked over the strap. I'll be back in a minute. Cirrus then takes a running start and dives into the sea. While in the sea, Cirrus's magic circle appears and fully equips him, activating the armor. Cirrus truly moved through the water as naturally as a fish. He's a pretty damn good swimmer, said Poseidon. He turns to Back. So, you like the kid? He said with a shit-eating smile. Hello, what is your name? Back said, sitting next to Nox, ignoring Poseidon. Quest 94 Underwater Ruins. Quickly swimming through the water, Cirrus arrived at the marker and dove. Swimming in the sea is way easier than in the dungeon. But wait! Where the fuck does the water go or come from? He thought about it until he found the ruins of a temple that resembled a Musundan temple, with an extreme extension to its size, with several columns broken around it. Entering it from the bottom, Cirrus could once again breathe. Huff. Huff. A few more minutes and I would have been fucked. Hey Nox, I'm in. Roger. Everything is good, and Poseidon just went into a bar. At least back, your guide, is waiting patiently for you to arrive, but, she's now petting me. Well, she probably hasn't seen an owl as radiant as you. Nor as fluffy. Well, she sounded reluctant to answer. It's nice, isn't it? You always pet my head when we sleep, so how is it on the receiving end? It's nice I guess. As Cirrus investigates the place, he can smell something very faint. Disengage, Exosia, Adorn, Cerberus, ... With the armor on, Cirrus could smell the scent even more strongly. This putrid scent. It's like the Nucalavis, but weaker. As he walked further down, he came across a well-made wall using the material in the temple. Cirrus, however, had his sense of smell to figure it out. As he breaks the wall and travels into the temple, the scent gets stronger and stronger to where Cirrus would rather take a bath in the Nucalavi's blood than smell this. Jesus fucking Christ. Hua. Hua. Fuck this. Disengage. Even with the armor gone, the scent was slightly weakened, but still very pungent. He went down, holding his nose and breathing through his mouth. I'm so sorry, lungs. Upon finally reaching the bottom, Cirrus found several pillars in a large room, all with black and green algae. The scent nearly knocked Cirrus out. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. It was as if this was humanity's cesspool, where every disgusting, rotting, bacteria-riddled thing was thrown under the hot sun and left to fester. Cirrus carefully looked around, and as he touched the black algae with his boot, he could feel a breeze coming from his foot. Looking down, Cirrus quickly jumped back as the algae spread up on his foot. Sing your vespers. Cirrus fired lightning at his feet, and he bore with the attack and electricity as it resulted in the algae being fried to a crisp. Shit. Shit. That's too close. Cirrus backed up even more because his left boot and most of his pants were now burned. Looking around, he's surprised the temple hasn't flooded yet by how fast the algae is growing. Shit, looking at this and Cirrus looks at the growth of the algae and sees it growing at a rate one could track. Shit, I'd say a day or two, maybe a bit more. I need to leave quickly. Returning to the surface as quickly as possible, Cirrus arrived to see Back with Nox on her lap being petted. How was it? Back said. Bad. Cirrus then flapped his clothes to get rid of the water. Can you lead me to Kelly? Very well. She got up with Nox in hand, still petting her. Cirrus picks up his bag and puts on the charms around his neck, all the while disengaging the armor, leaving only the scarf to cover the lower portion of his face. Walking to the top of the Colosseum, they found Callie watching one of her children fight a goblin. Did you come to watch the show? She asked. Cirrus looks over to see the child ripping the goblins' heads off. Maybe some other time. I actually came to you to inform you that the seal is on the edge of breaking. Oh? So how long till you have to fight it? She said with a smile. 2 or more days, so I suggest having some of your children too. Send them more inland, right? That's fine, we already have some stuff prepared for our weakest children. Seems you wish to see me fight a sea monster, hey? Of course. I want to see you fight with my own eyes. You truly live up to your title as goddess of time and destruction. Phew, you seem to know a bit about me more than just being a god of destruction. If you ever wish to indulge yourself, I'm more than willing to make you my child and offer you anything to satiate you. She said in a tempting and sultry voice, or as much as one with a child's body could. That is a generous offer, but I must decline. Cirrus gives a bow before leaving. I must prepare for the battle ahead. Nox then got out of Batch's hands and perched herself on Cirrus's shoulders. So, what are your thoughts on him, Back? He is very strong. He simply pushed Argana, and she was sent flying through buildings. Then are you smitten by him? A bit. She said, turning away from Kelly. That night, Cirrus worked on putting the finishing touches on his magic items. Back would come by and bring food while he was working. Argana, however, was too embarrassed to come by. Down in the sea. Westward. The monster bellows a haunting sound as the temple slowly breaks away and, from the algae, a luminescent white glow emerges. From it were some gnarled black antlers. Its body was covered in thick fur, covered in the algae it spawned. How its body could move with such weight on it was beyond comprehension as the algae quickly spread, letting the ocean water fill the room. From up above, a black sea was born. Quest 95 Westward Cloud, 3rd Chapter, Part 1 The Black Sea. 4 days later, at the port, the sky had grown cloudy and dark. Great a storm, said Cirrus. This will be a problematic battle for sure, said Poseidon. Lance takes a deep breath and opens his eyes as he breathes out. Reminds me of the time with the Leviathan, when we all joined together fighting on top of its massive serpent-like body and ships firing off cannon fire. The smell of gunpowder was thick in the rain and our blood was pumping as at any second we could die. Fun times. He said with a warrior's smile. Zephyr. Why not play us into battle? Lance, said Cirrus. I love that fucking idea. Cirrus reaches into his bag and pulls out his guitar, which baffled many people, but as soon as he strummed the strings and sang. Everyone went along, getting on the ship and setting sail for battle as the Amazonas all watched as they headed off. As they sailed to the marker, they could see the ship sinking as a whole, as if someone had dragged the whole thing down, but then... whoosh! From the Black Sea, massive barbaric horns erupt, carrying the now destroyed marker like it was a toy boat. Its size could be compared to the hecatonkires in width as its hair-like tendrils move around the black water like snakes in oil. Its glowing white eyes spotted Cirrus and the Poseidon familia coming its way and bellowed out. Westward. Lance. You're up first. Said Poseidon. Lance got his sword and then jumped off the ship. As he fell, he landed on the water as though it was solid ground and then quickly ran, leaving small waves of water to collide with the ship. Whoa! He can walk on water. Said Cirrus. Yup. Said Polly. It's his skill. It's what helped him save so many people during the raid on the Leviathan now. A rock hit his eye. Cirrus returned his gaze to the monster and saw pieces of the temple in its thick hair being flung by the wind. Poseidon, who was on hand to help, smirked as he saw Lance stop and hold out his hand. Everyone! Hang on tight! He then spun the wheel, and everyone was thrown hard to port. Gah! Nox, what do you see? Nox, who was watching from way up in the sky, responded. The water. It's swirling down. I think it's Lance. He must be using magic to form this. As Nox was about to say, the ship was now caught in it. A whirlpool! Shouted Cirrus. The whirlpool was so massive that Cirrus could only think of it as the third Caribbean movie by how big it was. It now has the Icoturso's black algae down at the bottom. Ah ha 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 ha! Everyone fire at starboard! Fill the monster with cannon fire! He shouted at Poseidon and his familia did as he said and began firing. Boom! 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 The cannon fire hit the monster, but the thick hair absorbed it. Zephyr! You're up! Show that damn monster what's up! Shouted Poseidon. Cirrus smirked at hearing that as he took out Brilliant Nightmare from his shadow. As his magic circle appears and his Serenian is fully equipped, he utters. Sword of Damocles, sing your vespers. Diadicasti_s. As he leaps from the boat, his magic circle strikes Cirrus, covering him in a dense dance of electricity. As his foot reaches the water, Cirrus kicks off it. How is he able to walk on water? Said Polly. Does he have a skill like Lance? Who knows? What matters is that he can fight that damn thing. In the pool of swirling water, Cirrus runs off the small pieces of ice formed at the bottom of his feet, shattering after each step. The ice boots are working pretty well, Lance is. Looking at Lance, Cirrus sees him cutting through the hair with fitness, all the while avoiding the corrosive algae. Lance. I'm going in. Hearing him, Lance jumped back as Cirrus jumped up with his magic circle and appeared before him. Sing your vespers, swords of Damocles, Diadicasti_s. 3 swords of thunder sprung forth, electrocuting the monster, frying off the algae, and showing more of the grey hair under the blackness of the algae. Westward. The monster bellowed again. The black algae then moved like the tendrils of an octopus, and within the dense layer of hair, they made more algae, expanding the length. The more the algae spews from its hair, the darker it comes out. Cirrus and Lance dodge the attacks, with the ships continuing their bombardment. Westward. With another bellow, its hair stood up and fired its hair strands. Swords of Damocles. Damocles. His spear imbued with electricity, he spun the spear at high velocity, shredding the arrows of hair and disease. Lance quickly got behind Cirrus to guard against the attack. Zephyr. The ship. Lance shouted. I got it. Throw me at it. Lance picked Cirrus up, and with all of his strength, he chucked him. Quest 96 Westward Cloud, 3rd Chapter, Part 2 The Roaring Sea. Being flung at the monster with a spinning spear. He shreds his way through the arrows of black algae hair and steps on the monster's thick hair. The hair and algae freeze up. Time for a fucking buzz cut. Westward. Running along its body, Cirrus cut deep into it, slicing off massive amounts of hair. Its skin breathed the air of the world, but to Lance and Cirrus's disgust, its flesh was a putrid color of green, brown, black, and yellow. Its scent overtook that of the salty and fresh air of the sea. Ah fuck. Dude. Westward. Look out. Its horns are acting up. Cirrus looks at the horns and sees them grow more twisted as its horns grow out like tree-charred branches growing out rapidly, sprouting out black leaves that let out an ash-like powder into the air. Lance and Cirrus breathed in the powder, and only Lance started to cough. 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 I'm poisoned. Lance said. My resistance is at E. Zephyr. What's yours at? D rank. Unfortunately, or fortunately for Cirrus, who was exposed to the Nucalavi's poison and survived, it drastically increased his immunity rank. With such a high rank, Fels and Auranos doubt anything could poison Cirrus. Cirrus even thinks this is the highest ever recorded and that when he's old enough to drink, he doubts he could get drunk from how high it is. Can you handle, cough? Cough. It. Sure thing. Go on. Cirrus quickly runs up its body, reaching its head where he cuts its right eye. Bleatwarg. Its blood wasn't even red or black, but pus-like green blood. Its horn grew and attacked Cirrus, sending him off the monster's head and back into the swirling water. With its right eye gone, it grows its horns to cover its head to ensure no one else lands on its head. They bombarded the monster with cannon fire. It finally grew tired of this beating down. Its eyes glowed more brightly, and the black algae returned to cover its body, even the cuts Cirrus made until it was a black aquatic goat-like monster in the sea. Bleatwarg. Its hair was devoured by the algae to serve as food for the algae to grow until it was moving like actual tendrils with a width the size of cars whipping around at high speeds, striking even the ship. Lance! Shouted Cirrus. Get out of here! We can't have Lord Poseidon or any of the ships damaged. Lance saw the ship growing black algae. Damn it! He quickly ran off and cut off a chunk of the ship. Lord Poseidon! You must leave. This has gotten far too dangerous. Do you mind stopping the water? The whirlpool slowed down enough for Lance to push the ship from the back onto calmer waters, but as he did, the storm that was coming in finally came and now the whirlpool was not his own any longer as thunder and lightning crashed down with raging winds. Lance and the rest of the crew watched as they heard more and more claps of thunder fall on the area. Huff. Huff. It's gotten way more annoying. Are you sure you don't want me to jump in? I'm sure Huff. Huff. I need to beat this monster on my own. Relying on you will only get me so far. I understand, but... You have been fighting this monster for about 30 minutes already. Lance is recovering from his poison, so only you and I remain here. Well, then it seems it's a duel then. Nox, return to the ship. I don't want you caught up in my magic. Nox didn't enjoy having to leave Cirrus, but it was his order and if need be, she would break it to save him. Fine, but don't make me save you all right. I'll try not to. Nox flies back to the ship, leaving Cirrus in a stormy sea with a disease-riddled goat monster. Well, time to put you down. Disengage. As his armor fades away and his magic circle appears behind him, the Iku Turso attacks him with its tendrils and horns. Fucking water and wood-style Naruto bullshit. Exosia, Adorn, Chimera. Show them how it's done. Hecton. As the mix of armor covers Cirrus, several arms emerge from his shadow, striking away the tendrils and punching away the horn-like branches. With his weapon still magnetically charged, Cirrus spun it again with even more speed and came at the monster. Since Cirrus had little time or privacy to practice his new skill, there was some work to be done. Smack. Smack. Stab. Smack. Smack. Stab. Smack. Stab. Smack. Stab. Smack. Smack. Stab. Smack. Being struck by some tendrils, the algae spread to all but the magic armor, and his body heated as some strikes left a wound for the algae to seep in. Fuck. Fuck. My body is slowing down. Push forward. Focus. He could see some algae reaching near his necklace and, just as it was about to corrode it, a feeling of anger filled Cirrus, sharpening his senses, his heart began to beat faster and harder. Thump thump. Thump thump. Thump thump. His eyes were lit with a fire as his emerald eyes turned to a liquid whirlpool. An inheritance from his mother, her swirling eyes along with her explosive anger. You fuck. Sword of Damocles, sing your vespers. Diadicusty_s. He chanted it at such a speed that he didn't realize that thunder danced around him in a dense flurry. The black algae that were on his body fried off while the one inside was still kicking. You little fucking goat bitch. I'll rip your fucking head off for trying to ruin her gift. With a rage-filled shout, he charged ahead recklessly, not caring for anything but the safety of the charms. He got cut from the tendrils and horns, getting more infections. That did nothing, as his mind was laser-focused on killing the monster. The Iku Turso saw the wrathful thunder. Its trees made grey and red ash-like powder. It turned red, as did what Cirrus was seeing. It was a disease that drastically bolstered both of their strength at the cost of their reason. A berserk-induced state of mind that accelerated the traits his mother had, her temper and swirling eyes in reaction to anger. Bleat Thwarg. A vicious exchange of attacks fell on Cirrus. The Iku Turso bombarded Cirrus with everything it had, even covering its now vulnerable skin in a mist like the amphisbaena. The water turned as dark as its lowest depths, and a miasma of the disease rose from the ocean and several fish popped up to the surface, all washed away from the force of the attacks. Sing your Vespers, Swords of Damocles, Dia Dicasty _s. Sing your Vespers, Swords of Damocles, Dia Dicasty _s. Sing your Vespers, Swords of Damocles, Dia Dicasty _s. Sing your Vespers, Swords of Damocles, Dia Dicasty _s. Cirrus fired several colossal blades of thunder, electrocuting the monster and frying more of its algae, but its horns grew to replace them. Keep firing! Keep firing! Do not relent! Cirrus's swirling emerald eyes swirl faster and faster, to the point where even the whirlpool he is fighting above was tame in comparison. From afar, it was as if the gods were letting off their anger at the sea. Several bolts of lightning and thunder crashed down like concentrated Catatumbo lightning. Ray-ah! Ray-ah! Bleat Thwarg! Cirrus kept the attack going until the monster couldn't keep up. Bleat Thwarg! The Iku Turso had no more energy to use its diseases and poisons. Even its horns couldn't hold on for much longer. You're fucking mine! Savagely breaking through its horn-like branches, Cirrus breaks onto the monster's back. Sword of Damocles! His magic circle appeared up above, much like his fight with the Hecatonchires. Sing your Vespers! 3 massive blades of thunder emerge halfway. He was putting everything into it. It let out one more bellow into the heavens. Bleat Thwarg! Its bellow shook Cirrus down to the bone, but he didn't care. The monster's body cracked apart as its final attack was used. The white and puss green looked like gaseous spores, but like everything else the monster threw at Cirrus, he ignored it. He leaps into the air, the monster looks up at him with its one remaining white eye, and the last thing it felt was fear as it saw its killer appear truly more monstrous than itself with eyes that rooted fear deep into it. His armor disappeared as he pointed his spear at the beast. The green gem glowed as he finished his chant. Dia Dicasty _s. Its final last words it hears are not Cirrus but the crack of thunder filling its ears. Crack! Bleat Thwag! A blinding light filled its eyes, and the silhouette of a horned monster liquefied it. From afar, many from the port and ship could see a massive pillar of energy crash down. The force sent waves crashing into the ship and even the port. Even the clouds above parted, making an eye of the storm. Cirrus was standing in the swirling water on a small piece of ice. His temper had cooled and the final attack of the Iku Turso had taken its effect. His eyes began to calm and they slowly returned to normal. Fuck me! A deep chill ran up his body as his skin felt as if he was in magma. His eyes rolled back from the pain as everything blurred and became upside down. Splash! Cirrus fell into the swirling water. With no energy to swim, he fell deep into the water's depth, and all he could hear was a faint voice that dimmed. Cirrus! 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 And then nothing. Quest 97 The Missing Cloud. Shortly after the battle. Where is he? Where is he? Looking from high above, Nox was looking frantically, she could feel his life slowly reaching critical levels, but she found nothing. Fuck. 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 Where are you? She dove into the sea like a diving bird. Swoop. Splash. White bright, white night. Flash. From above, Poseidon could see the white light from his ship and several of his children were searching extensively. Lance, having recovered enough, began his search, as did many of the Amazonians sailing around desperately. After 4 days of feeling him slowly slip away, she felt her connection with him get clogged up. No, no. No. She tried to connect to him, but something was stopping her from calling him. The only thing she knew now was that he was still alive. Her existence in the world proved that, but her body and mind connection was blocked off. You're still alive, I'll find you. She searched tirelessly for weeks on end until eventually, the search had to be called off. Hey, little spirit, said Poseidon. I'm sorry, but, we looked up and down the lines of the cost and then some, he's gone. Nox turns back into her human form and stares at Poseidon. He could feel the desperation coming from her eyes. He is not dead, and I will continue to look for him, even if everyone stops. Even her voice was full of desperation. Shall I report to his god? When you return, you report to Aranos, for he is his god. That revelation shook Poseidon, he clenches his fists in anger. Those chosen by Aranos were surely special, now the sky lost a star. Alright. I'm sorry we couldn't find him. With the Poseidon familia now gone, Nox was on her own. Most of the Amazonas went back to their normal activities except for Back. She would occasionally drop by and give Nox food and then leave, watching her every now and again. Nox continued to search desperately, so much so that she lost track of time. Swoop. Splash. Days bled into weeks. Swoop. Splash. Swoop. Splash. Weeks into months. Swoop. Splash. Swoop. Splash. Swoop. Splash. And months into years. One day, as Nox was about to resume her search when a familiar voice called out to her. Nox. She turned to see an unfamiliar white-haired Renard. She looked completely haggard, her clothes were dirty and covered in various stuff. Nox. I came to help. She said. Thank you, stranger. But he is my one and only savior. I failed to save him after going in alone like an idiot. She screamed as she bashed some crates nearby. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Her bottled-up emotions have finally cracked without her realizing it. She broke more and more of the crates until her hands were bleeding. She didn't stop at all. She kept going till she was punching the ground. The stranger had to stop her from doing it and restrain her. Let me go. Let me go. I have to go. I have to find him. She cried her heart out, she couldn't find her savior. The stranger held till she tired herself out, which wasn't long. After a good while of recovering from her endless search, Nox woke up and felt empty. She turned to see some warm food. She picked up the spoon and tried the warm soup. Tasteless. She tried the bread. Tasteless. The glass of water. Tasteless. The salad. Soggy. She finished eating and walked down the stairs to find no one there. She then walked outside to resume her search again, thinking that AI was a hallucination. But as she walked to the port, she saw a ship out in the distance. It can't be. Nox turned into an owl and flew to the ship. The closer Nox grew, the more vividly she could see its occupants, an Amazonas and a Renard. Nox flew down and turned back into a human on the ship. Ah, Nox. Said AI, now a teenager. Sorry I wasn't there, I was. What are you doing here? You are only a decade old. Nox said flat out. Both AI and Back didn't know how to respond. Lady Nox, said Back. It's been 4 years, said AI. What? Not having realized she lost track of time, hearing from AI that it's been 4 years since she didn't seem AI as she was when she was 10, but she had grown into a far more mature young lady. For Back, she had become an adult. I never. She grabbed her head in pain. Nox. They both said, going to her. What's wrong, Nox? Said AI. My head. It's been a while, Nox. A familiar voice fills her head. Sirius. Her eyes lit up like fireworks in July. She turned her head and followed that thread, that feeling that connected them. Quest 98 The Missing Breeze, First Half. After returning to Melon, Poseidon, along with his captain Lance, went to Orario. When he entered the southern gate, he could see several people cheering as he had helped stop a monster, but deep down he felt unworthy of this. When he went to the guild, he asked Royman to let him see Aranos. Lance stayed behind as his god went to meet the founder. It has been a long time since Aranos, Poseidon said. It has. What brought your visit here? I came to deliver a report from Nox. His eyes squinted a bit. And that is? Zephyr, your child has gone missing at sea. Nox, his spirit has been searching feverishly, looking for him. I see. In all the time Poseidon had known Aranos, he was always a stoic god, but for the first time, he heard both a pained and relieved voice. I am sorry I couldn't do more to find him, but we have searched Telskyra and the surrounding lands, coastline and various islands, but, nothing. That is all right, you and your familia did their best. I thank you for this information. Yes, once again, I apologize for. Thank you, Aranos said. You may leave. Poseidon nods and leaves. Fels, are you all right? From the shadows, Fels emerged. No. I am worried where Cirrus could have gone, Lord Aranos, but, if Nox is still alive, then there is still hope. A few days later, after Poseidon and his familia returned, the guild posted Zephyr had gone missing at sea, fighting and killing the sea monster released by Evilus. The news spread like wildfire. In doing so, the crime rates increased drastically and Evilus grew bold in their actions. Many of the familia working to combat them were working tirelessly. While walking back home, it devastated AI. Tap. 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 She was walking slowly and sadly. You liar! She said in a bitter tone. I know you're still alive. With the way things were, AI wanted to head out and look for him, but by Suzanu's orders and the guilds, no familia were to leave the city. Seeing that Evilas had upped their activity, she was very busy, which became an unintentional way for her to channel her emotions into. I will find you and bring you back. She said to herself as she walked down an alley. Can you really? Said a voice. AI quickly turned to the voice and placed her hand on her handle, ready to draw her sword. No need for violence. Said the voice. Who are you? Show yourself or I'm going to cut you down. She shouted. Emerging from the shadows, Fels appeared. As Fels appeared, AI was ready to draw her spare sword when. I have a quest for you. A quest? She said, still with her hand on her sword handle. Yes, a quest that will let you go to where Cirrus was last at, tell Skyra. AI was shocked to hear that, but it was too good to be true. How do I know you're telling the truth and you're not some evilous scum? The grip on her sword tightened. My name is Fels. I am Cirrus's parent. Why you re his parent? She looked at Fels up and down and even tried to smell them to see if they had a scent, but didn't have one. I am. I raised him since he was a baby abandoned in the west section of Orario. I endowed him with knowledge and wisdom, and he did the same for me. But if you still do not trust me, then shall I take you to the quest giver? AI got her hands off her blade. Fine. Show me. Following Fels, they led AI into a secret tunnel. It surprised her that there was such a thing. When she reached the end, she entered a room of darkness with only 4 fire torches illuminating the room. On a throne, a god was sitting nearly 7 feet tall with white hair and eyes as blue as the sky. Whoa! AI blurted out. His aura was something on another level, it far eclipsed that of Suzanu and every other god in Orario. Only in the moment, that second of her memory and eye when she laid eyes on Amaterasu, could she find a match close to his divinity. Hello, Shirakusa AI. He said. My name is Auranos. T the founder. She said. Why are you asking me for a quest? You are the only one who we can trust to look for Cirrus. This city has gotten even more chaotic since his missing announcement. I know, but why? I heard you don't care for much of anything since you prioritize keeping the dungeon's monsters at bay. If you were missing, would you not think your god would try to find you? But you aren't his. As she looked up at him and then at Fels, she started to make the connection. I was the one who gave him his fauna. Even if he converted to Astria's familia, he has always been my child, remaining loyal to bringing peace to the city by doing special jobs normal adventurers can't do. So, you want me to help find Cirrus? Yes. I'll do it. She said, with no hesitation. I'll go and. Before you do, you must know the details of the quest, Fels. Fels came up to AI. The prerequisites are that you must reach level 5, and once you do, you will be permitted to go to Tel Skyra. Level 5. Why that much? Tel Skyra is a country of blood. Given that Cirrus was famous and strong, he had no problem in the country. But for you? You must become strong enough to face their strongest warriors and establish yourself if the chances are that Cirrus is found. Fels said, explaining it to her. I still don't understand why level 5. You have an Amazonas friend, correct? Well yes, I guess. Why? Then you know that all Amazonas is, more inclined to love strong warriors. Remembering how she met Aisha, she gained an understanding of her actions and why she continued to challenge her. I see, very well, is that all? Yes, we hope you will reach level 5 quickly. Until then, tell no one about this meeting. AI nodded her head. Can I ask who else knows that Cirrus was your child? AI asks Auranos. Astria knows Artemis as well, who is out of Orario doing jobs outside of the city, which are a cover for her to look for Cirrus in some other part of the continent. Did she like him? I do not know, but they have worked for a while and, from his reports, he is one of her archery and hunting students. Is that all you wish to ask? Yeah, how do you know who he is? AI made a rough expression at what was about to leave her lips. How do you know Cirrus is alive? That is simple, said Fels. Nox is still out looking for him. That's nice, but why does that point to Cirrus being alive? Fels looks to Auranos, and he to them. Fels looks back to AI. Cirrus told me that you knew of Nox, but, did he not tell you she was a spirit? She's a what? After explaining to AI what Nox was, her mood quickly brightened. I have no more questions. She said with a bright, energetic smile. Then I hope to see you again when you reach level 5, said Auranos. I as well. Fel shows her back through the tunnels. When AI returned home, she sees A in her room looking at the moonlight reflecting off her sword. Level 5. Fine, I'll get there, just wait Cirrus, I'll make sure you pay for hurting so many people. Quest 98.1 The Missing Breeze, second half. For the next 4 years, AI went into the dungeon like a madman. Throwing caution to the wind, she threw herself into growing stronger. Haha, she catches her breath. Ah! Before charging back into the fray. She fought off Evilus members and delved deep into the dungeon on her own. Slash! Spurt! Aye, it's the Sunny Saint! Shouted a member of Evilus as they watched their fellow member get cut down. Escape is useless. She shouted at the top of her lungs with her cold and clean katana in hand, ready to spill more blood. She gained a reputation within the city and was given the title of Sunny Saint. She gained that title for her skill with the sword, which has grown fearsome over the last 4 years, more than her spearmanship, and also because of her kind personality, garnering favor amongst the male gods and citizens. Thank you, said a child looking up at AI. No problem. She smiles brightly. Go on and go, I'll handle it. With her help, she helped stop Evilus from growing unchecked and was now more feared for how she hunted them down relentlessly. She was actually far more intimidating, as with her sense of smell she really could hunt them down far easier and longer than what Cirrus was capable of. Her sword also swung more freely. When she finally became level 5, she immediately headed to the guild and reported it. She waited for Fels to contact her, and by nighttime, a white owl reminiscent of Nox flew in with a letter. She looked at the owl on her windowsill, she saw a message tied to its foot. Who do you belong to? She reached over, got the letter and began to read its contents. Her eyes widened. She readied her gear and left to quickly report to Auranos. Lord Auranos. AI said, arriving at the room of prayer. Shirakusa AI, as I said 4 years ago, you are permitted to go to Telskyra. His words filled AI with unbridled energy. At long last she can finally go. Thank you. I will depart immediately. To avoid people finding her, she took off on foot, quickly running through the southeastern part of the continent. She ran day and night through rain and sun, rivers and mountains to reach Telskyra. Huff. Huff. After passing through the mountains north of Telskyra, AI had a good view from high on the mountain. I'm coming, Nox. After jumping down the mountain, she ran into the country's only city. She easily got past all the Amazonas, as they didn't expect someone to come through the harsh northern mountains and simply run by them. Oh. There are a lot of women here. She really didn't think it was the Amazonas homeland, but seeing it person she was proven wrong. She did not see a male anywhere. She quickly ran to the docks, as from what the Poseidon Familia had said, Nox would always come back there to rest and eat before heading back to look. Sure enough, when AI came, she spotted Nox's unkempt, dirty white hair as she stumbled her way to the docks. AI ran to her and shouted at the top of her lungs. Nox. I came to help. Nox turned to her to show an exhausted face. It showed that she hadn't been eating or sleeping very much to look for Cirrus. She talked for a bit before breaking down in anger and sadness. She continued to punch the nearby crates in a fit until her knuckles were bloody. She passed out from fatigue, with tears streaming down her face. Many of the Amazonas came and helped, one of which was back. She brought AI to Nox's home, which was the building Cirrus was at before fighting the monster. The Amazonas decided to give it to her, as they had never seen such loyalty to another like hers. While Nox slept, AI talked with the Amazonas about why she was there. She told them she was a friend of Zephyr from Orario, and she came to help Nox find him. They asked no further and left her alone. Back, on the other hand, informed her of how Nox was doing. Much of AI's observation was right, she would search at sea, diving deep into the water to look for him. I see, and you have been giving her food. AI said. I would make her some food and treat some of her injuries should she get them while searching, even when she becomes sick, of course. She grew more resilient to the cold and wetness of the sea. It still pains me to see her walk up and go looking again. Well, I'm here to help. She said with a bright smile that warmed Batch's heart. I like your attitude, but we have been looking for 4 years. A country tried to find him and nothing. I'm sorry you came all this. You know, he made a promise to me. Back looked at AI with a puzzled and slightly jealous look. I gave him some charms that he would come back so. AI got closer to Back and looked at her stern yet confident eyes. She had her hands on her shoulders. Back could feel the calluses on her hand. They were rough. I will find him and make him pay for leaving me for 4 years. She had pretty eyes up close. AI passively thought. Alright. So. AI, let's go of Back. How long will Nox sleep for? About 3 or so days, maybe more, but when she wakes up, she'll taste some of the food and then continue to look for Zephyr. Well, I'll start in the morning. I'm a bit tired from the trip. I'll show you to a room. Do you wish for? I'll stay here. Staying in one of the spare rooms, AI ate and then went to sleep. A bed. This is nice after so long. She takes a deep breath and turns on her back looking up at the ceiling. There are a lot of girls here. Knowing Amazonas and their preferences, AI knew Cirrus was obviously targeted. Back came to mind. Back. She cast her gaze down at her chest. Mines are kinda big, Maybe I should listen to Aisha on those bras. Her thoughts then went to back and Aisha. She was comparing how they stack with one another. Aisha really has a kind of seductive beauty with a older sister charm to her, but back has more of a dark, mysterious kind of charm. AI found them both appealing in their own ways. Waking up early in the morning, full of energy, she set out to look for Cirrus. I don't know how to sail, damn it. She turned to see if there were any sailors or fishermen, but she found instead that it was Back coming down the street. Back. AI shouted early in the morning, running to Back and headbutting her. OOF. Back quickly moved her legs to stop herself from falling to her back. Ugh. Why did you headbutt me? She asked, wanting an answer. Sorry. It's a bad habit. Habit. She found it hard to believe, but considering AI was from a different part of the world than she, then it would be plausible. I will ask Lady Callie if headbutting could be a habit. She mumbled under her breath. By the way, do you know how to sail? AI looked into her eyes. For the next 5 days, they would go out to sea and search early in the morning. AI's eyes blinked at different times. Her short hair would have been messy, but using her fingers she combed through it to make herself presentable enough. Not a morning person, hey? Back asked. No. In the meantime, they would fish in the afternoon and repeat until shine. Nox. Said AI. Sorry I wasn't there, I was. What are you doing here? You are only a decade old. Nox said flat out. Both AI and Back didn't know how to respond. Lady Nox, said Back. It's been 4 years, said AI. What? Nox stumbled a bit as she tried to comprehend this information. I never. She grabbed her head in pain. Nox. They both said, going to her. What's wrong, Nox? Said AI. My head. It's. Nox went silent. Her eyes widen as a stunned expression slowly draws on her face. She stood up and looked out to sea, staring off into the horizon. Cirrus. With no hesitation, she leaped and turned into an L, flying as quickly as she could. Follow her. AI shouted. They set sail and followed Nox. As they followed her, a familiar scent caught AI's nose. Sniff. Sniff. It can't be. As they sailed further and further, they saw a sail way off in the distance. Nox then dove, and a bright light ensued. They sailed further, and they found an odd ship moving rather quickly with sea foam from the sides in their direction, and in front of the ship, she saw a familiar face with Nox hugging him. He had grown taller, as did the length of his hair. He had more scars on his body along with a tan, but his scruffy face was one she could always tell, but most of all, he had her charms around her neck. Zzefi. Cirrus. Cirrus's eyes widened while Nox was crying tears of joy. As AI embraced Cirrus tightly, she cried, as did Back. It's good to see you all again. He said in a deeper voice. Then a voice came up from the back of the ship. To think you were so loved they were still looking for you after 4 years. AI, Back, and Nox turned to look at the young woman. Her long pink hair was flowing in the wind, and her eyes were a deep blue and bright pink. Her clothing was that of a simple white tunic with sandals. Nox immediately, upon seeing her, said in great surprise. A sprite. Quest 99 The Missing Prince, First Half. Out on in the sea. Back comes on up, said Cirrus, with no mask on. I'll tow the boat with mine. I should owe you an explanation, all of you, really. You better explain everything in detail. Said AI. And apologize for making me, Back, and Nox so worried. Cirrus looks at Nox and Back, making a painful and sad expression, as did the pink-haired spirit. Well. I guess I should start at the beginning. Cirrus said as he pulled up a wooden chair. It all began when I killed the Iku Turso. In the depths of the ocean, Cirrus was flung around by the sea currents, and with his mind now far away, he simply ragdolled his way through the currents. His body fighting the poison left his body extremely weak. Paired with his mind down, he was not in a good situation. Cirrus was drifting for 3 days when on the 4th he made it to land. Whoosh! 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 Walking around the beach, the pink-haired woman gazes at the sea as she slowly walks. So boring. I can still feel the god and spirit. I wish they would hurry and Li Kai. Thud. She falls flat on her face on the sandy beach. Ugh. What in the love of Hecate is this? She turned around to find a pale-skinned child on his back gripping his chest. Next to him was a black-bladed spear with a green gem embedded into it. The young woman got up and looked at the boy. She got a stick and poked him. Poke. Poke. No response. She got in close and placed her hand over his mouth, and felt a weak breath. She then checked his temperature and found his head to be boiling. You're sick, but... She looked down at what to do. The more she thinks, the more she becomes confused about what to do. Grr. She messes with her hair. Why did you have to get through my magic? Only spirits of my era could, get past. Her eyes shot at Cirrus with curiosity. She walked above him as he lay on the beach, and she made a circle with her fingers over her eyes. A myriad vapors obscure the light. Atelio_TOS voyage. Her hair glows a luminescent pink, and a pink-tinted screen covers the space between her fingers. Your soul, it's mixed with something foreign, but, it's not hurting you, it's helping you? But this, however, it's... Her eyes widen as a big smile grows on her face. You are a spirit contractor. And one from my era. Today is your lucky day. Or not. She thinks about what to do for a second, but looking at how weak he is, she couldn't just let him die. Fine. Her hair dims as she drags Cirrus back to her place. Once he was back at her home, she put him in bed and treated him, but she soon realized that she could heal the injuries, but whatever was affecting him was a whole different beast entirely. 5th day. Grr. How are you still sick? I used my magic and used my herbs and potions on you. Yet nothing. What in the hell do you get in your body? She used her magic again to see his body, and something white and green was slowing his magic recovery and health. Damn it. The one time someone actually showed up on my island and he was on death's door. She said, messing with her hair even more. I don't want to do this, but I guess if it's saving his life, his spirit would forgive me, right? She got out a sharp stone and cut her hand. With it, she dripped it into his mouth. Drib. 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 My name is Circe, the unique spirit of witchcraft. I give my blood and body to you in need. With this contract of blood, may you return to perfect health. Cirrus's body shook violently, as did Circe's. She falls to her knees as she feels her magic drain from her like a pricked water balloon. She fumbles a bit but keeps herself up with a chair. What the hell is? She watched as a white and light green substance seeped out of his body before she collapsed from having her magic drained. Thud. When she wakes up, she looks to find Cirrus looking much better than before. His pale skin had more color to it and his breathing was steadier. Ugh, to think you take so much of my mana. Do I actually feel slightly better? Oh well, time to end this contract. She walked over and placed her hand on his chest. I Circe hereby. She could feel something was off. And no, it can't be. She used her magic again and found that his soul had a pink shade to it. Huff. 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 She breathed heavily as she saw that. And no way. It was only supposed to be a temporary body contract. How? I would never make a... She looked at the soul more carefully and found that the white portion of his soul was mixed with another shade of purer white. No wonder. I should have looked more carefully. Ah. The thought of finding a person who was contracted with another sprite of my generation made me too excited. After so many years, I threw caution to the damn wines. She grabbed her hair tightly and started messing with it. And now I'm tied to him. Ah. She messed up her hair even more. She walked away a bit before looking at Cirrus. This is your fault. She said with a blush on her face. To think I would cheat on another of my generation. She walked out and held her hands out. Hey. Nothing happened. Are you kidding me? I can use my magic to see his soul but not my barrier. What the foo? A bit before Circe gave Cirrus his blood. Cirrus himself was floating in a space with the hecatonkires. You're pretty good at Othello, Hecton. I catch on quickly, sir, it said. It is nice to be able to speak with you again. That's nice, Buoot. I would like to get out of here. He said it in a tone that conveyed he didn't want to hurt Hecton's feelings. Your body is fighting the poison. You have accumulated several versions of diseases and poisons from that monster, sir. So there is currently no point in getting out while I am working to fight the toxins. Yeah, that was a rather disgusting monster. Thank you for working to fight it and still have time to face me in this match in my mind. I have many heads and hands. If I could not spare one, I would lose pride in myself. It is, however, my greatest shame to now be able to help you, not be taken by the current. I cannot help on the outside unless you order me. Helping manage your body is the most I could do. That's fine. I mean, it fucking sucks. I got swept up by the sea, but at least I'm still alive. While looking at the board, Cirrus finds a shadow flying over it. He looks up to find a rather large bird flying high in the air with light pink feathers and blue-pink eyes glaring down. What the hell is a bird doing here? Hecton looks up and shoots up his arms, quickly capturing the bird and showing it to Cirrus. Sir, look, a hawk, possibly a falcon. The bird didn't do anything. It simply stared. Hey? What a cute-looking bird. Cirrus extends his hands and pets it. The pink of the falcon crawled up his arm quickly. The bird was seemingly being absorbed by Cirrus. What the fuck? Hecton. So it was absorbed as well, Hecton said as his body began to turn red in pace with Cirrus's pink. Is my body all right? Yes, it would seem they have accelerated recovery. I must go and not let this opportunity go to waste. Hecton then leaves the mindscape as it changes to a tropical beach with a white sky. Hey? Neat. Quest 99.1 The Missing Prince, second half. Opening his eyes and could feel the fatigue his body had accumulated. He looks around to find himself in a rather nice cave with wooden furniture. Nox, can you hear me? His magic circle didn't appear. Odd. Sing, his magic circle formed, and small sparks of electricity flickered off. That magic works. He reached into his shadow, but he hit the bed. Shadow storage is gone. Fuck, this is bad. Cirrus gets up and walks out of the cave to find himself overlooking a beach. Whoosh. Whoosh. Slowly walking down, he could feel the sweat and grime on his body. He went to the beach and took off what ragged clothes he had on along with his gear, which was destroyed by the algae, and took a bath in the sea. Seeing his reflection in the sea, he could see he was covered in more scars. More scars? Hey! Wait, where are my charms? He quickly clothed himself and returned to the cave to see a young woman just slightly taller than Callie, with a beauty likened to Nox but with more immaturity because of her height and softer features. Oh? You're up, she said, turning her gaze towards Cirrus. Her pink-blue eyes and twilight-like hair fascinated him. What's wrong? Are you enamored with my beauty? Not surprising. No. I was thinking your beauty is too artificial? And you're not my type. I don't know what you mean by type, but I know you're calling your savior a fake. I'm sorry if that is out it came out but you are a spirit, right? Hat, she said with a slight smile. So I was right. My eyes didn't deceive me. You are a spirit contractor. And one with a spirit I can call my equal. Then you are of the first generation, like Nox. Yes, I wait, did why you say Nox? She said this as the color of her tanned face faded. As in the spirit of the White Knight. The one who was pursued by a slew of heroes and spirits across the continent. She's still alive. Yes? I never asked much about her past, seeing as it was a poor subject. I would assume so, but I owe her a lot if not for her being hunted by a massive number of people. I was able to escape before they turned to look for me. Then who is your creator? And if it's not too much, what is your name? Ahem. My name is Circe. The unique spirit of witchcraft. Spirit of the goddess of magic, Hecate. It suddenly clicked why Circe would have been hunted by Zeus and the others. Since Hecate was a goddess of the night, it would be natural to assume that she was one of Nyx's spirits. Maybe some general bloodlust was in there, along with some pack mentality. Cirrus also noticed how different they are. Nox gave out a more inhuman perfection kind of vibe, while Circe, however, gave out a warmer and studious vibe. I see, but a unique spirit? I thought you were of her generation. I was, but I was created during the tail end of her generation with some tweaks and changes to the recipe, if you will, so most unique spirits are a very odd bunch. But know that I may be a support type, but I'm certainly stronger than those of the second generation. So generation 1.5. So, are you alone on this island? Her expression mellowed down. Yes, and seeing as Nox of all spirits is contracted to you, that must mean the hunt has proved successful. Is it still somehow going on? No, it ended a very long time ago. Most of the remaining sprites are well into the later generations. That's a relief. Come. I'm going to prepare some food for you. You're lucky. I can still feed off the magic in the air. She turned her head and headed towards the cave. Cirrus could tell Circe hadn't thought of the past for a long time. It was also enough to let Cirrus trust her. From how he sees it, if you are alone long enough, you will do anything for some company. They returned to the cave and ate. Cirrus could see she had questions she wanted to know the answers to. Alright, what are your questions? Hey. You look like you have questions, so what's on your mind? Well. How is the outside world? I haven't left this island in, well, a very long time. Where to begin? Cirrus explained to her how much time has changed, several of the things she knew have either been built and expanded or lost to time. She asked if her god had come to Gakai, which he didn't know other than she could be in Altina. She asked a few more questions, and Cirrus answered to the best of his ability. So is that all? Yes, that's about everything, but I have something to ask you. Well, my ears are open. Can you talk to your spirit? Seeing your soul, I found she had used a samsara contract with you, so you should be able to communicate with one another despite distances. No, since I woke up, I tried to talk to her but nothing but silence. I even tried to summon her, but nothing worked. Does it have anything to do with this island? Circe started to sweat. And no it's not the island's fault. She is sweating bullets. Then what was? It's me okay. I made a contract with you to save your life, and it was supposed to be a temporary one, but I'm sorry about it. I didn't know it would do that. I'm really sorry. She bowed profusely. So the reason I can't communicate with Nox is because it's clogged up with my contract. Was it because I petted that hawk? I'ma just keep that to myself. Well, I have to thank you for saving me, but do you have a ship or anything? A ship? Why would I? Heck, I don't even know how to build one. So no boat? No. Shit. The first goal is to construct a boat. I don't fucking know how to build a boat either. The first goal is to learn how to build a boat. There are also riptides around the island along with my barrier, which I also can't take it down because of the contract remaining unfinished. Circe said. The first goal is to learn how to build a strong boat. Fuck. Quest 99.2 The Missing Prince, Final. Year 1. Huff. Huff. Fuck. How hard is it to build a fucking boat? You're getting it. Just Circe touched a piece of the boat, and several parts fell off. Fuck me, how the hell do people make fucking planks? Oh shit, I need nails. Why didn't I think of nails? Why am I so fucking dumb? I can make magic tools, but not a fucking boat. Maybe you're spending too much time out in the Sunday. Also, I just noticed, has your voice gotten deeper? It's called puberty, and everyone goes through it all right. He then works on the boat and whispers to himself. Thank fucking God she is not my type. Year 2. So I built the boat with wooden nails and damn good planks, but now I don't know where to sail. Nor do I have a sail, shit. Why not test the ship? I doubt the first boat you make will be any good. Okay, he said as he pushed the boat out into the sea. It drifts out before getting ripped to shreds and sinking into the water. Yeah, that was going to happen, Circe said, sighing. Also, it wasn't even close to the barrier. If only we had metal. Metal? Wouldn't that weigh the boat down? Circe turned and looked at her. Please, for the love of all that is holy, tell me you have a source of metal. Yes, but don't get angry at me. They didn't even use metal for stuff like that. Just weapons, armor, and farming tools. God damn it. Year 3. Bang. 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 Finally. Some ore. But what ore is it? Circe goes and takes it outside, where Circe was making some potions. Say, do you know what these are? Circe didn't even take a glance at them. Do you think I would know? Sure, I've been on the island for a long time, but I picked herbs and the like. Didn't you say you were a blacksmith? More of a learning apprentice. If anything, I'm more of an inventor than anything. Fuck my boots. Your boots? Yeah, I made them so I can run on the water by creating a frozen plate of ice to kick off from. Shit, it's gone. Lost to the sea. He said dramatically. You have lost some sanity in this mine, hey. Probably yet. Year 4. Hey, several months of hard work to make an electrically powered paddleboat. After several failed smithing methods, it's ready to sail. And I made a bunch of food for the long voyages. Circe said with a smile. Now that it's done, do you want to come with me? I thought it would be obviously a yes. You are my contractor, and I want to see the outside world. Well, then you have all your stuff. Nope. I don't want to slow the boat down, plus the most valuable thing I have is my knowledge. Then let's get that fresh sea breeze. Before they set off, they rechecked the boat, and for his last stop, Circe headed back inside the cave and picked up Brilliant Nightmare. With a deep sigh, he cleans off the dust. We're going home, old friend, they going to fuck me up. He clicked it into a one-handed sword and walked outside to see Circe waiting on the ship, which was on the beach. Walking down to the beach, Circe loads everything into the ship's hold, and Circe inquires. So, how are you going to push the ship out to sea? It's rather big. Like this. Cirrus jumps down and goes to the back of the ship. Come Hecton. Several black and red arms grow from Cirrus's shadow, and along with him, he lifts the ship. Thud. 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 Whoa. You could do that? Yeah. Of course, it's really hard to do detailed work, so I don't really use it much. After walking a fair bit into the sea, the ship floated. He jumps on and walks to the front of the ship. Now to break the barrier. Not to boast or anything, but my barriers are very strong. Nothing can get past them. You know nothing is perfect, right? How so? Well, in life, if something is perfect or unbreakable, you obviously haven't found. Cirrus's magic circle appeared before him as he held out his hand. Its flaws. Sing your Vespers, Swords of Damocles, Diadicasti_s. 3 swords of thunder emerged from the magic circle and fired off, sending a boom crackling through the sea and striking the barrier. See, I told you it's. Wait for it. What are you? The swords push forward more and more. The barrier gets cracks all along the surrounding hit area until eventually. Crack. The barrier breaks. Whoa. And the wind returns to the island. Whoosh. 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 Cirrus walks to the back room of the ship and sits on a chair with 2 metal rods next to him. Circe. Make sure to tell me what's happening. All right. Circe goes up and stands at the top railing. Now it's time to get moving. Sword of Damocles. Damocles. He holds his hands out with his magic circle in each hand as electricity goes through and pushes the paddles. The paddles at the side with the metal lining began to move and push the water faster and faster. Big whirlpool ahead. Turn to starboard. Damocles. Turning the paddles to the right, they continue to push forward and out to the open sea, pushing through the viscous pools of swirling water. After 2 days of sailing, Cirrus was gazing out into the open sea with some food. Nom. Nom. How long will I be at sea? I should have asked for seafaring lessons from Poseidon. It would also be easy if Nox would fly me. How will I even say it to her? Would I just say, it's been a while. Cirrus. And Nox? You can hear me. Shit. Shit, I'm out at sea. Can you find me? I'm on my way. Cirrus couldn't help but feel happy. He quickly went and woke up Circe. Hey. Circe. I managed to contact Nox. What? I managed to contact Nox. She should find us eventually. Are you sure you're not hallucinating? I'm sure as hell, Circe. Maybe it was your barrier that blocked the signal? I mean, you never had a contractor on your island, right? No, but... Her eyes widen. I never did. Oh, my Hecate. We're finally going to go to the mainland. After a while of waiting at the ship's bow, Cirrus spots a familiar white owl. Hey. He waved. Nox then dove, and she transformed back, diving into his arms with tears running down her face. Cirrus. Cirrus. I missed you. Cirrus warmly hugged Nox as she cried into his shoulder. Words. Cannot tell how much I missed you and the guilt I had for leaving you for so long. Cirrus. Cirrus. I never stopped looking. And your voice. You are becoming a man. Cirrus caught something in the corner of his eye, a sail a bit off in the water. Did you bring a ship? Cirrus walked up to find a white-haired Renard all grown up and jumping toward him. Cirrus. Childhood End Volume 1 complete. Next volume, Teen Years. Volume 2 Quest 100 Warmth. After telling them what had happened, Nox was staring daggers at Circe. Jiain. I said I was sorry. I didn't know it would end up with a. How were the 4 years with my contractor? She said with eyes that hadn't blinked in a minute. See, can we talk about this later? I'm on the lookout and you're distracting me. Circe said, flustered from her staring. Fine, if you call me Big Sis Nox. What? Why? Because I contracted Cirrus first and I am older than you. Hecate didn't send her sprites till 10 years after Nyx did, so I am the big sister. Fine. Just let me port. Port. Down in the steering room, AI and back were catching Cirrus up on the world. Ah, now I kinda wish I stayed on the island. They're going to kill me. Cirrus said, steering the boat. No worries. Said AI. I'll do it before them. She said with a smile on her face. I'll be sure to make it up to you. And you as well, back, for helping Nox. He said with a smile. And not at all. So are you going to stay in Tel Skyra to recover? I guess I need new clothes, so. I'll take care of it. She said, putting her hands together. AI looked at back with keen eyes. Cirrus would, along the way, take glances at AI, since this was the first time in 4 years he had seen her. She was now considerably taller, with more maturity to her appearance. She still has her shoulder-length white hair and purple eyes. Her clothes are a mix of Eastern and Western, with her top being a white and purple kimono with black pants and boots. After 2 hours of going at full speed, they made it to port. Several Amazonas gathered to watch, and Cirrus could see their eyes change to those of a predator when he walked out wearing his mask. "He's with me," said Back. "You girls go back to what you were doing. He is exhausted from his journey. Come on. You wanna sleep with me?" "No, me." Bang. AI stomped the ground and looked at the Amazonas. "He is tired. If you wish to try and sleep with him, you have to get past me. By the way, I am level 5, so." She then cracked her knuckles. All the Amazonas quickly scattered. She's level 5, thought Cirrus. "Oh Jesus. Back, I'll help with the food, I mean Zephyr. Do you know your way back?" "Back where?" "The place I stay." "I'll show him the way," said Nox. We're going to get some stuff to make some dinner," said AI. "I see. Well, I'll see you later tonight." As Nox walked Cirrus to the home, Circe followed closely behind him. Returning to Nox's home, Cirrus realized it was the place he stayed before he went off to fight the monster. Entering the home, Cirrus found that it had changed little from the last time he was there. Oh. What a nice home. Circe began to go around and look. Walking upstairs, Nox led Cirrus to his room. He opens it, and it has Nox's scent. "I'll be up to bring you new clothes." "Thank you." Nox leaves the room, and Cirrus walks to the bathroom. A bath. He starts the bath and feels the warmth of the water. Fuck, a warm bath at last. Cirrus removes his ragged clothes and gets in. He scrubs his body, and all the grime and dirt turn the water brown. He lets the water drain as he lets the faucet go, so as he scrubs, the dirty water gets drained out. As he bathes, the warmth gets to him and makes him drowsy. He keeps his consciousness and finishes cleaning up. He gets out and dries himself. Walking out, he finds his new set of clothes. They look like those that the Amazonas would wear. Cirrus gets himself dressed and simply falls into bed and lets his consciousness slip away on the soft bed. When Cirrus wakes up, he finds Nox sleeping next to him in her human form, hugging him. Cirrus smiles as he carefully looks at Nox's exhausted face. "I'm sorry I left you for so long." He hugs her tightly, and he notices a smile forming on her face as they both drift off to sleep after 4 years. The next morning, Nox wakes up. Was it a dream? She sits up and touches the space next to her. What a cruel dream. She gets up and walks down the stairs. While walking down, she heard some familiar voices. Her heart starts to pound, and she sees a familiar weapon with a black blade and a green gem. She walks down faster and finds a white-haired Renard cooking while an Amazonas helps her. At the table, a young woman with long pink hair in conservative Amazonas clothing sat with a human with long brown hair tied up. "Nox, you're up," Cirrus said, turning his head, his emerald eyes filled with joy at the sight of her. "It wasn't a dream," she said softly, with a big smile. What did you say?" Cirrus said. "And nothing. What's to eat?" she said with a smile. Volume 2.